Chapter 2978. It took Yang Kai 4 hours to get rid of the cold that had invaded his meridians and flesh. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Zhu Lai was still standing to the side, motionless. Although Zhu Qing was safe and sound, she was helping the black puppy to get rid of the cold, and he didn't know how long she would take. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, Zhu Qing raised her head and said, "It's not a big deal. It just needs some time." Yang Kai nodded gently, not surprised. Ever since Gong Yu activated the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, the black puppy's vitality had become unbelievably tenacious. Could be said that it was all thanks to the black puppy that they were able to walk so far on Ill Wind Mountain. In that position, even Yang Kai and Zhu Qing couldn't have done better. Therefore, when Yang Kai found that the black puppy couldn't hold on, he immediately pulled Zhu Qing and escaped. Strictly speaking, the black puppy's strength wasn't very strong, because it only emitted the aura of a 5th or 6th rank monster beast from the beginning to the end. A monster beast of this level could be found anywhere in the astral boundary, and it wasn't a rare existence at all. However, it was this 5th or 6th rank monster beast that could contend with 10 venerable sovereigns by itself, swallow a demon king alive, and swallow the ill wind that gave Yang Kai and Zhu Qing a headache, and carry them forward for a long time on Ill Wind Mountain. Level and strength, which had boundaries, seemed to be completely meaningless to the black puppy. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it was harmless to humans and animals, but when it was strong, even gods and ghosts would avoid it. The black puppy's bizarre performance made Yang Kai feel that if they wanted to leave the reincarnation world through Ill Wind Mountain, they might have to pin their hopes on the black puppy. Yang Kai had experienced the horror of the ill demonic chi, and he didn't think that he could reach the top of Ill Wind Mountain with his own ability. Zhu Qing and her brother probably couldn't do it either. That kind of cold that could extinguish all life was not something they could withstand. If it was so easy to leave the reincarnation world, someone in the human sovereign city would have done it a long time ago. No one would have been able to leave this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, he could only start with the black puppy. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Demon Rage City, frowning for a moment before saying, "Qing, I'll be back soon." Then, without waiting for Zhu Qing's response, he flew over. After walking for a short while, he suddenly felt that someone was following behind him. When he turned his head to look, he saw Zhu Lai chasing after him with a solemn expression. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and slowed down. When he caught up, he snorted, "You want to kill me? You're quite brave." Yang Kai did not realize this at this moment. Although Zhu Lai's expression was solemn, there was no murderous intent. However, when he was meditating to heal his wounds, he suddenly sensed the murderous intent in Zhu Lai's heart. That murderous intent was very well hidden. At that time, other than Zhu Lai, he, Zhu Qing, and Li Jiao were the only ones present. Zhu Qing was his sister, so it was naturally impossible for her to have any murderous intent. If it was because of Li Jiao, Zhu Lai would have already made a move without any hesitation. What did it matter if he killed someone in the dragon race? If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill them. Who could do anything to him? Therefore, there was only one person who could cause Zhu Lai to have murderous intent. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was not easy to point it out in front of Zhu Qing, so there was no need to hide it now. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most frightening. Most schemes and plots would not be able to withstand a single blow if they were put on the table. Since you noticed, then there is no need to hide it, Zhu Lai freely admitted. After all, when one's cultivation reached this level, there were some things that could not be hidden once revealed. He said with a sullen face, "That's right. I want to kill you. If possible, I would have already killed you." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not stop moving and flew up side by side with Zhu Lai. However, the two maintained a subtle distance between them. He said in a cold voice, "You better give me a good reason. Otherwise, even if you are Zhu Qing's younger brother, I will not let you go." If it was before, it would not have mattered if Zhu Lai wanted to kill him. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other before. However, it was different now. With Zhu Qing's relationship, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the two of them had some connection. Yang Kai could not tolerate Zhu Lai suddenly acting like this for no reason. It was not a big deal for him to mess around with Zhu Lai. If it was a real life and death battle, then the one who would be in the most trouble would definitely be Zhu Qing. Yang Kai did not want to see that kind of situation, so he had to get to the bottom of it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, "It is because I am her younger brother that I want to kill you. What kind of bullshit reason is that?" Yang Kai glared at him. "You don't understand. The reason why I followed you here is to tell you that if you can leave this world, you better stay away from Zhu Qing. Don't expose the relationship between you two. Of course, if you can't leave this world, then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." He had a serious look on his face, as if he would start a fight if Yang Kai did not agree. Yang Kai was instantly angered by him and said, "Silly boy, you don't have the right to say this. If Zhu Qing really has any ideas, she will naturally tell me." Zhu Lai shouted, "It is because Zhu Qing won't say it that I have to say it for her." Yang Kai sized him up and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Who are you to say this? The dragon race on Dragon Island? And Zhu Qing's younger brother?" Zhu Lai said in a low voice, "Does it matter?" "Yes." Yang Kai grinned and clenched his fists. He replied, "If it is the former, then I will beat you up. If it is the latter, then I will still beat you up." Zhu Lai said angrily, "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. There is a difference between beating and crippling. Killing and crippling is one kind, and giving a small punishment is another. Which one do you prefer? Zhu Lai shook his head seriously. "I will not argue with you. I only ask you one thing. If you can leave this world and part ways with Zhu Qing, it will be good for both you and her." For a member of the dragon race, being able to say the word ask was already the limit. How could the proud leader of all creatures lower himself to ask someone else? If it was not for the fact that he was no match for Yang Kai, Zhu Lai would have killed him when he was unprepared. Why would he waste so much time talking to him? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although I can feel your concern for Zhu Qing, you have used it in the wrong place. I am sorry, I will not agree to what you said, and I will not even consider it. Zhu Qing is my person. She is today, tomorrow, and always will be, unless I die one day. Do you understand?" Zhu Lai said expressionlessly, "If Zhu Qing hears your sweet words, she will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I will say whatever I want to say. Unfortunately, you will cause Zhu Qing's death, and you will also cause your own death. Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? Dragon Island won't allow her to be with me. If this news spreads out, it will only cause a lot of trouble." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? You know?" Zhu Lai frowned slightly. "You don't even admit it when I say that you are stupid." Yang Kai sneered, "I can infer what the Dragon Island is like from your stupid look. It will be strange if the Dragon Island will allow Zhu Qing to be with me. If the news of Zhu Qing and I being together is spread to the Dragon Island, I am afraid that the Dragon Island will immediately send more members of the dragon race to suppress me, right? They might even forcefully bring Zhu Qing back to the Dragon Island to be punished, and lock her up for life. Did Zhu Qing tell you all this?" Zhu Lai was completely dumbfounded, because what Yang Kai said was exactly what he expected. A 9th-rank red dragon was actually willing to submit herself to a lowly human. If this news is spread to the Dragon Island, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The Dragon Island will definitely send experts to suppress Yang Kai and forcefully bring Zhu Qing back. As for whether she will be locked up for life, that will depend on Zhu Qing's performance in the future. Yang Kai curled his lips and tapped his own head. He said, "Such a simple thing, it is easy to guess. Your Dragon Island has been passed down for so long. The longer your Dragon Island is passed down, the more pedantic you become. With such a great reputation, and such a high opinion of yourself, how can you allow your clansmen to submit themselves to a human? Isn't this a humiliation to your dragon race? It is even worse than defecating and peeing on your head." "Exactly." Zhu Lai nodded heavily. "Since you already know, why are you still so stubborn? You already know that you will die one day, so why are you still alive? Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. Zhu Lai was slightly startled. He felt that what Yang Kai said made some sense, but something didn't feel right. Yang Kai snorted and said, I don't have too many good points. I just like to cover up my shortcomings. Zhu Qing is already one of my people. If the Dragon Island really wants to bully her, don't blame me for not giving her family any face. So don't say such things again in the future. You and I are both close to her. If we have a conflict, it will only make things difficult for her. I think you don't want to see that scene either, right? Zhu Lai frowned tightly. He nodded lightly, then slowly shook his head. It was unknown whether he agreed or not. Yang Kai continued, but then again, the matter between me and Zhu Qing is only known by you and Li Jiao. If you don't tell the Dragon Island, how will the Dragon Island find out? Zhu Lai said solemnly, this matter is of great importance. How can I not report it? I hate people who like to snitch the most. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Whatever you say, this is the principle. The matter between you and Zhu Qing has already broken the rules of the Dragon Island. If I don't report it, the matter will only become more serious. You really can't hide it. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Lai shook his head firmly. I will remember you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. You don't understand. Zhu Lai sighed lightly. Although the Dragon Island has a great reputation and a long history, in any era, the number of our dragon race is extremely small. A dragon race with pure dragon race bloodline is even more precious. In order to ensure that the bloodline of the dragon race is passed down, the Dragon Island must have its own rules, and if anyone breaks this rule, they will definitely have to pay an extremely heavy price. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He didn't express his opinion and said unhurriedly, although the Dragon Island has a long history, it doesn't mean that it won't last forever. Even the Dragon Island is no exception. Chapter 2979. Zhu Lai snorted and said, the waves will only shatter when they hit the boulder. Apart from that, there is no other effect. Yang Kai raised his head and said, then let's see if the Dragon Island is hard enough to shatter my bones. Zhu Lai looked at him in astonishment, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. But to his disappointment, although Yang Kai's expression was not serious, it was definitely not a joke. Slowly shaking his head, Zhu Lai said with a complicated expression, you are really a lunatic. Yang Kai laughed. I will accept this as a compliment. Zhu Lai didn't want to continue discussing this issue with him, because Yang Kai's attitude had already explained everything. He would never give up on Zhu Qing, nor would he submit to the rules of the Dragon Island. Since that was the case, it was meaningless to waste his breath. He suddenly turned his head and said, what are you doing here? While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the Demon's Fury City. At this moment, it was only half a day since the two of them came here. The aftermath of the battle had not yet subsided. The corpses of several demon kings were still in the same place, and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, they saw these two terrifying guys coming back, and this time they came side by side. Both of them looked very aggressive, as if they were about to go all out. The faces of the many members of the demon race in the Demon's Fury City turned pale. They felt that they would not be able to escape this time no matter what. But even so, none of the members of the demon race abandoned the city to escape. The demon race had been in this place for more than 100,000 years, confronting the human sovereign city. The competition between the two races had never stopped. If they were timid, they would not be called the demon race. One by one, members of the demon race walked out from all over the city and gradually gathered at the place where Yang Kai and Zhu Lai were. Although their cultivation was uneven, there were a lot of them. The demon kings also gathered in one place. Their expressions were grave and stern as they looked at the two humans flying over from the direction of the gloomy wind mountain. The fighting spirit in their bodies was slowly rising. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai stopped 300 meters away from this group of demon king. Although there were only two of them, it was as if there was an army of thousands of men and horses charging towards them. On the contrary, their imposing manner completely suppressed the demon race. What do you want to do here? Zhu Lai frowned. Don't tell me you want to massacre the city? Humans and demons could not coexist. Even in the small reincarnation world, the grudges between the two races had been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. It would not be strange if the Yongkai really came to massacre the city. What's the point of massacring a city? Fighting and killing is the most boring. Yongkai grinned disdainfully as he swept his eyes across the demon kings on the opposite side, showing an innocent and harmless smile as he called out to a figure hiding behind the crowd. "Beautiful elder sister, can you come out and chat with me?" The demon kings all turned their heads and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a graceful figure hiding behind the crowd. It was as if she did not dare to show her true face and was always hiding in the shadows of others. She was clearly hiding very carefully and cautiously, but she was still pulled out from the crowd by Yongkai. She was immediately distressed and secretly cursed Yongkai's eyes. She also hated herself for finding trouble to provoke him. Now, she could not get rid of this killing god. She did not know what fate was waiting for her. Under everyone's gaze, the succubus demon had nowhere to hide and could only walk out shyly. She squeezed out a forced smile on her face and asked knowingly, "Master, are you talking to me? You're not talking to me, right?" No one said anything. She was also laughing awkwardly. She immediately stopped and lowered her head, looking very pitiful. "Yes, it's you." Yongkai nodded at her and smiled wholeheartedly. She knew this was the result, but when Yongkai confirmed it, she could not help but turn pale. She said with a trembling voice, "I don't know what Master wants to say. To me?" Yongkai sneered. "Just now you were calling me little brother, but now you're calling me Master. Sister is really strange." The succubus demon's face turned even paler. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her peach blossom eyes even more charming. She bit her thin lips and said, "Just now this servant was blind and offended Master. Fortunately, Master is magnanimous and did not lower yourself to my level. This servant will not dare to do it again. Master, please spare my life." She begged for mercy, but the faces of the demon kings next to her were ugly. They all felt that this cheap woman had lost face for the demon race. She had made a despicable human look down on her for no reason. They wanted nothing more than to go up and tear her mouth off. But they could only think about it. Although the demon kings looked down on the succubus demon's attitude, they knew that this was not the time to start a conflict. If they really did fight, these two youths would be enough to wash the entire demon rage city with blood. "Don't be so nervous. It's as if we're going to eat you." Yongkai chuckled at the succubus demon. "This young master only came here to ask a few questions. And, is there a place where we can talk?" Hearing this, the succubus demon did not know whether to believe him or not. But after thinking about it, even if she did not believe him, what could she do? This young master's arm was thicker than her thigh. There is. Master, what do you think about that side?" The succubus demon said as she pointed in a direction not too far away. Yongkai turned his head and saw a wide plaza. There were stone tables and stone chairs at the edge of the plaza. There were also many statues in the plaza. All of them were tall and sturdy, and their faces were ferocious. These statues should have been created by strong masters. Every statue was vivid and lifelike, as if they were real people. There were male and female statues, and all of them were of different races. Even though Yongkai had studied the demon race quite a bit, he could not identify all of the statues' races. "Sure." Yongkai nodded and took the lead to fly over. Zhu Lai frowned. He did not know what he was going to do, but he could only follow. On the other hand, the succubus demon's feet seemed to have been planted on the ground, and her face was filled with embarrassment. She really didn't have the courage to meet Yongkai, but if she didn't go, she was afraid that she would provoke him. She turned her head and looked at the other demon kings, as if she wanted to find someone to rely on. The demon kings that were swept by her gaze all looked away. They either looked up at the sky or whispered to their companions, as if they were discussing something important. Their expressions were extremely serious. The most outrageous thing was that there was even a demon king counting how many strands of hair he had. The succubus demon felt as if she had been isolated. She was incomparably helpless. "All demon kings, get over here." Those who do not come will die. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. His voice was not loud, but it made the faces of all the demon kings change. The succubus demon's expression suddenly turned to joy. She could not help but laugh out loud. Seeing the pale faces of her people, she finally managed to hold back her laughter. She lightly snorted and swayed her slender waist as she chased after Yang Kai. She was extremely charming. With her taking the lead, the other demon kings followed one after another. Naturally, there was the unyielding one who stubbornly stood in place. He did not want to listen to Yang Kai's orders, but he was forcefully dragged away by his companions. They did not want to anger those two terrifying fellows. In the plaza, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai sat down. They glanced at the statues in the plaza. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "What are these?" The succubus demon was the first to arrive. He was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai. His entire body was trembling slightly as he felt his mouth go dry. He was wondering what Yang Kai wanted to ask and how he should answer without angering him. But when he heard this question, he immediately relaxed and hurriedly replied, "These are the statues of the past demon kings of Demon's Fury City." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Demon's Fury City has stood tall in this world for more than 100,000 years. Can't be that only a few demon kings have left their names, right? Although there were many statues in the plaza, there were only around 1,000 to 2,000 of them. It was impossible for Demon's Fury City to have only given birth to a few demon kings after more than 100,000 years. The succubus demon hurriedly said, "Of course not. It's just that if you want to leave your name here, you need to be the first demon king." After saying this, he added, "The first demon king is the strongest person in Demon's Fury City. So that's how it is." Yang Kai lightly nodded and asked with interest, "Then, I wonder if there was a demon king among the demon king who died just now." The succubus demon's mouth twitched as he considered Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he still lightly nodded. Who did it? Yang Kai was a little surprised. He felt that the first demon king's luck was too bad. The succubus demon cautiously glanced at Zhu Lai and forced a smile. "I also have to thank this master for giving the first demon king the opportunity to leave his name in advance. After all, according to the rules, only after he dies can he leave his statue here." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, "This dragon is not targeting anyone. It's just that you demon kings are all rookies." The demon kings of Demon's Fury City just happened to arrive at this time. When they heard Zhu Lai's words, their chests felt stifled and they couldn't breathe properly. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The succubus demon didn't know how to respond. Although she wanted to curry favor with Yang Kai and Zhu Lai, she wasn't stupid enough to agree in front of so many demon kings. However, this red-haired youth was truly too terrifying. It wasn't that the first demon king was weak. In fact, anyone who could cultivate to the level of a demon king wasn't weak. Someone who could take the title of first demon king was definitely the strongest demon king. Even so, he was instantly killed by this red-haired youth. The succubus demon only wanted to know where this red-haired youth came from and what kind of cultivation he had. What's the situation with the statue in the middle? It's like a crane in a flock of chickens. Why can't I see its face clearly? Yang Kai looked towards the center of the square. There stood a huge statue. Compared to the other statues, it was like comparing a grandfather to a grandson. The difference was at least 10 times. What was strange was that while the other statues all had lifelike facial features, this statue was the only one that was flat without any trace of carving. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this statue, the succubus demon immediately said with a solemn expression, "This is the statue of the great demon god from my demon territory. It's only because no one has ever seen the great demon god, so..." Great demon god! Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and immediately recalled the precious experience he had in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. In the passage between the two worlds, the great demon god had attacked him from afar, almost causing his soul to scatter. That terrifying might was still vivid in his mind. Chapter 2980. Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain, "What bullshit great demon god? How come this dragon has never heard of him? What kind of ability does he have to actually dare to ascend to the godhood realm?" Truly shameless. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a hornet's nest had been poked, and all the demon kings glared angrily at Zhu Lai, obviously extremely angry at his disrespect towards great demon god. Even the succubus demon, who had been speaking cautiously, showed a rare look of seriousness as she grit her teeth and said, "Master, please be careful with your words." Zhu Lai glanced at her leisurely and said lightly, "This dragon says what he wants. Why should I be careful with my words?" That indifferent look immediately woke the succubus demon up, her face turning pale as she felt a little helpless, regretting her impulsive actions just now. She pursed her red lips lightly and didn't dare to speak again. Another demon king stepped forward and quickly said, "Honored Sir's cultivation is profound and his methods are profound. We may not be your opponent, but if Honored Sir deliberately wants to humiliate us, we would rather fight to the death. Our deaths are not to be regretted, but the name of great demon god cannot be tarnished." As these words fell, all the demon kings took a step forward, all of them wearing cold expressions, as if they were ready to fight Zhu Lai at any time. The succubus demon hesitated for a moment before also taking a step forward, her face turning even paler. "Oh!" The corner of Zhu Lai's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think trash like you can compete with me?" Murderous intent lingered as the dragon yuan in Zhu Lai's body surged. For him, it might take some effort to kill these demon kings, but he definitely had the ability to do so. The anger of an 8th-order red dragon was not something anyone could withstand. Even a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't have much of an advantage in front of such an enraged dragon. The fate of the number 1 demon king in Demon Fury City was the best example. Zhu Lai did not place these demon kings in his eyes, nor did he need to speak to them as equals. To him, Demon's Wrath City was just a slightly larger ant nest. When he was happy, he would step over it, and when he was unhappy, he would kick it away. Now that these ants had taken the initiative to provoke him, only blood and death could calm the anger in his heart. Their killing intent was like a tide, rolling and surging. Their auras were tense and ready for a showdown. "The great demon god is very strong," Yang Kai said in a low voice. Zhu Lai turned his head to look at him and frowned. He didn't know why he would suddenly say such things. But then again, although he was extremely unhappy with Yang Kai and felt that he couldn't beat Yang Kai because of the suppression of his bloodline, it was undeniable that this guy did have some skills. He was only a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was able to display the strength of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. Not many people in the entire star boundary had such a background. As such, Zhu Lai attached some importance to his words. The other demon kings were also a little stunned, their expressions softening as they looked at Yang Kai. All of them felt that this human was more than 100 times more pleasing to the eye than the red-haired young man. Yang Kai smiled at Zhu Lai. "The great thousand world is filled with capable people. Although divine spirits can stand alone, there will always be some existences that surpass our imaginations. All we can do is work hard to catch up. One day we will catch up to them, surpass them, and crush them." Zhu Lai was stunned. "Are you lecturing me?" Although he admitted in his heart that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, the pride in his bones made it impossible for him to agree. In the eyes of the dragon race was the most powerful existence, the leader of all living beings who stood above the clouds. All other creatures could only look up to them. In particular, Yang Kai spoke to him in such a matter-of-fact tone, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. "Young man, you're quite arrogant," Yang Kai chuckled. Before Zhu Lai could get angry, he turned his head and looked at the succubus demon. "I called all of you here for one thing. What does Master want to know?" The succubus demon asked in a harmonious voice. Just now, Yang Kai had cleared the name of the great demon god, which greatly improved her impression of him. She was no longer as fearful of him as before, and most of the other demon kings were the same. "Tell me about the return to ruins," Yang Kai said lightly. "What? Returning to ruins? Destroying the beasts within their territory? How do you know about the return to ruins?" The faces of the demon kings changed as they all shouted at once, as if they had heard something incredible. Yang Kai coldly harumphed, and only then did they shut up. Looking at their eyes, he could not hide the shock in his heart. The succubus demon gulped and cautiously asked, "Master, why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing much. I'm raising a return to ruins, so I want to know more about it." "Isn't the return to ruins an exotic beast within the demon territory?" "Naturally, I came to you guys to ask about it." You're raising a return to ruins?" The succubus demon's face turned pale as she heard this. She forced a smile and said, "Master, you really know how to joke. How can you raise an exotic beast like that?" Some of the demon kings also had half-smiles on their faces, which made them look extremely strange. They didn't believe Yang Kai's words and felt that this guy really knew how to brag. After all, this kind of thing was too inconceivable. How could an exotic beast like the Return to Ruins, which was born to destroy everything, be raised by a human? If that was the case, this person would have been swallowed a long time ago. How could he still be standing here talking? "Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at the succubus demon with a serious expression. The succubus demon stopped smiling and slowly shook his head. "Then don't ask such a childish question." The succubus demon lightly coughed. He thought that this guy wouldn't mistake a monster beast for the Return to Ruins, right? However, looking at his serious expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only follow along and say, "Then what does Master want to ask? Just say whatever you know." Yang Kai pointed at the stone table with one hand and pointed at the demon kings with the other. He said to the succubus demon, "Starting from you, everyone will say something about the Return to Ruins. If you can't say it, or if I'm not satisfied, then you'll have to bear the consequences." The succubus demon jumped in fright. "What consequences?" Yang Kai said, "I haven't thought about it yet, but it definitely won't be wonderful." He lightly sneered, and a trace of murderous intent appeared at the right moment. The demon king's expressions turned cold. They knew that this guy was serious. He really did want to ask about the Return to Ruins. They couldn't understand. Although the Return to Ruins was famous, it had long been extinct. Moreover, the Return to Ruins was a strange beast in demon territory. Why would a human ask about it? No one dared to ask. They all looked at the succubus demon. The succubus demon secretly felt bitter, but he could only follow Yang Kai's wishes. He thought for a moment and said, "The Return to Ruins is known as the extermination beast in territory. It is very famous in demon territory. The reason it has such a name is because it represents destruction. Wherever it goes, the void will shatter." After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. Although he wasn't satisfied with such general information, he didn't care too much about it. He just waved his hand and let her pass. The succubus demon let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the next demon king. This demon king obviously had a plan. He immediately said, "Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins was born in chaos. Although it is made of flesh and blood, it has no roots. No one knows how it was born. It seems that it has existed since the formation of demon territory." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The demon king who spoke understood and turned to look at the next one. The third demon king said, "I only know that the Return to Ruins has a strange space inside it that can swallow everything. Because the Return to Ruins is a beast in demon territory, it is very interested in the demonic chi. It seems that it can grow stronger by swallowing the demonic chi." "That's right. Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins was not strong when it was born. Although it displayed a strange ability, the demon race didn't pay too much attention to it. It was only when it gradually grew that it attracted the attention of the strong in demon territory. Unfortunately, it was too late. Back then, the Return to Ruins ran amok in demon territory. It swallowed countless demon race members and destroyed countless cities. It even swallowed a few demon saints. The demon race united to resist it and paid a heavy price to kill it. The Return to Ruins is very tenacious. Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins is not actually dead. It is just hiding in chaos by faking its death, waiting for the day to rise again. Information about the Return to Ruins came out from the mouths of these demon kings. Although they were trapped in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years, some information about the demon territory was passed down from generation to generation. especially the return to ruins, which was a very representative beast of destruction. Although most of the information from their mouths was described as hearsay or rumors, it was still very good information. Occasionally, there were a few demon kings who didn't know much about the return to ruins, or the information they knew had been told by others in advance. There would be other demon kings who secretly transmitted other information to them. They could also pass the test with Yang Kai. After 2 or 3 rounds, no matter how these demon kings racked their brains, they couldn't think of any more information. However, seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of stopping them, they couldn't help but feel bitter. They wondered if this guy was deliberately making things difficult for them. Why else would he ask about the return to ruins? After another demon king told the information he knew, the next one wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought for a long time with a troubled expression, but he still couldn't think of anything. Yang Kai looked up and said, "That's all." The demon king smiled bitterly and shook his head. The succubus demon hurriedly said, "Master, we've told you everything we know. There's nothing else we're hiding." "Yes, I know." Yang Kai nodded. "I believe that what you just said is true, but there's one thing I'm very interested in." "What is Master referring to?" "Return to ruins can devour the demonic chi to become stronger. What if it devours you?" Say us." The succubus demon swallowed her saliva and her lips trembled. "It should be possible." "I don't think so." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "If return to ruins can devour demon kings like you, it should grow very quickly." Probably." The succubus demon forced a smile, although she didn't think that return to ruins would really devour them. Talking about this topic made her hair stand on end. It was as if a bloody mouth was going to bite her at any time and swallow her into its stomach. Chapter 2981. Call your big sister over. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Lai and instructed. Zhu Lai snorted lightly. Although he was not happy with Yang Kai's casual tone, he did not want to get entangled with him. Hearing this, Zhu Lai urged his dragon chi, formed a seal with his hand, and gently opened and closed his mouth a few times. Yang Kai then turned to look at the succubus demon and said with a smile, "If I asked you to kill a demon king, who would you choose?" The succubus demon's expression changed upon hearing this, and he asked in surprise, "What does Master mean?" "Let's ask this, who do you dislike the most?" The succubus demon forced a smile and said, "Master, you must be joking. I belong to the demon race and have been forced to rely on each other for survival. We are all brothers and sisters in Demon's Fury City, so how could I dislike anyone?" When the other demon kings heard this, they all straightened their backs and tried their best to act as if they were willing to go through thick and thin together. Although no one knew what Yang Kai meant by asking this question, they all felt that something wasn't quite right. This human seemed to be harboring ill intentions and definitely wasn't as friendly as he appeared on the surface. He was like a ball of cotton wrapped around a needle, and if they weren't careful enough, they would end up with a bloody head. Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly. "The opportunity is in my hands, but I won't have it if I slip away." The succubus demon didn't say anything and hesitated for a moment before quietly sending out his divine sense. Yang Kai raised his head and looked to the side, just in time to see a demon king with a gloomy expression. This demon king's entire body was surging with blood energy and a faint layer of red light. He seemed to be from the Blood Demon clan, and his expression was somewhat uneasy, as if he was worried about something. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over him, he immediately reacted and gritted his teeth as he angrily roared at the succubus demon. "Bitch, you dare to betray me?" The succubus demon pursed her red lips. Her beautiful face was slightly pale, and she didn't say a word in the face of Blood Demon's accusation. The Blood Devil was even angrier. "You lowly servant girl are so heartless. When you were pleasuring me, you were so flirtatious and seductive. Now that you've climbed up to a higher branch, you want to kill me? She really is heartless. Actors are heartless." The succubus demon was angered by his words. He gritted his teeth and said, "I may be a succubus demon, but I'm not a promiscuous person. If you didn't force yourself on me back then, I wouldn't have." "Ha ha ha ha." The blood demon laughed heartily, the blood energy in his body violently surging. Don't try to quibble with me. The succubus demon race is just a bunch of lowly slaves. If it weren't for this king's help, how could you have become a demon king with your talent? Do you think that this prince does not know that you have been secretly seducing other people all these years? You actually have the face to say that you are not promiscuous. The current you is just a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs are too lazy to sniff. Even if you kneel down and beg me, this prince will not touch you again. Don't speak nonsense. The succubus demon screamed. She turned to look at Yang Kai and pleaded, Master, although this servant does not know what you want to do, if you want to kill someone, please kill him. This servant will listen to everything you say in the future. Impudent. You want to kill me? I'll kill you first. The blood devil was furious. He raised his hand and a blood-red light shot towards the succubus demon. The blood-red light exploded in the air, turning into a rain of blood that covered a large area. The rain of blood seemed to have a strong corrosive effect. There was a sizzling sound as it shuttled through the air. The succubus demon screamed. Her cultivation was much lower than the blood devil's, so there was no way for her to defend against the blood devil's attack. Her body quickly retreated as she uttered a demonic chant. She waved her hands and sent out streams of pure demonic chi. However, she was still unable to stop the rain of blood. Hiss, 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 hiss. The drops of blood broke through the succubus's defenses and landed on her body, causing her clothes to rot. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, and the parts of her body that were stained by the blood quickly rotted away, turning into pus and water. In some places, even white bones could be seen. She looked extremely wretched in an instant. Slut, die! The blood devil did not give up. His body flashed as he pounced towards the succubus demon. It seemed that he wanted to kill her. The succubus demon was so frightened that her face turned ashen. Demonic chants continued to come out of her mouth, but she was still unable to stop the blood devil from pouncing on her. She could only feel the aura of death rushing towards her. She thought to herself that there was no way she could survive this time. The blood devil's body suddenly twisted in midair and exploded, turning into an endless stream of blood that fiercely surged towards Yang Kai. His power was astonishing. It was like a surging sea of blood. The waves of blood contained an extremely terrifying killing power, as if they were going to engulf the entire area. The blood devil's face appeared at the front of the waves of blood. He seemed to be stepping on the waves as he ferociously pounced towards Yang Kai. The succubus demon was only a distraction. His target had always been Yang Kai. Although he didn't want to start a conflict with Yang Kai, with the charm demon's interference, he had been pushed to the heart of the struggle. If he wanted to survive this crisis safely, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. The red-haired youth's strength was too terrifying. The first demon king had been instantly killed by him. No matter what, the blood devil did not dare to have any ideas about him. Although Yang Kai had killed a few demon kings before, he had relied on the power of his treasures. His own strength was not necessarily that great. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to summon his treasures, he might be able to capture him. As long as he could capture this human, he would have the absolute advantage. With this thought in mind, the blood devil immediately acted. He felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At that moment, he suddenly saw a meaningful smile appear on Kai Yang's face. That smile made his heart sink, inexplicably giving birth to a feeling of being a sheep in a tiger's den, as if he had made the wrong decision. The hesitation in his heart made the waves of blood become sluggish. Yang Kai raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi chi chi. Pitch-black crescent-shaped slashes whistled through the air, cutting through the waves of blood like a hot knife through butter. Every crescent blade made the blood devil groan. The light of the blood devil dimmed, and the blood water became less and less. After 7 or 8 crescent blades, the waves of blood rolled again. The blood devil's figure appeared, staggering not far in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's hands quickly formed a seal. His expression was solemn, and a faint power of the law of time flowed from his body. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. With a light slap, the absent-minded blood devil was instantly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite. He forcefully pulled himself together and shook his body again, turning into streaks of blood light that scattered in all directions. The instant heavy injury made the blood devil demon king realize that he had underestimated his opponent. It was impossible for him to win. He only wanted to escape, and the farther the better. Blood shadow escape technique. Yang Kai snorted and sneered. If it was the Shadow Demon Clan's Shadow Kill divine escape technique, this young master might have to spend some effort to break it. How dare a trifling blood shadow escape technique be so arrogant in front of me? This young master will break it immediately. As he spoke, his gaze quickly swept through the many streaks of blood light. Then, he fixed his gaze on one of them and pointed his finger at it. Space principles surged, and the place where the blood light was instantly turned into an invisible cage. The blood light hit the cage and rolled back, revealing the blood devil with a pale face. "How is this possible?" he cried out in alarm. The blood shadow escape technique was the innate divine technique of the blood devil clan. There was no flaw in it. When ordinary people encountered this divine technique, they would never be able to tell which was the real body and which was just a smokescreen. But he never thought that this first-order Emperor Realm human youth would be able to see through it with a single glance. Moreover, what this young man said just now made him tremble with fear. The blood devil's blood shadow escape technique and the shadow demon's shadow kill divine escape technique were both innate divine techniques for escaping. Even the demon king of the demon race would find it difficult to break them, but from the tone of this human's voice, it seemed that he had done a lot of research on the demon race. The blood devil was horrified to the extreme, and the blood in his body turned cold. He wanted to use the blood shadow escape technique again, but a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had blocked his way. The blood devil sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly tried to retreat. "Look at me." Yang Kai's voice was low and deep, as if it had an irresistible charm. The blood demon instinctively turned to look at Yang Kai, only to see that his left eye had at some point transformed into a golden vertical eye. The majestic golden light seemed to be able to seize one's soul, causing the blood demon's divine sense to tremble, unable to move in the slightest. Yang Kai's divine sense surged fiercely like a tide, and a budding lotus flower in his left eye flashed and rushed into the blood demon's mind. In an instant, the blood devil's mind was frozen, and he stood there stupidly. His knowledge sea had collapsed, and the blood devil had become a walking corpse. A figure charged out from the side, his eyes flashing with unforgettable hatred. He was holding a white bone spear in his hand. The bone spear didn't look like the bone of a vicious beast, but more like the bones left behind by a human or demon race master who had died. It had been refined into a demon artifact by some unknown method. The bone spear's aura was extraordinary, and it ruthlessly stabbed towards the motionless blood devil's head. It seemed that this person wanted to kill him directly. Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand to the side, sending the succubus demon flying. After falling to the ground, the succubus demon crawled up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "Master." At this moment, the succubus demon was incomparably miserable. Her clothes were tattered, and her originally beautiful body was covered in large pustules. Many of the pustules were still leaking blood and emitting an unpleasant smell. This situation confirmed the blood devil's previous insult of her being a pile of rotten meat that even a stray dog wouldn't spare a glance at. Her strength was far inferior to the blood devil's, and she had almost been killed by the blood devil's fierce attacks. Now that she had been thoroughly humiliated, she naturally wanted to take revenge. However, she couldn't understand why Yang Kai had stopped her. It was Yang Kai who had asked her who she wanted to kill. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her. The golden light in his left eye hadn't dissipated. Being stared at by this eye, the succubus demon's entire body turned cold. He hurriedly explained, "Master, didn't you want to kill him? Let me help. If I want to kill someone, I can do it myself. Why would I need your help?" Yang Kai softly snorted. The succubus demon trembled as she said, "I was wrong. Master, please don't be angry. She knew that if she wanted to live, she had to appear docile, so she didn't dare to complain or be dissatisfied. Yang Kai ignored her and raised his head to look at Zhu Lai. Chapter 2982. Zhu Lai had been sitting in his original position, not moving at all, but his dragon's might had been pushed to the limit. The many demon kings standing in front of him were all drenched in sweat, and those with weaker cultivations were even trembling. Their faces were pale, and their chests seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Although the battle between Yang Kai and the blood demon had ended in an extremely short time, the other demon kings wouldn't have just stood by and watched without Zhu Lai's deterrence. No matter what, they were all part of the demon race, so they couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. In fact, when the blood demon attacked, several demon kings wanted to lend a helping hand. However, before they could do anything, they were suppressed by Zhu Lai where they were. The pressure this red-haired youth gave the demon kings was much greater than that human. No one had the confidence to survive under his hands, so they could only wait obediently and pray that they wouldn't draw fire to themselves. Now that the dust had settled, the blood demon was heavily injured. Although he was still alive, he was like a walking corpse, which made them tremble with fear. They didn't know what kind of fate was waiting for them. "What do you want to do?" Zhu Lai frowned and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. First, he came to the Devil's Fury City to find a group of demon kings to inquire about information, and then he started a fight without saying a word. It would have been fine if he had killed the blood demon, but he had to make him half dead. It was simply ridiculous. "You'll know soon enough," Yang Kai replied indifferently. In his field of vision, Zhu Qing had already flown over, followed by Li Jiao, who was half a step behind Zhu Qing. It was unknown what he was trying to flatter, but Zhu Qing didn't respond at all. When the two flew closer, Li Jiao hurriedly came over to greet Yang Kai. "What happened here?" Zhu Qing looked at them with a puzzled expression. She was very curious about what had happened here. There seemed to be traces of a battle, but it was very short. "Nothing?" Yang Kai replied casually, looking at the little black dog in her arms. "How's the situation?" "It's getting better, but it seems a little weak." Zhu Qing reached out and patted the black puppy's head. The situation had indeed taken a turn for the better. When Yang Kai had left, the black puppy had been frozen into a block of ice. Although there was still frost on the surface of its body, it was obviously much stronger than before. Furthermore, at this moment, this guy seemed to have smelled something extremely delicious. He raised his head and stared at the Demon King, saliva dripping down from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely disgusting. Many Demon Kings felt as if they were facing a great enemy after being stared at like this. Their hands and feet turned cold, and their gazes were evasive. "Do you want to eat?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Woof!" The black puppy was suddenly energized. It struggled to get up from Zhu Qing's arms. "Don't eat anything." Zhu Qing frowned and scolded it. She had wanted to say something when she saw Bow Wow swallow two demon race, but the topic was changed. Seeing that it was acting cute again, she immediately knocked its head. The black puppy whimpered in grievance. Yang Kai lifted the black puppy from Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Qing-er, if we want to leave this place, we might have to let it eat more." "What?" Zhu Qing frowned. She didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai had directly thrown the black puppy toward the blood demon, who was standing there in a daze. In midair, Bow Wow was in high spirits, as if he had just been rejuvenated. His two black eyes shone with a terrifying light. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, which was as big as a door, and swallowed the blood demon whole. Hiss! Gasps could be heard as the Demon Kings stared dumbfoundedly at the black puppy's sudden transformation. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the terrifying information they had just been awakened by Yang Kai replayed in their minds, gradually corroborating with what they saw in front of them. A conjecture that was enough to shock them to the core filled their minds. Return to ruins. The succubus demon's scream was loud enough to break through the sky. It had just regained some color, but it became incomparably pale again. It seemed to have lost all its strength, and it fell to the ground on its butt. Although the other Demon Kings weren't in such a bad state, They were obviously extremely frightened. Panic spread among the demon kings, making every demon king's mind unsteady. Their minds were in chaos. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of a legendary mutated beast that they thought was extinct. After all, in the history of the demon race, the return to ruins was one of the most important events. It was an existence that represented destruction and destruction. Almost a third of the entire demon territory was destroyed by its mouth. The current harsh environment of the demon territory was also greatly related to it. They couldn't understand how the return to ruins was still alive. Wasn't it already killed by the great demonic god? Could it be that the rumor just now was true? That the return to ruins was just faking its death to escape so that it could make a comeback? When that time came, it would definitely seek revenge from the great demonic god, and the current demon territory wouldn't be able to withstand its torment. With so many demon kings, it was impossible for them to mistake the identity of the return to ruins. Although the return to ruins looked very ordinary at first glance, when it mutated, its characteristics couldn't be more obvious. In other words, this was without a doubt the return to ruins. It was very likely that it was the terrifying existence that had destroyed the demon territory and fought with the great demonic god. No wonder this human was asking for information about the return to ruins. It turned out that when he said that he had raised a return to ruins, it was actually true. It was laughable that everyone thought that he was just bragging. Thinking up to this point, the faces of the demon kings were as black as the bottom of a pot. They seemed to have revealed a lot of information that they shouldn't have, especially the part about how the return to ruins had become stronger. That was simply a piece of information that could kill them. For a moment, the demon kings were filled with regret, especially the demon king that had revealed this information. They wanted nothing more than to tear their own mouths apart. Just as the demon kings were in a daze, the little black dog had already swallowed the blood demon. Its huge mouth returned to its original state, and it revealed a satisfied expression. Its stomach heaved a few times, and the frost that covered its body began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of cold air flowed out of its body and merged into the surrounding air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Furthermore, under Yang Kai's careful perception, the little black dog's aura seemed to have suddenly skyrocketed during the moment of its mutation. It had already far surpassed the standards of a 5th or 6th grade monster beast. After the mutation, it returned to its original state. In just a few breaths of time, the little black dog had returned to its original state. It was no longer as weak as before. It was full of energy, and its steps were vigorous. It looked at the demon kings with a longing expression, causing the demon kings to tremble with fear. Zhu Qing looked at the little black dog with a surprised expression. She didn't expect that swallowing a demon king would be of such great help to the little black dog. Yang Kai explained, "This little thing is a mutated beast in the demon territory. It seems to be quite famous. There's an unknown space in its stomach that can swallow all things. The demon race seems to be able to make it stronger." Zhu Qing said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, all the Yin winds that it swallowed before were all swallowed by it into that unknown space?" Yang Kai said, "That should be the case. Furthermore, I'm guessing that the size of that space has something to do with its strength. Its current strength isn't enough, and the space in its stomach is too small. Therefore, it can't continue swallowing after a certain amount. It's really powerful." Zhu Qing was surprised. She looked at the little black dog carefully, as if she was trying to get to know it again. The demonic chi that they had encountered on the Yin Wind Mountain was too terrifying. The further they went, the stronger the demonic chi became. Even she and Yang Kai couldn't resist the demonic chi, but the little black dog swallowed it into the strange space and took them for thousands of feet. This ability was enough to make people gasp in amazement. "You want it to become stronger, strong enough to take us to a place deep enough in the Yin Wind Mountain?" Zhu Lai frowned and asked. Yang Kai's intention couldn't be more obvious. If he still couldn't figure it out, he would be a fool. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Bow Wow is our only chance now. As long as it's strong enough and the space in its stomach is big enough, it can definitely take us out." Zhu Lai thought for a while and agreed. "This is indeed a chance. But Before that, it needs a lot of food. As he spoke, he looked at the demon kings. Many demon kings looked bitter. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't. They were very sullen. The succubus demon sat on the ground in a daze. It seemed that it didn't expect such a fate to be waiting for it. It was thinking about how to survive. If the blood demon wasn't here, she could try it now. But the previous battle made her very embarrassed. It would take at least 1 to 2 months to recover. How could she have so much time to recover? Yang Kai said, "Of course, this is just my guess. I don't know if it will work. If you want to confirm it, you have to do an experiment." "How do you want to do the experiment?" Zhu Qing asked. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang reached out and grabbed the little black dog. The little black dog was dumbfounded. It didn't know what kind of treatment it was about to receive. "Keep an eye on these guys. Don't let any of them leave," Yang Kai ordered. His figure flashed and disappeared. Zhu Lai thoughtfully glanced in the direction of the Yinfeng mountain. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down like a mountain. The succubus demon was stunned for a while. It wanted to run away, but it didn't have the courage. After thinking for a while, it stood up and walked toward the other demon kings. It carefully looked at Zhu Lai and found that he didn't want to stop it. It was secretly relieved. The demon kings gathered together and communicated with each other. They were obviously discussing how to save their lives. Occasionally, there was a faint murderous intent. They obviously wanted to fight. After all, they weren't weak. If they really fought to the death, they might have a chance to survive. It was better than staying here and becoming food for the return to ruins. Demon's Wrath City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for more than 100,000 years. It had constantly clashed with the human sovereign city, but it had never encountered such a dangerous situation. This sudden appearance of a master was simply not something they could contend against. Chapter 2983. As the demon kings discussed among themselves, Zhu Qing and her brother did not pay any attention to them. Li Jiao was cowering on the side, completely lacking the demeanor of a palace master. He wanted to chat with the 2 dragon race masters to improve their relationship, but he did not have the courage to do so. For a moment, he was frowning with a bitter expression. 2 hours later, a figure flashed above the square, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Although he was in a sorry state, his face was full of joy. When Zhu Qing and her brother saw this, they immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such a joyful expression, and they were secretly excited. On the other hand, the demon king's expressions all trembled, and they secretly felt bitter in their hearts. Could not be helped, but the return to ruins cub in Yang Kai's hand was actually covered in a layer of frost, clearly because it had swallowed a lot of wind on Ill Wind Mountain. With that as an example, it was easy to solve this problem, but it was not what the demon kings wanted. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Zhu Qing, then turned his gaze to the group of demon kings, like a butcher looking at a flock of lambs. Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing did not say a word, and they all rose into the air, forming a triangle with Yang Kai to surround the demon kings. Li Jiao thought for a moment, then hurriedly joined in, urging his emperor's might. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he could bite someone at any time. "Master, please wait." It was unknown whether it was on his own initiative or being forced, but the succubus demon quickly stood up, his head covered in cold sweat, and said loudly, "We just discussed and are willing to cooperate with the master to increase the strength of the return to ruins, and help the master leave this place as soon as possible." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, "It's rare for you to have such intentions. If I don't satisfy you, I would feel bad. Then, may I ask who you have chosen to be the first to die?" The succubus demon hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. The return to ruins loves the demon race, and can use the demon race's strength to increase. But that does not mean that you need to devour my people, master. "I know." Yang Kai nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Master, but isn't this the most direct and efficient?" The succubus demon, "The most direct, but that is not necessarily the most efficient." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "How is it not efficient?" The succubus demon gathered his courage and said, There are only a few Demon King level existences in Demon's Wrath City. If Master returned to ruins and devour all of us, what will you do if you still don't have enough strength to leave this place? Yang Kai frowned and said, although there are only a few Demon King, there are many demon race in Demon's Wrath City. There will be a day when I can devour enough. The succubus demon said, how can those people compare to us? Master is also a strong person, so you should know that strength has nothing to do with numbers. Kai Yang smiled faintly. What you said makes sense. Yes, I will give you a chance to convince me. The succubus demon's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, I have heard of a saying called killing the chicken to get the eggs. Master, what you are doing now is true. If you want the eggs, you don't have to kill the chicken that laid the eggs. Are you willing to be the chicken that laid the eggs? The succubus demon smiled bitterly and said, it's better than dying. We are willing to cooperate and let Return to Ruins devour our demon chi. Although this will not be as fast as directly devouring us, it won't be too bad. Moreover, it won't cut off the source of power. As long as we are alive, we will be able to provide Return to Ruins with the power to grow. Master is a smart person, so you should be able to understand the pros and cons. Yang Kai snorted and said, what if I insist on killing the chicken to get the eggs? The succubus demon pursed his lips and turned to look at the other demon king. He said bitterly, if Master insists, we will have no choice but to give it a try. Although we know there is no hope, we will only die. Moreover, if we die, Return to Ruins will not be able to obtain any benefits. Master might not know this, but Return to Ruins doesn't eat the dead. It only eats the living. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai nervously. The other demon kings did not say a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's expression was grave and stern. After pondering for a long time, he revealed a look of understanding. No wonder it didn't eat the last demon race. It is actually this picky. The succubus demon could not help but be dumbfounded. When she saw Yang Kai thinking so seriously, she thought that Yang Kai was thinking about the proposal. Who knew that it was actually something unrelated? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yang Kai say, if it is as you say, then it is not impossible to give it a try. Killing people is fine, but massacring a city is against the laws of heaven. If it is not forced, this young master is not willing to try. Whether you live or die depends on your performance. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai threw the black puppy over. The other demon kings turned pale with fright and instinctively dodged. They had clearly seen the scene of the black puppy swallowing the blood demon. It was a lesson learned for the future. At least the succubus demon was more reliable. She mustered up her courage and caught the black puppy. The black puppy opened its mouth and instantly blocked the light in front of the succubus demon. The succubus demon was so scared that its whole body went weak. Could only watch as the big mouth bit down on it. It did not have the strength to run away. A bang was heard as Yang Kai slapped the black puppy's head. The black puppy whimpered and closed its mouth, allowing the succubus demon to escape. You can't eat it. Yang Kai looked at it with a serious face. Don't play dumb. If I say you can't eat it, then you can't eat it. The black puppy's ears immediately drooped. It's fine now. Yang Kai looked at the succubus demon and laughed. The succubus demon froze in place. After a while, it said awkwardly, I'm a little weak. Who wants to go first? The group of demon kings looked at each other. In the end, a bone demon walked out and said in a hoarse voice, I'll go first. As he spoke, he strode in front of the black puppy and pushed his demonic chi. In an instant, his demonic chi rolled and fiercely rushed towards the black puppy. The black puppy suddenly became excited. It opened its mouth again and a strong suction force came from it, sucking the bone demon's demonic chi into its mouth and into its stomach. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black puppy and the bone demon seemed to be connected by a black line. A steady stream of demonic chi flowed into the black puppy's body through the bone demon, and the frost covering the black puppy's body quickly melted. The bone demon's strength wasn't bad. The aura he emitted was between the second order and third order emperor realm. Among the demon kings, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. However, such a demon king couldn't even last a stick of incense worth of time in front of the black puppy. No matter how much he pushed his demonic chi, the black puppy was able to suck it dry. Its small stomach was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After a stick of incense worth of time, the bone demon staggered and withdrew his demonic chi. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes dimmed a lot. This was obviously a sign that he had consumed too much of his demonic chi. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged to recover. With such a good start, the other demon kings walked to the black puppy one by one and did the same. One after another, the demon kings flashed past the little black dog's eyes. Every single one of them was almost sucked dry of all their energy and energy. Even the most powerful demon king couldn't last more than 2 sticks of incense worth of time in this kind of torture before running out of energy. In less than 3 hours, all the demon kings were sitting on the ground in several rows. Yang Kai's face was a little dark. Although he knew that the black puppy had definitely become much stronger, he was certain that it wasn't enough to take them out of here. The succubus demon observed his expression and said, "This mistress can summon all the demon commanders in the city. Although their strength is lower, they have the advantage in numbers." Yang Kai gently nodded. The succubus demon then began to summon people. Not long after, demon commander level figures flew over from all directions of the city. Just as the succubus demon said, although the demon commander's cultivations were lower, they had the advantage in numbers. They could definitely provide the black puppy with some capital to grow stronger. When the numerous demon commanders arrived and saw the miserable state of the demon kings, they were all shocked and uneasy. They didn't know what kind of fate awaited them. The succubus demon called a few of the strongest demon commanders to its side and whispered a few words to them, causing their faces to turn pale. From time to time, they would raise their heads to look at the black puppy with extreme fear. Very soon, the demon marshals knew what they were here for. With so many demon kings as precedents, they knew that they couldn't resist. They lined up in front of the black puppy and circulated their demon chi. The demon commanders were far inferior to the demon kings. A demon commander was comparable to a Tao source realm existence, but they could only last for a few dozen breaths. The suction force from the black puppy's mouth seemed to be able to suck the surging energy out of their bodies, making it impossible for them to last for long. One after another, the demon commanders were completely exhausted. After a day, all the demon commanders had taken their turns. Looking around, all of them were sitting in meditation to recover. It was a spectacular sight. A short day wasn't enough for the demon kings to fully recover. The black puppy barked a few times impatiently. Ever since it was born, it had never eaten so happily. Although it wasn't as delicious as directly devouring a demon king, this method of eating was better in terms of endurance, making it so happy that it didn't want to go home. The bone demon that was resting at the beginning had no choice but to stand up again and do what it was doing yesterday. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched with cold eyes. He knew that if this continued, it would only lead to a vicious cycle. The demon race wouldn't get enough rest, and the energy they could provide to the black puppy would only decrease. In the end, there would be very little left. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out a few bottles of recovery spirit pills and awakened the succubus demon, asking her to distribute them. The succubus demon had a stuttering look on its face. It wanted to ask what these spirit pills were, but it didn't have the courage. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the initiative to explain. Only then did it feel much more at ease. After a short while, the spirit pills were distributed. The demon kings that took the spirit pills all had happy looks on their faces. They could clearly feel that their energy recovery speed had increased by a lot. The succubus demon walked back. As if it could see Yang Kai's thoughts, it said in a low voice, "Master, you don't have to worry too much. Right now, the world principles are leaning towards the star boundary. After the world principles change, our recovery speed will be even faster. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems." "I hope so." Yang Kai didn't express his opinion. Chapter 2984. In the reincarnation world, the laws of heaven and earth were constantly changing, sometimes leaning towards the star boundary, sometimes leaning towards the demon territory. There was no pattern to it at all. The reason for this was that the reincarnation world was located between these two great worlds. As it drifted through the void, it would occasionally come into contact with these two great worlds. Whichever great world it came into contact with, the laws of heaven and earth would be affected by that great world. However, generally speaking, before the laws of heaven and earth changed, there would be some obvious signs of heaven and earth. The humans of the human sovereign city relied on this to avoid danger. With the pills that Yang Kai distributed, the demon kings recovered much faster, but it was still not enough to satisfy the little black dog's appetite. Yang Kai could only place his hopes on the changes in the reincarnation world. This wait lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the demon kings and demon commanders of the Demon Fury City had all been rotated by the little black dog close to 10 times. They had to constantly meditate to recover and then let the little black dog devour their demonic essence. No expert could endure this kind of torment, not even Yang Kai. As a result, all the demon kings and demon commanders had deathly pale faces, as if their lifespans were nearing their end and they could die at any moment. There were even some demon kings and demon commanders whose cultivation had regressed greatly, and it was unknown when they would be able to cultivate back. They simply could not continue living like this. If they could escape, they would have done so already. However, there were mutated beasts returned to ruins, 2 dragon race experts, and Yang Kai watching over them. How could they have a chance to escape? They were also looking forward to the arrival of the laws of the demon territory. Half a month later, there was finally a change in heaven and earth. A thunderous sound rolled over, causing the demon race experts, who had been waiting for this day, to be so excited that tears appeared in their eyes, and they cheered endlessly. After the sound, the world's spiritual energy seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Li Jiaoqiu came to Yang Kai's side and said with a distressed expression, "Palace Master Yang, save me." Since coming here, he had asked Yang Kai for help more than once. "What is it this time?" Li Jiao said, "This Li has already been corroded by the demonic qi. These days, demonic thoughts are everywhere, and it's been very difficult for me to hold on. The laws of heaven and earth are about to change. If I don't find a place to hide, I'm afraid this time it will really become the demon race." Previously, when he was wandering outside with Zhu Lai, he didn't find a place to hide when the laws of heaven and earth changed, and the demonic qi invaded his body. He had been relying on his powerful cultivation to suppress the demonic thoughts in his body. Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth were about to change again, he was afraid that this world would be filled with demonic qi again. In his current state, there was no way he could hold on. When the time came, he would definitely be completely devoured by the demonic will and become a demon. Then find a place to hide. "Why are you begging me?" Yang Kai asked with a chuckle. Li Jiao said with a bitter expression, "But I don't know where to go. Before, I heard Palace Master Yang say that there was a human sovereign city here. I don't know." "Don't think about the human sovereign city. Although it's not far from here, you don't have time to get there." When Li Jiao heard this, he immediately panicked. "Then what should I do?" Yang Kai shrugged and spread his hands. "Good luck." Li Jiao's face darkened and he almost cried. "Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li came here because of you." Yang Kai said, "If I can save you, of course I will, but there's nothing I can do now." Li Jiao's expression couldn't help but become ugly. Among the people present, the 2 dragon race shouldn't have to worry about being corroded by the demonic qi. After all, they were divine spirits and their dragon blood had divinity, so they had a strong resistance to the demonic qi. Not to mention the laws of heaven and earth changing, even if they were really thrown into the territory of the demons, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. Yang Kai couldn't be treated lightly. Although Li Jiao didn't know why he was so confident that he would be safe and sound, he knew that he had a way just by looking at his relaxed expression. Li Jiao was a bit angry. He felt that Yang Kai was too precious and wasn't willing to help him. "Didn't I show you a path before? What can I do if you don't cherish it?" Li Jiao said in a deep voice. "Palace Master Yang, don't joke around. Only you can think of taking blood from the dragon race. If this Li really made this request, I'm afraid that my end would be very miserable." Anyway, it's going to become the demon race. Can there be anything worse than this? Palace Master Yang, are you really going to stand by and watch me die? Li Jiao's face was filled with killing intent. Black qi tumbled around his body as anger and evil thoughts grew in his heart, causing his demonic nature to suddenly increase by a lot. Especially now that the world's aura was beginning to transform into the demonic qi, it affected his temperament. Yang Kai looked at him with a cold smile. Are you going to bite me? Damn it. Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore. His face became ferocious as he clenched his teeth and shouted. If it weren't for you, how could this Li be reduced to such a state? Since you are so cold-blooded and heartless, then don't blame this Li for not giving you any face. I will fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, black qi tumbled around his body and his eyes became incomparably red. Shaking his head suddenly turned into a giant Jiao dragon's head, ferociously biting down at Yang Kai. Having been eroded by the demonic qi, he had been incomparably sullen these days. Now that he was provoked by Yang Kai, he finally couldn't maintain his nature. The suppressed demonic thoughts completely broke out, instantly becoming the demon race. A little Jiao dares to be impudent in front of me? Li Jiao, you've got guts. Facing Li Jiao's angry attack, Yang Kai just chuckled and urged the golden divine dragon source in his body, raising his hand and pointing at Li Jiao's forehead. A golden light bloomed from his fingertip. This golden light wasn't dazzling, but Li Jiao reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. With a scream, his giant Jiao dragon's head shrank back to its original size. The emperor qi in his body couldn't circulate properly, and he almost couldn't breathe. When Yang Kai's fingertip touched Li Jiao's forehead, Li Jiao's body shook and a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. After coming back to his senses, Li Jiao was shocked. He never thought that he would actually do such a thing and attack Yang Kai. He also knew that this was an action influenced by his demonic qi and not his original intention, but he was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know and would try to kill him. His cultivation was indeed higher than Yang Kai's by 2 minor realms, but under the suppression of his bloodline, this difference didn't give him the slightest advantage. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing a conch. He wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. This was the tragedy of being a descendant of the dragon race. The bloodline of a dragon race descendant allowed him to walk further and stand higher than others. His current third-order emperor realm cultivation was proof. If he didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be impossible for him to have such a high cultivation with his aptitude. But in front of an opponent who also had the bloodline of the dragon race, one's own cultivation was often secondary, and the power of one's bloodline was the key. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Palace Master Yang, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Yang Kai was still chuckling, completely ignoring him, as if he really wanted to kill him. Li Jiao's face was ashen as he thought to himself that he was completely done for. He pitied his fire dragon palace and his beautiful concubines. He didn't know who would benefit from them in the future. After these distracting thoughts passed, he didn't meet the call of death. Yang Kai's hand was still on his forehead, without the slightest murderous intent. He was just looking at him with a playful expression. Suddenly, Li Jiao felt that the power in Yang Kai's body had undergone a huge change. The aura that filled the air had an ancient taste, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. A deep and solemn incantation sounded as a ray of light blossomed from Yang Kai's fingertips and enveloped Li Jiao. In the next instant, Li Jiao's body trembled as his bones cracked. His originally tall body suddenly swelled as a fierce surge of blood qi spread out from his body, attacking the demonic qi that enveloped his body. Li Jiao was stunned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he clearly felt that his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, he inexplicably felt an extremely bloodthirsty and warlike thought. Although this thought made him feel a little uncomfortable, it diluted the influence of the demonic qi on him, allowing him to maintain a strange state of clarity. Looking from afar, Li Jiao was currently filled with 2 colors. One was the pitch-black demonic qi, and the other was the blood qi in his body blooming. The red and black intertwined and wriggled, incomparably strange. This is, Li Jiao involuntarily asked. At this time, he also knew that Yang Kai didn't have any killing intent towards him. The reason why he did this was probably to help him. However, he couldn't understand. Since Yang Kai had this ability, he should have done it earlier. Why did he have to play with him? Ancient bloodthirsty technique. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It has a strong restraining effect on the demonic qi that invades a human's body. In ancient times, the great wizard used this method to save his people, but today's world principles are somewhat different from those of that time. It is not difficult to expel the demonic qi in your body, but it takes some effort to eradicate it. It is best to let your demonic nature erupt completely in order to solve the problem once and for all. Otherwise, it may leave behind some hidden dangers. You don't want to inexplicably become the demon race when you cultivate in the future, right? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with a moved expression and said, "So Palace Master Yang has been ignoring me these days? Deliberately keeping me in suspense and squeezing me? If not for this, the demonic nature in his body would not have erupted so quickly." Yang Kai said, "We came in together, so we naturally have to go out together. What's more, your Fire Dragon Palace still owes me a lot of source crystals, so I naturally can't let you die like this." This Li will remember Palace Master Yang's kindness in his heart. Li Jiao was extremely excited. He originally thought that he would die, but the situation had taken a turn for the better. Not only did he have a chance to live, but he also didn't have to worry about the consequences. Don't be happy too early. As I said, the world principles today are not the same as the world principles in ancient times. The people who live in different world principles are also different. This method is useful for ancient humans, but I don't know how effective it will be for you. You have to be more careful when you cultivate in the future. Yes. This Li will definitely be careful. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand to slap Li Jiao, shouting in a low voice, "Demon suppression!" Under this palm, the tumbling demonic qi on the surface of Li Jiao's body seemed to be suppressed by something and frantically withdrew into his body. Chapter 2985. Yang Kai changed his incantation again and sent out another palm strike. Demon vanquishing. When the light flashed, a black qi whizzed out from behind Li Jiao, as if the vengeful spirit that had possessed him had been repelled. It even let out a ghostly wail. The black qi that rushed out lasted for more than a dozen breaths, and when the demonic qi was completely removed, Li Jiao's eyes flashed with joy. He was clear about his own situation. He had been plagued by demonic qi these days, and the demonic qi was like a bone that would continue to grow. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't get rid of it. But now, with Yang Kai's help, he clearly felt that the problem that had been troubling him was completely solved. There was no longer any demonic qi remaining in his body. With the demonic qi expelled and the bloodthirst technique restrained, there was no longer any demonic thoughts in his heart, and his knowledge sea was clear. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao shed tears of gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Kai grin at him, then send out a palm strike. This palm strike was definitely not a demon vanquishing technique because it was quite powerful. Most importantly, it contained the power of the dragon race's bloodline suppression. Poor Li Jiao, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't even have time to react before he was knocked unconscious by this palm strike. Yang Kai waved his hand at him, and Li Jiao immediately disappeared. Zhu Lai, who had been watching coldly, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He couldn't figure out where Yang Kai had taken Li Jiao. Only Zhu Qing knew that the little flood dragon should have been thrown into that strange space. The world principles were about to change, and although the demonic qi in Li Jiao's body had been removed, if he didn't find a way to avoid it, he was bound to be corroded by the demonic qi again. The human sovereign city was too far away, and there was no place to hide in Demon's Fury City. That strange space was the best place. Thinking about what happened in that strange space, Zhu Qing couldn't help but feel her cheeks burn. At this moment, the change in the world principles was very obvious. The world energy seemed to be affected by a strange influence and was rapidly transforming into demonic qi. Many demon kings and demon commanders were waiting excitedly. This was the aura of their ancestral land. When the world principles of the reincarnation world shifted towards the demon territory, their cultivation and recovery would be much faster. The black puppy also became very excited. Obviously, it was very obviously fond of the world principles. And it opened its mouth, swallowing the demonic chi. Not long after, the entire world had changed greatly. The surroundings were filled with dense demonic chi, and the world was dark. The dense demonic chi filled the surroundings, giving people the illusion that they had entered the demonic domain. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the demon domain was like, he guessed that it shouldn't be much different from the current reincarnation realm. This time, the change in the world principles only lasted for 3 days. In 3 days, the experts of Demon's Wrath City had recovered a lot, but it was still not enough to satisfy the black puppy's appetite. 3 days later, Yang Kai brought the black puppy to the Yinfeng Mountain again. When he returned, he was frowning. Under the disappointed gazes of many demon kings and demon commanders, he left the black puppy behind and let it continue to devour the demonic chi. "How is it?" Zhu Lai asked. "I can't see the exit." Yang Kai shook his head. Although they had walked a bit further this time, they still couldn't determine where the exit was. In other words, the black puppy's current strength was not enough to take them away. They could only let it continue to grow stronger. Zhu Qing walked forward and held Yang Kai's hand. "Don't worry, we will be able to get out. It's just a matter of time." Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not worried about anything. It's just that this damned place is a bit depressing. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can feel at ease." Zhu Qing hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "What if we really can't leave?" Yang Kai held her hand tightly and said affectionately, "Then we'll spend the rest of our lives together here." Zhu Qing lowered her head and blushed. "You too? Do you think I'm blind?" Zhu Lai snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He had sternly warned Yang Kai before, but he didn't expect this guy to not take his words seriously at all. Not only that, but this guy was actually flirting right under his nose. He couldn't bear it. Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder. He looked at him provocatively and said, "You keep an eye on things here. I'm going to take a walk with your big sister." After saying this, he directly flew away with Zhu Qing. Li Jiao anxiously called out from behind, "Palace Master Yang, come back soon." Without Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi when the world principles changed. Although he didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used before, he didn't show any signs of being corroded by the demonic chi when he was unconscious. If he wanted to survive in this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. "Where are we going?" Zhu Qing thought that Yang Kai had brought her out for some reason and asked innocently. "Anywhere, as long as there's no one around." These words were too explicit. Zhu Qing immediately understood what he meant and felt her heart burn like a rabbit. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Yang Kai and the others arrived in Demon Fury City. During these 3 months, the demon kings and demon commanders of Demon Fury City were living a life worse than death. They constantly wandered back and forth between recovering and being devoured. Often, they would only recover 20 to 30% of their cultivation before they were forced to fight. In these 3 months, the cultivation of all the demon kings and demon commanders had dropped by 1 to 2 minor realms. This was simply like stewing a knife and cutting meat, even more painful than being directly killed. Sometimes, the demon kings simply wanted to throw caution to the wind and fight Yang Kai and the others, but after thinking about it, they decided that it was better to live than to die. Their ancestors had operated here for more than 100,000 years, and Demon Fury City couldn't be cut off in this generation. Thinking like this, they could only wait bitterly, hoping that they could send this group of demons away as soon as possible. The little black dog still looked the same, only exuding the aura of a 5th order or 6th order cultivator. But through Yang Kai's many experiments, it had become much stronger. The unknown space in its stomach was more than 100 times larger than before, and it could already bring Yang Kai to a very deep place. During these 3 months, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing would occasionally go out to sightsee, spending a day or 2 outside before returning to Demon Fury City. Zhu Qing had a lot of complaints about this, and many cold words and sarcastic remarks were to no avail. Zhu Qing's face was thin, and every time she was scolded, she would feel guilty and blush for a long time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a troublemaker, and no matter what he said, it was all nonsense. Li Jiao also didn't have a good time, because every time the laws of heaven and earth shifted to the side of the demon territory, he would be knocked unconscious by Yang Kai, and would only wake up when the change was over. Until today, he still didn't know how Yang Kai had helped him avoid the fate of being corroded by the demonic qi, but his gratitude towards him grew with each passing day, and he had the intention of following his lead. At this time, Yang Kai was already a little glad that he hadn't let the little black dog devour the Demon King here, because if he had really done that, the little black dog would never have been able to grow to its current level in 3 months. Keeping these egg-laying chickens was indeed better than swallowing them directly. The bitter days of the demon race were finally coming to an end, because the last time Yang Kai brought the little black dog back from Wind Mountain, he told Zhu Lai that he had vaguely grasped the location of the exit, and that as long as the little black dog became a little stronger, there should be a chance to leave this place. This news made all the demon race extremely excited. They had bitterly endured here for 3 months just for this day, and now that they saw hope, they naturally worked even harder to restore themselves. Their treasured demon fruits and demonic beasts that they were reluctant to use were all taken out, sparing no effort to restore their strength. After another round of world principles change, Yang Kai took Li Jiao out of the sealed world bead and woke him up. On the square, all the demon kings and demon commanders sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces weak and haggard as they stared at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai grinned and said loudly, "Since ancient times, humans and demons have always been at odds. You and I have a blood feud that is difficult to resolve, so it stands to reason that I should kill all of you and end this once and for all." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of many of the demon race changed slightly, but they didn't panic because from the meaning of Yang Kai's words, they could tell that Yang Kai didn't intend to do so. However, thanks to your help these past few months, we have hope of leaving this place, so I am willing to spare your lives. Many thanks, Master, the succubus demon shouted, but no one from the demon race responded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I hope we won't have a chance to meet again. Who wants to meet you again?" All the demon kings and demon commanders cursed in their hearts. "Farewell." Yang Kai smiled and beckoned the black puppy, taking the lead to fly towards Wind Mountain. Zhu Qing, her brother, and Li Jiao quickly followed. "I wish Master good luck and success." The succubus demon waved his hand vigorously, the corners of his eyes slightly moist. "It wasn't easy. We finally sent these demons away." Many demon kings and demon commanders looked at the backs of Yang Kai and the others, praying sincerely in their hearts that they could leave this world. Yang Kai had been to Wind Mountain more than a dozen times, and every time he came, he would bring the black puppy to experiment. Each time, he would be able to travel a long distance more than before, so he was familiar with the entire process. The cold demonic qi that swept over from an unknown place was endless, and the deeper they went, the more terrifying it became. In the beginning, everyone was safe and sound. They could resist the effects of the cold demonic qi with their own cultivation. However, after 1,000 feet, they began to struggle. Without the black puppy's help, no one was able to travel more than 300 feet. The black puppy was clearly very familiar with this, so after 1,000 feet, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the cold demonic qi. In an instant, the pressure on the group of 4 was greatly reduced. 90% of the cold demonic qi was swallowed by the black puppy, and the remaining 10% was dispersed. Yang Kai and the others could easily deal with it. As they continued to move forward, the cold demonic qi became more and more powerful. However, the black puppy was safe and sound, taking it all in. Only after 100,000 feet did a faint chill begin to appear on its body. It was clear that the cold demonic qi was beginning to affect it. Chapter 2986. The group of 4, Yang Kai took the lead with the black puppy in his arms, Zhu Qing and her brother in the middle, and Li Jiao bringing up the rear, were only 3 steps away from each other. The surrounding scenery could not be seen, and even his divine sense could not extend beyond 200 meters, so Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction. He only needed to walk in the direction of the cold demonic qi. After a day, there was finally a trace of abnormality in front of them. Strong fluctuations of space principles came from that direction, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as he shouted, "Cheer up! We're almost there." Hearing him say this, the remaining three all wore solemn expressions, especially Li Jiao, who pushed his Emperor Qi fiercely as a voice rang out in his mind. In just a little while, they would be able to leave this hellish place and return to their Fire Dragon Palace. Thinking so, Li Jiao's blood boiled and he was filled with anticipation. The cold qi around the black puppy's body became even more severe as a thick layer of frost enveloped it. Its mouth, which had been open all this time, had also shrunk significantly, obviously reaching its limit. 1,000 meters in front of the group, there seemed to be a source of cold demonic qi that was howling with cold wind. The cold demonic qi that existed anywhere on Ill Wind Mountain was not as terrifying as this place. The last time Kai Yang came here, he had found this place and knew that this should be the location of the exit. The little black dog had grown a lot in the past few days, so according to Kai Yang's estimation, it should be able to lead them to the exit. Success or failure would depend on this. Kai Yang continued to whisper encouragement into the little black dog's ear. The black puppy obviously understood and probably knew that everyone's life and death depended on it. Suddenly, as if it had received divine assistance, a muffled roar came from its throat and its mouth, which had shrunk significantly, swelled up again. All the cold demonic qi that was blowing towards them was swallowed up. The pressure on everyone decreased sharply. Yang Kai's pace also increased a lot. 700 meters, 500 meters, 30 zhang. When he was 10 feet away, Yang Kai was finally able to clearly see what the exit looked like. At first glance, it looked like a crack in the void, but also like an open wallet. From that crack, pure and rich demonic qi and an ice-cold aura that could extinguish life rolled and converged. The gap was dozens of feet long, stretching across the top of the Ill Wind Mountain. It rose and fell continuously, changing constantly. It seemed to be extremely unstable. Logically speaking, such a crack could not exist for a long time because the laws of heaven and earth would automatically repair such an incomplete place. However, the reincarnation world was a peculiar small world in the first place. It was located in the void crevice between the demon territory and the astral plane. It was not surprising that a crack had appeared in the reincarnation world due to the pull of the two large worlds. If one day, the pull of a large world on the reincarnation world suddenly became much stronger, perhaps it would tear the entire reincarnation world apart. At that time, all living beings living here would inevitably perish. And this kind of crack was not enough for people to casually pass through, because its changes would trigger the power of the space laws. If someone who did not understand this tried to force their way through, it would be fine if they were lucky, but if they were unlucky, they might die on the spot. If one wanted to leave through this crack, they would first have to stabilize it and create a safe entrance. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he had already come up with a plan. He shouted, "I will cast a spell to stabilize this exit, but it won't last for long, at most 3 breaths of time. You must follow closely. Don't get lost in the void." And Zhu Qing nodded heavily. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also tensed up, their minds tense, ready to move at a moment's notice. This matter was related to the void crack and the space laws, so no matter how strong they were, it was useless. At this time, they could only listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression also became serious, and the space principles around his body fluctuated. Although he stood in place, he gave off a feeling of being far and near, which was because the surrounding space was affected. Open. With a loud shout, the invisible space principles were mobilized, transforming into a visible shockwave that slammed into the constantly changing void crack. Suddenly, a transparent door seemed to be installed at a certain location in the void crack, and the area covered by this door became extremely stable. "Qing'er, let's go," Yang Kai called out. Zhu Qing, who had been prepared, rushed through the invisible door and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lai followed closely behind, not saying a word. Li Jiao was the last to act. With his strength, if nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to rush in as well. But the moment he left the black dog's territory, his body stiffened and his Emperor Qi became sluggish. Staring at the entrance right in front of him, he was frozen in place. His eyes widened, and the blood in his body almost froze. Fear enveloped him, and he was shrouded in despair. He knew that he was finished. If he missed this best opportunity, he would never be able to leave this place, and his only fate would be to freeze to death. In a moment of desperation, he could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. What a piece of trash! Kai Yang angrily cursed. He hadn't thought that this guy would actually drop the ball at such a critical moment. He wished he could just let him go, but he still reached out and grabbed him. Holding the black puppy in his other hand, he quickly rushed towards the crack. After 3 breaths of time, the stabilized territory began to collapse, and the void crack began to fluctuate again. Yang Kai had no choice but to urge his space force again, pushing out a safe space in front of him before disappearing. The howling wind suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings were completely silent. There was no light at all, nor was there any world energy. It was as if this place was a void. Suddenly coming from such a noisy environment to such a strange and quiet place, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. In this place, only divine sense had some use. Qing, Yang Kai called out as soon as he arrived, but his voice could not come out. Fortunately, he had already sensed Zhu Qing's aura, so he immediately left Li Jiao and came to Zhu Qing's side to hold her. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm fine," Zhu Qing replied. She was the first to rush in, so naturally nothing would happen to her. But Yang Kai's concern still warmed her heart. "This is the void crack?" "Yes, this is the void crack." This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to this kind of place. The void crack was everywhere, and one could enter from any place. Although the void crack was similar in size, it was vast and boundless. For some people, even if they were strong, such a place was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be lost in it and never be able to leave. Only those who were proficient in the Tao of space had the qualifications to walk through it, and even then they were still far from being able to stroll through it. At this time, Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also came over. Zhu Lai was fine, but Li Jiao had just been severely frozen and was currently shivering, a look of lingering fear on his face. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he sent them a message. The void crack is filled with void turbulence. Once that thing comes into contact with it, it will either be sucked into it and disappear, or it will immediately be teleported to an unknown location, so if you feel that something is wrong, don't be curious and investigate, just stay as far away as possible. Palace Master Yang is right. I will listen to you. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. In this situation, even if Yang Kai let out a fart, he would have to be careful. There was no other way. Not only had he been indebted to Yang Kai time and time again, he had just been saved by Yang Kai. Now, if he wanted to leave this place and return to the star boundary, he could only pin his hopes on Yang Kai. It is also very easy to get separated in this place. Even if you are nearby, you may not be able to find each other in a moment of distraction. So I suggest that everyone should hold each other's hands and become good friends. That's a good suggestion. Li Jiao was looking for some sense of security, and Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly touched his heart. So he quickly turned to look at Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai said with a cold face, "If you dare come over, you're dead." And it was Palace Master Yang who said so. Li Jiao replied awkwardly. Zhu Lai frowned and took out a ribbon from his space ring without saying a word. Although this place was filled with nothingness and chaos, when this ribbon appeared, it still bloomed with a brilliant light. This was obviously a good Emperor artifact, and an Emperor artifact that was suitable for women. "Use this," Zhu Lai said. Letting him hold hands with Li Jiao was simply worse than killing him. "That's fine." Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Lai immediately shook the ribbon and flicked it straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one end, tying it to his waist while Zhu Lai tied the other end to his body. Li Jiao looked at it eagerly and said with a bashful face, leave a little for me too." Zhu Lai snorted lightly. Although he was very unwilling, he didn't go too far and really left a section for Li Jiao. Li Jiao hurriedly tied it to his wrist happily. In this way, the three men were connected together. The quality of the ribbon was quite good, so it wasn't easy to break it. As for Zhu Qing, there was no need to worry. She was always in Yang Kai's arms and could be said to be the safest one. It was just that being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others made her blush a little. "Okay, let's go find the exit now," Yang Kai called out. "Do you know where the exit is?" Zhu Lai asked. "I have a feeling." Yang Kai turned and looked in a certain direction, his figure flickering as he rushed over. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao hurriedly followed. After walking for a while, Zhu Lai realized that something was wrong. Using ribbons to contact each other was indeed a good way to avoid the awkwardness and discomfort of holding hands, but now why did it feel like Yang Kai was holding hands with two animals? Thinking so, Zhu Lai's face suddenly became incomparably dark. Shame, a great shame. He secretly decided in his heart that if anyone mentioned today's matter in front of him in the future, he would never let it go. He turned his head and fiercely warned Li Jiao with his eyes. Li Jiao was shocked, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. Inexplicably, he actually felt Zhu Lai's killing intent. He didn't provoke him, so what was going on? He couldn't understand. Chapter 2987. In the boundless void, the group of people walked for an unknown amount of time, avoiding countless void turbulence, and finally arrived at a strange place. There seemed to be two levels here, and each level had an enormous vortex. The vortex was pitch black and seemed to be able to swallow everything, causing one to shudder with fear. The two vortexes appeared to be in a strange state of stillness, but anyone could feel the shocking suction force coming from them. Yang Kai and the others stood in the middle of these two vortexes. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai said solemnly, "There are two exits here. If I'm not wrong, one should lead to the star boundary, and the other should lead to the demon territory." Li Jiao asked, "Which one should we go to?" Yang Kai pointed and said, "The one above, although it looks the same on the outside, the one below has some demonic chi spilling out, so it definitely leads to the demon territory. Since we can determine the location, let's go," Zhu Lai urged. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I will take you out of here and return to the star territory, but I can't guarantee your safety on the way. After all, there is a lot of randomness. Now that things have gotten to this point, there's no point in saying anything more." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then let's go. Be sure to follow closely." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the vortex. The laws of space around him surged madly, transforming into an invisible force that surged towards the vortex. As he spied on the situation within, he broke through the layers of barriers and opened up a path between the two worlds that allowed him to pass through safely. The tranquil whirlpool immediately underwent some unexpected changes. Layers upon layers of whirlpools began to rotate, and a crazy squeezing force came from all directions, as if it was going to squeeze people to the point of exploding. At first glance, this scene looked like Yang Kai was riding the wind and breaking the waves, splitting them to the left and right, but converging behind him. Zhu Lai and the others could only follow closely behind Yang Kai to avoid the danger of being swallowed by the waves. Fortunately, everyone was a master among masters, and they were connected by the Emperor artifact ribbons, so no one made any mistakes at this critical moment. Yang Kai rushed all the way, pushing the space laws to the limit, like a hot knife through butter. After shuttling through the void vortex for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge resistance in front of him, making him feel as if he had slammed into an iron plate. For a moment, the blood in his body churned, and he felt dizzy. The barrier of worlds. The reason why the great worlds could not be connected to each other was because of the existence of the world barrier. This was the barrier between two worlds. Generally speaking, it was extremely strong, and even the great emperors could not tear it apart. As far as Yang Kai knew, only the great demon god of the demon territory had once broken through the territory's barrier and allowed the powerhouses of the demon territory to descend into the ancient star boundary. If this world barrier was in its normal state, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, would not be able to break through it. After all, his cultivation was too low, only at the first-order emperor realm compared to those masters. However, the world barrier here was not complete, and the reincarnation world was drifting between the star boundary and the demon territory, so there had always been some flaws. Although Yang Kai's collision made him dizzy, he also felt that there was a chance to break through. In his knowledge sea, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7 colors, stabilizing his mind. At the same time, he urged the power of the space principles to condense moon blades, which he madly shot forward. Countless moon blades exploded, chasing after the stars and the moon. Sure enough, a crack appeared in the sturdy barrier of the realm. Yang Kai was overjoyed and led everyone out of the gap. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Who knew if it was caused by Yang Kai's means? But after the gap appeared in the world barrier, a turbulent flow of void suddenly burst out and wrapped around everyone in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, his hand was empty. Zhu Qing had disappeared. He turned pale with fright and scanned with his divine sense. His heart sank to the bottom. Not only had Zhu Qing disappeared, but even Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been following behind him, had disappeared without a trace. The little black dog had also run off to some unknown place. Cold sweat dripped down, and Yang Kai wanted to turn around and rush back, but the world barrier was already out of his reach. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a different world. Feeling the familiar world principles around him, Yang Kai understood that he had returned to the star boundary, but it was a little different from what he had expected. This place was not frozen ground, because the surrounding environment was not as harsh as the harsh cold and white snow. This was not even the northern territory. Although the world principles of the star boundary were more or less the same, there were still some differences between the territory. Yang Kai had not stayed in the northern territory for long, and if this place was the northern territory, he would definitely be able to feel it. What the hell was this place? Could it be that Zhu Qing and the others did not keep up and were lost in the void? Thinking so, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. He had not expected the accident that happened when he broke through the world barrier. If he had known this would happen, he would have been more careful. If Zhu Qing and the others were really lost in the void, they would never be able to find a way out. In that case, he would have to make a trip back to the reincarnation world, but now the little black dog was gone. Even if he could really enter the reincarnation world, he would not be able to go deep into Wind Mountain. For a time, Yang Kai's mood was extremely depressed, and the joy of returning to the star boundary was gone. Looking down at his waist, Yang Kai saw that Zhu Lai's ribbon artifact had been broken, its brilliance dim, and its spirituality completely gone. This was a high-grade Emperor artifact, but it had been cut in half by the void. If it had cut Zhu Qing and the others, even their dragon bodies would have been injured. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled what he had just experienced. After a while, his tense expression gradually relaxed. Although everything just happened very quickly, Yang Kai could still sense it. Recalling what happened just now, he could more or less find some clues. He now felt that Zhu Qing and the others should not have been lost in the void. It was because they were affected by the void's turbulence when they were passing through the world barrier, causing them to be separated from him. If this was the case, it meant that they had all returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. As long as they returned to the star boundary, with the strength of Zhu Qing and her brother, they would not be in any danger. Perhaps they were also looking for him now. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai relaxed a lot, but whether this was the case or not still needed to be confirmed. He turned his head and looked around. There was yellow sand everywhere, like a desert. The world energy here was not very good, and the environment was a bit harsh. There was not even a blade of grass in sight. In any case, it was more important to find Zhu Qing and the others first. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and randomly chose a direction to search. This desert seemed to be very large. Yang Kai wandered around here for several days but still could not see the border. Of course, he was constantly circling around the place where he appeared and did not walk in a straight line. If he had walked in a straight line, perhaps he would have left this desert. The reason why he was constantly circling around was naturally to find the whereabouts of Zhu Qing and the others. 5 days later, Yang Kai, who was paying attention to the movements around him in the flowing cloud shuttle, finally sensed a familiar aura. His spirit shook and he immediately rushed in that direction. After a short while, he arrived at the place. He saw sand and dust rolling in front of him, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping past. In front of the sand and dust, a small black shadow was running, as if it was escaping the pursuit of a strong expert. It seemed to be in a panic, and its path was erratic. The speed of this black shadow was extremely fast, and the one chasing after it was undoubtedly an extremely powerful monster beast. It was moving through the sand, but it was still unable to catch up with its target. It constantly roared angrily and launched a series of attacks, creating huge craters in the surrounding desert. Yang Kai put away the flowing cloud shuttle and directly went to meet the small black shadow that was running for its life. It seemed to have sensed Yang Kai's aura. When the small black shadow raised its head to look at Yang Kai, it was pleasantly surprised. Its 4 short legs dashed forward, and its speed suddenly increased a lot. In an instant, it opened up the distance between it and the enemy behind it. A moment later, the small black shadow rushed in front of Yang Kai and jumped into his arms. It whimpered a few times and its body trembled. "Bow wow, don't be afraid." Yang Kai's hanging heart finally relaxed, and he gently stroked the black puppy's back. Seeing the black puppy, Yang Kai was sure that Zhu Qing and the others should be safe. At the very least, Zhu Qing was absolutely fine, because the black puppy had been in Zhu Qing's arms all this time. Since the black puppy had returned to the star boundary, then Zhu Qing must have returned as well. It was just that he didn't know where she was now. The black puppy had obviously been chased for a long time. At this moment, it was panting, and its small body was undulating. It finally found a trace of security in Yang Kai's arms. Roar! A thunderous roar rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Then, a huge 2-story monster beast suddenly appeared in front of them. This beast's face was ferocious and terrifying, like an angry bull. Its 2 fangs were exposed, and its eyes were red with blood. Its monster chi was rolling, and it was emitting the aura of a peak 11th order. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "You're too useless, being chased around by this guy. Don't you have the devouring divine technique?" An 11th order monster beast was equivalent to the Tao source realm. Although this monster beast looked amazing, the black puppy had even swallowed the demon king. How could it not do anything to an 11th order monster beast? Yang Kai couldn't understand the situation no matter how hard he tried. "Stop fooling around, swallow it." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and poked the black puppy. Unexpectedly, the black puppy shrank even further into his arms, leaving only its butt exposed. Its legs clamped down on its short tail, and it looked like it was unwilling to come out no matter what. Roar! With another roar, the 11th order monster beast seemed to be enraged by Yang Kai's disrespect. It raised its huge paw and slapped down at Yang Kai, as if it wanted to smash him into a meat patty. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, pointing his finger at the monster beast's paw. Without a sound, the huge paw suddenly exploded, and the force of the explosion forced the monster beast to involuntarily retreat. The ferocious look in its scarlet eyes disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a thick sense of horror. Chapter 2988. After cultivating to the 11th order, this monster beast would definitely have its own intelligence even if it did not transform. It would know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Yang Kai's gentle finger attack that exploded its giant claw immediately made it feel a fatal danger, so it immediately turned its head without hesitation. Its entire body was covered in sand and dust. As if it was using the divine technique to escape, it fled into the distance like the wind. Yang Kai was in a good mood after finding the black puppy, so he did not chase after it. He did not put the 11th order monster beast in his eyes, so he did not stop it when he saw it running away. "What's going on with you?" Yang Kai held the black puppy in front of him and looked at it carefully. He did not understand what was going on. It could even swallow the demon king, but it was being chased by an 11th order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Thinking back, when Gongyu was possessed by the demon spirit, he had said that the black puppy had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, but he did not say that it was the cub of the return to ruins. Thinking about it, the black puppy's bloodline was very likely to be impure. When it was facing its favorite food like the demon race, its divine technique would definitely be activated. However, when it was facing other enemies, this ability would not work. It had once swallowed Manager Liao in the reincarnation world, but when it was fighting the princes and princesses in the palace, its performance was very normal and did not use its ability to swallow. Now it seemed that it was being chased by the 11th order monster beast because it could not use its divine technique. This impure bloodline was very troublesome. However, Yang Kai did not care too much. It was good that the black puppy was capable, but it did not matter if it was not. After all, he did not need a dog to rely on its power. The most important thing now was to figure out where Zhu Qing had gone. Yang Kai lifted the black puppy and put it on his shoulder. He did not summon his flying emperor artifact and flew straight up. For the next 10 days, he continued to search the desert, but to no avail. 10 days later, an oasis suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Suddenly discovering such a bright place in a place full of yellow sand and dust, Yang Kai's mood became wonderful. There seemed to be a small village in the oasis, and there were many auras of living beings there. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately knew that there were no masters here. The strongest one here was just a Tao Source Realm master, and the rest were even weaker. He landed on the oasis and came to the side of a clear pond. He washed his face with the water, and the little black dog jumped into the pond and swam around happily. When he looked up again, he saw a few children standing next to him, staring at him curiously with wide eyes. There were both boys and girls among these children. The youngest was only 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 11 or 12 years old. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment here, but their clothes were rather simple and crude. There were even many patches on their clothes. Moreover, their complexions were not very good. All of them were as thin as skin and bones. At first glance, one could tell that they were malnourished. Among them, the older ones should have already started cultivating, but their cultivations were pitifully low. Their eyes flashed with curiosity as they stood a few dozen meters away and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Yang Kai smiled at them, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the head of one of the girls and asked in surprise, "Little girl, where did you get this thing?" This girl was relatively older than the other children and had a bow on her head. What made Kai Yang pleasantly surprised was that the material used to tie the bow was none other than a very familiar colored ribbon. This was Zhu Lai's Emperor Artifact ribbon. Previously, in the Endless Void, in order to prevent them from getting separated, they used this Emperor Artifact ribbon to connect with each other. In the end, it was cut off by the void on the other side of the barrier. Yang Kai had a piece of it, but it was useless, so he threw it away. He did not expect to see another piece here. This was obviously not the one he threw away. After all, it was too far away from here, so this little girl definitely could not have picked it up. In other words, this piece of ribbon was either thrown away by Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. This discovery further confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. Sure enough, everyone had returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. When Kai Yang suddenly opened his mouth to speak, all of the children were startled and retreated a few steps. "Let me have a look at this thing. I'll return it to you later." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the ribbon flew into his hand. Looking down, Yang Kai confirmed that this was indeed a piece of the Emperor Artifact ribbon. Although it was an Emperor Artifact, after being broken into several pieces, it had lost all its spirituality and was no longer of much use. If not for this, the power of this Emperor Artifact alone would have been enough to crush this little girl to dust. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, but when he raised his head again to ask something, he saw the children suddenly scatter, probably frightened by his sudden action. A moment later, accompanied by the cries of the children, dozens of cultivators of varying cultivation suddenly rushed out from all directions and swarmed towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by 3 layers of people, all of them looking at him vigilantly with unfriendly expressions. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, knowing that his actions were a little rash. Turning his gaze, he fixed it on the face of a middle-aged man and asked, Are you the one in charge here? This middle-aged man had a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation and was the strongest person here, but for some reason, his face looked particularly weathered. His Dao Source Realm cultivation did not prevent the flowing time Great Emperor from leaving a mark on his face. The other villagers were also the same. Moreover, Kai Yang also discovered that something was not quite right from their expressions. Their eyes seemed to be filled with despair. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, this one is the one in charge of this green water manor. May I ask Sir's name?" Although his cultivation was not as good as Yang Kai's, he could see that the young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. His tone was very respectful, for fear of bringing a fatal disaster to Green Water Manor. "My name doesn't matter. I just want to ask something." Yang Kai raised the ribbon in his hand and said, "I saw this thing on that girl's head just now. I just want to ask where she got this from, but I don't want to disturb her. But I didn't want to disturb them. Can you help me ask them?" The middle-aged man said, "If that's the case, there's no need to ask her. You know?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I got this from a red-haired young man." Red-haired young man. Yang Kai was happy to hear this. He did not need to ask carefully to know that it was Zhu Lai, so he quickly asked, "Where is that red-haired young man?" "He has been gone for a long time." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "About half a month ago, he suddenly came here, and then waited here for half a day. Another woman came to find him, so the two left together." Yang Kai quickly asked, "What did that woman look like? Did she also have red hair?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. Moreover, those two people seem to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than you." Yes, they are stronger than me." Yang Kai was full of smiles, and his hanging heart was completely relieved. Although he guessed that Zhu Qing should be fine when he found the little black dog, now that it was confirmed, he still felt relieved. Red hair was a sign unique to red dragons. Zhu Lai had obviously come to this oasis, and then used the dragon race to contact Zhu Qing. After she came, they left together. The middle-aged man said again, "This ribbon was thrown by that red-haired young man before he left. The child is not sensible, so she casually picked it up to play with. If this thing is useful to Sir, please take it back." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. I'm just asking some questions. You don't have to be nervous." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the ribbon immediately flew to the little girl. The little girl looked at Yang Kai, and then grabbed the ribbon in her hand. She held it in her hand like it was a treasure, and did not let go. After confirming that Yang Kai did not have any ill intentions, the group was relieved. They also felt that Yang Kai was very strong. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions, they would not be able to resist. "Where did that man and woman go? Can you tell me?" The middle-aged man pointed and said, "That way." Yang Kai looked into the distance, and then cupped his fist and said, "Thank you." He turned around and called for the little black dog, and then picked it up. Then his figure flashed, and he chased after Zhu Qing and her brother. Seeing him leave, the group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the figure in front of them blurred, and the young man came back. The middle-aged man asked curiously, "Sir, what else do you want?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I thought about it. You helped me, so I should return the favor. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." The middle-aged man shook his head. "It may be a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. How about this? If you have any requests, just tell me. I can satisfy you." As soon as he said this, the group could not help but become restless, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The steward's expression changed, but after hesitating for a long time, he still shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but we don't have any requests." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Judging from your expressions, you must have some difficulties, or even life-threatening. If you don't answer my questions, it means that you are being suppressed, or you don't have confidence in me. Are you being targeted by some master?" "It's not like that." The middle-aged man shook his head again, looking a little nervous. "Sir, you should leave quickly. The people you are looking for have been gone for half a month. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with them. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at the little girl who had picked up the ribbon, saying, "You helped me, so I'll help you now. Tell me if anyone bullied you. I'll teach them a lesson so they can never bully you again." The little girl was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Really?" The little girl said, "Then can you go and kill that big snake? It often comes to eat people. My little brother and little sister were eaten by it." "Big snake?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Chapter 2989. 10 days later, in a city, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. After so many days, he finally figured out where he was. Western Territory. In the star boundary, the Western Territory was the most barren and barren. He had been in the star boundary for so many years, but he had never set foot in the Western Territory. He never thought that he would accidentally come to this place when escaping from the reincarnation world. He didn't know if this was the will of heaven. 10 days ago, when he left the oasis, Yang Kai went to kill a monster beast serpent. That monster beast was a 12th order monster beast, comparable to an ordinary second order Emperor Realm Master. It seemed to regard the people in the oasis as food and would eat one or two of them from time to time. Even if the people in the oasis wanted to escape, they couldn't. Anyone who dared to leave the oasis' 10-kilometer radius would die without a burial. A 12th order monster beast was a terrible nightmare for those people. But it was nothing to Yang Kai. Killing it in passing would be considered as returning a favor. Yang Kai didn't return to the oasis and left directly. He believed that in a few days, the people in the oasis would discover that the serpent had been killed. He chased after it all the way, but didn't find any trace of Zhu Qing and her brother. Presumably, the two of them had returned to Dragon Island or went to their own high heaven palace. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry. Along the way, he crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and experienced the unique customs of the Western Territory. It was quite carefree. It was rare for him to come to the Western Territory, so Yang Kai wanted to find a secluded place to set up a territory crossing space array. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to come to the Western Territory in the future. But after searching for a few days, he couldn't find a suitable place, which made him feel helpless. Although the Western Territory was barren compared to the other 3 territories, it was only relative. There were still many famous mountains and rivers, as well as sacred cultivation grounds with rich spiritual energy. The famous Assassin Hall was located in the Western Territory. The Assassin Hall was the overlord sect in the Western Territory and was also the sect of the Great Emperors. Its founder was none other than the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, whose name struck fear into the hearts of many. Compared to the other Great Emperor's sects, the Assassin Hall was without a doubt the most mysterious one. This was because even the native cultivator in the Western Territory had no idea where this sect was located or how many people there were in it. However, this did not hinder the Assassin Hall's supremacy in the hearts of the Western Territory cultivators. If the Star Soul Palace was the sacred ground in the hearts of the cultivator in the Southern Territory, then the Assassin Hall had the same weight in the hearts of the cultivator in the Western Territory. The Great Emperors were experts among experts, and a Great Emperor proficient in stealth and assassination was even more terrifying. There was a rumor in the Western Territory that there was no obvious difference in strength between the Great Emperors, but if one were to ask them to name the opponent they were most afraid of, it would be none other than the Great Emperor's Night Shadow. This was not an honor that just anyone could obtain. The city was not small, so Yang Kai directly found a tavern and went inside. He found a table by the window and sat down. The waiter immediately came over to greet him warmly. "Sir, what would you like to order? Do you have sword wine?" Yang Kai asked. The waiter chuckled. "Sir, you found the right place. There are thousands of taverns in Starpoint City, big and small, but there are only 10 that sell sword wine, and this little shop happens to be one of them." Yang Kai generously waved his hand. "First, 100 jugs to moisten your throat." The Western Territory was not only famous for the Assassin Hall and the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, but also for the sword wine brewed by the Winesword Manor. The brewing process of this sword wine was extremely complicated and time-consuming. It also required the assistance of experts proficient in the way of the sword to fuse their understanding of the way of the sword into the wine. Every jug was extremely precious. However, this sword wine was very beneficial to the cultivator. Drinking it over a long period of time could increase one's cultivation. It was especially beneficial to the cultivator who cultivated the way of the sword, as it could help the cultivator comprehend the way of the sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this sword wine that the Western Territory generally had more experts using the way of the sword compared to the other 3 territories. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing first met, Zhu Qing kept pestering him, which annoyed Yang Kai immensely. In order to get rid of her harassment, Yang Kai had asked Zhu Qing to go to the Western Territory to try some sword wine. Originally, he had only intended to make things difficult for her, but unexpectedly, Zhu Qing had really managed to obtain some sword wine. Recalling the unfamiliarity and rejection at the beginning, and now that they were husband and wife, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. The heavenly way was unpredictable, the heavenly way was constant, and all karma was a natural cycle. Zhu Qing probably never thought that the 2 of them would end up like this. Now that he had personally come to the Western Territory, the first thing Yang Kai thought of was sword wine. If he could bring back a large amount of this thing, it would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star should not be very strong, so when he brought them to the star boundary, with the assistance of sword wine, their cultivation would definitely be much easier. Perhaps he could go to the Wine Sword Manor and find a way to reach a cooperative relationship with them. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so as long as he could meet their requirements, Yang Kai believed that the Wine Sword Manor would not refuse his proposal. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but suddenly, a sneer came from a nearby table. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Sword wine is such a fine wine, yet you actually want 100 jars? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, only to see a bare-chested brawny man looking at him sarcastically. This brawny man had a bulbous nose, a toad's mouth, and was extremely ugly. A necklace of skulls hung around his neck. Yang Kai did not know what kind of beasts these skulls were made of, but each one was the size of a fist and exuded a cold aura, further accentuating his ferocious appearance. Although his appearance was not impressive, what surprised Yang Kai was that this brawny man was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were 2 other people at the same table with this brawny man, both of them first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Yang Kai could not help but furrow his brow at this discovery. According to his observation, this Point Star City should not be too big, so it did not make sense for so many people from the Emperor Realm to be here. In fact, in addition to the 3 people at this table, there seemed to be 2 other people from the Emperor Realm in this hall. Their divine senses were quietly surging as they vigilantly observed their surroundings. Yang Kai clearly felt that something was wrong. These people from the Emperor Realm seemed to be waiting for something here. When their eyes met, the brawny man slammed the table and said sternly, "What are you looking at, you country bumpkin? What a bad temper." Yang Kai snickered inwardly, too lazy to argue with him. However, the 2 people from the Emperor Realm at the same table quickly said, "Master Xiong, please calm down. There is no need to lower yourself to the level of this country bumpkin. Let's talk about business." That's right, the other person quickly agreed. The brawny man with the surname Xiong coldly snorted. Yang Kai's show of weakness seemed to have made his vanity explode. He glanced at Yang Kai with disdain, then picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp with a complacent look on his face. Seeing that the disturbance had abruptly subsided, the waiter next to them broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Sir, have you come from afar? You have good eyesight, young man." Yang Kai smiled softly and did not deny it. Generally speaking, the waiter who worked in this kind of crowded environment would have a pair of excellent eyesight. Basically, they would be able to guess the identity of a person at a glance. Not to mention, there were some subtle differences between his clothes and the cultivator in the Western Territory, making him even more travel-worn. If the waiter could not even see this, then he would be too unqualified. The waiter smiled and said, "Then you can't blame the customer. I want to let the customer know that this sword wine can only be produced in the Wine Sword Villa. The annual production is limited. Although this little shop sells sword wine, The quantity is not much. So, 100 jars. This little shop can't take it out. Yang Kai understood and asked, "How many jars can I buy?" The waiter awkwardly said, "1 jar. Only 1 jar." Although Yang Kai was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still surprised. It seemed that sword wine was not something that could be casually drunk even in the Western Territory. He really did not know where Zhu Qing got it from, but he did not care too much. He nodded and said, "1 jar is fine. I want the best one." As soon as this was said, the strong man next to him sneered again. "The best sword wine is something that you can drink? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You really don't know how long your face is." The other person at the table also sneered and said, "The forest is big. There are all kinds of birds. Master Xiong, why do you care about him?" The strong man shook his head and said, "This king looks down on these embroidered pillows who think they are elegant, but in fact, they have no ability except for appearance. This kind of people, this king will beat one when I see one, and if I see 2, I will beat a pair." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and just looked at the waiter and said, "What's the point?" The waiter became more and more embarrassed and explained, "Sword wine is divided into 3 grades. This small shop usually only sells low-grade and medium-grade sword wine to customers. There is a jar of high-grade sword wine every day, which can only be obtained by participating in an auction." Auction. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He knew that this was a means of attracting customers. He immediately asked, "Today's auction?" "It was already auctioned this morning." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then give me a jar of medium-grade sword wine." "Okay, please wait a moment." Seeing that Yang Kai was so easy to talk to, the waiter was relieved and turned around to leave. Yang Kai turned his head and looked out the window. Seeing the stream of people shuttling back and forth below, he wanted to go to the Wine Sword Manor more and more. At this moment, some whispers entered his ears and one of them said, "This time, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is bleeding a lot. They have issued a wanted order. Whoever can kill that little girl will be rewarded with 10 million high-rank source crystals. If they can capture her alive, the reward is even more amazing. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." The voice came from the table next to him. The 3 people were all from the Emperor realm and thought that their voices would not be heard by others. But they did not know that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he could hear them clearly no matter how low their voices were. A reward of 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals was something that even the people from the Emperor realm could not resist. After all, a top sect in the Northern Territory like the Fire Dragon Palace only had 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, and this was the entire income of the sect, so it was even less if it was divided among individuals. In comparison, 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals seemed a little scary. Chapter 2990. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person chimed in. "Who told that little girl to kill the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion? How could she survive after provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion in this territory? She would have died sooner or later." That person said, "That woman is really interesting. She could have killed anyone, but she chose to kill the young pavilion master. Although the old pavilion master had countless wives and concubines, he never had any descendants. It wasn't easy for him to have a son in his old age, so how could he let it go now that he was killed? If not for that, the reward wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, that young pavilion master wasn't a good person either. He relied on his status and the old pavilion master's indulgence to bully men and tyrannize women. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his background was powerful. Who knows how many women he defiled? I heard that the reason he was killed this time was because he took liberties with that little girl." The brawny man surnamed Xiong's eyes lit up when he heard this. "So, that woman's looks aren't ordinary." The first person laughed. "Of course, the young pavilion master has played with countless women. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? How could he take a fancy to any ordinary woman? To tell you the truth, I once saw that woman from afar. She was an outstanding beauty, just like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. If I could marry such a woman, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the heart to cultivate in the future. How could a hedonistic young master like the young pavilion master be able to control himself after seeing such a woman? Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, that woman's cultivation was also not ordinary. This one wasn't sure he could defeat her, so he could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. This king also likes beautiful women. The man surnamed Xiong grabbed the wine jar on the table and took a sip. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely bold and unrestrained. A wicked light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This king wants to see what kind of beauty that woman is. She's just a trivial first-order emperor realm master. If this king sees her, she won't be able to escape even if she grows wings. With Master Xiong taking action, that woman definitely won't be able to escape," someone flattered. The brawny man surnamed Xiong laughed. "After this king captures her, I'll play with her carefully before handing her over to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for the reward." "That's good. If Master Xiong really manages to capture him, please let this little brother bask in the glory." The brawny man with the surname Xiong chuckled and said, "Brother, your appetite is a bit heavy. You like my leftovers? It's just for fun. It's not like I'm going to marry her. What's the big deal?" "All right, then it's settled. I just don't know if the information is accurate. Is that little girl really going to pass through here?" "The news is confirmed without a doubt. That woman is very bold. After provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, not only did she not hide her whereabouts, she even killed her way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It seems that many people have died at her hands. Point Star City is the only way to get to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If she passes by, she will definitely reveal her whereabouts. We will just wait here. Didn't the two of you notice that there are many people from the Emperor Realm in Point Star City? They're all here for that woman. Humph. They think they can compete with me? They are simply overestimating themselves. It's fine if they don't interfere with me, but if they do, don't blame me for being merciless. Master Xiong is right. How can these pieces of trash compare with you?" While they were talking, the cultivator with the surname Xiong suddenly raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was tasting the medium-level sword wine sent by the waiter. After just one sip, he frowned because he found that this sword wine was a little different from the ones he had drunk before. It was not on the same level at all. Although there was sword intent in the wine, it was extremely shallow. It rushed into his meridians and flesh and was easily dissolved by him. It did not have the slightest effect. The sword wine Zhu Qing gave him last time seemed to be of a very high grade. He frowned as he held the wine cup and suddenly felt bored. At this moment, the opened wine jar on the table was suddenly sucked to the side by a suction force. The brawny man with the surname Xiong laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, sword wine is not something you can drink. I reluctantly solved it for you. You don't have to thank me." The sword wine at this table had already been drunk, so when he saw Yang Kai ask for a jar, he snatched it without any explanation. As he spoke, he picked up the wine jar and gulped it down, his emperor chi rolling as if stimulated by the sword intent in the wine. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. This brawny man with the surname Xiong had repeatedly humiliated him, but Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him, so he did not expect him to snatch something from him. Yang Kai did not care for this jar of medium-level sword wine and did not intend to drink it again, but it was a different matter if it was snatched away. Good wine. After drinking the sword wine, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was stimulated by the sword intent, causing his blood to surge and his face to flush red as he wiped his mouth and shouted happily. The other two people at the table looked at Kai Yang with ridicule, their eyes filled with ridicule. Yang Kai's face was cold as he snorted. "Kind people are bullied, kind horses are ridden. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but a piece of trash like you came to provoke this young master. It seems you want to die." Hearing this, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was startled for a moment before laughing. "Boy, what did you say? This king didn't hear you clearly. Say it again for me." Saying so, he deliberately turned his ear towards Yang Kai, as if he really wanted to hear what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai sighed. "Some people are frogs at the bottom of a well, but they still think they are so great. The brawny man with the surname Xiong's face became cold as he stood up and said, "Boy, who are you calling frogs at the bottom of a well?" The two people at the same table also stood up abruptly and urged their Emperor Qi, one of them snorting, "Boy, don't talk nonsense here. This is not your backwater village. It's fine to say something wrong, but it's not good to lose your life. You're the ones who will lose your lives." Yang Kai raised his hands slightly, preparing to teach these three a lesson they would never forget. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A loud bang suddenly came from the distance, followed by a few screams that resounded through the sky, as if someone was fighting. Emperor Qi surged, world energy trembled, and principles appeared everywhere. In the next moment, a pink figure suddenly sped past. Yang Kai was sitting by the window, and when the figure passed by, he smelled a faint fragrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure, her hair fluttering in the wind and her pink gown fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had rushed far away. Following closely behind this woman, streaks of light sped past. "Bitch, how dare you run? Since you dare to show your face in Point Star City, you won't be able to escape this time. Chase after her. Don't let her get away. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." After a while, hundreds of people chased after her, including those from the Emperor Realm and many Dao Source Realm cultivators. Obviously, they were just there to join in the fun. Yang Kai was stunned in place, his head a little dazed as he stared blankly at the departing figure, rubbing his eyes hard. "It's that little girl." A cry of surprise came from the side. "Let's go." Another person hurriedly leaped out. When the brawny man surnamed Xiong heard this, he was no longer in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. After glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, he stomped his big foot on the ground and directly broke through the roof to chase after her. The tavern was in a mess in an instant. The waiter rushed over after asking about the commotion, but he suddenly felt like crying. Yang Kai also came back to his senses at this time. He hurriedly threw down some source crystals and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city. A group of people swarmed out of the city, not paying much attention to his sudden appearance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure that was escaping in front of them. All of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they chased after her. For these people, that woman was equivalent to 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai joined the chase without saying a word. It was not too eye-catching, but there was only one question in his heart. Did I see wrongly? Just now, when the woman flew away from him, her speed was too fast. His attention was still on the people at the next table, so he did not pay too much attention to the woman's appearance. He only caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eyes. It was this glimpse that made his heart tremble, because he felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, and it was someone he had not seen for many years. If he was not mistaken, then it was too unbelievable. He did not dare to be too sure, so he planned to blend in with the crowd and observe carefully before making a decision. He did not want to embarrass himself if he recognized the wrong person. What's more, this woman was in a bad situation now. If he did not do well, others might misunderstand and think that he had ulterior motives. Outside Point Star City, the woman's speed was extremely fast, turning into a pink stream of light as she sped away. Behind her, a group of cultivators chased after her relentlessly, all of them treating the woman as a delicious cake. It did not take long for the difference in cultivation level to be revealed. The Dao Source Realm cultivators who followed her fell behind one after another. Only those from the Emperor Realm could barely keep up with the woman's speed. There were not many people, only about 10 of them, and most of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. However, this was already a force that could not be underestimated, especially for the woman. Even though they were not close, Yang Kai could sense that the woman was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was precisely because of her cultivation level that Yang Kai was not sure if he recognized the wrong person. After all, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If this woman was really the one he knew, how could she have such a cultivation level? A First-Order Emperor Realm Master obviously did not have much chance of winning against so many pursuers. But very quickly, Kaiyang discovered that something was not right. The woman fleeing in front of him did not seem to be panicking. Her aura was deep, and it was obvious that she was not using her full strength. Instead, she seemed to be fishing. When this thought surfaced, Yang Kai could not help but laugh. He wondered if he was overthinking things. As they chased, they soon left Point Star City. In a wilderness 5,000 miles away from Point Star City, the woman who had been running away suddenly stopped. She stood quietly in the void, leaving the crowd with a beautiful back view. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling everyone who looked at her. The dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm who were chasing after her also stopped. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. The woman did not seem to be running away. Instead, it seemed like she was leading them into some kind of trap. Thinking of this, everyone quickly checked their surroundings, fearing that there might be some kind of spirit array or powerful helpers. Chapter 2991. After sweeping the area with their divine senses, everyone relaxed. There were no traps or spirit arrays hidden here, nor were there any traces of masters lying in wait. On the contrary, the young woman's posture with her back to them was very annoying, making them feel like they had been underestimated and extremely resentful. An old man with a rosy nose sighed, "Little girl, why did you provoke that wind and cloud pavilion? You've brought disaster upon yourself for no reason." Although this old master does not want to bully the weak, the reward is simply too good to be unmoved. Listen to this old master's advice and surrender, otherwise it won't be good if you get hurt in a fight. His tone was earnest and well-intentioned, but when he spoke, his eyes were rolling around. It was obvious that he was thinking of something devious. The others remained silent, but all of them were secretly circulating their Emperor Qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. The old man continued, "Little girl, you have no chance of winning. Stubbornly resisting will only cause you more harm. It's not easy to have such a cultivation at such a young age, but unfortunately, you don't know how to hide your strength. This old master is willing to be a mediator and go with you to Wind and Cloud Pavilion to ask for forgiveness from the old pavilion master and resolve this grievance. What do you think?" As soon as the old man's voice fell, the young woman chuckled. "If you hadn't secretly used that secret art on me, I might have really thought you were a good person. Unfortunately, your methods are too despicable. Master was right. The people outside are all insidious and cunning. How hateful." Having said this, the young woman suddenly raised her finger and swiped it through the void. With a light poochie, the sound of something being cut rang out and a burst of light appeared in the air. The old man with the rosy nose trembled and his face paled. Obviously, his secret technique had been broken and he had suffered some internal injuries. He was both shocked and horrified, not having expected that this delicate little girl would be able to break his secret technique so easily. He instantly gained a clear understanding of her strength and became extremely wary of her. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared 10 meters away from the woman. It was unknown when this man had snuck up behind this woman, but before this, he had not revealed himself at all. He had taken advantage of the moment when the woman had broken through Chubby Nose's secret technique to launch a sneak attack. This was the moment when the woman was most relaxed, so this man had grasped the perfect opportunity. His Emperor Qi surged as he raised his hand and summoned a large net-like artifact towards the woman. This large net flashed with 5 colors and was obviously a powerful Emperor artifact, the kind that was specifically used to capture people. The huge net spread out and seemed to be able to envelop heaven and earth. It completely enveloped the space around the woman. The person who attacked laughed, "Haha! Let's see where you can run to now." Although the woman's strength wasn't bad, she clearly didn't have much combat experience. When this unforeseen event occurred, she frowned and floated back. However, to her surprise, the net was like a maggot attached to her bones, and she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. What's more, the net was rapidly shrinking, trying to envelop her. If she was really caught by this Emperor artifact, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong she was. After all, there were many people from the Emperor realm gathered here, so as long as they all swarmed her, they would definitely be able to capture her. The moment the woman turned around, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared blankly at this somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar face, unable to connect this woman to the person he knew. Is this really her? Yang Kai wasn't sure. At that moment, the person from the Emperor realm who attacked suddenly formed a few hand seals and shouted, "Withdraw!" The big net suddenly shrank, completely wrapping around the woman. A look of panic appeared on the woman's face as she tried to escape from the net, but the space around her had already been sealed. A look of determination flashed across her beautiful eyes as she knew she could only use her trump card to break this Emperor artifact. But at that moment, a strange force suddenly wrapped around her, and inexplicably, when the large net shrank, she found that she had actually escaped. The owner of the large net was obviously a little surprised and had a blank expression on his face, completely unaware of what had happened. Master said that if anyone hits me once, I will hit them twice. You have to take 2 of my punches, and if you don't die, I will let you go. After experiencing the sneak attack just now, the woman was obviously a little angry. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, but a beauty was still a beauty, so even if she was angry, she was still beautiful. Saying so, her tender body flickered and she rushed towards the man, her pair of delicate fists glowing as she smashed forward from a distance of more than 100 meters. The man was still wondering why his Emperor artifact didn't work, and upon hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Little girl, you are so arrogant. You don't put me in your eyes at all. This king doesn't know who your master is, but if he can teach a disciple like you, he obviously isn't a powerful person. Not to mention 2 punches, even 100. Z." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When the woman's delicate fists smashed down, the entire world suddenly froze, and he felt as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain. His chest felt stuffy, his breathing was labored, and all the blood in his body stopped flowing. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The cultivator from the Emperor realm was smashed to the ground like a meteor, vomiting blood in midair as his face turned extremely pale. Asterisk Pa. Asterisk a huge crater appeared in the ground as cracks spread out from the center of the crater, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's eyes widened, stupefied as they stared at the seemingly weak girl. They never would have thought that this seemingly ordinary attack would actually be so powerful. The visual impact gave them an extremely unreal feeling, causing them to involuntarily wonder if they had seen wrongly. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded, feeling more and more that this girl wasn't the person he knew. Although this girl was only a first-order Emperor realm master, the strength she could display was extremely terrifying. If she was really the person he knew, she shouldn't be able to do this. Second punch. The girl flew down and arrived above the crater, punching down again as she spoke. This time, everyone was mentally prepared and could see more clearly. It was still a simple punch without any trace of secret technique, but it was this punch that made the crater more than 10 times bigger. The ground shook, and the First-Order Emperor Realm Master who was smashed into the crater let out a muffled groan before he stopped moving. Many people swept over with their divine senses, and everyone was shocked. Dead. That person was actually dead. He was killed by 2 punches from a delicate and weak young girl. Below the crater, that person's death was too horrible to look at, and it could be said that not even his bones remained. Who is your master? The old man with the chubby nose asked in shock. Even a fool could see that something was wrong at this time. The girl's strength was astonishing, and it was obvious that she wasn't cultivated by an ordinary person. If her disciple was so powerful, how could her master be any weaker? It was very likely that there was some kind of heaven-defying master behind her. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the girl again and seemed to see a figure standing behind her. For a moment, everyone felt that they had provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked. This girl dared to kill the young pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so it wasn't without reason. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion wasn't ordinary, There were still a few great forces in the Western Territory that could contend with it, not to mention the elusive Shadow Killer Hall. Why do you care who my master is? You just plotted against me, so I'll punch you twice. After the girl finished off her previous opponent, she turned her gaze to the old man with the chubby nose and raised her fist. The old man was shocked. Although he was quite strong, he didn't dare to say that he was stronger than the person who had just died. If that person couldn't take 2 punches from the girl, he definitely couldn't either. That raised fist was white with a tinge of red. Although it was beautiful in the eyes of the old man, it was a lethal weapon that could take his life. Panicking, he shouted, "This girl is strong. Everyone, let's attack her together. Little girl's skin is really pretty. Let me dote on you." An angry roar was heard as a burly figure pounced toward the girl. Everyone was stunned, thinking that there really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. With the lesson from before, they were all prepared to retreat. After all, they were not a single piece of metal. If everyone could work together, there was a high chance that they could take down the girl, but everyone knew that everyone had their own thoughts. If they really rushed forward, it would only give the girl a chance to take them down one by one. When that time came, there would be heavy casualties. Now that someone had rushed out, it undoubtedly changed the situation a little. After seeing the appearance and cultivation of this person, everyone was shocked. Big Bear. It's actually him. This is great. With him taking the lead, this matter may be a success. For a time, those from the Emperor realm who were preparing to retreat stayed and watched quietly. Big Bear had already rushed in front of the girl, his Emperor Chi surging. His fists, which were larger than bowls, were swinging rapidly, each punch containing enough power to topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. He was tall and sturdy, and when he attacked, his attacks were wide open and looked extremely fierce. Facing this incomparably violent attack, the girl pursed her red lips and silently countered it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two sides exchanged hundreds of punches in just a few breaths. Big Bear suddenly pulled back, a look of shock on his face, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The group was stunned. They saw that Big Bear's fists were a bloody mess while the girl was unscathed. Her enemy had retreated, but she didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue, and instead just glared at him angrily. So strong. Big Bear lowered his head and looked at his fists in disbelief, but the facts were right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually lost to a young girl in a fistfight. This made Big Bear feel a little embarrassed. With a roar, he formed a series of seals, and the skull necklace that had been hanging around his neck suddenly unraveled. The white skulls flew out one after another, turning into giant skulls. Their eyes flashed with eerie ghostly fire as they pounced towards the young girl. Chapter 2992. One after another, huge skulls flew through the air, spewing out extremely cold yin chi from their mouths. This yin chi seemed to be able to freeze one's Emperor Chi. Clearly, they all possessed great power. In a split second, the girl was completely surrounded, and her figure disappeared without a trace. Big Bear coldly snorted. There are always some young juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, this king will let you know that there is always someone better than you. As he continued to form hand seals, the power of the flying skulls became more and more astonishing. A loud explosion rang out, causing Big Bear's expression to change. Shock was written all over his face. When he raised his head to take a look, he saw the skulls flying in the air as they were blasted away by a powerful force. The girl's figure reappeared, standing in the void like an unstoppable god of war. "How dare you destroy my Emperor artifact?" Big Bear's eyes turned red all of a sudden. Those skulls were his biggest reliance. But one of them had a dim light in its eye socket at this moment. It seemed to be floating around uncontrollably. Apparently, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. He did not expect that his Emperor artifact would be blasted away by the girl's body. At this moment, the girl had 2 boxing gloves on her fists. These boxing gloves were completely black and gave off an extremely profound feeling. Judging from the aura emanating from her fists, It was obvious that they were also very good Emperor artifacts. It was by relying on the power of these Emperor artifacts that the girl was able to blast away the surrounding skulls. Shouting, Big Bear commanded the skulls to attack the girl again. At the same time, he shouted, "Are you all here to watch the show?" After exchanging blows, he no longer had the confidence to defeat the girl and could only pin his hopes on the others. As long as everyone present could unite, the girl would not be able to defeat them with 2 fists no matter how strong she was. The man with the chubby nose immediately echoed, "What are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to attack. With a flip of his hand, he summoned an Emperor artifact that looked like a wine gourd. The gourd's mouth was pointed in the girl's direction, spewing out monstrous flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. As soon as he made his move, the remaining cultivators from the Emperor realm who were still watching finally couldn't hold back anymore. They summoned their Emperor artifacts and attacked the girl. In an instant, Emperor artifacts and secret techniques flew everywhere, making the scene very lively. Although the young girl's strength was not bad, facing the joint attack of so many masters, she was unable to withstand it. In an instant, she became flustered, constantly dodging the various attacks. She wanted to break through the encirclement and attack them one by one, but she lost the initiative and was trapped in place. From this point, it could be seen that she was indeed lacking in combat experience. She thought that she was strong enough to lure these people here, but who knew that she would end up being tied down. However, she was also quite strong. Every time she swung her fists, they would burst forth with great power and were not inferior to an Emperor artifact. This pair of fists was almost comparable to an Emperor artifact. The fact that she was able to stand firm under the joint attack of nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm was enough to show her strength. To be able to achieve this with a body of flesh and blood, Yang Kai only knew that the dragon race was capable of this. "Friend, why haven't you made a move yet?" Suddenly, someone turned to look at Yang Kai and asked curiously. All the cultivators from the Emperor realm present had already made their moves, either rushing up or summoning their artifacts and secret techniques. Only Yang Kai was holding back, so naturally he was very conspicuous. Yang Kai gently nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll make my move now." As he spoke, he pointed his finger to the side. "You!" The man was shocked, not expecting Yang Kai to attack him at the slightest disagreement. He had not provoked this young man and had not even met him before, so there was no reason for him to suddenly be targeted. What the hell is going on? Suppressing the doubts and shock in his heart, the man hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi to protect himself while at the same time trying to put some distance between himself and Yang Kai. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he retreated, he could not escape the power of Yang Kai's finger. As Yang Kai's fingertip touched this man's body, a surge of power gushed out and the Emperor Qi he hastily activated burst like a bubble, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood as his aura abruptly weakened significantly. Yang Kai slammed his palm down again, and a huge palm print covered the man's vision, causing him to faint. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to turn pale with fright. The man with the chubby nose shouted angrily, "This man is with that slut!" Yang Kai chuckled, "Whatever you say." The reason why he had chased them here was to see if this girl was someone he knew. Now that he had probably mistaken her for someone else, he did not want to stand by and do nothing. These guys were obviously not good people and deserved to be taught a lesson. Saying so, the old man with the chubby nose waved his hand and the huge gourd immediately flew back to him. The mouth of the gourd pointed at Yang Kai, and the world energy instantly became chaotic. Just as the gourd's mouth was about to spit out flames, the chubby-nosed old man's vision blurred and a person appeared 3 inches in front of him. "See!" The old man was shocked and focused his gaze, only to find that the young man had somehow appeared in front of him. What kind of divine technique is this? He had not even left a trace. Panicking, the old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out an arrow of blood, a cold smile appearing on his face. He thought that his attack would definitely succeed, but unexpectedly, the arrow of blood seemed to have been pulled by an invisible force and brushed past the young man's ear. How could this be? the old man exclaimed. He had launched a sudden attack from 3 inches away. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would be hit, so how could he have missed? Old dog, you're really sinister. Yang Kai nodded and slowly raised his hand and patted the old man's chest. The old man was scared out of his wits in an instant, but he quickly noticed that there was nothing unusual about him. Just when he was secretly rejoicing, a copious and irresistible force erupted from his chest, and his entire body was instantly sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Without control, the gourd Emperor artifact reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. Yang Kai had crippled 2 of the Emperor Realm's cultivators in less than 3 breaths of time. Such terrifying combat power scared the hell out of the others. They thought that the girl was terrifying enough, but they did not expect an even more terrifying one to appear. Now, how could they still have the confidence to continue fighting? Everyone's complexion changed, and they scattered in all directions, wanting to escape this place. Only Big Bear was still entangled with the young girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but because no one cooperated with him, he lost the initiative and was unable to escape. This young master rarely acts chivalrously. If I let you escape, where will this old man put his face? Yang Kai stood in place and did not move, but his space principles fluctuated. With him as the center, an area of 1,000 feet in radius instantly turned into a cage. All the cultivators of the Emperor Realm who rushed to the edge of the cage were blocked by an invisible barrier and knocked into it. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out as the young girl who was suppressing Big Bear looked up towards Yang Kai, her head tilting slightly as a look of confusion appeared on her face. She vaguely felt that this person's voice was familiar, and when she looked at his back, it was also very familiar. Immediately after, a figure jumped out of her mind and called out, "Uncle Yang!" This name made Yang Kai tremble, and his broken hopes were rekindled. Looking back at the surprised girl, he asked in surprise, "Little Yuner?" "It's me, Uncle Yang. I'm Little Yuner." Lin Yuner cheered, her excitement overflowing. Perhaps because she had met an old friend in a foreign land. The girl was so excited that a layer of mist covered her eyes. "It's really you." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked Lin Yuner up and down. "I almost didn't recognize you." Although he had some doubts before, Yang Kai really could not believe that this girl was Lin Yuner. After all, many years had passed. When Yang Kai took Lin Yuner into High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star, she was only a 5 or 6-year-old girl at that time. Later, when Yang Inflammation left Hung Luo Star Field to return to the star boundary, he did not take anyone with him except for Lin Yuner. After many years, there was no news of them. In a flash, many years had passed, and the little girl back then had grown into a young woman. If that was all, Yang Kai would not have failed to recognize her. Although a woman would change 18 times as she grew up, there were still some traces of the past. The current Lin Yuner had many similarities with the past. What Yang Kai guessed was Lin Yuner's current cultivation. First Order Emperor Realm. Moreover, she could fight above her realm. A cultivator of the same cultivation would be as vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of her. If not for this, Yang Kai would not have dared to recognize her. When Yang Inflammation took her away, she was still young and her cultivation was pitifully low. Even if Yang Inflammation brought her to the star boundary and she had her own opportunities, she should not have grown so quickly, right? After all, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master now. Lin Yuner's strength was almost the same as his. What kind of situation was this? However, no matter how shocked Yang Kai was, the fact that the girl was Lin Yuner could not be changed. The way she called him Uncle Yang was the best proof. Back on Shadowed Star's High Heaven Sect, the little girl had always called him that. While the two were talking, Yang Kai's space principles were also interrupted, and the imprisoned cultivators of the Emperor Realm finally regained their freedom. They used their movement skills to escape, running far away in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai turned his head to take a look, frowned, and raised his hand to send out a dozen moon blades. Space was cut apart, and a few screams could be heard in the distance. Obviously, some people were hit, but half of them still managed to escape. Big Bear also wanted to escape. The battle with Lin Yun, or made him feel the threat of death. Only now did he understand how terrifying this little girl was. Taking advantage of Lin Yun'er's distraction, he hurriedly called back his skull. His figure flashed, and he hid in one of the skulls to escape. Lin Yun'er also came back to her senses at this time. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Uncle Yang, I'll deal with him first. I'll talk to you later." Chapter 2993. Do you need help? Yang Kai asked with a smile. No need. The girl refused politely with a confident look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch at the skull Big Bear was hiding in. The surrounding space was squeezed out in layers of irregular fluctuations with terrifying power. Although Big Bear was fast, he could not outrun the power of this punch. With a loud bang, the skull was smashed to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. A crack appeared on the skull, and Big Bear's muffled groan could be heard from within. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he thought to himself, "This little girl must have obtained a lot of opportunities after arriving in the star boundary. She can actually display such powerful strength with just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation. I wonder how Yang Inflammation managed to unearth the potential in her body." Thinking of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai's heart moved again. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Yang Inflammation for the past few years, but he had no clue. He could only vaguely guess that Yang Inflammation was in a great force called Star Court. Now that he had met Lin Yun'er, perhaps he could inquire about Yang Inflammation's whereabouts from her. As long as he could find Yang Inflammation, he could find a way to return to Hung Luo Star Field and bring his friends and family here. He had spent quite a bit of time in the star boundary, and now that he had established his own foundation here, the huge High Heaven Palace was enough for those on Shadowed Star to obtain a better cultivation environment and resources. Little girl, don't be so overbearing. Don't be so overbearing. Big Bear's somewhat flustered voice came out. While Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, Lin Yun'er had beaten him into a corner. Countless cracks appeared on the huge skull he was hiding in, and the ghost fire in its eye sockets dimmed, on the verge of extinguishing. He had also noticed Lin Yun'er's strength and knew that he was not her opponent, so he wanted to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Unfortunately, how could Lin Yun'er do as he wished? He did not know where the little girl had been training all these years. Although her mind was relatively pure, her temperament was extremely stubborn. She completely ignored what he was saying and only pursed her lips, smashing fist after fist onto the skull. After a dozen or so punches, the skull exploded into pieces with a rumbling sound. Big Bear jumped out of it in a distressed state. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai watched with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Destroying an emperor artifact with just her flesh and blood was an extraordinary feat now. This tyrannical girl was completely different from the little girl he remembered. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. With the skull destroyed, Big Bear's head and face were covered in dirt. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Anger rose from his heart, and his evil intentions grew. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "If you don't want me to have a good time, then you won't have a good time either." Forming a seal with his hands, the remaining intact skulls suddenly flew up and burst into flames, releasing gloomy and cold flames that shot towards Lin Yun'er. Yang Kai's face changed as he vaguely realized how difficult these flames were to deal with. This kind of flame should be a kind of worldly exotic flame, and if one was accidentally contaminated by it, it would definitely not end well. Yang Kai wanted to warn Lin Yun'er, but he saw that she was not scared at all and simply faced these flames head-on. In an instant, the girl's body was wrapped in these cold flames and she disappeared without a trace. Ha 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 ha! Big Bear laughed loudly. This little girl is really stupid. How could this king's netherworld ghost flames be so easily contaminated? Let's see if you'll die or not. Hiss! His laughter came to an abrupt end as Big Bear's eyes bulged. As if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck, his eyes filled with shock and horror. From the so-called netherworld ghost flames in front of him, a graceful figure walked out, the cold flames tumbling around her, but they were unable to harm her at all. At this moment, Lin Yun'er's body was blooming with a dazzling light that seemed to contain a mysterious power. It was this layer of light that blocked the netherworld ghost flames from harming her, allowing her to remain safe and sound. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as shock filled his heart. He could naturally tell that this light was not the power of a defensive emperor artifact, but rather some unknown secret technique that Lin Yun'er had used. What kind of secret technique could have such powerful defensive power? Master said that anyone who wants to kill me must be killed. Lin Yun'er whispered softly, a look of piety on her face, as if she regarded her master's words as the golden rule. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Big Bear. Big Bear sucked in a breath of cold air. His strongest divine technique had been broken so easily, so how could he still have the confidence to fight this girl? Seeing the girl rushing towards him so fiercely, he bit the tip of his tongue, burned his blood essence, and turned around to flee. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly noticed that the space around him had become extremely viscous, making it difficult for him to even move. You! Big Bear turned his head to look at Yang Kai, his face filled with grief and indignation, his eyes filled with blood and tears. He clearly noticed that Yang Kai had done something to cut off his hope of escape. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai smiled and waved at him, as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. Big Bear only felt the blood in his chest tumble as he coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. The next moment, Lin Yun'er slammed into his back and threw out 2 punches. The sky was filled with blood, blooming like a rose, and bones were scattered everywhere. But the girl was like a pure white lotus, untainted by the mud. Suddenly, the girl withdrew her aura and the pitch-black gloves on her fists disappeared without a trace. She flew into Yang Kai's arms like a bolt of lightning and cried out, "Uncle Yang!" This sudden turn of events caught Kai Yang off guard, causing him to be hugged by her. His whole body was pushed back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. The girl's body fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and her hair exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Her full breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, and Yang Kai immediately felt an amazing elasticity. Yang Kai looked embarrassed, not expecting the girl to be so enthusiastic. Lin Yun'er buried her head in Yang Kai's arms and took a few deep breaths before raising her head, an intoxicated look on her face as she narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "It's this familiar smell. I can even dream of it." Looking at the girl's sincere face and listening to her heartfelt voice, Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Raising his hand, he patted her head and smiled. "Little Yun'er has also grown up." Lin Yun'er giggled, revealing her pearly white teeth as she took the initiative to open up some distance from Yang Kai, looking him up and down as she nodded. "Uncle, you haven't changed at all. Otherwise, if everyone had changed, I might not have been able to recognize you." After saying this, she hugged Yang Kai again, as if she would never let go. "This is not the place to talk. Let's talk while walking," Yang Kai suggested. "Wait a moment." Lin Yun'er did not move, as if she wanted to deeply remember this familiar smell and feeling. Since she did not move, Yang Kai could not force her and could only stand there. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, clearly feeling a warm feeling coming from his chest. Looking down, he saw the girl's long eyelashes trembling slightly, and the corners of her eyes were moist. "What are you crying for?" Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "I miss you." Lin Yun'er's tone was full of grievances. "I miss Auntie Yang inflammation, Auntie Huang, Auntie Yi, and you. I miss you so much, but I can't see you. I don't know where you are. I can't find you." Yang Kai's nose was a little sour. Although the little girl's strength was amazing, she was still young, and it was normal for her to be sentimental. What's more, she was taken away when she was very young. Now that she finally saw someone from her homeland, her suppressed emotions were immediately vented. Raising his hand, he patted her back and enjoyed this rare warmth with her. *Gulialu. A strange sound broke the atmosphere. Yang Kai was startled at first, but when he reacted to what this sound was, he almost laughed out loud. Lin Yun'er lowered her head, a blush climbing from her neck to her cheeks and spreading to her delicate earlobes. "Hungry?" Yang Kai lowered his head and asked. Lin Yun nodded imperceptibly. For her, this seemed to be the most shameful thing. Yang Kai was a little confused. Logically speaking, Lin Yuner had cultivated to the First Order Emperor realm, so even if she didn't eat for decades, it wouldn't be a problem. At this level of strength, she could eat and drink, and the world energy was enough to satisfy her needs, so how could she be hungry? In the Emperor realm, eating was either to satisfy one's appetite or to cultivate. Yang Kai hadn't experienced what hunger felt like for a long time. Without asking any more questions, Yang Kai immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead to search. Although he didn't have any delicious food on hand, he had a lot of spirit fruits. There were so many exotic flowers and grasses in the sealed world bead's medicine garden, so it was easy to find a few fruits. Moreover, these fruits weren't ordinary spirit fruits. They were all extremely high grade. With a flip of his hand, 3 red fruits appeared in Yang Kai's hand, each the size of a baby's fist. Do you want these? Uncle Yang, you're so nice. The girl immediately became spirited and forgot about her shame. She quickly took the fruit and put it to her mouth, biting into it with a satisfied look on her face. She seemed to be chewing slowly, but in fact, she was eating very quickly without losing her elegance. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, but there was a smile on her face, looking quite carefree. Let's go. Yang Kai called out. Wait a little longer. Lin Yuner said before her delicate body flickered and she disappeared into the distance. Lying there was a severely injured cultivator from the Emperor realm, who was the first to be injured by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was curious about what the little girl was doing, but he saw Lin Yuner eat the spirit fruit while throwing a punch at the half-dead man, directly blowing him into pieces. This scene made Yang Kai's eyelids twitch. Lin Yuner turned around and went to another cultivator from the Emperor realm, doing the same thing. There was no hesitation in the whole process. For her, it was as if she wasn't killing 2 cultivators from the Emperor realm, but 2 insignificant insects. On one hand, she was innocent and naive, but on the other, she killed people without hesitation. Yang Kai found that he couldn't understand this little girl anymore. Chapter 2994. Master said that if we don't remove the roots when cutting weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows, Lin Yuner explained. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, wondering who this master of his was to be so cruel and callous. Back then, when Yang Yen brought Lin Yuner to the star boundary, who had entrusted her to, Lin Yuner took the initiative to grab Yang Kai's big hand and flew in a certain direction, chattering happily. Along the way, Yang Kai spent most of his time listening. He wanted to ask her about her situation over the years, but he couldn't bear to interrupt her fun. Soon, Yang Kai discovered a strange thing. Lin Yuner was simply a foodie. His 3 spirit fruits were all emperor grade. Even if someone from the emperor realm ate them, they would need to refine them for a while before fully digesting them, but in the hands of this little girl, they were no different from snacks. After eating the spirit fruits, she even took out a lot of dried meat from her space ring. At a glance, it was obvious that the dried meat was refined from a very high-grade monster beast after its death and contained a great amount of energy. Is it okay for you to eat so much? Yang Kai couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuner replied matter-of-factly. Master said that only by eating can I have the strength to cultivate and fight. What kind of theory is this? Yang Kai became more and more curious about her master. A day later, the 2 of them arrived at another city. This city was not inferior to Starting Point City in the slightest. There were so many people in the city that they were like carps crossing a river. In view of Lin Yuner's performance along the way, Yang Kai directly took her into the largest restaurant, asked for a private room, and ordered a table full of sumptuous dishes. These delicacies were not ordinary food. Each dish was accompanied by spirit herbs and monster beast meat. Even if a master ate them, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Yuner's eyes lit up as she ate heartily. A gust of wind blew away the clouds, shocking the waiters who served the dishes. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl could eat so much. When she was full, Yang Kai asked, Xiaoyun, where's your anti-yang inflammation? Lin Yuner lay on the chair and touched her stomach with one hand. Even after eating so much, her stomach didn't grow at all. It was still flat. Her face was full of satisfaction and contentment. But when she heard Yang Kai's words, she suddenly pouted and said, "I don't know." "You don't know?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Wasn't she the one who took you away?" Lin Yuner said, "Yes, but after she brought me here and handed me over to Master, I never saw her again. She also never came to see me." The little girl was on the verge of tears as she spoke. It was obvious that she was extremely sad. As she spoke, she grabbed a beast leg from the table and nibbled on it gently. It was as if she was trying to convert her grief into appetite. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and continued to ask, "What about your master? Who is your master?" Lin Yuner didn't even raise her head as she said, "Master is master." Yang Kai said, "There should be a title, right?" Lin Yuner raised her head and stared at Yang Kai in a daze. After a while, she giggled and said, "I don't know. I've always called him master. It's over. This girl is not only heartless, but also stupid." Yang Kai couldn't help but worry about her future. How could she survive in the star boundary with this kind of character? No wonder she could provoke that wind and cloud pavilion and be hunted down all over the world. He didn't know how she had grown up all these years. But then again, since Yang Inflammation entrusted Lin Yuner to that person must be extremely reliable. From Lin Yuner's current growth, it could be seen that her master must also be a master. Moreover, it was very likely that he was the kind of person who could control the world. Unfortunately, Lin Yuner knew nothing about the identity of that person. So even if Yang Kai wanted to inquire, he couldn't find any clues. Yang Kai remembered that Lin Yuner's physique was somewhat special. Yang Inflammation said that she had a tyrant strength body, and the reason why he took Lin Yuner away was because a friend of hers cultivated a secret art that was very suitable for this little girl. Now it seemed that Yang Inflammation's decision was the right one. Although the little girl had been separated from her family for many years, her growth was truly remarkable. If Lin Yuner had stayed on Shadowed Star back then, she definitely wouldn't have had her current achievements. "Can you take me to your master?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Why do you want to find him?" Lin Yuner was shocked and stopped eating as she stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, a look of panic filling her face. "I want to ask him about the whereabouts of your Auntie Yang Inflammation." "Oh." The little girl nodded gently before saying, "If that's the case, you don't need to find him." "Why?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Because he won't tell me. I've asked him many times over the years, but he never tells me." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If you ask him, he may have his reasons, but it's different if I ask him, so if possible, I hope you can take me to your master." Lin Yuner's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as she let out a dry laugh, her eyes darting around as she ate absent-mindedly. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Is there something inconvenient about you?" The little girl quickly waved her hands. No, there's nothing inconvenient." Saying so, she lowered her head and frankly confessed, "Uncle Yang, I escaped." Yang Kai was shocked. "What do you mean you escaped? Where did you escape from? Who imprisoned you?" Lin Yuner lowered her head and said, "No one imprisoned me. I escaped from my master's place." Yang Kai was stunned. "Your master didn't treat you well? He even restricted your freedom?" "No." The little girl hurriedly denied. "Master was very good to me. He said that I was his successor, so he gave me all the good things and gave me delicious food every day." Yang Kai sweated. "Since he was very good to you, why did you escape?" Lin Yuner said shyly, "I just wanted to come out and have a look. I've been staying in one place and never come out. I also miss Aunt Yang Inflammation, so I wanted to come out and look for her." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai laughed, but he was relieved. Although he didn't know who the little girl's master was, since she said so, it meant that the person was really good to her. Lin Yuner giggled again. "Fortunately, I ran out. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see you, Uncle Yang. Girl, let's discuss something." "Okay. You see, I'm not old. Don't call me uncle." Lin Yuner tilted her head and thought for a moment, then laughed heartlessly. "But you are little Yuner's Uncle Yang. Okay. Yang Kai looked helpless, then suddenly frowned and said thoughtfully, "Your master should be very powerful, right?" Lin Yuner said with a smile of exultation. "Of course, master is the most powerful. There is nothing in this world that he can't do." Yang Kai said, "Since he's so powerful, how did you escape from him?" "I ran away when he wasn't paying attention." "What's so difficult about that?" This reason left Yang Kai speechless. Just as he was about to ask something else, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Yuner, don't eat it. It's poisonous." He suddenly noticed that Lin Yuner's face had an abnormal color, which was clearly a sign of poisoning. Since it could poison a first-order Emperor Realm Master, this poison was obviously extremely powerful. Yang Kai blamed himself. Although he had checked the food a little before it was served, he didn't find anything unusual, but he didn't expect the poison to be so well hidden, completely fooling his perception. "So it's poisonous. No wonder it tasted a little strange." Lin Yuner burped as she spoke, then stared at the food in her hand. She kept chewing. "You!" Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. She was clearly poisoned, and he had warned her, but she didn't take it seriously at all. Is this little girl's brain damaged? Just as he was about to take the food away from her, Yang Kai noticed another strange phenomenon. A green mist began to spread from Lin Yuner's body, and this mist contained an extremely potent poison. How is this possible? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue. The poison mist was clearly forced out by little Yuner herself. In other words, the poison in the food had no effect on her. Lin Yuner obviously knew this, so she continued to eat without any scruples. Is the tyrant's strength body so powerful? Or is the inheritance of this little girl's master so powerful? Yang Kai couldn't figure out the whole story for a while, but he was relieved and exhorted, "Don't run around. I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai came to a place that looked like a kitchen. It was hot and rolling here, and many people dressed as cooks were cooking all kinds of delicacies. Yang Kai looked around, and his eyes immediately fixed on one person. This person's cultivation wasn't low, and he was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master. His whole body was wrapped in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. "You!" The person was clearly taken aback when he saw Yang Kai appear. He raised his hand, and a 5-colored poisonous snake attacked Yang Kai. The snake's head was ferocious, and it opened its mouth, revealing several fangs that flickered with a strange light as it bit straight at Yang Kai. "You're courting death." Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out a moon blade, which easily cut through the poisonous snake's body, cutting it in half and causing it to fall to the ground. The black-robed man didn't panic when he saw this. He formed a seal with his hand, and the two halves of the snake suddenly exploded, turning into a blood-colored poisonous fog that enveloped the surroundings. Taking this opportunity, the black-robed man retreated, directly breaking through the wall to leave. With a bang, the kitchen collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The black-robed man had already escaped 1,000 meters away. "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the front. The black-robed man was shocked, and when he looked up, he found that Yang Kai had unknowingly appeared in front of him. With a flick of his sleeve, poisonous creatures of different appearances rushed forward. Among these poisonous creatures, there were snakes, frogs, and spiders, all of which were brightly colored, and at a glance one could tell that they were highly poisonous. There were hundreds of them, and all of them suddenly attacked Yang Kai. Chapter 2995. Exile. A deep voice rang out as Yang Kai opened his hand and slapped forward. The space in front of him instantly collapsed as all the poisonous creatures were sucked into it and banished into the endless void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Space divine technique," the black-robed man exclaimed. He originally wanted to exchange a few blows with Yang Kai, but after seeing the power of this divine technique, he immediately gave up on the idea. With a shake of his black robe, his emperor chi surged, and his whole body suddenly became ethereal, as if he was about to melt into the surrounding air. This was obviously an escape technique that made it impossible for others to grasp his movements. The slightest carelessness would cause him to disappear without a trace. Stay! Yang Kai coldly snorted, and space principles surged, wrapping the space around the black-robed man. The fading figure condensed again, and the pressure from the surrounding space instantly broke the black-robed man's secret technique, allowing him to reveal himself again. The black-robed man was really panicking this time. He had long heard that masters who were proficient in space principles were not to be trifled with, but he had never expected them to be so strong. Both he and Yang Kai were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but the black-robed man did not have the confidence to fight against Yang Kai. The black-robed man forcibly pushed his strength, trying to break free from the shackles of space principles. But in the next moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from in front of him and grabbed his neck. A ferocious tsunami-like force rushed out from the big hand, shattering the black-robed man's strength. The black-robed man instantly lost the power to resist and was lifted into the air, unable to move. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a burst of energy tore through the air, tearing apart the black-robed man's head. A face full of pockmarks, as if it had been boiled in boiling water, was exposed. It was terrifying, and anyone who looked at it would shudder in fear. The battle between the two was brief, but it was inevitable that there would be some noise. When the divine technique was used, it attracted the attention of many residents here. As soon as the black-robed man's true face was revealed, the crowd below exclaimed, "Poison Senior Bu Hong! Why is he here? Damn it! Why did Wind and Cloud Pavilion let this monster out? Run! We can't stay here for long. With the Poison Senior here, I'm afraid this place will be plunged into misery and suffering again. Why are you running? Can't you see that Bu Hong has been captured? TSK. Who is that person? He's actually so amazing. Are you blind? How can a poison master be captured so casually? That kid is dead for sure. No, I have to leave quickly. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die without a burial place." The crowd was in an uproar. There were actually quite a few people who were running out of the city as if their lives depended on it. It was as if the black-robed man was some kind of scourge, and they would lose their lives if they ran a little slower. "Looks like you're quite famous." Yang Kai looked ahead coldly. Bu Hong sneered, "Brat, you're dead. I have the myriad poison's body. If you hadn't approached me, I might not have been your match. But you didn't know the difference between life and death. You actually tried to capture me. You're courting death." As he spoke, a dark green aura spread from Yang Kai's wrist to his arm, like a slithering green snake. Its speed was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into his sleeve. Kai Yang lowered his head to take a look, then casually said, "With your trash poison?" Bu Hong's expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to say something more, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai's arm in disbelief. Yang Kai had pulled up his sleeve, and the dark green aura was actually stuck at his elbow, unable to move an inch. A drop of cold sweat suddenly rolled down Bu Hong's forehead as he asked in shock, "How did you block it?" Yang Kai replied indifferently, "As long as one's physique is strong enough, they will be immune to all poisons." "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Bu Hong's eyes trembled violently, as if he had suffered a huge blow. His entire body was in a bad state. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to resist his poison. But there was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master in front of him who was unaffected. Although he was poisoned, the poison was blocked by his elbow, preventing it from spreading to the rest of his body. He simply could not accept this. How strong did one's physique have to be able to resist his poison? Bu Hong finally panicked when his biggest trump card failed. Feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent and the increasing pressure on his neck, he hurriedly said, "You may have a way to detoxify this senior's poison, but what about that little girl? If you want her to live, obediently let go of this senior. Maybe she will still have a chance to live." Yang Kai snorted, "You don't need to worry about her. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi. With a soft pop, Bu Hong's neck was crushed. His head flew up, his eyes wide open, and his face filled with shock, as if he could not react in time. Even until his death, he could not understand why this young man did not care about the little girl's life. As his mutilated corpse fell from the sky, Yang Kai reached out and took Bu Hong's space ring. When the crowd below saw this, they were all shocked into silence. Poison Senior Bu Hong was dead. Poison Senior Bu Hong, who had wreaked havoc in the Western Territory and killed more than a dozen cities, had been killed so easily. Moreover, he had died a miserable death, crushed by a young man with one hand. After a moment of silence, a burst of cheers came from below. Pairs of eyes filled with worship and gratitude looked up, as if Kai Yang had done something great that made them clap their hands in joy. This was indeed a good thing. In the past, the Honorable Poison Master, Bu Hong, in order to cultivate his poison arts, had made many attempts on the martial artists of the western regions. Often, in order to test the effects of his new poison, he would directly throw a lethal poison into a city and then hide within to observe its effects. He had slaughtered more than a dozen cities, and countless people had lost their families and families. When the people of the Western Territory mentioned the Poison Senior, they all hated him. Although this guy's cultivation was not very high, his poison secret art was unpredictable. Even a few second-order Emperor Realm Masters had died at his hands. Later, when a third-order Emperor Realm Master chased after him, he hid in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and had not shown himself for many years. Who would have thought that this time he would be defeated here? While the crowd cheered, Yang Kai was silently circulating his secret art to force the poison out of his arm. Bu Hong's poison was indeed powerful. In the past, Yang Kai estimated that no matter how strong his physique was, he would definitely be poisoned, but ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art and merged with the golden divine dragon source, his body had gained a trace of the dragon race's bloodline, greatly increasing his resistance to poison. The real dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative energies, and the masters of the dragon race were even more immune to poison. Although Yang Kai could not compare to the real dragon race, it was enough to suppress Bu Hong's poison. He had the advantage of the dragon race's bloodline. A moment later, a drop of green poison was forced to his fingertip. Although it was a small drop, it seemed to contain enough power to destroy a city. Using his space principles, Yang Kai banished this drop of poison into the void. His figure flickered as he returned to the private room, only to see the mess on the table. All the food had been eaten, and Lin Yuner was carefully sucking on her 10 fingers. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, thinking to himself that this girl's master was not easy. How much did he have to spend every year to feed this big eater? Uncle Yang, you're back? Lin Yuner glanced up at Yang Kai and smiled. And Yang Kai nodded and said thoughtfully, "Were you planning to go to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion?" "Yes." Lin Yuner's pretty face sank when she heard this and said with a frosty expression, "Those people from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion are too hateful. I heard from that young pavilion master that there are many imprisoned girls in his house. I want to rescue them." As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed and she slammed the table and stood up. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I don't know where the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is." Lin Yuner looked at Yang Kai innocently. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he asked, "Then how did you leave before?" Lin Yuner grinned and said, "I just walked around randomly." Yang Kai immediately became worried and said, "Forget it, I'll go with you." Since he had nothing to do now, he wanted to chase after Zhu Qing and her brother. But now it seemed that Zhu Qing and the others had already left, so there was no point in continuing to chase them. In any case, he could meet them again when he returned to the Northern Territory. It was rare for him to run into Lin Yuner, so he naturally had to prioritize her matters. Although this little girl was strong, there were always some existences in this world that she could not afford to provoke. With her naive temperament, there was no telling what kind of trouble she would cause, so it was better to follow her. Lin Yuner's eyes lit up when she heard this and said, "Uncle Yang, you're so kind." Saying so, she rushed over and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pressing half of her body against his. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Yang Kai said earnestly, "Little Yuner, You've grown up. You're a big girl now. Lin Yun nodded repeatedly and said, N. Yang Kai then said, since you're a big girl now, some things can't be like before. N. Yang Kai opened his mouth but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and sighed slightly, knowing that this little girl had probably been protected too well and had not wandered outside in the past few years, so she had no idea what the difference between men and women was. Since she was a blank piece of paper, why should he use a secular pen to leave a mark on it? Abandoning the idea of educating her, Yang Kai was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and glanced around vigilantly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. What's wrong? Lin Yun noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked, do you feel anything? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Yun nodded immediately. Do you feel it too? Looking left and right, Kai Yang's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Inexplicably, just now he had felt a trace of hostility towards him, but now there was no trace of it. He didn't know if he was hallucinating or not. Yes, I feel very comfortable. Lin Yun giggled, ignoring him and hugging Yang Kai even harder. The two of them left the restaurant and asked for directions to Wind and Cloud Pavilion before Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and pulled Lin Yun inside. Soon, the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. Chapter 2996. As soon as the two of them left, a strange figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. He appeared out of thin air, as if he had always been there. Strangely enough, the passers-by did not notice him at all. This person was tall and sturdy with a dignified appearance. He wore a black robe and had a thick stubble on his chin, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was currently staring in the direction the flowing cloud shuttle had left with a pained expression on his face. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, making his entire expression look somewhat sinister and terrifying. After a while, his figure flickered as he clutched his chest with his hand and sighed heavily. After sighing, he suddenly disappeared again. This startled the people nearby and they all rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Oh! The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was considered a top sect in the Western Territory. Its status was equivalent to that of the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. The old pavilion master, Hua Xing, was a powerful third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was the backbone of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Even in the entire Western Territory, he was a famous figure. As a large sect, it was prosperous and had a heritage of more than 10,000 years. When its disciples walked the Western Territory, everyone had to give them some face. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were also proud of their sect. However, someone dared to slap such a powerful sect in the face. A month ago, the young pavilion master, who had gone out to play, was killed in a city 300,000 kilometers away from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. When the news spread, the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion was shocked. The old pavilion master vomited blood on the spot and fainted in anger. If it wasn't for the old pavilion master's lack of cultivation, he was still a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was used to seeing great storms. Normally, even if the sky fell, he wouldn't frown, but this was something he couldn't bear. The old pavilion master, Hua Xing, was obsessed with the martial Tao when he was young. He cultivated arduously and traveled the star boundaries' 4 great territories. He faced many difficulties and narrowly escaped death countless times. After 2,000 years, he finally cultivated to the third-layer Emperor realm. Realizing that his cultivation had reached its limit and that there was no possibility for him to improve in this life, Hua Xing returned to the Western Territory and inherited the position of Pavilion Master. Hua Xing had reached the end of his martial path and had given up all hope. He could only place his hopes on his next generation, hoping that there would be someone with aptitude far superior to him and who would have the opportunity to become one of the great emperors. He understood better than anyone that a third-order Emperor Realm Master was no different from an ant in front of a character like the Great Emperor, even though he seemed to have infinite glory. A single thought from any of the great emperors was enough to sever the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10,000 years of heritage. After returning to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he developed the sect while taking in wives and concubines. In just 10 years, he had over 1,000 beauties in his harem. However, the way of heaven was to take away what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. The higher his cultivation, the lower the chances of him giving birth to a child. He spent his entire life painstakingly guarding his yang essence, avoiding women's charms. It was only when he reached the third-layer emperor realm that he began to work day and night, but the seeds he sowed showed no signs of sprouting. It wasn't until 30 years later that a concubine gave birth to a baby boy. Hua Xing felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure and began to nurture him with all his might. He originally thought that this baby boy was his hope, but as he grew up, Hua Xing discovered that this child's aptitude was far worse than his own. Even with the entire wind and cloud pavilion as his backing and his personal guidance, his cultivation was still bumpy. With such aptitude, it was already a miracle for him to reach the emperor realm, let alone aspire to become one of the great emperors. After realizing this, Hua Xing immediately changed his approach and decided not to pin his hopes on this child. Instead, when the child reached adulthood, he would immediately marry many beautiful concubines for him and encourage him to go out and have fun with women. The young pavilion master wasn't a cultivation material to begin with. The heavy pressure from the old pavilion master when he was young made him instinctively reject cultivation. In addition, his aptitude wasn't enough. His cultivation was built on a pile of emperor artifacts, so after getting the old pavilion master's permission, he didn't have any scruples. He spent most of his time on women's bellies, so gradually, he got tired of his concubines and wanted to go out and have some fun. The old pavilion master didn't object and even sent a second-order emperor realm master to protect him. The first time he went out, something happened. The old pavilion master didn't really like his son that much. If he could leave behind an heir, it wouldn't be a big deal if he died. But the problem was that he didn't even leave behind an heir. This was tantamount to cutting off the Hua family's bloodline. Hua Xing couldn't accept this. On one hand, he cursed his unfilial son for having eyes but failing to see and provoking someone he shouldn't have. On the other hand, he hated the person who killed the young pavilion master and was determined to tear that person into 10,000 pieces to vent his anger. He immediately issued a bounty. The reward of 20 million source crystals did tempt many masters, but the news that came from outside made Hua Xing's heart tremble. The woman who killed his son was actually quite strong. Recently, many masters who wanted to offer a bounty had died at her hands. And judging from the direction she was heading, she was actually heading for the wind and cloud pavilion. Hua Xing was furious. If that woman really killed her way to the wind and cloud pavilion, the pavilion's face would be lost. He raised the bounty to attract helpers while sending out masters to hunt her down, but the effect was barely satisfactory. Not only were the helpers attracted by the bounty useless, but his own pavilion had also lost several members of the emperor realm. There were also reports that the woman had found a companion from somewhere, and the two of them were traveling together. Wherever they passed, they were simply unstoppable. Wind and cloud pavilion, rear hall. Within the enormous hall, a pink aura suffused the air. Numerous beautiful figures lay there in disarray. Their gazes were blurred, and they breathed delicately without end. Waves of sounds caused one's face to flush red and their mouths to dry up. Although the old pavilion master was not young, he was extremely sturdy. At this moment, he was sweating like rain, plowing the bodies of beautiful concubines. Every time he thrusted, the woman under him screamed involuntarily. It was hard to tell whether it was pain or pleasure. A few other beauties were entangled around Hua Xing like snakes, constantly begging and moaning. Lightning flashed as the wind blew and the clouds moved. The entire rear hall was a mess, and the air was filled with a thick aura. After an unknown amount of time, when all the women were lying on the ground, panting weakly, Hua Xing let out a low roar and released his hope. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hua Xing glanced around coldly without the slightest trace of pity on his face and simply snorted before walking out. Opening the door, he saw a beautiful woman standing outside. Her head was lowered, but there was a hint of panic on her face. What's the matter? Hua Xing glanced at her coldly, faintly feeling that something had happened. The beautiful woman trembled in fear as she replied, "Reporting to Pavilion Master, that pair of dogs has arrived at Long Cloud City." Hearing this, Hua Xing's eyes flashed fiercely and he gritted his teeth. They really did come. They don't put this king in their eyes at all. These juniors have gone too far. As soon as his third-layer Emperor Realm aura surged, the beautiful woman's body went soft and she knelt on the ground. Hua Xing glanced at her and reached out to press her head. The beautiful woman's face turned pale and she said in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master." Hua Xing said coldly, "What are you afraid of? This king isn't going to kill you." Saying so, he exerted a little force in his hand and pulled the beautiful woman closer to him. The beautiful woman relaxed, knowing that her life was not in danger. She quickly opened her mouth and cleaned up the filth. Judging from her posture and proficiency, it was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. Hua Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and the coldness on his face deepened. Although he did not know the origins of that pair of dogs, from the information he had received these days, these two seemed to be extraordinary. These two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters had killed many Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters along the way. This was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. A few days ago, in order to kill them, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had lost a lot of people, including several in the Emperor Realm. This made the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion extremely afraid of this pair. Hua Xing was also a little afraid. The more he learned about them, the more he felt that this pair was extraordinary. Although he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were still people in this world that he could not provoke. Not to mention those mysterious great emperors, there were also Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters who were more powerful than him. If he really provoked them, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would have a hard time. But how could he not take revenge for cutting off his retreat? Perhaps he could let that person test the waters. It would be better if he could see the origins of that pair of dogs. Even if he couldn't, that person could capture them. At that time, the one who would offend them would not be him. That person was stronger than him, not weaker. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence. That person had just come to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion as a guest, like a helper sent by the heavens. Wouldn't it be stupid not to make use of him? That person had been a guest of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for a while, and Yang Kai had entertained him with good food and drinks, as well as countless beauties. He should be able to help with this small matter, right? Thinking so, Hua Xing made a decision in his heart. He waved his hand and pushed away the beautiful woman who was still panting under him. He strode out, and after a few steps, he had an extra set of clothes on his body. At the top of a mountain, there was a palace. At this moment, it was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 20 young women dressed in gauze were dancing in the palace. The gauze was almost transparent, and when the women danced, the beautiful places on their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible. They were even intentionally or unintentionally exposed to the big shots on the stage. Above them, a middle-aged man was squinting his eyes, his face full of pleasure and comfort. He was leaning against a large chair, holding two women in each arm. While enjoying the singing and dancing of the young women below, he was also enjoying the service of the beauties in his arms. He felt as if all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days had been vented, and he had regained his vitality. After all, this world was still a beautiful place. He was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, so why did he have to act according to other people's wishes? Wasn't it better to seek pleasure like this? Chapter 29:97. He was a member of the Emperor Realm and a Palace Master, so he should have this kind of life instead of following behind others like a lapdog and living a precarious life. He secretly decided that even if there was a knife to his neck in the future, he would not do such a thankless task. The two beauties in his arms had delicate figures and their exposed skin was like the most exquisite porcelain. He fondled them up and down, satisfying his craving, causing the two women to pant and grumble coquettishly. But this caused him to laugh heartily, extremely pleased with himself. Thinking back to the desolation from a while ago and comparing it to the comfort now, he couldn't help but sigh, secretly feeling sorry for himself. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked outside, a smile appearing on his face as he stood up and laughed. Brother Hua has come. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Outside the door, the neatly dressed Hua Xing strode in. When the young girls who were singing and dancing in the hall saw him, they all bowed and respectfully greeted him, greeting the pavilion master. Hua Xing raised his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so courteous. Only then did the girls dare to continue their performance. Perhaps it was because of the pavilion master's arrival. These girls were even more diligent in their performance, becoming even more enchanting and charming. Their eyes flickered, obviously looking forward to something. Brother Li, sorry to disturb you. Hua Xing cupped his fists and smiled. Li Jiao smiled when he heard this. What is Brother Hua saying? This Li should be the one disturbing you. This is your wind and cloud pavilion, you are the master. Come, sit here. As he spoke, he invited Hua Xing to the seat of honor. Li Jiao and Hua Xing hadn't known each other for just 1 or 2 years. Rather, they had known each other for over 100 years. Back then, when Hua Xing was wholeheartedly pursuing the martial Dao, he had once traveled to the 4 territories of the star boundary. When he arrived at the northern territory, he had some friction with Li Jiao. After a series of fights, not only did their enmity not worsen, but they even appreciated each other. It was at that time that their friendship was formed. Later on, they even explored a sealed realm together, so their friendship was quite good. However, ever since Hua Xing returned to the Western Territory to inherit the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the two had not contacted each other. After escaping from the reincarnation world this time, Li Jiao also came to the Western Territory. The place where he stayed was different from Yangkai and Zhuqing. It was closer to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so he had the thought of visiting his old friend. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 100 years, Hua Xing still wouldn't forget Li Jiao. He naturally warmly entertained him and allowed him to live alone on a mountain peak. He even sent him beauties to serve him, and he spent his days seeking pleasure and indulging his feelings. He was happy and carefree. Li Jiao had been sullen for a long time. Ever since he lost the bet with Yang Kai in the High Heaven Palace, his days had not been good. First, the sect encountered a financial crisis, causing many of the elders in the Fire Dragon Palace to be filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to say anything. Then, before the matter was resolved, he was dragged to the frozen earth by Yang Kai as a creditor. What happened after that was simply unbearable to look back on. Every time Li Jiao thought about it, he had the urge to cry. He was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even in the entire star boundary, he was a master among masters. As long as the great emperors didn't appear, a third-order Emperor Realm Master was synonymous with the strongest. Who wouldn't be respectful and courteous when they saw him? However, when he was with monsters like Yang Kai, he didn't feel the slightest sense of superiority at all. The 2 dragon race were all pure-blooded great dragons of the 8th order and above. Just a little bit of their dragon pressure was enough to make him piss his pants. He had no choice but to serve them carefully. Even Yang Kai had the bloodline of a great dragon. Although he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, if they really fought, Li Jiao estimated that he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Those 3 were all his grandfathers. Li Jiao felt that he was no different from a grandson in front of them. Any one of them could order him around, but he didn't dare to complain or resist. The aura and confidence of a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master had almost been wiped clean. It was too humiliating. Just thinking about it made him cry. So, once he got rid of Yang Kai and the others, Li Jiao didn't have any thoughts of looking for them. He only felt that from now on, he could fly as high as the sky, and if possible, he didn't want to see them again in this life. Coming to this Wind and Cloud Pavilion as a guest, Hua Xing treated him well, allowing Li Jiao to regain his confidence. He was a dragon descendant, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, an ambitious and ruthless character. He had been indulging himself for the past few days, and the resentment that had accumulated in his body had dissipated. He felt that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was even more comfortable than his own mythical dragon palace. Although the mythical dragon palace was his own sect, he still had to face a huge debt when he returned, and it would take him several decades to repay it. Just thinking about the faces of those senior elders who had tried to shirk their responsibilities, Li Jiao felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare to the freedom of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? If possible, he could stay here for a few dozen years before returning. Presumably, Huaxing wouldn't mind. After all, Huaxing would be more than happy to have a master like him in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. So, when he saw Huaxing, Li Jiao was overjoyed. He was thinking about how to tell him that he wanted to stay here for a while. Is Brother Li used to living here? Huaxing asked with a concerned expression. Li Jiao laughed and pointed to the graceful young women below. How could this Li not be used to Brother Hua's hospitality? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is worthy of being called a beautiful place. It is much better than this King's Fire Dragon Palace. Huaxing hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Li is too kind. My western territory is the most barren land in the star boundary. No matter how good the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is, how can it compare to your Fire Dragon Palace? Brother Li, don't forget that this Hua has also been to the Fire Dragon Palace in the past, so this Hua understands the situation there. These words were pleasing to the ear and even sounded like flattery. Li Jiao hadn't heard such words for a long time and immediately smiled, feeling comfortable in his heart. In this world, normal people are the majority. Those three monstrous existences are in the minority. Brother Hua doesn't need to belittle yourself. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is located in the Western Territory, and its scale and aura are already very good. It can be seen that Brother Hua has good management skills. This Li needs to consult Brother Hua about this. You flatter me. This Hua no longer has the heart to manage the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If this Hua goes to the Northern Territory one day, I hope that Brother Li can entertain this Hua. This Hua will be very grateful. Saying this, Huaxing showed a pained and disappointed expression. Li Jiao said in surprise, entertaining is not a problem. Brother Hua and I have been friends for many years. If you go to the Northern Territory, how could this Li not entertain you? But what does Brother Hua mean? I see that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is showing signs of prosperity. If it operates for another 300 or 500 years, it will definitely reach a new height. Why is Brother Hua sighing? Could it be that you have encountered a problem? Hearing this, Huaxing smiled bitterly and grabbed the wine cup in front of him with a lonely face, drinking it in one gulp, and said with flagging interest, dirty linen should not be aired in public. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Li Jiao's face sank as he said angrily, Brother Hua, you and this Li have been friends for hundreds of years. What dirty linen should not be aired in public? If you really encounter a problem, Brother Hua may as well tell me. If this Li can help, this Li will definitely not stand idly by. A light flashed in Huaxing's eyes, but he hid it well and said with a bitter smile, this Hua appreciates Brother Li's kindness. But this is the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's matter. Li Jiao got up and said with a sullen face, so, Brother Hua is treating me as an outsider? Since Brother Hua and I are so distant, this Li will not disturb you. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Brother Hua, this Li will take his leave. Saying so, he strode out of the room, looking as if he was really going to leave this place. Huaxing quickly stood up and grabbed Li Jiao's sleeve, saying, Brother Li, please don't be angry. This Hua was wrong. Okay? Li Jiao looked back at him. He had originally intended to leave, so at this moment, he naturally stayed behind and said sincerely, Brother Hua, you and I have gone through life and death together. Although we have not seen each other for 100 years, our friendship has not diminished. If you are in trouble, this Li is willing to help. Huaxing showed a moved expression and said gratefully, Brother Li is so righteous. This Hua was narrow-minded. After struggling for a while, he resolutely said, Fine. Brother Li is not an outsider. I am not afraid of losing face by saying this to you. Please sit down and talk. Li Jiao sat down again and personally poured wine for Huaxing, then quietly looked at him. Huaxing opened his mouth and sighed again. He downed his cup of wine and bitterly said, Brother Li, I won't hide it from you. Wind and Cloud Pavilion has been trampled on by others. We've lost a lot of face recently. What happened? Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he had been here as a guest these days, he spent his days indulging in wine and pleasure. He didn't pay attention to the matters of the outside world at all. The young girls who came to serve him naturally wouldn't tell him these things, causing his news to be somewhat blocked. Who dares to be so bold? Li Jiao was furious and slammed the table, muttering in his heart. Hua Xing's cultivation was similar to his, and although he was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master because of his dragon race bloodline, even if he was stronger than Hua Xing, there was still a limit to his strength. Hua Xing's posture was as if he had encountered a strong enemy. He didn't know what kind of person the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had provoked to make him so helpless. Li Jiao secretly regretted acting so boldly just now. He should have taken the opportunity to leave. Now that he had gotten into trouble, it would be difficult to get rid of it easily. While he was on tenterhooks, he heard Hua Xing say, "It's just a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She killed my child." As he spoke, the corners of his eyes became moist and he grabbed the wine pot on the table and gulped it down, as if he wanted to avoid the pain and never wake up. Little girl. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead as a face that terrified him involuntarily appeared in his mind, asking in surprise, "What did that little girl look like? Did she have red hair?" He was really afraid. If the woman who killed the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's young pavilion master was Zhu Qing, then even if he had to fall out with Hua Xing, he would leave this place quickly. Although he had some friendship with Hua Xing, only the two of them knew how reliable this friendship was. Offending a member of the dragon race, a ninth-order great dragon at that, because of this unreliable friendship, Li Jiao's brain wasn't damaged. Chapter 2998. Red Hair. Hua Xing was a little confused by his words and looked at him doubtfully, shaking his head. "Not red hair. That little girl has black hair." Although he didn't know why Li Jiao asked this question, he could vaguely guess what Li Jiao was afraid of. Is there someone he's afraid of? Hua Xing was puzzled. Black hair. Li Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. If it was black hair, then it definitely wasn't Zhu Qing. Just in case, he carefully asked, "What is that little girl's cultivation?" First-order Emperor Realm. Li Jiao was stunned. Just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm. This definitely wasn't Zhu Qing, so Li Jiao was completely relieved. Yes, that's why this Hua feels like he has lost face. Hua Xing took another pot of wine and gulped it down, wiping his mouth and complaining, "Brother Li, you know this Hua's situation. After working hard for so many years, I only have one son. I was hoping that he could inherit this Hua's position as pavilion master, but who would have thought? Who would have thought?" He choked up at this point. Li Jiao comforted him. Brother Hua must be sad to see his son die before him. Brother Hua, please restrain your grief. Hua Xing slammed the table and said with murderous intent, "If this Hua doesn't get revenge, this Hua is not human." Li Jiao said, "This kind of blood feud naturally has to be avenged." After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "But this Li doesn't quite understand. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is extremely powerful in the Western Territory, and Brother Hua is a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Could it be that you can't do anything to that little girl?" Hua Xing shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You don't know, but although that little girl's cultivation isn't high, she is extremely strong. This Hua underestimated her a few days ago and sent some of the pavilion's masters to capture her. But unexpectedly, they were all killed by her. There was even a second-order Emperor Realm Master among them." "Oh, she can actually fight above her realm?" Li Jiao raised his brow. It seems that this little girl is quite a tricky character. He then thought of Yang Kai and said solemnly, "There aren't many people who can fight above their realm. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely become a great talent in the future." Hua Xing said, "My Wind and Cloud Pavilion has lost a lot of face recently because of this. Please help me, Brother Li." Li Jiao said, "Brother Hua is too serious. That little girl is indeed powerful, able to kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But if Brother Hua were to personally take action, I don't think she would be able to do anything. I also understand Brother Hua's strength. Although I would like to help, it's still better to personally avenge my son's death." Hearing this, Huaxing smiled bitterly. How could I not understand this logic? Ever since my son was killed, this Hua has been unable to eat or sleep in peace these days. I wish I could pull out that lowly servant's tendons and skin her alive. If I could take revenge with my own hands, I would not be lenient. But what? Li Jiao looked at him curiously, not understanding why he would ask him for help. Brother Li, you'll know when you see it. As Huaxing spoke, he extended his wrist. Li Jiao suspiciously stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on his wrist. A moment later, his expression changed as he exclaimed, Brother Hua is injured? Who did this? Huaxing said dejectedly, When the news of my son's death reached this Hua was in secluded cultivation. Due to the shock to my mind, I almost became the demon race. Although I managed to restore the qi in my body, it was inevitable that I suffered some internal injuries. If not for that, this Hua would have taken action personally. How could I allow that lowly servant to be alive? So that's how it is. Li Jiao nodded slightly, a touch of sympathy appearing on his face. Huaxing did not have it easy. He only had one son, so it was really difficult for him to accept that his son was suddenly killed. That lowly servant was able to kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so her strength is definitely not weak. This Hua is not in a good condition right now, so if I act rashly, it will be fine if I succeed, but it will be embarrassing if I fail. Brother Hua is right. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, I understand Brother Hua's meaning. Rest assured, leave this matter to this king. I will definitely teach that little girl a lesson. Huaxing was overjoyed when he heard this. He stood up and bowed to the ground. Many thanks, Brother Li. With Brother Li personally taking action, that lowly servant will not be able to cause trouble no matter how strong she is. Li Jiao raised his head slightly and smiled. This Li has also been here for some time. Since Brother Hua is in trouble, this Li cannot just stand by and watch. And may I ask where that little girl is now? Huaxing said solemnly, I won't hide it from Brother Li. That lowly servant is now in Long Cloud City, 50 kilometers outside of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. She actually dares to come here? Li Jiao's expression turned ruthless as he snorted lightly. Her courage is not small. Huaxing gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, that lowly servant is relying on her little bit of strength to not put my Wind and Cloud Pavilion in her eyes. This time, I will have to trouble Brother Li. Li Jiao said, Since she is not far away, why don't we let her break into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion before this king takes action? She will definitely not be able to return. Huaxing smiled bitterly. If she really succeeds in killing her way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and breaking into the sect defending array, then Li Jiao thought for a moment and understood Huaxing's misgivings. He nodded and said, It is indeed inappropriate. This Li did not consider it thoroughly. How about this king will make a trip to Long Cloud City and capture that little girl. This is exactly what this Hua wants. I will have to trouble Brother Li. This matter should not be delayed. This king will leave now. While speaking, Li Jiao got up and walked out. I await Brother Li's good news. Huaxing cupped his hands and sent him off. On the mountain peak, Li Jiao soared into the sky and flew into the distance. When his figure disappeared, the smile on Huaxing's face gradually faded. He stood in place with a frown and thought for a while before he coldly snorted and strode away. For him, being able to persuade Li Jiao to take action this time was enough. He had not been able to inquire about the origins of that man and woman, but since they had so blatantly attacked the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, it was obvious that they had something to rely on. If the two of them really had a strong background, then offending them would be Li Jiao's doing and would have nothing to do with his Wind and Cloud Pavilion. He just needed to wait quietly for news. In Long Cloud City, the air was full of the smell of blood. Broken walls and walls were everywhere, and the ground was covered with scarlet blood and broken limbs. Long Cloud City was only 50 kilometers away from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and it was an important stronghold for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to communicate with the outside world. In other words, this city was one of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's properties. Yang Kai and Lin Yuner had a clear goal on their way here. It was obvious that they wanted to go straight to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so how could the Wind and Cloud Pavilion not have made arrangements in Long Cloud City? The pavilion had a second-order Emperor Realm Master leading the team, hundreds of disciples, and many masters from the Emperor Realm who were attracted by the bounty, and had already laid out a shocking spirit array, waiting for the two to walk right into it. So, as soon as the two stepped into Long Cloud City, they were recognized and a great battle broke out in an instant. In just an hour, almost half of Long Cloud City was destroyed, and the hundreds of disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Even the second-order Emperor Realm Master leading the team was blown to pieces by Lin Yuner's punch. With the spirit array broken, the rest of the people scattered like birds and beasts. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were still alive hurriedly fled back to their headquarters. Those from the Emperor Realm who were attracted by the bounty either died or fled. The entire Long Cloud City was in a state of panic. Halfway through, Li Jiao rushed over and blocked the path of a group of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were covered in blood. What's going on? Li Jiao's emperor pressure made the group tremble in fear, not daring to act rashly. You are Master Li? The First Order Emperor Realm Master in the lead recognized Li Jiao and looked at him with joy. Who are you? Li Jiao glanced at the man. The man from the Emperor Realm hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This one is Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 9th Elder, Kai Shi. Greetings, Master Li." You recognize this king? Kai Shi hurriedly said. When Master came to our pavilion a few days ago, this Kai had seen Master's elegant demeanor from afar. Oh, so it's you. Li Jiao had some impression of this guy. When he went to Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, he seemed to have seen this guy. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you all in such a sorry state?" Kai Shi blushed and said awkwardly, "I'm ashamed to say this, but the thief was fierce and we were no match for her. The pavilion's masters suffered heavy casualties." Is that little girl really that amazing? Li Jiao raised his brow. Kai Shi said, "Even Second Elder died tragically at her hands. The 9 nether chain array we set up was broken in less than an hour." Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. "It seems that Wind and Cloud Pavilion has provoked an incredible person this time." Kai Shi said, "I'm afraid only the pavilion master can subdue her." Li Jiao raised his hand and said, "There's no need to ask your pavilion master to take action. He has already entrusted this matter to me. This king will deal with that little girl." Kai Shi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked in pleasant surprise, "Master Li wants to take action? Why else would this king come here?" Li Jiao responded proudly, "That's great. With Master Li taking action, that thief won't be able to cause any trouble." Li Jiao impatiently said, "Come with me. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return and report back." "Yes, yes, yes, please, Master Li," Kai Shi repeatedly responded, the panic on his face disappearing. He had heard Hua Xing say that this Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline, so although they were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, Hua Xing knew he was not his opponent. With such a master taking action, this matter would be much easier to handle. They had suffered heavy losses this time, and even their second elder had been killed. They had been worried about how to report back, but unexpectedly, a savior like Li Jiao had arrived. How could they not be happy? In his opinion, no matter how strong the man and woman in Long Cloud City were, they could not defeat Li Jiao. As long as they captured them and brought them back, they would be able to make up for their mistakes and save some face for Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, Kai Shi was extremely attentive and took the initiative to lead the way. Not long after, the group of people returned to Long Cloud City. Li Jiao swept his divine sense and saw that the city was in a mess. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's people were also trash. A mere little girl could actually make them feel helpless. He really didn't know how Hua Xing disciplined his subordinates. If this had happened in the Fire Dragon Palace, that little girl would have died countless times already. Where are they? Li Jiao couldn't find the enemy's aura for a while and asked with a frown. Kai Shi said, "They should be in the city lord's mansion." They killed many of the pavilion's people before directly breaking into the city lord's mansion. They probably want to plunder some wealth. Chapter 2999. Then let's go to the city lord's mansion. Li Jiao waved his sleeve. Kai Shi hurriedly led the way. A few breaths later, the group arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Blood flowed like a river here. Many wind-cloud pavilion disciples disguised as cultivators had died here. Even the city lord's mansion's gate had collapsed. Kai Shi pointed over there and said, "Master, it's here." Li Jiao swept the area with his divine sense and found the aura of the Emperor realm inside. But it was somewhat different from the information he knew. There were actually two people inside, not just one. The aura wasn't too strong, only at the level of a first-order emperor. "Wait outside. This king will be back soon." Li Jiao snorted, not worried about the change in numbers. His figure flickered, and he rushed into the city lord's mansion, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Kai Shi heard Li Jiao's shout, "Bold Junior, how dare you offend the Wind Cloud Pavilion? This Li is here, surrender immediately, and I can spare your lives." As soon as these words fell, a dense emperor pressure spread out like a tide, and with the city lord's mansion as the center, the world within a radius of 1,000 meters buzzed. Kai Shi's face changed slightly, revealing a look of admiration. A third-order Emperor Realm Master is indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this attack is really different. It's not something a first-order or second-order Emperor like me can compare to. Now, it seems that the Pavilion Master wasn't being modest when he said this person was stronger than him. He was indeed stronger than the Pavilion Master. This is good. With this masterly taking action, there shouldn't be any more changes. It's just a pity that the second elder and many of the pavilion's disciples died tragically at the hands of that adulterous couple. If this Master Li had come earlier, perhaps it would have been a different ending. Thinking so, Kai Shi sighed. His cultivation wasn't as good as the second elder's, but he was able to survive in the end. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. For a cultivator to cultivate in defiance of the heavens, wasn't luck also an opportunity and strength? Faintly, his narrow escape from death this time actually allowed him to gain a trace of enlightenment in his heart, and the bottleneck that had been there for many years actually showed signs of loosening. Realizing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and if he could break through, he would be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such strength was enough to rank him in the top 3 of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Elder Hall. He secretly made up his mind that once this matter was over, he would immediately go back and cultivate in seclusion. He would not come out until he made a breakthrough. Boom! 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 As Kai Shi's mind was in turmoil, the city lord's mansion began to rumble. These were the sounds of battle from the Emperor realm, and the energy radiating from the battle seemed capable of overturning the heavens and earth, shattering the earth and causing large swathes of buildings to collapse. Kai Shi couldn't take his eyes off him. His heart was pounding, and his respect for Master Li grew. The sounds of fighting came to an abrupt end, and the clamor died down. Solved? Kai Shi was stunned. Wasn't this a little too fast? He had fought with that adulterous couple before and knew how ferocious they were. He had never thought that Master Li would be able to deal with them so easily. A figure flew out from the ruins of the collapsed city lord's mansion and galloped over. Kai Shi looked over. Who else could it be but Master Li? He greeted him with a pleasantly surprised expression and cupped his fists from afar. "Thank you, Master, for taking action. Congratulations on your victorious return, Master." This Master Li didn't greet him with a smile as he had expected. His brows were tightly furrowed as if he had encountered a difficult problem. What surprised Kai Shi the most was that there was actually a bruise on Master Li's eye socket. That was obviously caused by a punch. This punch was very heavy. Even someone as strong as Master Li actually had a crack at the corner of his eye. His eye socket was swollen, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. "Master, you..." Kai Shi was a little dazed. He didn't know what had happened to him. "AI!" Li Jiao sighed heavily. He raised his head to look at the sky, speechless and choking on his tears. After a long while, he tilted his head to look at Kai Shi. Who did I offend? What? Kai Shi didn't understand and looked at him foolishly. You're called Kai Shi, right? Li Jiao asked. Yes. Kai Shi nodded, feeling more and more that Master Li was acting a little strange. His previous high spirits had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a lonely and pained expression. What could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master show such an expression? This king wants to borrow something from you? Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Kai Shi's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a little uneasy. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked bitterly, "What does Master want to borrow?" "I want to borrow your life," Li Jiao said as he suddenly reached out to grab Kai Shi. Although the two of them were both from the Emperor Realm, there was still a gap of 2 minor realms between them. Each minor realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, so how could Kai Shi resist his sudden attack? In a daze, Yang Kai felt his neck tighten as Li Jiao grabbed him. A terrifying surge of energy came from the large hand, which rushed into his flesh and meridians without any fear, causing his entire body to tremble. His mind was in chaos, and he was unable to summon the strength to resist. Master, why are you doing this?" Kai Shi continued to struggle as he looked at Li Jiao in disbelief. Wasn't he the helper invited by the pavilion master? Didn't he say before that he would deal with that thief? Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye and turn from friend to enemy? Kai Shi felt that the world was changing too quickly, and he couldn't accept it. It's Wind Cloud Pavilion's fault for provoking someone it shouldn't have. That person inside. This king can't afford to offend him. AI, let's not talk about it. You'll have so many companions on your way to the Yellow Springs, so you won't be lonely. What? Even he couldn't afford to provoke that person inside? Kai Shi even suspected that he had misheard. Just as he was about to say something, a violent force pressed down on him from all directions. With a bang, Kai Shi's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving not even a corpse behind. The remaining Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all dumbfounded, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Their original savior and hope had suddenly become an executioner, even crushing 9th Elder Kai Shi with a single hand. What was going on? Without time to think, they all scattered like birds and beasts. A huge cyan palm suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping a large area and slamming down viciously. With several miserable cries, these Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all wiped out in an instant. Their cultivations weren't high, so how could they resist Li Jiao's attack? They were all turned into meat patties. Woof woof! 2 dog barks came from behind. The indifference on Li Jiao's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless flattery. Turning his head, he bowed and said, Palace Master Yang. I've already killed them all. Look! Where was the prestige of a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master? The dignified Northern Territory Fire Dragon Palace Master was no different from a pug at this moment. At least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai lightly snorted. Li Jiao sweated profusely, knowing that Yang Kai's anger had yet to subside, so he hurriedly explained, Palace Master Yang. This Li is innocent. This Li didn't know anything about this. If this Li had known it was you, this Li would never have come here. He was already cursing Hua Xing in his heart. A while ago he had just gotten rid of Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and the others. After a few days of freedom, he actually took the initiative to run into them again and was caught red-handed. This was the most sorrowful thing in the world. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, It sounds like you hate me very much. Li Jiao was sweating profusely as he hurriedly said, No. This Li means that if I knew Palace Master Yang was here, I would have come here immediately. How could I dare be your enemy? What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Enough. Yang Kai waved his hand. I know what you're thinking. Tell me what happened between you and the Wind Cloud Pavilion. Why are you working for them? Li Jiao was embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Yang Kai listened while glancing at Lin Yuner. The little girl was playing with the little black dog in her arms. She opened her small mouth and bit at the little black dog. She even made sounds. The little black dog also seemed to like this childish game, wagging its head and tail happily. Strangely enough, when Yang Kai and Lin Yun are reunited a few days ago, the little girl didn't care much about the little black dog, but after spending some time together, she actually loved it so much that she couldn't bear to part with it, sticking to it all day long. After all, this little beast's appearance was quite good, and it was always liked by women. After Li Jiao finished explaining, Yang Kai said, "So, you have a good relationship with the Wind Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master?" Li Jiao hurriedly said, "We just met by chance and nodded at each other. Moreover, we haven't contacted each other for 100 years, so even if there was some friendship, it has already faded, hehehe." Not to mention that his friendship with Hua Xing really wasn't that deep. Even if it was, he couldn't tell the truth at this moment. He really couldn't afford to offend Yang Kai. Everyone was making a living in the Northern Territory, and he was also a big creditor. If he really offended Yang Kai, the Fire Dragon Palace would probably have no way to survive in the future, not to mention that Yang Kai had an extremely close relationship with the dragon race. In comparison, what did his little friendship with Hua Xing count for? If it weren't for Hua Xing, how could he have walked right into a trap and been caught by Yang Kai? Thinking of this, he actually felt some resentment towards Hua Xing. He felt that this guy was too unkind and gave him false information. Now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, it was all Hua Xing's fault. Palace Master Yang, this girl is... Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai was silent and hurriedly tried to find something to talk about, inquiring about Lin Yuner. This little girl was incredible. Just now, when he was punched in the eye by her, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he was a dragon descendant, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as a small injury. That punch was enough to make him dizzy. In a battle of life and death, that moment of absent-mindedness was enough to make him lose his life. This little girl had extraordinary strength. Could it be another dragon race? Li Jiao's heart jumped in fright. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Yang Kai. Not long ago, he had just dealt with a 9th Order Red Dragon, and in just a few days he had already gotten himself another one. Li Jiao maliciously speculated in his heart that if Zhu Qing and this little girl were to meet, they would definitely have a fierce battle. Who would be stronger and who would be weaker? When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely be in a terrible fix. As these images flashed through his mind, Li Jiao's mood improved greatly. Chapter 3000. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Li Jiao instantly kept quiet out of fear. Please do me a favor. Li Jiao hurriedly said. Palace Master Yang is too kind. This Li owes you a life-saving grace, so if you have any instructions, this Li will not refuse. Although he put on an extremely forthright expression, he was secretly feeling bitter. In fact, he had already guessed what Yang Kai wanted him to do. It was nothing more than a grievance with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Now that he had arrived in Long Cloud City, it was obvious he wanted to kill his way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. Thinking to himself, Hua Xing, oh Hua Xing, this king has no choice but to do this. Take us into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao puffed out his chest. No problem. Leave this Li to me. After a cup of tea's time, Li Jiao flew over from outside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he wrapped Yang Kai and Lin Yuner around him. Even the little black dog was not spared. The 2 people and 1 dog seemed to be under some kind of restriction and obediently followed behind him. Is it Master Li? A Wind and Cloud Pavilion elder stood behind the sect defending array and cupped his fists and asked. He had obviously received the news from Hua Xing, so he had specifically waited here. At this moment, with the sect defending array activated, Hua Xing obviously did not place all his hopes on Li Jiao and had made other preparations. It is this Li. Li Jiao quickly responded. Those 2 are. The elder asked suspiciously. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Is this woman the murderer of your young pavilion master? This king has captured them. The elder fixed his eyes on her and was overjoyed, nodding. Yes, it's this lowly servant. Master Li captured her so easily. If the pavilion master knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the array. This king will hand these two over to your pavilion master to deal with. Yes, yes, yes. The elder responded quickly before taking out a token and circulating his emperor chi to form a few seals. Immediately, a stream of light shot out from the token and hit the sect defending array. An opening appeared in the array, and Li Jiao flashed through. Brother Li has returned victorious. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Hua Xing suddenly and strangely appeared, flying over from not far away. It was unknown if he had been hiding nearby, waiting for Li Jiao to return. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Li Jiao chuckled. You're that annoying guy's father? At this moment, Lin Yuner suddenly frowned as she looked at Hua Xing and asked. Without waiting for him to answer, she said, It's you. You two look similar. You bitch. Hua Xing turned his head to look at Lin Yuner, the flames of fury burning fiercely, and killing intent surged like a tide as he shouted angrily. How dare you kill my son? Today I… As he spoke, he suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. This was because this young girl's power was actually surging. How did she look like she was being restrained? Just as he was feeling suspicious, he saw Lin Yuner suddenly dash out like a bolt of lightning, a pair of pitch-black gloves appearing out of thin air on her pair of pink fists. Her fists became round and round as she fiercely punched towards him. Z. Hua Xing was startled. Although the change happened suddenly, it was not enough to surprise him. What surprised him was the strength this young girl had displayed in an instant. Her small fists seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. If he were hit by such a fist, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would not feel good. You're courting death. Hua Xing was furious and immediately attacked. He wanted to torture this young girl and let her taste all the tortures in the world before killing her. But now, how could he care less? His Emperor Qi surged as he sent out a palm towards Lin Yuner. In midair, a huge palm suddenly appeared, condensed purely from Emperor Qi. The palm formed a seal in midair and pointed its middle finger at Lin Yuner, causing the world energy to become turbulent and principles to appear, as if it could erase everything in the world. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. All the cultivators of wind and cloud pavilion trembled under this palm and could not help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship it. Even the nearby sect defending Grand Array began to ripple, as if it would break at any moment. A third-order Emperor Realm Master attacking with all his strength was naturally extraordinary. Lin Yuner's fist smashed into the palm and involuntarily let out a muffled groan as her whole body was knocked down by a powerful force, like a kite with a broken string. Although she was strong, her realm was still too low, so she was lacking in comparison to a veteran master like Hua Xing, and was at a disadvantage after one move. Pa. A soft sound rang out as Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and as the power of space principles surged, a huge moon blade flew up to meet the incoming attack. The moon blade slashed down, shattering the void. A cut appeared on the palm that was forming hand seals, and its power was greatly reduced. The pressure on Lin Yuner, who was being pushed down, suddenly disappeared and her feet tapped the void as she rushed out of the crack like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Hua Xing in an instant and punching out with both fists like dragons emerging from the sea. Hua Xing's expression changed as he opened his mouth and spat out a blue ruler. The ruler spun leisurely and instantly gave birth to countless ruler shadows that turned into a barrier in front of him. Hong hong hong. Lin Yuner punched out again and again, each punch filled with her full strength. The sound of explosions was deafening, and the violent power caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The ruler shadows were endless and firmly defended in front of Hua Xing, making all of Lin Yuner's attacks useless. Chop! Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent moon blade after moon blade towards Hua Xing. Hua Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, the ruler phantoms in front of him flew out to meet the moon blade, accurately neutralizing it. Not only that, but a massive ruler phantom also descended from the sky and slammed down towards Yang Kai. Humph! Li Jiao coldly snorted and raised his hand, sending out a dragon phantom to meet the incoming ruler shadow, smashing it to pieces. Lin Yuner floated back and returned to Yang Kai and Li Jiao's side, panting slightly. The round of fierce attacks just now had consumed a lot of her strength, but it did not cause any trouble to Hua Xing. It was obvious that the ruler-emperor artifact was not ordinary. Everyone exchanged blows in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, and it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. The surrounding wind and cloud pavilion cultivator did not even have time to react before they retreated. Hua Xing's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Li Jiao! This Hua treated you sincerely, yet you colluded with outsiders to bully me?" This man and woman seemed to have been captured by Li Jiao, but in fact, they were not imprisoned at all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to exchange blows with him. Coupled with Li Jiao's help just now, if Hua Xing still could not see the problem, he would be an idiot. He could not understand. Li Jiao had only been out for a short while, so how did he suddenly turn from a helper to an enemy? This man and woman should not have the ability to make Li Jiao switch sides, right? What was going on here? Although he did not understand, Hua Xing already bore a grudge against Li Jiao. If he had not trusted him, he would not have let the enemy into the sect defending array. This was a matter of face. It did not matter if they killed their way to Long Cloud City, but if they killed their way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters and broke into the sect defending array, it was a slap in the face. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had been slapped in the face not lightly, the sect defending array was the last layer of cloth. This was great. The last layer of cloth was torn apart. In the future, the people of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would not have the face to see anyone. Hua Xing hated Lin Yuner to the bone because his son had died at her hands. However, compared to Li Jiao's actions, he hated Li Jiao even more for going back on his word and double-crossing himself. Facing Hua Xing's questioning, Li Jiao's expression did not change. He only coldly snorted and said, "Brother Hua's aura is vigorous. It seems that you have recovered well. How amazing! In such a short time, Brother Hua was actually able to recover from his internal injuries. This Li really admires you. I wonder what kind of pills Brother Hua took to have such a miraculous effect. If it's convenient, can you give this Li a few as well?" He avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. He was too embarrassed to talk about his own matters, so he directly pointed out that Hua Xing had tricked him into taking action. He could now see that this old man Hua Xing definitely did not have good intentions when he asked him to take action. Thinking of this, the guilt in his heart immediately lessened by a lot. Hua Xing turned his head to look at Yang Kai and Lin Yuner. He then looked at Li Jiao and said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, in these few days that you have been in my Wind and Cloud Pavilion, has this Hua not received you well?" "Not at all. Brother Hua has made this Li feel at home," Li Jiao replied indifferently. Hua Xing bitterly said, "If that's the case, why did you betray this Hua and actually join forces with them?" Li Jiao said, "I had no choice." Hua Xing looked at him in disbelief. "You had no choice?" This was what he did not understand the most. Why would Li Jiao rather join forces with this man and woman to go against him? He gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have been friends for hundreds of years, yet you can't beat a single person who had no choice?" Li Jiao scratched his cheek and said, "Friendship is not as important as life, right?" Hua Xing could not help but become absent-minded. Who are they? He knew who Li Jiao was. He was a descendant of the dragon race, a third-layer emperor realm master, and a palace master in the Northern Territory. Now that he could say such words, it was clear that his previous guess was correct. This man and woman really had great backgrounds and could even threaten Li Jiao's life. If not for this, Li Jiao would not have said such words. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Li Jiao's betrayal had already upset him, and although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was not ordinary, there was still a comparison. If this man, woman, and Li Jiao really caused trouble here, it was likely that half of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would be destroyed. Even if the Wind and Cloud Pavilion won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. When he thought up to here, the intention to retreat arose in his heart, and he sent a voice transmission silently. "Brother Li, tell me the truth. Are these two people related to the Emperor?" If this was really the case, even if he had to lose face today, he could not let the conflict worsen. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not afford to provoke people related to the great emperors. Li Jiao glanced at him, then at Yang Kai, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he casually replied, "No, no." Hua Xing could not help being stunned. Chapter 3001. He had nothing to do with the great emperors, yet he dared to be so arrogant and despotic? Hua Xing's expression instantly turned cold. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was lecturing Lin Yuner. "Didn't we agree to launch a sneak attack together? Why did you attack so quickly?" Lin Yuner scratched her head. "I forgot." Yang Kai sighed. "Now that we've alerted the enemy, it won't be so easy to take him down. Then what do we do now?" Lin Yuner looked at Yang Kai innocently. She had exchanged a few blows with Hua Xing just now and had also realized how difficult this guy was to deal with. Ever since she came to the star boundary, she had been cultivating in seclusion with her master and had never really fought with anyone. Until this time, when she left home, the people outside seemed to be unable to resist killing and would often be killed by her with a few punches and kicks. She had thought that everyone was like this. Hua Xing's performance had broadened her horizons and made her realize that there were still strong people in this world. "What else can we do? We'll just have to force ourselves." Yang Kai shrugged. Lin Yuner understood tacitly and nodded. "So it's like this, then we'll kill him together later." She said it as if it was only natural, as if she had absolute confidence in winning. When Hua Xing heard this, his nose became crooked from anger. "Impudent juniors! I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but you just had to walk right into my trap. Good, good, good. Today this place will be your burial ground." Since these two people had nothing to do with the great emperors, he suddenly felt emboldened and felt that he had been too cautious. Young people were always hot-blooded. Wasn't he also like this when he was young? Every time he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Even if there were thorns in front of him, he would still press forward and forge ahead. But now that he was old, he had to be cautious. Not every young person had a deep background. He secretly swore in his heart that he would teach these two juniors a lesson today. Gritting his teeth and looking at Li Jiao, Hua Xing said, "Brother Li, if you leave now, we can still be good friends." He was not afraid of these two juniors, but he was afraid of Li Jiao. After all, this guy had a dragon bloodline and was a bit stronger than him. "Is there such a deceitful friend like you?" Li Jiao bluntly replied, full of resentment. Hua Xing sighed. "If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say." He raised his hands and roared, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. The green ruler once again transformed into a sky full of ruler shadows, smashing down on Yang Kai and the other two. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion also attacked simultaneously. Secret treasures danced in the air, and the brilliance of secret techniques bloomed, instantly enveloping the three of them. "Palace Master Yang, this Li will keep this old man busy. Come help me after you've dealt with these small fries." Li Jiao roared and grabbed at the void with one hand. An ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll quickly unfolded and shot out rays of mysterious light to protect the surroundings. The defense was watertight. With a rumble, all the attacks were blocked by Li Jiao. His figure flashed, and he pounced towards Hua Xing. Hua Xing angrily shouted, "Old dog Li, you're shameless." He was about to go mad with anger. When Li Jiao came to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, he treated him with courtesy. Not only did he serve him good food and drink, but he also gave him many beauties for his pleasure. He never imagined that Li Jiao would be so ruthless after just one trip. His heart was filled with hatred, and he immediately engaged Li Jiao in battle. The two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fought with their lives on the line, and in the blink of an eye, their battle shook the heavens and earth, shattering the void and causing the world's energy to tremble. While the two of them were fighting, the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally did not remain idle. Relying on their numbers, they launched a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and Lin Yuner. The effect was minimal. Most of these cultivators were only in the Dao Source realm, so how could they be a match for Yang Kai and Lin Yuner? When the attacks came, the two of them swayed their bodies and disappeared from their original position, causing the attacks to hit nothing but air. Immediately after, screams rang out as the wind and cloud pavilion cultivator exploded into a mist of blood. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 40 people died on the spot. The remaining people were shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror and fear. They thought that even if Yang Kai and Lin Yuner were Emperor Realm Masters, they wouldn't be too strong. After all, their auras were still there, but after this fight, they realized that they were completely wrong. These two were simply humanoid meat grinders, and wherever they went, no one would be able to withstand a single blow. Their fellow brothers and sisters were cut down like straws. How could they fight? The cultivator who was still alive did not have the courage to fight the two at all. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. At this moment, shio 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 sounds came from afar. When the wind and cloud pavilion disciples saw this, they were overjoyed. Great Elder is here, and the other elders, and the other brothers and senior sisters. Save us, elders. Cries rang out one after another. Looking at the great Elder of Wind and Cloud Pavilion who was flying over, they were like drowning people who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. In addition to Hua Xing, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were 2 second-order emperors and nearly 10 first-order emperors. This kind of foundation could not be described as weak. The 2 second-order emperors were the Great Elder and the Second Elder, respectively. Unfortunately, the Second Elder was killed in Long Cloud City, causing the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to lose a master. At this moment, the Great Elder and the others had clearly received a message from Hua Xing, so they led a team here. Behind him were hundreds of people, all of whom were at least in the third-order Dao Source Realm. They were obviously the elites of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It had been a long time since the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had used the power of the entire sect to deal with an enemy. But in this critical situation, there was no hope if they did not do this. The Great Elder's sleeves fluttered as he flew over. When he saw the scene of his own disciples being slaughtered from afar, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Junior, stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, a simple long sword appeared in his hand. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he slashed down at Yang Kai. The sword flew through the air, and a sensational sword intent filled the air, causing people's skin to tighten as a chill ran down their spines. The sword light flew over and accurately cut through Yang Kai's body, splitting him in two. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this scene, they immediately cheered. Great Elder is mighty. Great Elder is so strong. How could a trivial thief resist the might of Great Elder's sword? In terms of sword Dao cultivation, Great Elder can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Western Territory. Ha 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 ha, who told you to be arrogant? Now you know how strong I am. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had just been scared witless and were fleeing in all directions had their morale boosted, their hearts filled with joy. Lin Yuner's pretty face instantly turned pale as she screamed, "Uncle Yang! HM?" On the other side, the Great Elder did not show the slightest joy. He knew his own sword Dao very well and did not feel like he had cut anything at all. When he looked again, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to shiver all over. The figure that was cut in half was not a real person, not even a drop of blood flowed out. It was clearly an afterimage. It was just that this afterimage was too lifelike, deceiving so many pairs of eyes. Where is he? Since it's just an afterimage, that little brat must be fine. Where did he go? I didn't even notice. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of him. See! The Great Elder sucked in a breath of cold air and stabbed forward with the long sword in his hand without thinking. This long sword was definitely a high-grade Emperor artifact, exuding bursts of Emperor pressure. It had been refined by the Great Elder for many years and had long since become one with it. The sword stabbed down with incredible precision. No matter the angle or timing, it was perfectly grasped. The sword intent was condensed without dissipating, and the sword intent was hidden but not released. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He had encountered many second-order Emperor Realm Masters and had even killed some of them, but compared to this Wind and Cloud Pavilion's great elder, they were not even slightly inferior. This sword seemed simple, but in fact, it had sealed off all his escape routes. Yang Kai found that he could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Holding the myriad sword in his hand, a shocking sword light bloomed as Yang Kai swung it forward. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the two exchanged countless moves in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yang Kai retreated and looked at the great elder in surprise. Not far away, the great elder's face was ashen, and the hand holding the sword could not help but tremble. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What is this?" In terms of sword technique, this young man opposite him was not even worthy to carry his shoes, but with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation, he was able to block his attacks. He was not relying on his sword Dao cultivation, but his ability to adapt and his terrifying strength, especially the latter, which made the great elder tremble in fear. Every time they exchanged blows, the power of his opponent's sword would cause his blood to boil. If it were not for his profound cultivation, he might not even be able to hold his sword. Too shameless. Absolute strength. Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled, praising, "Great Elder's sword technique is extraordinary." As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out from his arms and thighs, and even the clothes on his body were torn to pieces. In this exchange, he was the one who suffered a loss. Although the great elder was shaken by his strength, he was still injured. If he had not been wearing the flying great ink dragon armor, he would have been injured even more. "Uncle Yang, you're fine." Lin Yuner's voice came from the side. Wherever her two fists passed, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples would be killed. When she saw Kai Yang split into two halves, she thought he was dead. She was so sad that she almost cried. Fortunately, Kai Yang immediately reappeared, allowing her to understand that it was only her eyes that were playing tricks on her. Only then did she relax. "Of course I'm fine. Little Yuner, be careful," Yang Kai exhorted. Lin Yuner nodded repeatedly. "They can't beat me." This arrogant and careless attitude caused the great elder and the other elders to become furious. They could also see that Yang Kai and Lin Yuner were extraordinary, and if they were to remain in a state of disunity, they might really end up failing miserably at such an easy task. Turning their heads to look at the other side of the battlefield, Li Jiao and Hua Xing were locked in a fierce battle and would not be able to determine the victor in a short time. Naturally, they could not count on the pavilion master to come and help. A haze flashed across the great elder's eyes, but he made a decision in his heart and shouted, "Set up the spirit array." Chapter 3002. The Tao of formations had a long history and could often turn something rotten into something miraculous. In the entire world, which great sect didn't have their own formations? Not to mention large-scale formations like the Great Sect Protection Formation and the Great Mountain Protection Formation, there were also many formations that were formed by people. Because they were all brother and junior brothers of the same sect, they had plenty of opportunities to practice their teamwork on a daily basis. When they were facing a strong enemy, they would often have a miraculous effect. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally had their own formations. Moreover, it was a powerful sword formation that focused on killing. This sword array was called the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mystic Sword Art. It was an item passed down from the ancestors of the Wind Cloud Pavilion and had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In the history of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, there were many times when they relied on this sword array to avert danger and allow Xian Hua to pass down his legacy. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword Diagram could be formed by at least 5 people. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. Usually, it would only take 10 disciples of the Third Order Tao Source Realm to set up a formation, and they would be able to contend with an ordinary disciple of the Emperor Realm. If there were 20 of them, they could easily kill a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Every disciple of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had to cultivate this spirit array after reaching the Tao Source Realm. Every month, there would be a large-scale joint exercise, so every cultivator of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who was above the Tao Source Realm was already familiar with this spirit array. The reason for this was to prevent the Wind and Cloud Pavilion from provoking a powerful opponent, just in case. The last time the Wind and Cloud Pavilion used the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram was over 100 years ago. At that time, Hua Xing had yet to return from his travels. The previous pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was already in his twilight years. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was showing signs of decline. As a result, some of the major forces in the Western Territory coveted the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and joined forces to invade. At that time, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master had broken into the sect-defending Grand Array. The Wind Cloud Pavilion's disciples had relied on this formation to repel their enemies. After that battle, the Wind Cloud Pavilion's fame soared. It was only after Hua Xing returned and took over the Wind Cloud Pavilion that the situation gradually stabilized. 100 years later, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram rose again, and this time, his opponents were only two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It wasn't that the Great Elder was making a mountain out of a molehill, but he knew how terrifying these two people were. During this time, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had sent many masters to hunt them down, and more than one Second-Order Emperor Realm Master had been attracted by the 20 million high-rank source crystals. But what was the result? These two juniors were still alive and kicking. They even killed their way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, while those so-called experts were all defeated. The Great Elder was only a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Learning from his predecessor's mistakes and experiencing Yang Kai's strength after exchanging blows with him, he did not hesitate to use his trump card. The expressions of the Wind Cloud Pavilion's elders and disciples turned solemn when they heard this. "Activate the formation," the Great Elder roared. He raised the long sword in his hand towards the sky. Sword will fill the air. 5 or 6 First-Order Emperor Realm Elders and hundreds of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples from the Third-Order Tao Source Realm also summoned their swords in unison. Forming different hand seals, they waved their swords and unleashed dazzling sword moves as they shouted, "Array!" The voices of hundreds of people converged into a single line, and even their auras seemed to be connected by some mysterious force. The world buzzed and the void trembled. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he did not know what kind of spirit array this was, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He turned his gaze towards the densest part of the crowd and whispered, "Million sword waves, moon swallows the wolf." The myriad sword swung down, and an overwhelming number of sword waves appeared, bombarding the Tao Source Realm cultivator like a swarm of locusts. Under normal circumstances, even a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to easily block such an attack, and a Tao Source Realm cultivator would only be killed. But when the sword wave struck, the Tao Source Realm cultivator did not panic at all. He just watched indifferently, maintaining the circulation of his sword force and sword intent. "Withdraw!" The Great Elder waved his sword, creating a sword flower in the air as he shouted. In mid-air, a strange spirit array appeared. This spirit array slowly rotated and turned into a barrier visible to the naked eye, blocking in front of the Tao Source Realm cultivators. Asterisk hong 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 hong. Asterisk all the sword waves hit the spirit array, but unexpectedly, these sword waves did not have any effect. Instead, they were all absorbed by the spirit array. Yang Kai raised his brow, feeling that this was a little tricky. This spirit array seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Before he could finish his thoughts, the Great Elder shouted again, "Go!" The spirit array suddenly rotated in the opposite direction, and sword waves rushed out from it, attacking Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Yang, be careful," Lin Yuner cried out. Yang Kai was already prepared. When he waved his myriad sword, he blocked the sword waves. He raised his brow and said, "Reflected." He realized that these sword waves were actually the ones he had just sent out. Thinking about the mysteries of the spirit array, he immediately understood. The spirit array that appeared out of thin air could not only absorb his attacks, but also release them back. This spirit array was heaven-defying. "Rotate!" The Great Elder on the other side used another set of sword force and shouted. In the next instant, the world changed. Everyone suddenly disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have changed greatly. Looking around, there were long swords with awe-inspiring auras standing in the void. Those long swords were both real and illusory, like stars in the sky. There were so many that one could not see the end of them. This was simply a world of swords. Sensational sword intent pressed in from all directions. An invisible sword chi cut everything in this world, causing Yang Kai to feel pain all over his body. A drop of sweat slid down from Yang Kai's forehead. He felt that something was wrong. Although he had not experienced the true power of this spirit array, Yang Kai still had some eyesight. How could he not see the strangeness of this spirit array? Enter the sword diagram. There is no way out. Junior, die. The great elder's voice came from the void, ethereal and untraceable, making it impossible to grasp his position. Enter the sword diagram. There is no way out. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and there seemed to be a shocking sword intent in their words, which turned into invisible sharp swords and rushed towards Yang Kai and Lin Yuner's minds. This was obviously a spirit attack, and it was a spirit attack that contained sword intent. Its power was unfathomable. Yang Kai only felt a pain in his head, and his knowledge sea was turbulent. His knowledge sea's defense was broken, and in his knowledge sea, a huge sword chi slashed towards his spirit. Yang Kai was shocked, and hurriedly urged the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus to turn into a shield in front of him. With a boom, the sword chi was blocked by the shield, and a rainbow light bloomed. Both sides were in a deadlock for a while before the sword chi dispersed. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look at Lin Yuner, only to see the little girl staring with wide eyes, clenching her fists, looking around for the four people, and was not affected in the slightest. This little girl is so heaven-defying. It was obvious that the divine soul attack just now could not have been aimed at him alone. Lin Yuner must have been among the targets of the attack. However, the little girl was actually completely fine and did not even have any reaction. This was somewhat inconceivable. Lin Yuner's cultivation was the same as his, but Yang Kai felt that in terms of spiritual energy, she could not be stronger than him. His soul had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus for so many years, and it was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it would be unreasonable for Lin Yuner to be stronger than him. The reason why she was safe and sound was either because of her physique, or because she was wearing some powerful artifact. Yang Kai was more inclined to the latter. The uniqueness of the tyrant body of strength was mainly reflected in one's flesh and blood, and should have nothing to do with one's soul. Without time to think about it, Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived beside Lin Yuner. Reaching out and hugging her, and urging his space principles, they disappeared. This spirit array was strange and unpredictable, and if they continued to stay here, they would most likely fail miserably, so it was best to escape from this spirit array as soon as possible. Want to leave? Great Elder coldly snorted, and a long sword suspended in the void suddenly trembled slightly before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the void. The next moment, the figures of Yang Kai and Lin Yuner staggered out from a short distance away, Lin Yuner holding a long sword in one hand, a look of anger on her face. This is not good. Kai Yang's expression changed slightly. The space divine technique was rarely broken, but when such a situation occurred, it meant that the enemy's strength was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Space principles? Great Elder was also a little surprised. Normally, with his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through Yang Kai's space principles, but inside the sword diagram, he was the array eye and controlled everything inside, so he could grasp Yang Kai's movements and traces. It was by relying on this that he was able to force Yang Kai out of the void and ruin his plan. Yuner, are you afraid? Yang Kai glanced around coldly. Although he pushed his divine sense to the limit, he was still unable to find where the people from Wind and Cloud Pavilion were. There were only swords, sword intent, and sword force here, nothing else. I'm not afraid, Lin Yuner replied, and with a squeeze of her little hand, the long sword she was holding broke apart and turned into specks of light before disappearing. It was just an illusory sword, but it was lifelike inside this sword diagram. Good, Yang Kai laughed. Then let's break this bullshit sword diagram together with Uncle Yang. Shameless boasting, Great Elder shouted. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, don't even think about escaping from this spirit array. As soon as his voice fell, the countless long swords in the surroundings trembled and changed direction. their tips pointing towards Yang Kai and Lin Yuner. Yang Kai's face sank as he was enveloped by the thick sword intent, causing his Emperor Qi to stagnate slightly. Die! With an angry roar, the sound of swords breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Looking around, countless long swords attacked Yang Kai and Lin Yuner from all directions, each sword blooming with astonishing sword qi, as if they could cut through everything in front of them. The entire sword diagram world was filled with such attacks, and Yang Kai and Lin Yuner had nowhere to hide. Yuner, squat down! Yang Kai shouted. Lin Yuner didn't even think about it and directly squatted down with her head in her hands. Dragon transformation! Yang Kai roared again. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the sword diagram shook slightly, as if it had been impacted by something. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly swelled, turning into a 4.5-meter-tall behemoth with dragon horns on his head, dragon claws on his hands, scales all over his body, and a monstrous aura. He squatted down and curled up his huge body, protecting Lin Yuner in his arms. Chapter 3003. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk swords rained down on Yang Kai's body, creating a dazzling splash of sparks. His huge body swayed from side to side from the attacks coming from all directions, as if he could fall at any moment. Asterisk Chi Chi Chi. Asterisk as blood splattered, Yang Kai grimaced in pain, making his already ferocious face even more terrifying. He stayed where he was, not moving at all. His entire body was curled up into a ball, exposing his back, protecting Lin Yuner from any harm. Uncle Yang! Xiao Yuner raised her head and cried out, shock and surprise flashing in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly change so much, but after feeling the attacks Yang Kai was enduring at this moment, her eyes turned red. Yang Kai grinned. I'll avoid them for now. I'll deal with them later. Lin Yuner nodded, a fierce look flashing across her face. The endless rain of swords continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. This great elder's voice rang out, obviously extremely surprised. He really didn't expect Yang Kai to survive the sword chart. This was the Yin-Yang 5 elements profound sword array formed by 100 people. With him, a second-order Emperor Realm Master acting as its array core and 5 or 6 first-order Emperor Realm Masters assisting him. The rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would be reduced to ashes after suffering such an attack, right? But not only was this guy alive, he had changed his appearance. There were 2 bulges on his head. His hands had turned into sharp claws, and his exposed skin was covered in scales. What the hell is this? Great Elder was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His mind raced as he urged the power of the sword chart again. Originally, after that round of sword rain, there were not many long swords left in the sword diagram. However, after this moment, sharp swords of different shapes and auras appeared one after another in all directions. It was as if there was no end to them. These swords were illusory, and it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In any case, each and every one of them was filled with sword qi. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, his heart filled with anxiety. Both he and Lin Yuner were trapped in this sword diagram, so if they did not find a way to break out or escape, sooner or later, their strength would be exhausted. After all, the enemy outnumbered them, so by relying on the might of this spirit array, they could exert their strength to the greatest extent. However, he and Lin Yuner were alone, so even if they could hold on for a while, they would not be able to hold on forever. However, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he did not find any loopholes in this place. He did not have a deep understanding of the Tao of array formations. He thought that if the Southgate army was here, they might be able to provide some advice. Just as he was frowning, Lin Yuner said angrily, "Uncle Yang, buy me some time." In the past, she had killed many people, but she had always been calm and collected, as if she was not killing people, but casually kicking away small stones on the side of the road. Previously, she had been targeted and attacked many times, but she was not angry. This time, she was really angry. In order to protect her, Uncle Yang had suffered serious injuries. Yang Kai was stunned. You can break the array? Lin Yuner said, I have a trump card that should be able to break it. That's good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Don't worry, Uncle Yang will not let them disturb you. And, after Lin Yuner finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged, closed her beautiful eyes, placed one hand flat in front of her lower abdomen, and formed a strange seal with the other, her aura fluctuating. Yang Kai did not know what she was going to do, but since Lin Yuner had said so, he could only give her the greatest trust. He probably would not be able to break the spirit array in a short time, so if Lin Yuner had a way, he would naturally let her try. He hoped that she could bring him a surprise, and even if she did not succeed, he would think of another way. Juniors want to break the array. What shameless boasting. The great elder's voice came again, apparently having heard the conversation between the two, his tone full of disdain. If the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram was so easy to break, it would not have been able to save Wind and Cloud Pavilion from danger so many times. Even if these two juniors had some attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, they would not be able to pry into the flaws of this spirit array. Saying so, the great elder roared again. Slash! A huge sword chi slashed down, its target being Lin Yuner. The sword chi was more than 10 meters long, like a pillar supporting the sky. When it slashed down from above, even the void cracked. The power of this attack was comparable to the full strength of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so its power was naturally extraordinary. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his huge body standing between Lin Yuner and the sword chi. His window-sized fist punched forward, hitting the sword chi right in the middle. With a loud bang, the sword wave collapsed and Yang Kai was forced back 2 steps. His fist had been split open and blood flowed freely from it. Good skill. Great Elder's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used to allow his body to become so large, being able to withstand a blow from the Great Change Profound Sword picture with just his flesh and blood was already an incredible feat. Coldly snorting, he said, This old master wants to see how long you can last. Slash, slash, slash. One after another, huge sword chi slashed down, intending to kill Yang Kai and Lin Yuner. Unlike the endless rain of sword chi just now, each of these sword chi was infinitely powerful. Although there were fewer of them, their power had increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Yang Kai took a big step forward, his huge body moving with indescribable agility and elegance. His fists danced as he blocked one sword chi after another. Every time he blocked a sword chi, he had to take a few steps back. Every time he blocked a sword chi, a wound would appear on his fists. Blood dripped onto the ground, making a dripping sound. With the last sword chi, his fists were badly mangled and the dragon scales covering them cracked. Stealing his heart, he met the sword chi head-on. With a bang, the sword chi struck Yang Kai's head, embedding itself more than an inch deep. His entire body was hit so hard that his body bent down, blood dripping down his cheeks. See, the great elder sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. He can't die. What is this guy's background? Why is his defense so strong? Even after taking so many sword chi attacks, he still hasn't fallen. If it was any other third-layer Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't be standing here, right? This little brat is going to turn the heavens upside down. A fierce light flashed in the great elder's eyes as he sent another sword chi towards Yang Kai. But this time, another sword chi silently attacked Lin Yuner. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least kill that little girl, right? As soon as the sword chi was sent out, the great elder suddenly shivered, feeling like he was being locked onto by a powerful divine sense. Under this terrifying divine sense, it felt like the other party could kill him with a single thought. Who is it? The great elder exclaimed. No one answered. Strangely enough, that feeling just now had strangely disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. The first elder frowned, not knowing what was going on. He secretly wondered if he was too nervous. He was now the eye of the formation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword diagram. He had merged with the hundreds of disciples and was integrated into the sword diagram. If someone really wanted to harm him, they would have to break the sword diagram to find his real body. That inexplicable killing intent couldn't have directly locked onto him, so it was probably just an illusion. The sword chi had already arrived in front of Lin Yuner, but Lin Yuner remained motionless, as if she didn't notice the approaching danger, silently casting her technique, preparing to use her trump card. He didn't know why this trump card of hers took so long to prepare. This made Yang Kai secretly curse little Yuner's master for being unreliable. With such a long preparation time, so what if this trump card was powerful? In a real life or death battle, who would give you time to prepare? Although he was dealing with the Great Elder and the others, he didn't relax his attention on Lin Yuner, so as soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai noticed it. As a last resort, he could only summon the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The small Mountains and Rivers Bell was held in his big hand like a child's toy. As it spun, the Mountains and Rivers Bell had already enveloped Lin Yuner. The sword chi arrived as expected, but hit the bell. This is... The Great Elder was shocked again, his gaze piercing through the void and biting the Mountains and Rivers Bell like a leech, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With his eyesight, how could he not see the mysteries of this artifact? The aura it gave off seemed to come from ancient times, giving people the illusion that they had entered an ancient world. An ancient, exotic artifact, the Great Elder exclaimed, his eyes suddenly becoming greedy. He couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect that this young man would have such a precious artifact. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had his own Emperor artifact, but Emperor artifacts and ancient exotic artifacts were two different concepts. At the later stages, Emperor artifacts were rare, but their power was unpredictable. If he could get his hands on one, it would be of great benefit to his strength. Looking at the bell again, it was extraordinary. Obviously, even among ancient exotic artifacts, this bell was a high-grade one, not something ordinary ancient exotic artifacts could compare to. Greed immediately rose in his heart, and he secretly decided that he must snatch this ancient exotic artifact. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such a treasure? It would be a waste for him to have it. If he could get his hands on this ancient exotic artifact, the Great Elder was confident that he could even exchange blows with a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. This was simply too attractive to him. As the Great Elder's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, Yang Kai wiped the blood off his face and took a deep breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have used the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The suppressive power of this ancient exotic artifact was too strong. Although it could provide a strong protection for Xiao Yuner, she was currently preparing her trump card, so the suppressive power would interfere with her. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Xiao Yuner wouldn't be disturbed too much. For this reason, he had weakened the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell as much as possible. Now we can go all out and fight. Old dog, you better hide well and don't let this young master find you. If I find you, I'll skin you alive. Yang Kai looked around coldly and sneered. Junior, how dare you be so arrogant? The Great Elder shouted angrily, flustered and exasperated. He was also a little embarrassed. After all, they had even summoned the spirit array, and with over 100 people working together, they should have been able to quickly get rid of Yang Kai. But this guy was not only alive and kicking, he even dared to threaten them. This was simply intolerable. Chapter 3004. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, heaven and earth shook as the world energy surged. When the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram was activated, the world energy of the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion seemed to be drawn over to support the operation of the spirit array. The sword intent within the sword diagram tumbled and blurred, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Countless Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples heard the commotion and gasped. What kind of powerful enemy had come to the pavilion to actually use the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram? Although they wanted to help, the spirit array had already been activated. Even if they were Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples, they couldn't break in. If they overestimated themselves, they would only be turned to dust by the boundless sword intent. They couldn't see the situation inside the profound sword diagram, so they could only look at the other battlefield. It was a battle between two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters. Every move was earth-shattering, and every move seemed to be able to dim the sun and moon. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples were dazzled and shocked. Li Jiao, those two juniors have already entered the sword diagram and will definitely die without a burial place. Why do you still want to risk your life for them? Hua Xing asked as he fought with Li Jiao. His cultivation was comparable to Li Jiao's, but Li Jiao wasn't human. He was a flood dragon, a descendant of the dragon clan. If they really fought, Hua Xing knew he wasn't his opponent. The reason he could fight with him until now was because he had the advantage of time and place. After all, he was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master and was connected to the fortune of this land. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he could display a little more than usual. Even so, he was barely able to fight to a draw with Li Jiao. A descendant of the Dragon Clan was indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Dragon Clan. He had only inherited a tiny bit of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, yet he could display such powerful strength. If he fought with Li Jiao outside, Hua Xing estimated he would have lost long ago. He hated Li Jiao's double-dealing, but he also knew that if he continued to fight, it wouldn't do him or the Wind and Cloud Pavilion any good. Two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters attacking with all their strength would destroy the foundation of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, he wanted to make peace with Li Jiao. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. In any case, those two juniors were definitely not injured, so there was no point in him continuing to fight with Li Jiao. So what if there was a winner were decided? Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't say anything, Hua Xing could clearly feel that he had withdrawn some of his power. Hua Xing's Li Jiao was his Lord Realm Master. Wasn't as if he had no choice but to become enemies with him. Li Jiao, so... And Li Jiao sect, Whis, are you Yang Realm Cultivator? Li Jiao's Yang, Whis sex. If and Yang are sex, Dragon Sword sex Earth would be Redicto Realm Cultivators' to become a? Heavens? Sect. Yang sect, great sect. Li Yang Realm, sex Li Realm Great Young True Sex Sect. Li Jiao didn't say anything, but he wasn't as aggressive as before. Hua Xing knew that Li Jiao sex sect leader was losing face. After all, Li Jiao sex sect leader was a bit capricious. Li Jiao sex sect leader didn't stop because he was worried that those two juniors would come out of the profound sword diagram and see him slacking off. Sneering in his heart, Hua Xing didn't try to persuade him. As long as he didn't destroy the Wind Cloud Pavilion's foundation, Hua Xing would follow him. As long as he killed those two juniors, Great Elder and the others would be free, and Li Jiao would know the consequences of offending the Wind Cloud Pavilion. The fight here was like a game. Neither of them used their full strength, but on the surface, it was still fiery, making the Wind Cloud Pavilion's disciples who had gathered around watch with great interest. Inside the Yin-Yang Five Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Yang Kai's days weren't so good. After all, it was a sword array set up by 100 people. Even if he used the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he still couldn't break it. Facing the waves of sword light, he could only passively defend. The more Great Elder fought, the more shocked he became. Using the power of the spirit array to attack continuously, it actually didn't have any effect. Was this guy still human? Although the young man's giant form was in an extremely sorry state, covered in blood, his monstrous aura didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, he became braver and braver as he fought, often bursting out with great power, causing the profound sword diagram to shake. Although they didn't have to worry about him breaking the spirit array, Great Elder and the others would need to consume their strength to neutralize his attacks. In the long run, he might really be able to escape from this predicament. Thinking of this, Great Elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sent a voice transmission. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the Wind Cloud Pavilion's third elder, one of the people who had set up the spirit array with him. Main spirit array, Great Elder ordered. Hearing this, third elder was shocked and asked in shock, "Great Elder, are you going to use that move?" Great Elder solemnly said, "Apart from this, there is no other way." Third elder pondered for a moment before nodding. "Then Great Elder, be careful. This boy is a bit unusual. And the great elder nodded and handed over the formation eye to the third elder. He took a step forward and waved his hand. Not far away, a stream of light flew over and was caught by him. It was his Emperor artifact sword. Not only did the profound sword diagram need a person to set up the spirit array, but it also needed a sword as the base. The cultivator who set up the spirit array had to be someone who cultivated the sword Dao. Great Elder's Emperor artifact had been fused with the spirit array, so it was obvious that he was going to use some powerful secret technique to summon it back. Holding the sword in front of him, Great Elder formed a few seals with one hand and suddenly wiped the sword with his finger. Blood flowed out, but not a single drop fell. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the sword. In an instant, the sword turned blood red. The surrounding world energy was like a flock of cats that had smelled blood, flocking over and pouring into the sword. Great Elder's second-order Emperor realm aura rose steadily, his clothes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, he erupted with the aura of a third-order Emperor realm master, and it showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until Great Elder's face turned red, as if he would explode at any moment, that the rising aura finally stopped. At this moment, Great Elder's aura was so terrifying that even Hua Xing and Li Jiao couldn't compare to him. It wasn't that he had such a strong foundation, but rather that he had borrowed the power of the spirit array to support himself with the yin-yang 5 elements Great Change profound sword diagram. Great Elder's scarlet eyes locked onto Yang Kai as he suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as his words fell, he merged with his sword and turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was inside the sword diagram, also tensed up at the same time as an aura of death enveloped him, causing the Emperor Qi in his body to surge. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately sensed the source of the danger. In the void, a dazzling sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sword light was extremely dazzling, and its sword intent was so condensed that it seemed to be able to cut through all barriers in the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although such a terrifying blow couldn't compare to the great demon god's attack from afar, it was still not something a third-order Emperor Realm Master could produce. Yang Kai, who had transformed into a half-dragon, felt as if he was unstoppable. Before the sword light even reached him, he felt as if his body would be torn apart. As if facing a great enemy, Yang Kai quickly formed a series of seals with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time, Great Emperor, shuttle art." Yang Kai thrust his palm forward and the sword light tore through the void. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art actually exploded, and the sword light continued to slash down without losing any momentum. Yang Kai was startled. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could break through the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art head-on. Even if he hadn't fully mastered the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art, it was still a divine technique of the Great Emperor's. How could it be broken so easily? How could it be so fierce? Yang Kai was thinking about whether he should hide inside the sealed world bead and temporarily avoid the brunt of this attack, when he suddenly heard a tender shout, "Uncle Yang!" However, Lin Yuner was already prepared, and her words were filled with confidence. Yang Kai's heart stirred and the mountains and rivers bell, which had been protecting Lin Yuner, turned into a stream of light that descended from the sky and enveloped him, disappearing without a trace. Damn you! Even though Great Elder had a good temperament and cultivation, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. He had already experienced just how strong the defensive power of this primeval exotic treasure was. Although he could use the power of the entire spirit array to display a blow far beyond his own cultivation, he wasn't confident that he could break through the protection of this ancient exotic treasure. In other words, he had used this move in vain. Encountering such an opponent was simply a stroke of bad luck. If it were his own sword technique, he could have changed his target and taken the opportunity to kill Lin Yuner, but this power was beyond the scope of his control, so he could only release it, not withdraw it. Yang Kai watched helplessly as the mountains and rivers bell blocked his way and slammed into it. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud explosion and a burst of light, the mountains and rivers bell shook violently and Great Elder's figure was revealed. At this moment, Great Elder no longer had his previous demeanor. Although the force of the collision didn't kill him, It made him bleed from his 7 orifices and made him dizzy. He felt that his strength had dissipated and he couldn't summon any Emperor Qi at all. Withdraw. Lin Yun didn't take the opportunity to attack and instead called out tenderly. In the next moment, the dizzy Great Elder's face changed drastically because he suddenly felt that the Emperor artifact in his hand was pulled by a huge force and flew out of his hand uncontrollably. His face was filled with horror and he hurriedly urged his divine sense to recall his Emperor artifact. For those who cultivated the sword Dao, the sword in their hand was their lifeblood, let alone the Emperor artifact that Great Elder had cultivated with his life. If the sword fell into someone else's hands, it was equivalent to giving away half of his life. However, to Great Elder's horror, no matter how he urged his secret technique, the Emperor artifact that had followed him for thousands of years did not react at all, as if its 1,000-year bond had been directly cut off by an inexplicable force. Great Elder stared at Lin Yun'er with wide eyes and was dumbfounded at a glance. Before he could react, Yang Kai's huge body suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light in front of him like a small mountain. Not good. Great Elder felt a chill run down his spine and his figure flickered. Just as he was about to hide inside the sword diagram, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him, grinning. You came out and you still want to go back? Great Elder was frightened out of his wits in an instant. Cries of alarm rang out from the void, obviously from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were setting up the spirit array. Chapter 3005. Bastard! How dare you, Junior? Release Great Elder immediately, or I'll make sure you die without a burial. Oh! A burst of shouts came from all around as Yang Kai grabbed the Great Elder with one hand, his eyes sweeping across the void as he sneered softly. Ever since the formation was activated, he had been in a passive situation where he could not even find the shadow of the enemy. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. Now that he had finally found a flaw and captured one of the enemy's masterminds, how could he give up so easily? More than 100 people had set up a spirit array to deal with him, including several Emperor Realm Masters and even a second-order Emperor Realm Master. They were chasing after him relentlessly, trying to kill him. Now that he had taken the initiative, he was so angry that he was threatening him. He even wanted him to release Great Elder? How could there be such an easy thing in this world? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he glared at Great Elder and coldly spat out a single word. Die! No. Great Elder's face changed drastically as he screamed, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of that big hand. A violent force squeezed in from all directions, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Great Elder's eyes widened, and blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices. He could clearly feel his bones breaking, and his internal organs being squeezed out of shape and exploding. Pong! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! Great Elder is dead, the disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion exclaimed, unable to accept what they had just seen. What kind of character was Great Elder? In the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, besides Pavilion Master Huaxing, he was the strongest. However, such a powerful being was crushed by that monster with a single hand. Impudent Junior! Avenge Great Elder! After a moment of shocked silence, the clamoring grew louder. The sword diagram began to revolve again as sharp swords appeared in all directions, and the murderous intent suddenly soared. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram was based on the sword and the cultivator who cultivated the sword Dao as the foundation. It was originally a killing array, and the death of Great Elder made everyone's murderous intent surge, greatly increasing the power of the spirit array. Unfortunately, even so, the power of the entire formation was weakening. The Great Elder who was supposed to be the array core had died, and the third Elder who replaced him was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With the array core strength reduced by 1 realm, the power of the entire sword array weakened as well. The increase in power was not enough to make up for this loss. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If this young master can kill one of you, then I can kill all of you. Wash your necks and wait for me. I will drag you out one by one and kill you. You still dare to boast shamelessly. The third Elder, who was in charge of the array, shouted. He didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, the overwhelming sword light once again attacked Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could do anything, Lin Yuner shouted again, "Withdraw!" As soon as he finished speaking, the countless sword beams seemed to have been summoned by something. They all changed directions and rushed towards a certain place, then disappeared into a certain location. Yang Kai turned his head and raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. Huh! At that moment, Lin Yuner's hands were raised high. In her hands was an item the size of a wash basin. She placed it on top of her head. That item was pitch black in color and appeared very ordinary. It resembled an iron pot that ordinary people used to cook. However, an unimaginable devouring power was being emitted from the cauldron, and all of the sword chi unleashed by the yin-yang 5 elements sword diagram was sucked into the cauldron before vanishing. The iron pot was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many sword beams came, it absorbed them all without showing any signs of saturation. What surprised Yang Kai was not the power it displayed, but the aura it emitted. It was an extremely pure, ancient, and desolate aura, exactly the same as his mountains and rivers bell, as if it came from the great desolate era. An ancient exotic treasure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lin Yuner to have an ancient exotic treasure. After all, ancient exotic treasures had been passed down since ancient times and were extremely rare. So far, Yang Kai knew of only one ancient exotic treasure besides his mountains and rivers bell, was Hua Yulu's small flower drum. Moreover, he did not know what Hua Yulu's small flower drum looked like or what kind of power it had. But this iron pot was incredible. Just looking at its suction force, it was not something an ordinary treasure could compare to. It was just that its appearance was a little ugly. At first glance, it looked like it was used for cooking. "This is your trump card?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Little Yuner, with the iron pot on her head, rushed to Yang Kai's side with a grin, lightly standing on his shoulder, and gave an irrelevant answer. "Uncle, you look so handsome like this." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "I also think he's handsome to the point of dregs. Little Yuner really has good eyes." When Third Elder heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a battle of life and death, a battle where everything was on the line, yet the enemy was actually chatting over there, clearly not putting them in their eyes at all. Although he did not know what the iron pot was, or why it could display such a miraculous effect, he was still angered by Yang Kai and Lin Yuner's indifference. Just as he was about to stimulate the power of the spirit array again, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from all directions. "Ah! What's going on? My sword! Brother! Help me! My sword is about to be sucked away. Help your ass! My sword is the same. I can't even protect myself now." Hearing this voice, Third Elder's face changed greatly, and when he remembered the strange scene that Great Elder had encountered before, he suddenly understood something and his face filled with horror. At this moment, he suddenly felt the long sword in his hand being pulled by a force, uncontrollably jumping in a certain direction, as if it was about to rush over, and that direction was where the little girl holding the iron pot was. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk streaks of light broke through the air. This time, it wasn't an illusory sword wave, but a genuine artifact sword. Those who had formed the yin-yang 5 elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram were all cultivators in the Third Order Dao Source realm and above, so naturally the quality of their artifacts would not be too bad, at least Dao Source grade mid-rank, and many of them were Emperor artifacts. However, at this moment, whether it was Dao Source grade artifacts or Emperor artifact swords, they all flew over one after another, disappearing into the iron pot. In the blink of an eye, the iron pot had absorbed dozens of long swords, and more were flying over. "What the hell is this?" Third Elder was extremely shocked. This iron pot actually had the magical effect of absorbing other people's artifacts. How was he supposed to fight against it? He had never heard of such a strange artifact in this world. The suction force coming from the long sword in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to control it. Third Elder did not dare to take it lightly and quickly immersed himself in controlling his Emperor artifact. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk in less than 10 breaths of time, More than 90 long swords were absorbed by the iron pot. After a while, even the long swords in the hands of Third Elder and the others could no longer be controlled and flew out of their hands. Ah! Third Elder exclaimed and frantically urged his secret technique, trying to recall his Emperor artifact, but what use was there? If even the Great Elder couldn't do it, he naturally couldn't do it either. When the last long sword fell into the iron pot, there seemed to be a collapse in the void. Figures suddenly appeared and gathered around Yang Kai and Lin Yuner, all of them looking inexplicably shocked. These people were all disciples and elders of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who participated in the arrangement of the Profound Sword Diagram. The Great Yin-Yang Profound Sword Diagram was based on the sword and the people. Now that all the long swords had been taken away, even if there were still people, the spirit array would break by itself, making it impossible for them to conceal themselves. Hiss! How is this possible? On the other side of the sky, Hua Xing sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over in disbelief. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Sword Diagram had been broken. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword Diagram, which had saved the Wind Cloud Pavilion countless times, had actually been broken. Hua Xing almost thought that he was dreaming. This was impossible. 10,000 years ago, only 5 people were needed to arrange this spirit array. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. This time, there were more than 100 people who were arranging this spirit array. This was already a huge scale, and the person in charge of the spirit array was their great elder, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a lineup, even if he fell into it, he would die without a doubt. How could it be broken by 2 unknown juniors? Where was Great Elder? Was he gone? He glanced around but did not see Great Elder among those people. His heart thumped as he knew that things were not good. Great Elder was obviously the array core in charge of the spirit array, but now he was nowhere to be seen. There could only be one possibility. Great Elder was dead. How did he die? Who killed him? Hua Xing could not figure it out. He did not know what happened in the Profound Sword Diagram, so he was naturally puzzled. At this moment, Hua Xing's skin suddenly tightened as he instinctively felt a trace of danger. Not good. Only then did he remember that he was in the middle of a battle, and his opponent's strength was stronger than his. Normally, he would not have made such a low-level mistake, but the scene just now had shocked him too much, so it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This distraction gave Li Jiao an opportunity to make a move. A ferocious Emperor Qi squeezed him from the front and exploded on his chest. Hua Xing's body shook as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Old dog Hua, you dare to make an enemy of Palace Master Yang? Today, this Li will not rest until you die. As soon as he said this, Hua Xing coughed up another mouthful of blood and shouted in grief and indignation, Li Jiao! I'll fuck your mother! Just now, the two of them were fighting as if they were playing a game. It seemed lively, but in fact, they did not even use 10% of their strength. Suddenly, they began to go all out, catching Hua Xing off guard. He also knew why Li Jiao was like this. He was obviously going with the wind, but he could not help but be angry. The boat of 100 years of friendship was capsized at this moment. Hua Xing gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you think you've won? Today no one can leave. After a pause, he shouted, Summon the Saint Beast. Chapter 3006. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram was broken, revealing the figures of the 100 people who had set up the spirit array, causing the surrounding disciples to cry out in alarm. Especially Yang Kai's ferocious appearance and huge body. They were horrified. What kind of monster was this? You take the left, I'll take the right. Yang Kai coldly glanced around and ordered Lin Yuner. Lin Yuner didn't say a word and rushed out with the iron pot on her head. 3 Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples gathered in one place didn't even have time to react before they were blown apart by her fist. Yang Kai also moved, reaching out and grabbing the air. The third elder, who was several dozen meters away, was strangely caught in his palm. No one knew how he did it. A chill ran from head to toe. Before the third elder could say anything, he was crushed by a strong force and followed in the footsteps of the great elder. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and another elder standing near the third elder was directly swept away, vomiting blood mid-air. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead. In his dragon transformation, Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline was stimulated, giving him extraordinary strength. How could a few trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Masters be his opponent? Like cutting melons and vegetables, Yang Kai and Lin Yun left a trail of chaos in their wake. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples and elders suffered heavy casualties, with no one able to resist even half a move from them. In just 3 breaths of time, more than half of the 100 people had died. Only then did the rest wake up from their daze and flee in all directions. Facing these 2 monster-level opponents, and with their artifacts taken away, they didn't even have the courage to fight. Naturally, running for their lives was more important. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk crescent blades shot out from all directions. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had participated in setting up the spirit array all screamed miserably as they fell to the ground. Lin Yuner circled around and killed a dozen people, but when she turned around, there was no one left. Blood rained down from the sky. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples watching from afar kept quiet out of fear, their faces ashen. What kind of enemy did the sect provoke? All the elites of the sect were annihilated just like that. From the Great Elder to the senior sister and brother of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, they were all dead. At the level of the Emperor Realm, only the Pavilion Master was left. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never suffered such a heavy blow. After this battle, it would be difficult for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to recover its Yuan Qi even if they could expel the enemy. Moreover, how could these 2 monsters be so easily removed? This was clearly the rhythm of their sect being exterminated. At this moment, Hua Xing's roar of grief and indignation resounded through the clouds. Summon the Saint Beast. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples changed drastically. They were even more frightened than when they saw Yang Kai and Lin Yun slaughter their fellow disciples. What did Pavilion Master say? He actually wants to release the Saint Beast? Run! What are you still standing there for? If you don't run now, you'll be dead for sure. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were watching from afar fled in all directions as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the Saint Beast was some kind of plague. There were also some disciples who had just joined the sect who were at a loss. Although they knew that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had a mountain guardian Saint Beast, no one had ever seen it, nor did they know what the hell the Saint Beast was. They only knew that the Saint Beast was extremely powerful and was on par with Pavilion Master Hua Xing. Seeing their brother, senior sister, and brother who had joined the sect earlier flee in all directions, they also panicked. No matter what the Saint Beast was, it was definitely not a kind creature. And just after Hua Xing's roar, a terrifying evil aura suddenly came from somewhere in the depths of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It was as if a sleeping dragon had awoken, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the aura. His blood faintly felt a burning sensation, as if it was being drawn by some kind of power, making him eager to fight. Xiao Yuner also flew to his side, still carrying the black iron pot on her head. Her beautiful eyes looked in that direction and her nose gently sniffed, her beautiful eyes brightening. Asterisk roar. Asterisk another roar rang out, followed by a huge figure that seemed to be a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast stepped on the air, its entire body emitting flames, and its aura was monstrous. This was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. He could not help but feel a trace of the aura of a divine spirit from this Saint Beast. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast was actually a divine spirit. This inevitably made people feel a little incredulous. But soon, a scene that shocked Yang Kai appeared. That Saint Beast did not fly straight towards them, but instead rushed towards some of the fleeing Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples. Like a bolt of lightning, it directly rushed into the crowd. In the next moment, a series of miserable screams rang out. Obviously, they were bitten to death by the Saint Beast. Hua Xing's heart bled. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had raised a mountain guardian saint beast for several thousand years. But this saint beast was a vicious beast that was captured by the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10th generation old ancestor. When the 10th generation old ancestor was alive, the saint beast was still obedient, but after the 10th generation old ancestor fell, the saint beast's vicious nature was exposed. Although it did not leave the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, it was not under anyone's control. Only the pavilion master of each generation could communicate with it. Every time they asked it to come out, they had to pay a great price. If they were prepared, they would prepare a large amount of food in advance, and they could reluctantly ask it to come out once to defend against a strong enemy. But this time they were not prepared, and the price they had to pay was the tragic death of their disciples. Even 100 years ago, when the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was in danger, the previous pavilion master did not ask the saint beast to come out because of this reason. But this time, with such a disaster, Hua Xing could not care less. Miserable screams rang out continuously as one Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciple after another was pounced on by the saint beast and devoured. What the hell is that? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, but unfortunately he was too far away to see clearly. He only knew that this so-called saint beast had not done anything to them, but had slaughtered many of their enemies. It looks so delicious. Lin Yun'er's nose twitched even more. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat. Why did this little girl only know how to eat? After a cup of tea's time, perhaps because the saint beast had eaten its fill, it flew over, its 4 feet stepping on fire, its 2 eyes burning like flames. After getting closer, Yang Kai was finally able to see the appearance of this saint beast. Dragon head, antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back, bear's waist, snake's scales, horse's hooves, and ox's tail. It was a powerful and domineering creature. Fire Qilin? Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. No wonder it had the aura of a saint spirit. It was a fire Qilin. There were many types of Qilins, but no matter which type, they were all ancient saint spirits. His dragon race bloodline was also the power of a saint spirit, and he was one of the best among saint spirits, so he was naturally attracted by the other party's aura. It's not a fire Qilin. Lin Yuner seemed to be very knowledgeable about saint spirits, her eyes shining as she said, "It just has some Qilin bloodline. It's not pure." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, his face changing. "Girl, you're drooling." Lin Yuner raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth, saying excitedly, "Leave this to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward. "Don't be careless," Yang Kai hurriedly warned. Although Lin Yuner's performance was not bad, facing such a vicious beast with a saint spirit bloodline, Yang Kai could not help but be a little worried, not knowing if she was a match for it. But Lin Yuner's performance was so positive that Yang Kai did not want to pour cold water on her, and could only make up his mind to be ready at any time. One person and one beast quickly approached. The Fire Qilin's descendant clearly understood human nature. Seeing Lin Yuner boldly rushing over, it roared in anger, the flames on its body becoming more and more fierce. Lin Yuner ignored it and directly rushed over. The Fire Qilin opened its mouth, and a huge fireball blasted over, its power terrifying. Lin Yuner did not dodge, and instead pushed the iron pot on her head forward. That iron pot was clearly not big, only the size of a wash basin, countless times smaller than the fireball, but with such a simple push it actually made the fireball disappear completely. Yang Kai's body that was just about to move stabilized again, his eyes burning as he looked at the dark iron pot. Only one question in his mind. What the hell is this thing? At this time, Lin Yuner had already rushed in front of the Fire Qilin, her feet tapping the air, and in an instant, she rushed to the top of the Fire Qilin's head and put down the iron pot. The Fire Qilin raised its claws to grab the iron pot, and wherever the claw passed, the surrounding space was squeezed out into irregular lines. Lin Yuner twisted her body, barely avoiding it, but her lower abdomen was still cut, and blood immediately flowed out. But she completely ignored it, and directly put the iron pot on the Fire Qilin's head. In the next moment, a sensational scene appeared. The Fire Qilin, a vicious beast that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and possessed a divine spirit bloodline, let out a mournful cry as its body swayed. The small iron pot on its head seemed to have grown out of its body as a terrifying suction force emanated from it. The huge, vicious beast's body was pulled in by an inexplicable force, twisting and changing, and soon like a stream of water, it was sucked into the iron pot, disappearing from sight. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was stunned. Hua Xing was also stunned. Lin Yuner also seemed to be stunned, scratching her head foolishly, a blank look on her face. She was very clear about the power of her treasure, and although she was confident that she could use this treasure to subdue the Fire Qilin, it was absolutely impossible to do so easily. She was prepared to have a big fight with this guy. She never thought that she would succeed as soon as she made a move. The little girl's mind was simple and pure, so she didn't think too much about it. She excitedly caught the iron pot, and a lid appeared out of nowhere. With a bang, she closed the iron pot and looked around with a smile. The more she looked, the happier she became. Li Jiao's expression changed. Even though he had seen great winds and waves at this moment, he still felt a little creeped out. When Hua Xing had invited out the Saint Beast of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he had also taken the time to pay attention to it. He had sensed the strength of that Saint Beast and knew that even if he were to attack, he might not necessarily be able to win. However, such a terrifying existence had actually been subdued by a dark and swarthy iron pot. It had been subdued in a single move. This was simply inexplicable. Chapter 3007. Wait a minute. Iron pot? Li Jiao's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of something. His dusty memories were opened, and a thought that made him tremble with fear appeared in his mind. This treasure! Hua Xing clearly recognized the origin of the iron pot, and his face was filled with horror. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Li Jiao had taken advantage of his distraction to launch a sneak attack, directly blasting his arm into pieces. Old dog Li, you tricked me! Hua Xing roared in grief and indignation. He hurriedly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Li Jiao. Blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. Li Jiao chased after him, not showing any mercy as he said, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. When did this Li trick you? Who told this Hua that these two people had nothing to do with the great emperors?" Hua Xing's face was distorted. On one hand, he was angry, and on the other hand, he was anxious. If he had known that this little girl was related to the great emperors, he wouldn't have dared to make her an enemy. Li Jiao sweated. If this Li said that I didn't know it would be like this, would you believe me? This was the truth. He knew Yang Kai's situation very well, and he had no relationship with the great emperors. He originally thought that this little girl wouldn't have any great background, but after seeing that black iron pot that could even capture a divine spirit descendant, he knew that he was wrong. This little girl wasn't just related to the great emperors, she was related to them greatly. Moreover, this great emperors was the most warlike and the most savage of the 10 great emperors. Ordinary great emperors didn't want to easily provoke them. That little girl was related to this master, so how could he easily offend her? I don't believe you! Hua Xing roared, his entire body erupting like a volcano. Under the attack of his blood and qi, his defense was full of flaws, and he was beaten by Li Jiao to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He could still contend with Li Jiao for a while, but after suffering so many unforeseen events, he couldn't maintain his state of mind. Adding on the fact that he had lost an arm, the gap between the two was immediately revealed. After being hit again, Hua Xing flew backwards, spitting out countless amounts of blood. Before he could stabilize himself, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped him. Hua Xing was startled. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai smashing his fist down with a ferocious expression. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly defended himself. However, all his defenses were like paper in front of this punch. The violent force smashed him down, creating a deep pit in the ground. Yang Kai chased after him and stepped on his body. Hua Xing couldn't move in an instant, his eyes filled with fear. "Spare me!" Yang Kai looked down at him from above and said indifferently, It's not up to me to decide whether to spare his life. He looked up at Lin Yun'er and shouted, "How should we deal with this person?" Lin Yun'er said, "Master said to cut the weeds but not dig up the roots." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai's strength had already surged out. "Hua Xingyun!" Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. This was a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator and the sect master of a top sect, yet Yang Kai had killed him without any hesitation. Palace Master Yang was too fierce. However, on second thought, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done something like this. Back in the Northern Territory, he had already wiped out the Seeking Passion sect, so what was the big deal about killing Hua Xing? He turned his head to look at the chaotic wind cloud pavilion and sighed in his heart. He knew that the wind cloud pavilion was completely finished this time. This great sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years had scattered overnight. From the pavilion master to the sect's elites, not a single one was left. Everyone was dead. Palace Master Yang really knows how to stir up trouble. Back in the Northern Territory, Palace Master Yang had already turned the world upside down. Yet in the Western Territory, he didn't hold back at all. However, looking at the girl over there, Li Jiao knew that even if Yang Kai pierced through the heavens, nothing would happen to him. This girl, her background was not small. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. The flying great ink dragon armor had excellent elasticity, and if not for this artifact armor, he would have been naked again. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog leisurely ran over. Just now, when the battle was turning the world upside down, it had hidden somewhere, but now that the dust had settled, it immediately appeared. Its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster was top-notch. Yang Kai glanced at it in annoyance, but didn't pay it any more attention. There were many wounds on his body, all of them caused by the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword diagram. There were too many to count, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. However, he didn't care and directly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. He glanced at Li Jiao and said, "Look after that girl and clean up the battlefield. I'll be right back." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Palace Master Yang. This Li will do his best to protect that girl." Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered before disappearing. The wind cloud pavilion was in chaos as countless disciples scrambled to escape. The pavilion master was dead. The great elder was dead. Everyone in the elder class was dead. Even the elites of the Third Order Dao Source Realm were all dead. The wind cloud pavilion was destined to be destroyed. No one was a fool. If they didn't escape now, would they be waiting to be killed? In less than a quarter of an hour, most of the thousands of disciples in the huge sect had fled. Every moment, there would be someone flying away without even looking back. Yang Kai searched for a while before he found the Wind Cloud Pavilion storehouse. Such a big sect would definitely have many good things in its storehouse, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Although he was now extremely rich, he still couldn't afford the consumption of the entire sect. Yang Kai also wanted to save up more cultivation resources for when his friends and family from Shadowed Star arrived. Those people were not a small number after all. After busying himself for half a day, Yang Kai finally returned with a full load. For a top sect like the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the amount of treasures in their storehouses was astonishing, not much less than that of the Seeking Passion sect. Just the number of high-rank source crystals alone was close to 1 billion, not to mention the countless cultivation resources. These were all indispensable treasures for High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai wandered around the Wind Cloud Pavilion again, collecting all the good things he could find. Only in the evening did he return. Lin Yun'er and Li Jiao moved to a nearby small mountain peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he first smelled a tantalizing aroma. This aroma smelled like meat, but it was also rich in spiritual energy. As soon as it entered his nose, it aroused his appetite and gave birth to a feeling of hunger. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if little Yun'er was cooking. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai walked over and asked curiously, but after glancing around, he was dumbfounded. On the peak, Lin Yun'er had already started a fire and placed the black iron pot on top of the fire. A series of gurgling sounds came from the iron pot, as if something was being boiled. The aroma was actually coming from this iron pot. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Was she really cooking? And she was cooking with that iron pot. Yang Kai felt a little dizzy. Palace Master Yang, you're back. Li Jiao greeted him and handed over a bag of space rings. These are the spoils this Li collected from the battlefield just now. Palace Master Yang, please check them. Whether it was Hua Xing or the elders of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, they definitely had some stock in their space rings, especially Hua Xing. As the pavilion master of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, how could his space ring not have any good things? Not to mention the hundreds of elites from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was a huge amount of wealth. Li Jiao had collected everything and didn't dare to keep it for himself, so he handed it all over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai casually accepted it and didn't count it, nor did he check the contents of the space rings. He simply looked at Lin Yuner, who was squatting in front of the iron pot, his mouth twitching as he asked, "What's going on?" At this moment, Lin Yuner was staring at her iron pot with sparkling eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly moist, obviously drooling. Noticing that Yang Kai had returned, she only greeted him casually, sucked in her saliva, and returned her attention to the iron pot in front of her. This young lady probably wants to make something to eat. Li Jiao braced himself and replied, "Make something to eat? With what?" Yang Kai asked casually, but his face soon darkened as he looked at Li Jiao and said, "Could it be?" Li Jiao nodded with a cold expression. Yang Kai was shocked. "Is that possible?" Li Jiao hesitated. "Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origin of this exotic treasure? Do you?" Li Jiao said, "I've heard of it before. If this Li isn't wrong, this pot is called Return to One." Return to One. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this name before, but he was only concerned about one thing right now. He walked over and whispered, "Little Yun-er." Lin Yun-er didn't even raise her head. "It's almost done. Uncle Yang, wait a moment." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Did you really cook that fire chilin?" "Yes, that's a descendant of a divine spirit. I haven't eaten one yet, so it must be delicious." When Li Jiao heard this, his whole body trembled. He was also a descendant of a divine spirit and a descendant of a dragon. He didn't want to be cooked by this little girl one day. In an instant, he looked at Lin Yuner with shock and fear, as if he had seen his natural enemy. Sure enough, there were no good days with Palace Master Yang. The dragon race was fine. At worst, it would just be bloodline suppression. However, this little girl was too terrifying. She took the pot, returned to one, and cooked a descendant of a divine spirit. Li Jiao felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed with Yang Kai, he would sooner or later be scared to death. Cherish your life and stay away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green. "Little Yuner, you have to think carefully. This thing can't be eaten carelessly. That guy just swallowed a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples." Speaking of this, his face couldn't help but turn pale. If it was just a descendant of a divine spirit, it would be fine to cook it. With such a fragrant smell, it definitely wouldn't be bad. However, Yang Kai had seen that Fire Qilin eat a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples with his own eyes. At this moment, it was all in the pot. Thinking of this, how could he still have the mood to eat? It would be good enough if he didn't vomit it out. Lin Yuner smiled and waved her hand. "Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I've taken care of it." Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look at Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and said, "I've indeed taken care of it. I've also put the long swords and artifacts that this girl took away in a ring." Obviously, Lin Yuner had taken care of the Fire Qilin while he was away. Chapter 3008. Understanding this, Yang Kai didn't resist as much. After thinking for a moment, he also sat beside Lin Yuner, listening to the sound of the iron pot while smelling the aroma. Waiting to eat. After a while, "Delicious, delicious." Lin Yuner held a large bone in her hand and praised as she chewed on it. "Eat slowly." Yang Kai reached out and wiped the oil stains on his face. "No one will fight with you for it." Although he said this, his speed wasn't slow. There was a pile of bones beside him, and there were even more on Lin Yuner's side, almost forming a small mountain. As expected of a divine spirit descendant, The flesh and blood contained an extremely rich energy essence. Eating a mouthful, his mouth was full of saliva and his stomach was burning. Although there weren't any seasonings, this was definitely the most delicious food Kai Yang had ever eaten. The iron pot seemed to have some kind of magical power. Just by casually cooking it, it was able to make people swallow their own tongues. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Yang Kai picked up a large bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. He glanced at Li Jiao standing to the side and said, "Brother Li, do you want to try it?" "No," Li Jiao said politely. "Then why are you swallowing your saliva? Don't talk nonsense." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Then this Li won't be polite," although he still felt a little repulsed in his heart. After all, they were all divine spirit descendants. Suddenly being cooked in a pot, although it smelled good, he would definitely feel a little conflicted if he really ate it. However, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's invitation. Moreover, he really did want to take a bite and see what it tasted like. Walking to the side of the pot, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of pork rib. He apologized and took a small bite. Then, his eyes widened and his speed increased a lot. It was like a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds. "Delicious, right?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad. It's really not bad. Following Palace Master Yang is really a blessing." Lin Yun didn't make a sound. While Yang Kai and Li Jiao were talking, she had already wolfed down the food for a while. Immediately, a few more bones appeared beside her. The little black dog was not to be outdone either. It leaned over the pot and bit off a large piece of meat with its mouth, eating it with relish. 2 hours later, Xiaoyuner was lying on the ground, rubbing her stomach. The huge Holy Spirit descendant was devoured cleanly by the three of them, not even leaving behind a single drop of soup. Lin Yun had a satisfied expression on her face. She had finally eaten to her heart's content. Ever since she had sneaked out, she had never had a full day. In the past, when she was by her master's side, she did not have to worry about food and drink. Everything was taken care of by her master. Only after leaving her master's side did she know that life was not easy. Even eating a full meal was so difficult. Now that he thought about it, he began to miss his master. "Little Yun, why didn't you use this trump card earlier?" Yang Kai asked as he picked his teeth with a piece of grass. He didn't know where this iron pot unification came from. If Xiaoyuner had taken it out from the beginning, that bullshit sword formation would have been broken long ago, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Lin Yun narrowed her eyes and said, "Master said that the trump card cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary." Master again. The little girl seemed to really take her master's words as a golden rule. "I'll take you to eat something better next time," Yang Kai said casually. Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. "Really? And there is a savage, desolate, ancient ground in the Eastern Territory. There is a lot of good food there." Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He had heard that there was a divine spirit guarding that place. Palace Master Yang's courage was too big. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Xiaoyuner was very happy. After lying down for a while, Yang Kai said, "Where do you plan to go next?" The wind and cloud pavilion was destroyed, and the little girl's goal was achieved. It could be said that she had vented her anger. "I don't know." Lin Yun shook her head. She was just feeling annoyed and had run away from home. She did not have any plans or plans. It was a coincidence that she had met Yang Kai. "I see." Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "Why don't you come with me to the Northern Territory? I've built a high heaven palace there." High heaven palace? Lin Yun was immediately interested. After all, she had stayed in Shadowed Star's high heaven sect for a while. Hearing this name made her feel very familiar. She nodded and said, Okay, then we'll go back tomorrow." Yang Kai immediately made a decision. The matter with the wind and cloud pavilion was a little big. A top sect was destroyed just like that. If he and Lin Yun were cultivator in the Western Territory, it would be fine, but the problem was that neither of them was from the Western Territory. If they continued to stay here, they might attract the attention of the great emperors. The great emperors of Night Shadow and Shadow Killer Hall were not easy to provoke. Li Jiao was also shocked when he heard this. It was not easy. After running out with Yang Kai, he finally saw hope of returning home. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Yang Kai began to arrange the space array. He originally wanted to find a hidden location in the Western Territory to set it up so that it would be convenient for him to travel in the future. If he wanted to come to the Western Territory again, he could just use the space array directly. However, he was not familiar with the Western Territory, so it would not be easy to find such a place. It might take him 1 to 2 months or even more. So, after careful consideration, he gave up on his original plan. It was better to go back first. If he really needed to come to the Western Territory one day, it would not be a big deal to make another trip. He directly set up the space array on the mountain peak of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao meditated quietly to the side, but in fact, he was secretly paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. He was also a palace master and had good eyesight, so he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this territory space array. Lin Yun'er had nothing to do, playing with the little black dog. Half a day later, the space array was ready. Yang Kai called out, and Lin Yun'er immediately ran over with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also walked into the array base. The space principles fluctuated, enveloping the 3 people and the dog. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and when his Emperor Qi surged, the array lit up. "Rise!" Yang Kai shouted, and a dazzling light enveloped everyone, causing them to instantly disappear. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange power attack him. This power was not too strong, but it was extremely clever and actually interfered with his teleportation. Yang Kai was shocked, but before he could figure out what had gone wrong, a voice suddenly rang out in his knowledge sea. "Boy, you've got guts. Daring to kidnap this king's beloved disciple. Seeing that you have no ill intentions, I'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, this king will kill you." The voice rang directly in his knowledge sea, clearly breaking through its defenses. But what shocked Yang Kai was that he did not notice anything strange at all. This was simply unbelievable. His divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. So who could quietly break through his knowledge sea's defenses and send a voice into his head? Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, his vision blurred and he found himself back in the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Li Jiao standing beside him, his brow furrowed. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory, and the little black dog stood at his feet with a dull expression. Only Lin Yun'er was missing. Yang Kai's expression changed and he hurriedly wanted to teleport back to check on the situation, but when he poured his divine sense into the space array beneath his feet, he found that the connection with the Western Territory array had been cut off. Impossible. He and Li Jiao had just teleported here, so it was impossible for the connection to be cut off so suddenly. The space arrays he had arranged could all be connected to one another, so as long as he adjusted them properly, he could freely travel between them. After teleporting so many times, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with the array he had arranged. It was definitely not the kind of thing that would malfunction so easily. Thinking back to the words that had just echoed in his mind, Yang Kai's expression changed again. Little Yun'er should have been left behind by her master. Had little Yun'er's master been following her all this time? If not, how could little Yun'er have been left behind so quickly? The reason the connection to the array was cut off was clearly because someone had destroyed it. Needless to say, the one who had destroyed it was little Yun'er's master. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This was the second time he had encountered such a thing. The first time was in the ancient land, where the array he had left behind had been destroyed by the Luanfeng, and now he was encountering it again. Just who was little Yun'er's master? She had been following him for so many days without him noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help breaking out in cold sweat. No. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that some time ago, in that city, he had inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. That hostility had come and gone as quickly as it had appeared. At that time, he had thought it was some kind of illusion, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't an illusion at all. That hostility had clearly come from little Yun'er's master. Why is she so hostile towards me? The words that had entered his mind just now clearly carried some prejudice, and the tone was very unkind. Yang Kai was baffled, thinking that he had not done anything to little Yun'er, but after understanding this, Yang Kai felt relieved. As long as there was no problem with the array that had prevented little Yun'er from following him, it did not matter. Her master was definitely a master, and she probably had her own considerations for leaving her behind. Inferring from the words just now, this master was still very concerned about Lin Yun'er, wind and cloud pavilion on a mountain peak. Lin Yun'er stood alone on the array, a blank expression on her face. Looking around, she could not find anyone, so she immediately called out, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" No one responded. She shouted a few more times, but it was still quiet all around. "Stop shouting." A voice suddenly sounded, and as soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Lin Yun'er looked over and was pleasantly surprised. "Master, why are you here?" She ran over in a few steps and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man sighed. "If I didn't come, you would have been abducted. How could I not come?" Originally, he did not intend to show himself so early. It was not easy for him to find a successor, and he was extremely concerned about Lin Yun'er. After getting along with her for so many years, Lin Yun'er did not disappoint him, and her cultivation progressed extremely quickly. Therefore, he doted on this little girl in every possible way. Running away from home and secretly escaping was just Lin Yun'er's wishful thinking. Under his watch, if not for his indulgence, how could Lin Yun'er escape? Chapter 3009. Lin Yun'er stuck out her tongue, not realizing that she had been caught running away from home, and pouted. "Master, you've been following me all this time." That person said, "The world is dangerous, but you are innocent, so Master naturally has to keep an eye on you and protect you." Lin Yun'er snorted angrily and said, "No wonder I was able to subdue that big guy so easily yesterday. So it was you who secretly helped." Although she was innocent, she was not a fool. Yesterday, she was a little surprised that her skills had suddenly improved, but now she understood. It was not that she had improved, but because her master had secretly helped her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to subdue that divine spirit descendant so easily. Being exposed by her, that person smiled slightly and did not deny it. "Where did Uncle Yang go?" Lin Yun'er asked. That person said, "He is hundreds of millions of kilometers away." As he spoke, he glanced at the territory crossing space array and was secretly shocked. He was well aware of Yang Kai's cultivation. Yang Kai's space divine ability was extremely profound, and he was even able to arrange such a powerful spirit array. No matter how picky he was, he felt that this boy's future achievements would be limitless. But so what? He actually dared to try to abduct his disciple, and he was already giving face to Lin Yun'er by not breaking his legs. I want to find Uncle Yang." Lin Yun'er was anxious. "Nonsense." That person's face darkened. "You have been out for a long time, so you should go back with Master. Don't waste your cultivation." "I don't want to. I want to find Uncle Yang." Saying so, she walked into the space array and activated her Emperor's Qi, trying to activate the array with a red face. But there was no reaction at all. When that person saw this, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, thinking, "Master has taught you so hard for so many years, raising you up and giving you the cultivation of the Emperor realm, but you can't even compare to this strange Uncle Yang. Girls are said to be extroverted, but isn't this too much?" He did not have a good impression of Yang Kai to begin with, and now he felt even worse. He could not wait to grab this boy from the other side of the space array and torture him to vent his anger. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the bitterness in his heart, that person smiled and said, "Disciple, let's discuss something." "What?" Lin Yun'er looked at him angrily. "You like that kid surnamed Yang very much? Uncle Yang is Xiaoyun's relative. You want to find him? And, Master, please come and help me. I don't know why this thing is useless." Of course, it was useless. Master had used a hidden force to sever the connection in the void. It would be strange if it was useful. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in the future. I heard what your Uncle Yang said before. He has a sect in the Northern Territory called the High Heaven Palace, right? After a pause, he continued, Disciple, when you reach the Third Order Emperor realm, Master will take you to the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace to find your Uncle Yang. At that time, you can stay there for as long as you want. Hearing this, Lin Yun'er's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Her heart hurt even more. That person forced a smile and gently nodded. When has Master ever lied to you? Lin Yun'er didn't even think about it and immediately rushed over from the space array, grabbed his arm and flew forward. What are you doing? That person was stunned. Let's go back and cultivate. Master, don't worry. Xiao Yun'er will definitely reach the Third Order Emperor realm soon. And it's rare for you to be so proactive. Master is very pleased. This is Master's precious disciple. That person said with a smile, but the bitterness in his mouth was worse than eating Chinese medicine. Damn, why do I feel like I've lost? Why is this? Brat, you're called Yang Kai, right? Just you wait. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master is back. Quick, quick, inform the head chief. Beside the High Heaven Palace's transmission array, several disciples who were guarding the array were overjoyed when they saw Yang Kai and shouted one after another. They were originally disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect and were brought to the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai after the destruction of Thousand Leaves Sect. Although they still wore the Thousand Leaves Sect symbol, as time passed, they became more and more attached to the High Heaven Palace. Today, not a single Thousand Leaves Sect disciple felt that they weren't part of the High Heaven Palace. Cultivating here was too comfortable. Not only was the world energy many times denser than in Thousand Leaves Sect, they also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The head chief didn't treat them differently just because they were disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect. In just a short period of time, the cultivations of all the original disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect had greatly increased. The original sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect, Yihen, had even entered seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. This was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. But everything changed after coming to the High Heaven Palace. Now, if anyone dared to say that they weren't disciples of the High Heaven Palace, they would definitely fight them to the death. Yang Kai was Thousand Leaves Sect's benefactor and the master of the High Heaven Palace. However, this master was somewhat elusive. He rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, he was running around outside. Occasionally, he would come back, but he wouldn't stay for long. Chief Steward Hua Qingxi had already instructed that if Yang Kai returned, he must be notified immediately. That was why these disciples were so excited. Li Jiao recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's that girl? That young lady was standing beside him just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye?" Yang Kai said, "She was asked to stay by her master. She couldn't come with us." Her master? Li Jiao's expression changed when he heard this, and he said in shock, "That master has appeared." Yang Kai glanced at him and asked curiously, "Why does it sound like you know who Little Yun'er's master is?" Li Jiao's expression changed for a moment before he honestly said, "I have a guess." "Oh?" Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. "Who is that master? Tell me about it." Although he could guess that Lin Yun'er's master was definitely not an ordinary person and was most likely one of the great emperors, he didn't know who it was. There were only a few great emperors he had come into contact with, so it was unlikely that they were related to Little Yun'er. However, Li Jiao being able to guess was beyond his expectations. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Palace Master Yang know anything about that girl's iron pot? This is the first time I've seen it. I've never heard of it before." "That's right." Li Jiao nodded. "Since Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origins of that iron pot, it's understandable that you can't guess it." "What is that iron pot called?" Li Jiao solemnly said, "That pot is called Return to One. Palace Master Yang should have also sensed it. That pot is an ancient rare treasure. Once this pot appears, it can collect all the treasures in the world." Yang Kai gently nodded. He had seen the power of return to one before. In the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Lin Yuner had collected the artifacts of over 100 people, relying on this strange divine power. It could even be said that the divine spirit descendant being collected wasn't because of little Yuner's ability, but rather because of this ancient rare treasure called Return to One. As far as this Li knows, the previous owner of this pot was the famous Iron Blood Great Emperor. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. That's right, it was the Iron Blood Master. No one knows how the Iron Blood Master obtained this ancient rare treasure. Everyone only knows that it was in his hands, but that was a matter from 1,000 years ago. How powerful was the Iron Blood Master? Even among all the great emperors, he was one of the top existences. There was almost no one in the world who could be his opponent, so why would he need to use such a treasure? That's why Return to One has never appeared in the past 1,000 years. However, the older generation in the Emperor realm is no stranger to this ancient rare treasure. This Li is certain that the iron pot in the girl's hands is definitely Return to One. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. In other words, little Yuner's master is the Iron Blood Master. There's a 90% chance. Li Jiao nodded and said, Lord Iron Blood is elusive. There are only a few people who know him, but his cultivation path is very similar to that lady's. They both pay attention to the strength of the physical body. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Little Yuner's master was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. This was both expected and unexpected. It seemed that when Yang Yen left and took little Yuner away, he wanted to entrust the little girl to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. And with the personal guidance of the great emperors, there was a reasonable explanation for little Yuner's rapid growth in cultivation. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had taught her everything, and with little Yuner's tyrant body of strength, it would be strange if her cultivation speed was not fast. Yang Kai suddenly remembered another matter. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, before the battle between the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Duan Hongchun, the great emperors of the secular world had casually said that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had accepted a good disciple. Now, it seemed that the good disciple was Lin Yuner. Yang Kai was very happy for her. This little girl had found a good master. With such great emperors protecting her, who in this world would dare to provoke her? From the words of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, it seemed that he also valued Lin Yuner very much. It could even be said that he doted on her, causing him to have some prejudice against Yang Kai. Touching his nose, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected calamity. Li Jiao, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in fear, The Iron Blood Master has been following us all this time? Probably. Yang Kai replied casually. Li Jiao's cold sweat became even more severe. Previously, in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, when Yang Kai and Lin Yuner were trapped by the spirit array, he had played tricks for a while. It was only after Yang Kai and Lin Yuner broke the spirit array that he went all out. This matter could deceive the disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, but it definitely could not deceive the great emperors. Fortunately, the great emperors did not lower themselves to his level, otherwise, how could he have returned alive? For some reason, he felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. He felt a little uncomfortable. Palace Master Yang, this matter is over, so this Li will take his leave. This trip has been quite a while, and I don't know if anything has happened in the palace. This Li is anxious to return. So, go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then this Li will take his leave. Li Jiao felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly flew out. He secretly made up his mind to guard against fire, theft, and Yang Kai. In the future, no matter what, he would go out with Palace Master Yang. Chapter 30:10. The Iron Blood Great Emperor. Xiao Yuner's master was actually the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a while before smiling. Although he regretted not being able to bring Xiao Yuner back, there was still plenty of time in the future. There was always a chance for them to meet again. Now that Xiao Yuner had a good master, her future path would not be as thorny as his. Hua Qingxi flew over and smiled from afar. Palace Master, you're back. She had rushed over as soon as she received the news, and Bian Yuqing had come with her. Bian Yuqing was a little reserved when she landed, cupping her fists and greeting, "Greetings, Palace Master." If not for Yang Kai's righteous help in the Spirit Lake Palace, she might not have had the chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Things had changed with the passage of time. The guy who had been just a little brat in front of her back then was now her immediate superior, and had even provided her with shelter and a place to cultivate. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. However, she had adjusted her mentality well and knew how to be grateful. These days, she had integrated well into the High Heaven Palace and had become sisters with Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked at Hua Qingxi. "Long time no see. Sister Hua has become even more beautiful." Hua Qingxi glared at him, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. "You're the Palace Master, so don't be so frivolous. If someone who doesn't know heard you, who knows what they would think?" "I'm just speaking the truth." Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and said, "Have you gotten used to living in the palace?" Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Palace Master's concern. This mistress has to thank Palace Master for being able to settle down in this place." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Now that you've entered the High Heaven Palace, you're a member of the High Heaven Palace. There's no need to be so polite. This will be your home from now on." Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment and then smiled. Hua Qingxi said, "Palace Lord, you've been running around outside all this time. There are many things in the palace that little Sister Qing has helped out with. When it comes to managing the sect, little Sister Qing is more experienced than me. I didn't have a chance to tell you, but I've already let little Sister Qing be the deputy chief of the High Heaven Palace." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded. "From now on, Protector Bian will be our deputy general manager." He made the final decision. With his words, the title of Bian Yuqing's deputy director was confirmed. Although Bian Yuqing came from a small sect and her foundation was not as strong as Hua Qingxi's, she was still a protector. When Blue Feather Sect's sect master Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned, she and the other 3 protectors were in charge of managing Blue Feather Sect, so naturally they had accumulated a lot of experience. Hua Qingxi had indeed learned a lot from her during this time. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace right now, and most of them were disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect, the High Heaven Palace had a strong foundation and would become a top sect sooner or later. When that time came, there would be hundreds of thousands of disciples, so they would need someone to manage them. Now was the time to familiarize themselves with the situation so that they wouldn't be in a rush in the future. Bian Yuqing said in a panic, "Palace Lord, I haven't been of much help. Being able to enter the High Heaven Palace is the greatest fortune of this mistress' life. This mistress was born in the High Heaven Palace and will die in the High Heaven Palace. If there is a need in the palace, this mistress will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, but this mistress really can't take up the position of deputy general manager." This wasn't modesty, but the truth. When she first came to the High Heaven Palace, she didn't pay much attention to it, only thinking that it would be a good choice to live here in the future. Not to mention that she owed Yang Kai a debt of gratitude. This precious land was something that the Blue Feather Sect of the past couldn't compare to. Cultivating and living here was something that any cultivator yearned for. But as time passed and she learned more about the heritage of the High Heaven Palace, she discovered that she had underestimated this incomplete sect. There were 3 monster kings, each of whom was comparable to a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. The 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors was the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, as well as an Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master. There was also the Heavenly Sound Palace in the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm. It had a close relationship with the top sect in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley, almost like a family. The other 2 top sects, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect, still owed a huge debt to the High Heaven Palace. In the Southern Territory, there was a cross-territory space array connected to the Southern Territory, and it had a close cooperative relationship with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Its annual income was several times that of the other top sects. It was said that Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a member of the dragon race. It was hard to imagine that a newly established sect could have such a heritage. And all of this was built by Yang Kai alone. The more she understood, the more shocked she was. In such a sect, What right did she have to assume the position of vice chief? Not to mention that she had just advanced to the Emperor realm. Even if she was a third-order Emperor realm master, she still wasn't qualified. So when she heard that Yang Kai really wanted to take her position as vice chief, she quickly refused. She wasn't being modest, but she really didn't have the confidence. Hua Qingxi knew what she was worried about, so she smiled and said, "In our sect, the status doesn't depend on cultivation. It only depends on whether you can help or not. Our palace master is a hands-off shopkeeper. Elder sister Hua understands your ability, so you really can't refuse the vice chief position." Bian Yuqing still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's settled." He turned to Hua Qingxi and asked, "Is Zhu Qing back?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "No. Didn't she go to the frozen earth?" Although Yang Kai came back once last time, he immediately left in a hurry, so Hua Qingxi didn't know that he also went to the frozen earth and experienced many things. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. He had wasted a lot of time in the Western Territory. After all, it would take some time for him to kill his way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion with Lin Yuner. According to his calculations, Zhu Qing should have come back, but Hua Qingxi didn't see her. Could it be that she was delayed on the way? Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, if Zhu Qing left the Western Territory, she should go back to the High Heaven Palace first. No matter what, he had an inseparable, intimate relationship with her. She should at least come back to inquire about his news. He decided to wait a little longer. Maybe Zhu Qing would come over in a few days. Palace Master, did something happen? Hua Qingxi keenly noticed Yang Kai's strange look and asked, "Nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. Then, Palace Master, how long will you stay this time? I can't say. Do you want to gather everyone to meet you? That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. He also felt that he was a bit too much of a hands-off boss. It was rare for him to come back, so he naturally wanted to get in touch with everyone. After a while, figures appeared one after another in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall. Yang Kai sat at the top, and to his left was Pill Emperor Jiying. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest, his identity was special. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was much higher than everyone else. Naturally, no one wanted to sit there. On the right was Monster King Shilei. The three Monster Kings had similar cultivation, but Shilei was stronger. Among the 32 Monster Kings in the savage desolate ancient land, his ranking was very high. Below him were Ying Fei, Xiaowei, Chief Array Master Nanmen Dejun, and Weapon Master Hou Yu. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, who were the head steward and deputy head steward, sat below. In the conference hall, there were a total of 9 people from the Emperor Realm. 3 of them were level 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. The number of people from the Emperor Realm might be slightly less than other top sects, but in terms of quality, no top sects could compete with them. Qi Yu and the others weren't present. According to Hua Qingxi, they had been training in the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. The Dream Realm Thousand Illusions' uniqueness and irreplaceable space-time distortion allowed them to grow rapidly. Everyone recognized the power of the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. It was definitely the foundation of the High Heaven Palace's future. He didn't call everyone over to discuss anything. Although the High Heaven Palace was huge, there weren't many people, so naturally, there weren't many things to discuss. Yang Kai didn't need to ask too much. Jiying had been refining pills all this time. Yang Kai had given him countless rare flowers and herbs. Most of them came from the savage wilderness ancient lands in the Eastern Territory. Many of them were spirit herbs that Jiying had only heard about. He had accumulated a lot of Emperor-level spirit pills, enough for him to squander for a while. Nanmen Dejun had also finished setting up the High Heaven Palace's array and refined the High Heaven Palace's mountain ripple diagram. Once the mountain ripple diagram was released, the entire High Heaven Palace's situation could be seen at a glance. Recently, there was almost nothing to do. Only Hou Yu was busy all day. She wasn't a law-abiding person and wanted to escape every 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, the 3 Monster Kings took turns to guard her, so she had no hope of escaping. This caused her to have deep resentment towards the Monster Kings. After chatting for half a day, everyone dispersed. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Peak and calmed his mind for a while before raising his hand. Countless high-rank source crystals filled the room. High Heaven Peak was the best spirit peak in the entire High Heaven Palace. The world energy here was extremely rich, so with so many high-rank source crystals, the density of the world energy increased by another level. The world energy in the room had almost begun to mist and was about to condense into a solid substance. Wrapped in this world energy, Yang Kai felt very comfortable, and the pores all over his body were about to open. He was preparing to cultivate for a while. Since breaking through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, although his cultivation had been increasing, there had been no signs of a breakthrough. It had been a long time since then. Moreover, he had always felt that he was about to break through, but at every critical moment, he was always a hair's breadth away. He didn't know what was going on. To be honest, he didn't have much time to cultivate in seclusion, so it was rare for him to have some free time. Naturally, he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation. Now that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, if he used all his means, he could compete with a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he could even win, but this was obviously not enough. The higher his strength, the higher the level of contact, the more Yang Kai would realize his shortcomings. The Emperor Realm wasn't the peak. Above the Emperor Realm there were the Great Emperors. Yang Kai's goal was to become the Supreme Great Emperors. After the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai's various experiences could be considered rich and colorful, especially those years in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. It was an opportunity that ordinary people couldn't encounter. Logically speaking, such experiences should have been enough for him to break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm, but he still couldn't break through. He felt that he needed to work harder and reach new heights in one go. Chapter 30:11. Inside the room, the world energy aura was as thick as a mist. Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. The surrounding world energy flowed like 10,000 streams into the sea, flowing into his body and into his meridians. Gradually, the place where Yang Kai was sitting seemed to have turned into a vortex that could devour everything, pulling in the surrounding world energy before disappearing. The First-Order Emperor Realm was slowly accumulating and strengthening, gradually showing signs of a qualitative change. The chi in his body fluctuated, his meridians swelled, and his physique squirmed. This was clearly a sign that he was about to break through. Yang Kai guarded his mind, not allowing anything to disturb him. The expression on his face was neither sad nor happy. As time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. The shackles of the First-Order Emperor Realm were like a mountain in front of him, and the beautiful scenery around him was the trials and tribulations on the road to advancement. If he was attracted by this scenery and stopped, his path of martial Tao would come to an end. The strong winds, thunder, and lightning at the top of the mountain were all obstacles to his growth. Countless cultivators were stopped in front of their own bottlenecks, regretting it for the rest of their lives. When they grew old, they would beat their chest and stamp their feet, but they would never have the chance to choose again. Yang Kai climbed up the mountain, ignoring the beautiful scenery around him. The wind and thunder couldn't stop him in the slightest. There was only one thought lingering in his mind. He wanted to climb over the mountain in front of him and experience the wider world. He wanted to stand at a higher position and look down on all living beings. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's calm face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed slightly, and the change became more and more obvious. Finally, with a pu sound, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura, which had risen to its peak, suddenly withered like a punctured balloon. If the path of advancement was compared to climbing a mountain, then in that instant he felt as if he was rolling down the mountain peak. His goal was clearly within reach, and he only needed to put in a little more effort to overcome the obstacles in front of him. However, he was unable to take the final step. Instead, it caused him to fail at the last step and fall off the cliff. Due to the shock of his chi, he actually suffered a small injury. His expression was a little ugly as he opened his eyes and looked at the source crystals around him. He found that 70 to 80% of the source crystals he had prepared were gone. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he took out a few emperor pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai waved his hand and the room was immediately filled with countless high-rank source crystals. Again, this time Yang Kai was even more cautious. In the Emperor realm, every small breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every breakthrough was a great leap in strength. He was stuck at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm and was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Second Order Emperor realm. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this anger. First, he spent some time recuperating and adjusting his condition. When everything was ready, he tried to break through again. The spirit chi in the room began to stir again. Under his guidance, the origin crystals in the room began to vaporize and flow into his body. His aura rose steadily. It was not fast, but it was very stable. In less than half a day, the aura of a First Order Emperor Realm Master reached its peak again. Yang Kai quickly formed a few hand seals, guiding his strength to break through the shackles. Kong. A shock from his soul rang directly in his mind. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he felt dizzy. A sweet taste surged up his throat uncontrollably, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura withered again. Just a little bit more. A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face. Again, since he stepped onto the martial Tao, his experience could be described as rich and varied. He had experienced countless trials and tribulations. How many times had he escaped from death? How many times had he created miracles? Compared to all the previous obstacles, what was this obstacle in front of him? He didn't believe that he couldn't even break through the barrier of the First Order Emperor realm. Another day later, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes, a fierce look flashed across them. Just a little bit more. Again. Just a little bit more. Again. The stubbornness in his bones was completely aroused. He held back a fierce determination in his heart. If he failed, he would try again. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a chance. After an unknown number of days, Yang Kai tried again and again, but failed again and again. Finally, he recognized the reality. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. After understanding this, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths to calm the churning blood in his chest. He didn't try to break through again. He just sat there cross-legged, motionless. His expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. Although he had faced many dangers along the way and had almost lost his life many times, he had never encountered such a situation. Every breakthrough had been smooth and steady. This was the first time he had encountered a bottleneck. He clearly felt that he was just a little bit away from breaking through, as if there was a thin film in front of him that was blocking him from prying into the mysteries of the higher martial Tao. It seemed like he could reach out and break through it, but he just couldn't. This situation wasn't something that could be solved by brute force and determination. He had already tried dozens of times. If he could succeed, he would have done it long ago. Was this the Emperor realm? Sure enough, the obstacles here were much greater than those in other realms. Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with the smoothness of his cultivation in the past. He had never encountered a bottleneck when breaking through in the past, so he didn't know what this feeling of wanting but not having the strength was like. After accumulating for a long time, it finally broke out in the Emperor realm, allowing him to try the path that an ordinary cultivator had to cross. This was fair. After the storm, there would be a rainbow. Only after setbacks could one taste the joy of success. And only after experiencing such setbacks could one's path as a cultivator be considered complete. Yang Kai wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, this bottleneck broke out when he was in the First Order Emperor realm. Although it seemed difficult to break through now, it didn't mean that there was no hope. If it broke out when he was in the Third Order Emperor realm, it might be even more terrifying. After understanding this point, he calmed down. He knew that as long as he could break through this shackle, his future path of martial Tao would definitely be smoother than before. He stretched out his hand, collected the remaining source crystals in the room, got up, and walked out. Since he couldn't break through even if he tried, it meant that it wasn't a matter of effort, but that the opportunity hadn't come yet. Yang Kai naturally couldn't force it. Pushing open the door, the black puppy raised its head and looked at him. The black puppy didn't know how many days it had been waiting here, but it hadn't changed much. When it saw him come out, it just glanced at him, then closed its eyes again and went back to sleep. Yang Kai kicked it, but the black puppy didn't move at all and pretended to be dead. With a sneer, Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on a mountain peak. Immediately, he heard a series of shouts, "Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da!" Yang Kai glanced around and saw the three monster kings shouting non-stop, their faces red as they stared fixedly at a dice cup. The dice cup was being held in Ho Yu's hand and was shaking vigorously, a series of tinkling sounds coming from it. Not only was it clear and pleasing to the ear, it even had a calming effect. As the dice cup was shaken, ripples appeared in the air and spread to the surroundings. Towering Palace's chief emperor weapon master, the Star Boundary's master monkey Ho Yu, had already rolled up his sleeves to his arms, revealing his white and tender arms. He stepped on a stone bench with one foot. Although his long skirt fluttered, his calves were exposed, and his posture was extremely indecent. But she didn't care at all, her beautiful eyes smiling as she stared at the three monster king in front of her, her hands moving faster and faster, an expression of victory on her face. When Yang Kai arrived, the three monster kings didn't notice him at all. All of their attention was on the dice cup. Yang Kai's expression darkened. He knew that Ho Yu liked to gamble. In the past, because of gambling, she owed an unknown amount of source crystals. In the end, she was trapped on an island and had to rely on the array refined by the Southern Gate Army to avoid being tracked down. Until Yang Kai came to her rescue, she would definitely still be trapped on that island. She was recruited into the High Heaven Palace because of her identity as an Emperor Armament Master. Facts proved that she didn't disappoint, as the flowing cloud shuttle was easily refined by her. Ever since she entered the High Heaven Palace, there wasn't a day where she didn't think of escaping. Unfortunately, with the three monster kings taking turns to guard her, where could she escape to? Often, before she could even leave the High Heaven Palace, she would be captured and brought back. But now, it seemed that this woman was just a piece of rat shit. What kind of status did the three monster kings have? She actually pulled them together to gamble. Moreover, looking at the expressions of the monster kings, they were clearly very engrossed and excited. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little worried about his High Heaven Palace. He had a feeling that the future was uncertain. Was it right or wrong to recruit Ho Yu? Taking a closer look at the dice cup, Yang Kai's expression darkened even more. This was actually an Emperor-grade artifact. And it was an Emperor-grade artifact that could isolate divine sense. Thinking about it, the monster kings were all very powerful. If they couldn't isolate divine sense, then what was the point of gambling? With a sweep of his divine sense, the result came out. Place your bets. Ho Yu shook his dice for a long time before slamming the dice cup on the stone table in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he glanced at the three demon kings with an attitude that said, "Who else but me can do it? Open it, open it." Shi Lei urged. "Little Ho, if you lose, you have to refine this king's eagle claw properly." Ying Fei smiled slightly. "I'll lose? Ho Yu will lose? Are you kidding me?" Ho Yu sneered. Xie Wei said, "There's still me." Ho Yu snorted, "Don't worry. If you really lose, give me your crab shell. Then let's open it." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Then let's see." Ho Yu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Her eyes glowed as she opened the dice cup, revealing three carefully refined dice. Looking at it, the three monster kings smiled. Ho Yu's expression changed, and soon it was covered with a layer of frost, as if her parents had died. "Little Ho, you have to keep your word." Shi Lei smiled slightly. Ho Yu turned her head with a face full of resentment. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed and she smiled. "Palace! Palace Master, you're here. Why didn't you say anything?" Chapter 30:12. When she said this, the three monster king finally noticed Yang Kai's figure. They hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted him, their expressions extremely awkward. Ing Fei's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He quickly put away the dice cup and dice on the stone table. 3 monster kings and an emperor weapon master. Instead of doing proper work, they actually gathered here to gamble. They were even caught red-handed by Yang Kai. It was truly outrageous. I sensed you guys here, so I came to take a look, Yang Kai said casually. Shi Lei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, do you have any orders? No orders. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about their gambling. He reached out and grabbed Hou, who was trying to escape, and pulled her back. Palace Master, I won't dare next time. Hou squeezed out a flattering smile as she was held in Yang Kai's hand. Please let us go this time. I'll go refined for you. Didn't you bring back a lot of things a few days ago? Don't worry, leave them all to me. Yang Kai released her and asked, What do you do when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation? What? Bottleneck? What bottleneck? The 3 monster kings looked at him in astonishment. They didn't expect him to suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. Ing Fei said, We've never encountered a bottleneck. Yang Kai stared at him. Not even once? Shi Lei laughed. Young Master Yang, we monster clan pay attention to bloodline and birth. It's a little different from you humans. Bloodline and birth basically determine the highest achievement in a lifetime. Of course, there are some accidents and opportunities, but generally speaking, there are no bottlenecks in the monster clan's cultivation. Yes. Xie Wuwei also nodded. We monster clan's cultivation is innate talent. We don't have thousands of cultivation methods like humans, so the concept of bottlenecks is meaningless to us. I forgot, your monster clan. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Hou. What about you? Me? Hou hadn't recovered from his shock yet, so when he saw Yang Kai looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and said, Palace Master, I am an artifact refiner and don't pay much attention to cultivation. I don't know how I managed to break through to the Emperor realm, but for you to ask me this question is a bit too profound. You've never encountered a bottleneck? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. I think so. Hou recalled for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then how did you break through? I'll just wait. I'll refine my weapons and gamble. When the time comes, I'll naturally break through. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Young Master Yang, you? Ing Fei looked at him, hesitating to speak. It's nothing. You guys can continue. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Just like how he had come without a trace, he also left without a trace. Has young Master Yang encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation? Shi Lei asked thoughtfully. It should be. Xie Wuwei nodded and said, I heard that he has been in retreat these days, but seeing that his cultivation hasn't increased today, he may have indeed encountered a bottleneck. Ing Fei said, Humans have the help of secret arts and secret techniques, so their cultivation may generally improve faster than the monster race. But if they encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, they may be unable to advance any further. I hope young Master Yang doesn't stop at the First Order Emperor realm. Shi Lei said, He's still young. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, it's not a big deal. Who doesn't encounter setbacks? Young Master Yang doesn't seem like someone who can be easily defeated. Don't worry, he will cross this hurdle. I hope so. Do you still want to gamble? Hou looked at the 3 monster king eagerly, her hands itching for a bet. Shi Lei glanced at her and said, What else do you have to lose? Hou thought about it and was speechless. Oh. Medicine Pill Peak, one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Whether it was in terms of scenery or world energy, it was not inferior to High Heaven Peak. It was also where the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Ji Ying, the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, lived. When Yang Kai arrived, he heard a gentle voice, as if someone was explaining the alchemic Tao. When he looked over, he saw a person sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, and his mouth was like a torrent that flowed without end. Below him, more than a dozen cultivators with varying cultivations were listening attentively with thoughtful looks on their faces. These cultivators were all disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Presumably, they wanted to learn the alchemic Tao, so they came here to be apprenticed to a master. However, with Ji Ying's status, one of the few alchemy masters in the star boundary, it was naturally impossible for him to teach them. Even if Ji Ying wanted to, they might not understand. At this moment, the one teaching was one of Ji Ying's disciples. Yang Kai had seen him before and knew that he was a Dao Source-grade alchemist with a solid foundation. "Brother Yang, you're here. Please come in." Ji Ying's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Obviously, he had been discovered. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered, and he entered one of the halls. Inside the hall, heat waves were rolling and alchemic flames were raging. A pill furnace stood in the center of the hall, with Ji Ying standing to the side with a smile. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, he said happily, "Brother Yang, you came at the right time. I wanted to look for you before, but General Manager Hua told me that you were in retreat, so it wasn't convenient to disturb you." "Is something the matter, Brother Ji?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "It's like this. This Ji is preparing to refine a furnace of 9 heavens nature pills. There are a few obscure areas in condensing medicinal liquid and inscribing pill arrays, so I would like to ask Brother Yang for advice." 9 heavens nature pills. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about Emperor-grade pills. They were extremely difficult to refine, and even an Emperor-grade spirit master might not be able to successfully refine them. Although Ji Ying was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill-grade emperors, he was not at the level of the great emperors, so he was not confident that he could successfully refine such a pill. And in the entire High Heaven Palace, only Yang Kai could discuss this with him. "I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so let's study it together," Yang Kai said modestly. "That was my intention. With Brother Yang's help, this furnace of spirit pills should not be a problem." Ji Ying was overjoyed. 3 days later, Yang Kai walked out of Medicine Pill Peak. He looked tired, but his eyes were extremely bright. As he walked, his expression suddenly changed and he revealed a bitter smile. He had come here to ask Ji Ying about the matter of cultivation bottlenecks, but he hadn't expected that he would actually forget about it because he was so busy researching the 9 heavens creation pill. Ji Ying had already started refining pills, so it was naturally not convenient to disturb him. Moreover, if he asked him about this, he might not be able to say anything. After all, Ji Ying's situation was similar to Hou Yu's. They did not focus on cultivation. Between the two of them, one was obsessed with the Tao of alchemy, while the other was focused on the Tao of weapon refinement. Even if they encountered bottlenecks during cultivation, they might not take it too seriously, so how could they have any experience in this area? Sighing, he looked around. In such a large high heaven palace, he could not find anyone to talk to. At this moment, beautiful figures flashed through his mind, and his heart was filled with longing. After a while, he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the space array. "Greetings, Palace Master." The disciple guarding the array hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and stepped onto the array. A disciple hurriedly said, "Palace Master, are you going out? When will you be back? The great general manager might ask about this." "I'm going to Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai replied and urged his space principles, causing light to envelop him in an instant. Ice Heart Valley, Ice Lake Restricted Area. When Yang Kai's figure appeared, a tender voice immediately called out, "Are you a friend from High Heaven Palace?" "Yes," Yang Kai replied. This array only connected Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace, so it was convenient for them to communicate with each other. Therefore, only people from High Heaven Palace could teleport here. Seeing that the array was activated, the Ice Heart Valley disciple guarding the array naturally had to ask who it was. After confirming that it was someone from High Heaven Palace, the disciple stepped forward and saw the face clearly, immediately calling out, Is it Palace Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked at her and found that he did not recognize her. It was a baby-faced woman who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but her cultivation was in the first-order Tao source realm. Obviously, her real age was more than that. At this moment, the woman had a look of pleasant surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if she had seen a relative. "You recognize me?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. The woman said excitedly, "All the sisters of Ice Heart Valley recognize you." Yang Kai sweated a little, but thinking about it, it made sense. Last time, when Ice Heart Valley was besieged by Seeking Passion sect, he led the Monster King to turn the tide. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples had seen him in that battle. Even if they did not see him at that time, they could get some information from the other senior sisters. Palace Master Yang, are you here to see Ancestral Founder? Or are you here to see Martial Aunt Ji Yao? Everyone in Ice Heart Valley knew that Yang Kai and Ji Yao had a good relationship. The reason why their third martial aunt, who had been missing for many years, could return was because Yang Kai had brought her back. It was said that she had suffered a lot in the outside world over the years. I'm here to see Senior Bing Yun, Yang Kai said politely. Then I'll send you a message. Saying so, the disciple hurriedly took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she said, Palace Master Yang, please come with me. Thank you. Following this disciple, Yang Kai met many Ice Heart Valley disciples along the way, all of whom were extremely beautiful. Indeed, as she said, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley recognized Yang Kai, and most of them immediately saluted him after seeing him. As for those who were further away, they gathered together and began whispering and pointing at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but from their demeanors, it wasn't anything bad. Ice Heart Valley was an all-female sect, and all of its disciples were women. Basically, men were not allowed to set foot here. Only Yang Kai could receive such treatment. If it were any other man, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. The scenery in the valley was beautiful, and the world energy was rich. Coupled with the countless beautiful women, it was likely that any man who came here would linger and forget to leave. The female disciple leading the way seemed to be very proud. Along the way, she chatted with Yang Kai from time to time, causing many senior sisters to be envious. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a palace. The female disciple stopped and said, Palace Master Yang, please. Ancestral Founder is inside. Many thanks. The female disciple quickly waved her hand. Palace Master Yang is too polite. This is disciple's duty. Chapter 30:13. Just as he was about to walk forward, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked his path. Kai Yang raised his head to take a look, and a cold and elegant face entered his eyes. Her figure was graceful and slender, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Along with the appearance of this person, a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. This fragrance was very natural. It was obviously the fragrance of a woman, and when it entered his nose, it made him feel relaxed and happy. Junior Sister Yao, long time no see. I trust you've been well. Yang Kai smiled at her. Ji Yao gently nodded, looking him up and down. Her red lips opened and closed, her words causing Kai Yang to vomit blood. Senior brother is still alive. Ha ha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine. Where have you been all this time? Ji Yao asked. I've been walking around, Yang Kai replied casually, feeling a little guilty. Speaking of which, after destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he and Ji Yao had not seen each other much. After all, he had been running around outside. Occasionally, he would return to the High Heaven Palace and hear from Hua Qingxi that Ji Yao had come to find him. She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a while, but unfortunately, she had not seen him and had returned. Even when he returned this time, Hua Qingxi had mentioned it. There were many misunderstandings between him and Ji Yao. When she was wandering in the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was delirious. For some reason, she had mistaken him for Bing Yun, which led to some embarrassing events. Yang Kai still remembered the breathtaking scene he saw in the Luanfeng Palace. At this moment, after seeing Ji Yao, he couldn't help but think of that blood-curdling scene. Fortunately, Ji Yao saw the real Bing Yun later and finally recovered from the shock. But in any case, Yang Kai felt a little guilty when facing her. He believed that Ji Yao remembered what had happened before, but since she had not mentioned it, Yang Kai would not stupidly mention it. Ji Yao looked at him faintly and smiled. How many flowers did you pick? How many stalks of grass did you provoke? As she spoke, She actually took a light sniff and nodded. "And it smells very good." Yang Kai felt even more guilty. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "Junior sister, what are you saying?" As he spoke, he secretly sniffed his own scent. How could there still be the scent of Zhu Qing after so long? "Yang Kai is here? Why are you standing outside?" Bing Yun's voice suddenly came from inside the house. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He hurriedly walked inside while replying. Ji Yao fiercely glared at him. Her glare was like a knife, piercing into his flesh, making Yang Kai feel as if he was being stabbed in the back. After entering the room and seeing Bing Yun, Yang Kai quickly bowed. Bing Yun looked at him with a smile and then looked at Ji Yao, who followed him in. She said softly, "You're not an outsider. Sit down." Yang Kai thanked her and sat down across from Bing Yun. Ji Yao half knelt on the side. Her expression was indifferent. She took out a tea set and started to brew tea without saying a word. She was very familiar with the process. She was clearly proficient in this field. "When did you come back?" Bing Yun looked at him warmly and asked. "I came back 2 months ago," Yang Kai replied. Ji Yao's hand movements paused and she looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of blame in Ji Yao's eyes. She thought that Yang Kai had just come back. Who knew that he had come back 2 months ago? She didn't get any news at all. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his gaze and sat upright. "Senior, how have you been recently?" Yang Kai had nothing to say. Bing Yun smiled slightly. "Thanks to you, everything is good." These words were not polite, but the truth. Since Yang Kai helped Ice Heart Valley out of a crisis, Ice Heart Valley's development could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Now that they had a close relationship with High Heaven Palace, who in the Northern Territory dared to not give them face? In the past, although Ice Heart Valley was considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, because Bing Yun had been missing for many years, only a group of disciples managed it. Coupled with the fact that they were all women, they were always looked down upon. This so-called top sect was somewhat unworthy of its name. Otherwise, Seeking Passion sect wouldn't have attacked them. But now it was different. In the Northern Territory, in addition to Medicine Pill Valley, High Heaven Palace's prestige was like the sun at noon. Even Ice Heart Valley had benefited greatly. No one dared to provoke them when their disciples went out. Bing Yun said, "I heard that the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors wanted to invite you to Medicine Pill Valley. Did you go?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Not yet. I've been busy with trivial matters recently, so I haven't had much time." Bing Yun said, "The Great Emperor's invitation can't be taken lightly. If you have time, you must go. If you can get a few pointers from the Great Emperors, you will benefit greatly in your life." "Senior is right." Yang Kai nodded gently. The two chatted for a while, and not long after, the tea was ready. Ji Yao poured a cup for each of them and then sat there quietly. Yang Kai took a sip and praised, "Good tea. Junior sister's cooking is also good." His flattery didn't have any effect as Ji Yao didn't respond. Yang Kai coughed dryly and continued to drink his tea. Bing Yun chuckled and said, "Did you run into some kind of trouble?" Yang Kai was startled and said with a wry smile, "Senior's eyes are like torches." Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're absent-minded and have a lot on your mind. If I can't even see that, then I'm really blind." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I did encounter some problems." Ji Yao looked up at him and stared at him without blinking. Bing Yun said, "If it's convenient, tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, I can listen." Yang Kai said seriously, "Junior's cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck." "Oh?" Bing Yun looked at him in surprise. "I've been in seclusion all this time. I clearly feel that I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough, but I can't grasp that faint opportunity." "And then?" Bing Yun asked. "And then?" Yang Kai spread his hands. Bing Yun laughed involuntarily. "What is this?" Yang Kai was speechless and thought to himself, "This is a big deal." Bing Yun smiled and said, "Although I don't know how old you are, in my opinion, you should be less than 100 years old." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Pretty much." He didn't remember how old he was. Bing Yun continued, "For ordinary people, this age is indeed the sunset or even a handful of yellow soil. But for a cultivator like me, this age is just the beginning. You're so young, but you're already a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, you cultivated all the way from the star territory in the lower planes. It can be said that you have outstanding talent." "Senior is too kind." Bing Yun shook his head and said, "I'm not praising you, but telling the truth. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate to the first-order Emperor realm?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he raised a finger and said, 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. Compared to your achievements, my aptitude is simply insignificant." Yang Kai blushed and said, "How could this junior compare himself to senior?" Bing Yun pointed at Ji Yao and said, "Then, do you know how long it took your junior sister Yao to become an Emperor Realm Master?" Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao curiously. Ji Yao raised her hand, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup for Bing Yun, saying softly, "Master, have some tea." Bing Yun smiled slightly and didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he said, "You have such achievements at such a young age. I think you're used to having a smooth journey." Smooth journey? Yang Kai thought about it and didn't feel that he had a smooth journey. On the contrary, he felt that his journey was bumpy. That's why when you encounter a bottleneck, you will take it very seriously. Bing Yun smiled slightly, but in my opinion, it's not a big deal. Which cultivator doesn't have a bottleneck? Which person doesn't encounter setbacks on their path? A knife gets sharper the more you grind it, and so is a cultivator. Bottlenecks and setbacks are just tools to polish your tools. Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun looked at him and suddenly said, "No, you're not worried about your bottleneck." Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You already know what I'm talking about. You also know that you will break through this bottleneck sooner or later. You're worried about other things." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Bing Yun smiled mysteriously and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Bing Yun said, "Follow your heart." After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked like he was sending him off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After pondering for a long time, he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Senior." Bing Yun didn't say anything else. Yang Kai turned to Ji Yao and said, "Junior sister Yao, goodbye." After saying that, he strode out of the room. Ji Yao stared at his back and didn't chase after him. After he left, she asked, "Master, what happened to Brother Yang?" "I don't know." Bing Yun slowly shook his head. "But he's definitely hesitating about something. The bottleneck is just an excuse for him to avoid it." "Then Brother Yang didn't encounter a bottleneck?" "He did have a bottleneck, but it's just that his opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The other thing isn't an issue of opportunity." Ji Yao looked out, curious about what Yang Kai was hesitating about. In Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle and disappeared in a flash of light. He didn't return to the High Heaven Palace through the space array because his destination wasn't in the Northern Territory. His destination was the Eastern Territory, Dragon Island. Zhu Qing still hadn't returned. At first, Yang Kai thought that she was delayed on the road, but it had been 2 months since he returned to the High Heaven Palace. Even if Zhu Qing was delayed on the road, she couldn't have been delayed for so long. In other words, Zhu Qing had definitely returned to Dragon Island. He had been hesitating whether to go to Dragon Island to find her, but he was also looking forward to Zhu Qing coming to the High Heaven Palace. After all, they were already husband and wife, and their relationship was inseparable. Unfortunately, there was no news from her, which made Yang Kai a little disappointed. What does she mean? Does she want to be a married couple with me? How can there be such a convenient thing in this world? Little girl, just you wait. When I find you, I'll definitely spank your ass. Kai Yang secretly swore in his heart. He also recalled what Zhu Lai said to him before and sneered in his heart. He knew that Zhu Qing made this choice for him, but he wasn't convinced. He was a man. Why did he need her protection? He had been hesitating between waiting for Zhu Qing to take the initiative to come back and going to Dragon Island to find her. Now he finally made a decision. Chapter 30:14. Fire Dragon Palace. At the back of the mountain. The scenery was beautiful, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Li Jiao was strolling leisurely in a flower bed. Beside him was a young woman in a palace dress. Their fingers were intertwined, and they looked very intimate. The young woman gently snuggled up to Li Jiao with a satisfied smile on her face. The young woman was dressed in red, and her face was like a peach blossom. Her skin was white and tender, and there was an unconcealable charm between her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes were watery. Dragon race were lustful. Although Li Jiao was not a pure dragon race, he still had the bloodline of the dragon race, so he had a great demand for the matters between men and women. The number of wives and concubines in the Fire Dragon Palace was also not small. Although he had many wives and concubines, Li Jiao doted on Madame Hong the most. In the past, whenever he had free time, he would do something very intimate with Madame Hong. Madame Hong also knew that her happiness in life was tied to Li Jiao, so she naturally treated him warmly and served him wholeheartedly. Could be said that among Li Jiao's many wives and concubines, no one could compete with Madame Hong. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so now. Ever since Li Jiao returned to the Fire Dragon Palace 2 months ago, Madame Hong felt that he doted on her even more. Although Li Jiao treated her well in the past, there was clearly a big change this time. For a full 2 months, Li Jiao had not been separated from her. He stayed with her every day, which showed how important she was in Li Jiao's heart. Madame Hong also keenly felt the change in Li Jiao, but she was smart enough not to ask anything. She just tried her best to show her gentleness and charm, using this to tie down Li Jiao's body and mind. Palace Master, that flower is so beautiful. Madame Hong suddenly pointed at a big red flower with a look of affection on her face. Do you like it? Li Jiao's tone was also very gentle as he looked at her with a smile. And I like it. Madame Hong nodded gently, looking like a little bird. Li Jiao smiled slightly, reached out his hand, and pinched the flower in his hand, then beckoned to Madame Hong. Madame Hong glanced at him happily, then lowered her head slightly, allowing Li Jiao to insert the flower into her hair. When she raised her head, Madame Hong swayed left and right, then pursed her lips and smiled. Is it beautiful? Li Jiao reached out and pinched her delicate face, nodding repeatedly. You're beautiful. You're even more beautiful than flowers. Hearing him say that, Madame Hong's heart felt as if it was filled with honey. She felt her whole body was as light as a feather. She said unhappily, Palace Master is used to making fun of me. She didn't know what he had experienced outside. In any case, after returning from this trip, he was even nicer and gentler to her. In the past, he would still go into seclusion to cultivate. However, in the past 2 months, she didn't see Li Jiao having any intention of cultivating at all. All he did was bring her on a scenic tour, causing the other sisters to be envious and jealous. They all said that she had snatched away all the favor of the palace master. Hong how about I accompany you like this from now on? Li Jiao asked gently. His eyes were filled with her reflection as he looked at her. There was nothing else in his eyes. Madame Hong's delicate body trembled. When their eyes met, the rims of her eyes turned slightly red. She said emotionally, Hong you can't delay the palace master like this. The palace master still has to cultivate. What are you training for? Li Jiao sneered. My cultivation has already reached its limit. I won't cultivate in the future. I'll accompany you to look at the flowers and the sea every day until the end of time. These words were like a sharp sword piercing into Madame Hong's heart, causing her to be extremely moved. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down. Why are you still crying? Li Jiao raised his hand to wipe away the pearl-like tears and said with a light smile, They all say that women are made of water. It seems that it's not false at all. Palace Master, you're too good to Hong Hong is so happy. Madame Hong gently snuggled into Li Jiao's arms, quickly drenching his clothes. Although Li Jiao treated her quite well in the past, it wasn't to this extent. She immediately felt that she had entrusted her life to the right person and had no regrets in this life. This is nothing. The days in the future are still long. Li Jiao smiled slightly and patted Madame Hong's back rhythmically. Madame Hong squeezed into Li Jiao's arms and said softly, "Palace Master, I miss." Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became spirited. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Madame Hong didn't give up. She punched him and said coquettishly, "Palace Master, you're so naughty." Li Jiao laughed loudly. As he laughed and laughed, Li Jiao couldn't laugh anymore. His face darkened, and he turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" When he looked over, he saw that there was an extra person on the rockery over there. He was squatting there quietly, watching him and Madame Hong being lovey-dovey with relish. After seeing this person's face clearly, Li Jiao was frightened out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, "You? Hey!" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to greet him. "We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and Brother Li is still as elegant as ever." "Ah!" Madame Hong was shocked. She quickly jumped out of Li Jiao's arms and looked in the direction of the voice. Her face turned red. This person must have heard what she said just now. Thinking about her licentious behavior just now, Madame Hong wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Who are you? How can you be so unruly?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled behind Li Jiao. Madame Hong had never seen Yang Kai before, so she didn't recognize him, but Li Jiao did. "Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao was about to cry. "When did you come? Say something." If there was someone he didn't want to see the most in his life, it would be Yang Kai. Even the dragon race had to be put aside. This person was simply a nightmare in Li Jiao's heart. He was his natural enemy. As long as he had anything to do with him, he would definitely suffer. The experience from a few days ago was the best proof. It was simply a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. "I've been here for a while. I don't want to disturb you. Brother Li, please don't blame me." Yang Kai chuckled. "Sorry to disturb you. Then you have the nerve to watch the show." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He only looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "Palace Master Yang, may I know what business you have with us?" "You guys go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. We'll talk after you're done." Li Jiao's face darkened. He thought to himself, the atmosphere has been completely ruined by you. How can we continue? He said resentfully, "Palace Master Yang, you might as well say it directly. And let's make it clear first. There's no need to talk about collecting debts. If it's not collecting debts, then how can it be collecting debts?" Yang Kai waved his hand and stood up from the rockery. His expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "I just want to ask Brother Li for a favor." Gulp. Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. These words, why did they sound so familiar? The last time Yang Kai came to the Fire Dragon Palace, he seemed to have said the same thing. Then, he was taken to the frozen earth by him, entered the reincarnation world, and wandered to the Western Territory. He narrowly escaped death and almost didn't make it back. This experience could be said to be rich and colorful. Li Jiao had lived for so many years and had seen great storms. But how could these countless years of experience be as exciting as the last time? And this time, he actually came again? "Are you done yet? Didn't I just owe you a few source crystals? Do you really need to bully me like this?" Li Jiao couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai right now. Even if he had to fight to the death, it would be better than being bullied like this. But after thinking about it for a moment, he knew that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. He couldn't break through the bloodline suppression. This Li's words carry little weight and his cultivation is not high. "I'm afraid I can't help Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao didn't even have the heart to ask and directly refused. He absolutely didn't want to have any insignificant relationship with Yang Kai. He wanted to live a good life, live a peaceful life, not ask about the outside world, not ask about his own cultivation, and slowly grow old and die with the woman he doted on. Yang Kai solemnly said, "I want to go to a place, so I need Brother Li to help me." "Damn it! You're ignoring me. Are my words nothing to you?" Li Jiao was filled with grief and indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, "Palace Master Yang." This Li said it very clearly. "I'm afraid I can't help you, so I ask Palace Master Yang. I want to go to Dragon Island." "That's enough." Li Jiao couldn't bear it any longer and opened his mouth to roar, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, he soon turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily, You, what did you say? Where are you going?" "Dragon Island." "Hiss." Li Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After a long silence, Li Jiao cautiously said, "Palace Master Yang, are you sick? Do you have medicine?" Li Jiao. Taking a deep breath, Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, don't you know what kind of place Dragon Island is? Why would you want to go there?" Yang Kai said, "Zhu Qing didn't come back." When Li Jiao heard this, he was immediately amused and said, "Was she abandoned? Bullshit." Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation. She has her own considerations. Li Jiao obviously understood something and nodded. "Miss Qing is a good person. Since she made this choice, it's naturally for your own good. Why does Palace Master Yang want to go to Dragon Island to seek trouble for yourself?" Yang Kai snorted. "It's not certain whose trouble it is." Li Jiao was speechless. "If you want to go to Dragon Island, go by yourself. Why are you looking for me? What can I help you with?" Yang Kai said, "You are a descendant of the dragon. Don't you know where Dragon Island is?" Li Jiao blinked and said, "How would I know where Dragon Island is?" Palace Master Yang's words are a bit strange. "You really don't know?" Yang Kai looked at him. Li Jiao shook his head. "I really don't know." Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. And please forgive me, madam." As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Madame Hong, tapped his foot lightly, and flew straight into the sky. He left just like that. Li Jiao stared at Yang Kai's departing back in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Yang Kai would pester him endlessly like last time. Who knew that he would be so easy to talk to this time? Was that the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Madame Hong's face was still red as she looked in the direction Yang Kai left and asked. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was rumored that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was a demon who killed people without batting an eye. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him. Chapter 30:15. Li Jiao didn't answer, as if he didn't hear her at all. His expression kept changing as he struggled. Madame Hong glanced at him and walked forward. She straightened Li Jiao's clothes and said softly, "I remember that palace master said something to me a few years ago." "What?" Li Jiao asked subconsciously. Palace master said that his greatest wish in this life was to set foot on Dragon Island and see the place where his bloodline was born. Palace master said that if he could take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. You. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her. He didn't expect that she would remember his casual words when he was drunk back then so clearly. "Go, Hong will wait for you at home." Madame Hong looked at him. Although her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance, her face was full of smiles. The struggle in Li Jiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged Madame Hong's waist. He held her waist with one hand and her back with the other. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. "Oh!" Madame Hong moaned and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Jiao kissed her very attentively and hugged her very hard. It was as if he wanted to rub Madame Hong's charming body into his body and never separate them again. After a while, their lips parted. Li Jiao turned around and said in a low voice, "If I don't come back, you should remarry early." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and chased after Yang Kai. He was so aggressive that even if there were thousands of people around, he would still go. Madame Hong gazed at the direction he left with tearful eyes. She put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Honger will wait for you to come back. If you don't come back, Honger will go to hell to find you." Li Jiao paused for a moment. The next moment, He sped up and disappeared from Madame Hong's sight. Yang Kai set off alone. His mind was full of how to enter Dragon Island. Dragon Island was an extremely mysterious existence. Although it was famous and many rumors said that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, no one knew where it was. They only knew that Dragon Island was located in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai naturally didn't know either. Yang Kai had come to the Fire Dragon Palace to ask Li Jiao just to try his luck. After all, Li Jiao was a dragon descendant and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he might know something. But after asking, Yang Kai was greatly disappointed. If Li Jiao didn't know, then he could only think of other ways. Fortunately, he had another plan, so he wasn't completely unprepared. Just as he was thinking this, his heart suddenly jolted, and he turned around to look. A figure quickly chased after them. Before the person arrived, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the familiar aura. Yang Kai furrowed his brows, revealing a strange expression as he waited quietly in place. A moment later, Li Jiao appeared in front of Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sneered, "Brother Li, why are you here? Are you really going to Dragon Island?" Li Jiao frowned and didn't answer the question. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. "For Miss Zhu?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Li Jiao smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. "This Li admires Palace Master Yang's courage. Enough nonsense. Why are you chasing after me?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Li Jiao scratched his face and said somewhat embarrassedly, "This Li came here to help Palace Master Yang." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Li Jiao said, "I know the approximate location of Dragon Island." Yang Kai's eyes drooped. Li Jiao observed Yang Kai's expression and knew the situation wasn't good. He had flatly denied it before, and now he had walked right into Yang Kai's trap. Perhaps he had angered Yang Kai, so he hurriedly explained, "I really only know the approximate location. This Li doesn't know the exact location, so I didn't dare to say it before to avoid delaying Palace Master Yang's important matter." "Is that so?" Yang Kai walked over with a smile. Li Jiao's face turned slightly pale. He thought to himself that he had angered this guy. He shouldn't have chased after him. Wasn't it good enough to live a peaceful life with Hong-Er in the Fire Dragon Palace? Why did he come here to seek trouble? Now that he was riding a tiger, he didn't know what to do. Seeing Yang Kai walk to his side and raise his hand, Li Jiao's heart jumped to his throat. He definitely couldn't win. Even if he resisted, he would be crushed. He simply closed his eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. He believed that Yang Kai wouldn't really kill him. At most, he would just beat him up to vent his anger. "Pa!" Li Jiao was shocked. Li Jiao shuddered. The attack that he imagined did not appear. Instead, an arm was placed on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes and looked over, he saw Yang Kai hugging his shoulder and laughing. "Ha ha ha! I knew Brotherly had his ways. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person. Fine, fine, fine. Let us brothers go to Dragon Island and see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den that place is." Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, with this young master here, I definitely won't let you suffer." The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched and said, "Then I will have to rely on Palace Master Yang's care." He didn't believe this. Yang Kai was indeed outstanding, but once he entered Dragon Island, that damned place, he would still have to lie down. What kind of waves could he make? "Leave it to me. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now." While talking, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle. The two of them entered the shuttle one after another. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and left this place at an even faster speed. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Li Jiao hesitated for a long time before carefully saying, "Palace Master Yang, you see, this Li has helped you again this time. That debt. A debt is a debt, and a favor is a favor. These are two different things. How can you mix them up?" Li Jiao suddenly sighed. He didn't know if he would be able to come back alive after this trip. What was the point of worrying about other things? As long as he could come back alive, he would have profited greatly. "Palace Master Yang, if this Li didn't come, how were you going to enter Dragon Island?" Did Lady Zhu tell you the location of Dragon Island before she left? No. Yang Kai shook his head. While controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, he replied, I was going to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island and ask the martial beast to point me in the right direction. Dragon Island's location is mysterious, but the martial beast would definitely know. Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao was shocked and said in horror, Palace Master Yang, you know the martial beast? I don't know him. Li Jiao was dumbfounded and said, Since you don't know the martial beast, how are you going to ask him to point you in the right direction? I have my own ways. Yang Kai replied casually. He really didn't know the martial beast, but he knew the martial beast's daughter. He hadn't seen Mo Shaoqi for a long time since they parted in the Shattered Star Sea. He didn't know how this girl was doing now. Although Spirit Beast Island was difficult to find, at least it wasn't as mysterious as Dragon Island. His previous plan was to go to Spirit Beast Island first, then go to Dragon Island. These two Spirit Islands were both in the Eastern Sea. Even if there was some distance between them, they definitely weren't too far from each other. As long as Mo Shaoqi pointed him in the right direction, wouldn't it be easy to find Dragon Island? His light reply made Li Jiao break out in a cold sweat. What kind of person was this Palace Master Yang? Although he had been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, the more he knew him, the more he found him to be terrifying. Not only was his relationship with Dragon Island unclear, he was also extremely close with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple some time ago. Now, he was even related to Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao's mind was in a mess. He found that he couldn't see through Yang Kai anymore. After muttering to himself for a moment, Li Jiao said, Palace Master Yang, and I'm saying if we can really enter Dragon Island, no matter what you want to do inside, you must never, ever mention your relationship with Spirit Beast Island. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Li Jiao said, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island are like fire and water. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide in surprise. Where did you get this gossip? He had never heard of this kind of thing. When he heard Li Jiao say this, his first reaction was disbelief. The two Spirit Islands were the top existences in the entire star boundary. If there was really a conflict, everyone would have known about it. How could he not have heard about it? Li Jiao wiped his sweat and said, This is not gossip. Palace Master Yang, you don't know about it because you are too young and have just become an Emperor Realm Master. There are too many secrets in the star boundary that you don't know. If you live a few more years, you should know more. Yang Kai frowned. Fire and water? It can't be that serious, right? Li Jiao said solemnly, More or less. Why? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. This kind of secret wasn't something an ordinary person could hear. Li Jiao could understand it probably because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. Li Jiao said, Among the 10 great emperors, the martial beast is based on beast taming. There are countless mutated beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and it is said that there are 1 to 2 divine spirits. Since beast taming is based on beast taming, the martial beast naturally wants to tame the strongest monster beast in the world. Think about it, what is the strongest monster beast in the world? Yang Kai stared and said, The dragon race. Li Jiao slapped his thigh and said, That's right. The dragon race may be the leader of all creatures and the leader of divine spirits. But in the end, it is still considered a monster. The martial beast's biggest dream is to tame a dragon race. So how can it have a good relationship with Dragon Island? It can even be said that the reason why Spirit Beast Island is also in the Eastern Territory is because the martial beast wants to be close to them. Is this true? It is absolutely true. Li Jiao had a solemn expression. Although not many people know about this, there is no such thing as an absolute secret. This news is really explosive. Yang Kai was absent-minded. The martial beast wants to tame a dragon, but how could the pride of the dragon race allow it? If that was the case, then the bad relationship between the two could be explained. Li Jiao continued, Especially recently, the relationship between Martial Beast Land and Dragon Island has been deteriorating rapidly. I heard that the great emperors even caused havoc on Dragon Island 20 years ago. After he finished speaking, he added, Of course, we don't know if this news is true or not, but we can confirm that the relationship between the martial beast and Dragon Island is really bad. Yang Kai nodded and said, I know. If we really enter Dragon Island, I will definitely not mention the martial beast. That would be for the best. Li Jiao was relieved. That's right, why did you think of following us? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, then said with a smile, I didn't force you this time. Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, Everyone has a stubbornness in their heart. Dragon Island. Is this Li's stubbornness? These words were said with a bit of bitterness, but Yang Kai understood what he wanted to say. He patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. We will definitely be able to enter. If we are lucky, we might even be able to upgrade your bloodline. Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself. Don't count on that. This Li just wants to take a look. Chapter 30:16. Just you wait. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Yang Kai's complexion was gloomy. Li Jiao was hiding at the side and keeping quiet out of fear. Don't know what happened. After a month since they departed from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai's temper suddenly became a lot worse. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. He was also cursing someone under his breath. Li Jiao was anxious and frightened. He didn't provoke him these past few days. How did he suddenly become like this? Fortunately, although Yang Kai was in a bad mood, he didn't raise his eyebrows at him. Li Jiao was very careful every day. He was afraid that he would ignite the volcano in his heart. Yang Kai's mood was naturally bad. It wasn't because of Li Jiao, but because of Luan Feng. That stinking woman destroyed the space formation he arranged in the savage desolate land. If not for that, he could have directly entered the savage desolate land from the High Heaven Palace, then go to the Eastern Sea. Although the distance wasn't close, this kind of journey was undoubtedly better than the current one. It was precisely because Luan Feng destroyed his space formation that he had to fly to the Eastern Territory. Even if the journey was smooth, it would still take a lot of time. This made him extremely unhappy. He secretly made up his mind to settle the score with Luan Feng when he met her. She was too infuriating. The flowing cloud shuttle's speed was very fast. Yang Kai and Li Jiao took turns to control it. They cooperated seamlessly. When there was nothing to do, Yang Kai would meditate and cultivate. Although his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it didn't matter if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. He was now 4.5 meters tall after dragon transformation. Cultivating the dragon transformation secret art would allow him to fuse with the golden divine dragon's origin power to a greater extent, increasing his strength after dragon transformation. Occasionally, he would also study the spatial law. The spatial divine technique he grasped so far were all comprehended by himself. Every divine technique had unfathomable power. If he could comprehend one or two more, it would be of great help to him. This trip to the Dragon Island was admittedly a little hot-headed, but it was also the result of careful consideration. Yang Kai also knew that this trip would be full of troubles. He might have a conflict with the Dragon Island. With his current strength, entering the Dragon Island was a 90% chance of death. But Zhu Qing was on the Dragon Island. He couldn't just sit and watch. The words that Zhu Qing said in the reincarnation world was still echoing in his mind. He didn't know what would happen after she returned to the Dragon Island, but he knew that she wouldn't. The leader of all living creatures, the leader of the divine spirits, having an intimate relationship with a human, Yang Kai didn't need to think about it to know that Dragon Island wouldn't allow such a thing. If Zhu Qing could not bear the pressure and was willing to cut ties with him, it would be fine. If she was unwilling, she would have to suffer. Would Zhu Qing be willing? This question had never crossed Yang Kai's mind, because he didn't need to think about it to know Zhu Qing's choice. Time flowed by, the days passed by peacefully. There wasn't much progress in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai hadn't been cultivating for long after all. He was able to reach a height of 45 meters, all thanks to the help of the dragon blood pill and Zhu Qing's pure yin qi. If he wanted to make any progress in the future, he would need the accumulation of time, and it would take a very long time. They arrived at the Eastern Sea. Above the sea, it was vast and boundless. There were no clouds in the sky for 10,000 miles. Even with the assistance of the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Li Jiao still spent 2 months to reach here from the Northern Territory. It could be seen how far the territory of the astral boundary was. After entering the Eastern Sea, the flowing cloud shuttle was controlled by Li Jiao, because Yang Kai didn't have any clue about the location of the Dragon Island. On the contrary, Li Jiao knew the approximate location. He was able to understand this point because of Yang Kai's previous guess. He was a descendant of the dragon and had the bloodline of the dragon race. He had a very special feeling towards the Dragon Island. Even if he had never entered the Dragon Island, it didn't hinder his feelings from fermenting. He wanted to enter the Dragon Island, but he also knew that with his insignificant bloodline, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dragon Island. 500 years ago, he once searched the Eastern Sea for a long time to spy on the location of the Dragon Island. Took him 3 years to find a clue, but it was only a rough location. According to him, he unintentionally followed a guy into a sea territory. In the end, after entering the sea territory, that guy mysteriously disappeared, and the person he followed seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. This discovery made Li Jiao extremely excited. Later on, he searched there for a long time, but he couldn't find any other clues. In the end, he could only give up. Until this time, when Yang Kai came to look for him and brought out the wish he had suppressed in his heart. Only then did he follow Yang Kai without any hesitation. Back then, I lost that guy in this sea territory. The flowing cloud shuttle was already put away. Above the boundless sea, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him as he said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown, "Are you sure it's here? There isn't anything to refer to here." Li Jiao said, "Although there isn't anything to refer to, I won't remember it wrongly. I have always imprinted this sea territory in my heart." Yang Kai nodded his head. Since he was so sure, then there was no mistake. This place is not small. It has a radius of several 100,000 miles. Furthermore, there isn't any clue. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai timidly. Along the way, he had been holding back his anger. He was determined to enter the Dragon Island and take a look. But when he really arrived at this place, he suddenly wanted to back out. He was a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. He was afraid that if he really found the Dragon Island, would he have the courage to go there? He asked himself honestly. There was no answer. "Brother Li, if you want to go back, then go back. I am going to look for it." While speaking, Yang Kai flew to the side. Li Jiao stood on the spot and hesitated for a moment. Then he shouted, "Then let's split up and look." After he finished speaking, he went in the opposite direction to search. His divine perception spread out like the tide, carefully exploring every inch of space. Yang Kai didn't fly very fast, because he was afraid he would miss out on some details. In his opinion, the reason why the Dragon Island was so mysterious and no one knew where it was because some shocking formation was set up to conceal its traces. Since it was a concealment formation, then there would be traces to follow. As long as he found the location of the formation, then it would definitely be the location of the Dragon Island. He didn't know much about formations, but as long as it was a formation, there would definitely be a fluctuation of spiritual energy. As long as he grasped that trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, he would definitely be able to follow the vine to the melon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yang Kai expanded the scope of his search bit by bit. He turned this 100,000 miles of sea territory upside down, but he still didn't find anything. During this period, he met with Li Jiao a few times, but he also didn't find anything. 10 days later, the scope of his search had already doubled. 1 month later, it doubled again. Yang Kai's expression gradually became unsightly. Could it be that he couldn't even find the location of the Dragon Island on this trip and had to go back home? That would really be a huge joke. After meeting with Li Jiao again, he frowned and asked, "Are you sure the Dragon Island is in this sea territory?" "Of course I'm sure." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. After a while, he reacted, "Palace Master Yang, you can't be doubting me, right? Then I'm really wronged. What good would it do me to lie to you? I'm not doubting you, but after all, so many years have passed, and the scenery of the sea is the same. It's inevitable that you remembered wrongly." "Impossible," Li Jiao said agitatedly. It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. It's definitely here. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He nodded lightly and looked into the distance, wondering if he should go to the spiritual beast island. Although the martial beast island didn't have a good relationship with the dragon island, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for directions, right? Sigh, the dragon island is so mysterious and hard to find. If only we had the dragon island medallion. Li Jiao sighed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at him. What's wrong? Li Jiao asked in astonishment. Yang Kai said, Can the dragon island medallion find the location of the dragon island? Li Jiao said, It should be possible. The dragon island medallion is something issued by the dragon island. The holder of the dragon island medallion can make a request that the dragon island can fulfill. The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. If someone obtained the dragon island medallion, they would definitely go to the dragon island to fulfill their wish. How would they enter the dragon island? Naturally, they would have to rely on the dragon island medallion. As he spoke, he sighed dejectedly. However, there were only a few dragon island medallions in history. Furthermore, they were all taken back by the dragon island. It is harder than ascending to heaven to find the dragon island medallion now. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He raised his head and patted Li Jiao's shoulder with a grief-stricken expression. Li Jiao was shocked. Palace Master Yang, what happened to you? Yang Kai raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He clenched his teeth and said, Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier? Li Jiao felt an intense pain coming from his shoulder, as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai as he said, You didn't ask. He just said it casually. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a strong reaction. The Dragon Island medallion, right? Yang Kai let go of his shoulder and flipped his palm. I have one. Ah! Li Jiao was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you take it out earlier? How would I know? The two of them looked at each other. They were speechless and felt like they were about to cry. They had searched the vast sea for a month and didn't have any clue. They didn't expect the crucial clue to be in their hands all along. Is this really the Dragon Island medallion? Li Jiao asked in disbelief. He was just talking about how rare the Dragon Island medallion was. According to what he knew, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions. Furthermore, most of them were taken back. He didn't expect Yang Kai to take one out like magic. Looking at it, the Dragon Island medallion was simple and unadorned. He didn't know what material it was made of. It was neither metal nor wood. A lifelike giant dragon was carved on one side of the medallion, and the word dragon was written on the other side. Li Jiao was slightly absent-minded. This thing seemed to be the Dragon Island medallion. It wasn't much different from the records he saw in the ancient books. Are you sure this thing is useful? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Li Jiao said with uncertainty, Probably. He couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't use this thing before. However, just like what he said, the Dragon Island was a mysterious place. The dragon race hadn't appeared for a long time. If someone with the Dragon Island medallion wanted to go to the Dragon Island, they wouldn't be guided by the dragon race. It was highly possible that they would find the Dragon Island medallion by using it. Yesterday, I changed the character drawing of Shan Qing Luo. It was more in line with the image in my mind. Enchanting, charming, plump, and juicy. It seemed like I said something wrong. Chapter 30:17. Whether it works or not, we will know once we try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and channeled his Emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao stared with his eyes wide open, afraid that he would miss something. The Dragon Island medallion had been with Yang Kai for many years. When he first got this medallion, he also tried to test it out. He wanted to know what was the use of this medallion. However, no matter how much he channeled his Emperor's core, the Dragon Island medallion didn't react at all. This time was no exception. The Emperor's core was devoured by the Dragon Island medallion, but the simple and unadorned medallion didn't react at all. Yang Kai and Li Jiao's expectant gaze quickly turned into disappointment. This, why didn't it work? Li Jiao felt a little guilty. Although what he said just now was just a guess, there was some basis to it. Who would have thought that the medallion wouldn't work at all after the test? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, thinking that he came up with a bad idea. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his emperor's core, something strange happened. The dragon statue on the front of the Dragon Island medallion suddenly blinked its eyes. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Li Jiao. He saw that Li Jiao was also looking at him with his eyes wide open. When their eyes met, Yang Kai said, "Did you see it?" Li Jiao said, "You saw it too?" Both of them were shocked and focused their attention on the Dragon Island medallion again. This time, they finally saw it clearly. The dragon statue was indeed blinking. Not only that, the entire dragon statue seemed to have been given life and was about to jump out of the medallion. The lifelike dragon statue stretched its body and seemed to have a life of its own. It was swimming in the palm-sized medallion. Of course, no matter how it swam, it couldn't escape from the Dragon Island medallion's binding range. However, its movement did give people the feeling that it was swimming. Yang Kai observed carefully. Then, as if he thought of something, he held the Dragon Island medallion horizontally and slowly turned it. The dragon statue didn't move. No matter how Yang Kai turned the Dragon Island medallion, it was still facing a certain direction. The dragon claws moved as if it was riding the clouds in the sky. The dragon head is facing the direction of the Dragon Island. Li Jiao shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He ran in the direction of the dragon head. Li Jiao also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, hurriedly following behind. Flying forward, Yang Kai no longer needed to pay attention to his surroundings. All he needed to do was follow the direction the dragon head was pointing. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the dragon shape on the token suddenly changed direction. The dragon head was replaced by the tail, and the tail was replaced by the head. When Yang Kai stopped, Li Jiao also stopped beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead slowly retreating backwards. The dragon's head had disappeared, leaving only its tail facing Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, looked around carefully, then pointed to the sea. "Dragon Island is down there." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai said, "If this medallion really has a guiding function, then I'm not wrong." He had been holding the Dragon Island medallion in his hand. At this moment, the Dragon Island medallion was perpendicular to the surface of the sea. How can this be? How can the Dragon Island be under the sea? Li Jiao couldn't accept it. Since the Dragon Island was an island, it should be on the sea. No matter what, it couldn't be under the sea. However, he couldn't explain the Dragon Island medallion's guidance. Yang Kai said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange that the Dragon Island is so mysterious." Everyone thought that the Dragon Island was above the sea. No one thought that the Dragon Island was under the sea. This unknowingly increased the Dragon Island's concealment. "Let's go and take a look," Yang Kai said and dived down. With a bang, seawater splashed everywhere. Yang Kai had already disappeared. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, a protective barrier formed around his body, squeezing the surrounding seawater away. At the beginning, there was still plenty of light, but as Yang Kai dived deeper, the light under the sea became darker and darker. There were also huge sea beasts shuttling past. Those gigantic shadows gave people a strong sense of oppression and palpitations. Sea beasts had always been huge, and their strength was astonishing. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Li Jiao weren't weak. When they circulated their emperor pressure, the nearby sea beasts didn't dare to approach, so they were unimpeded. After an unknown amount of time, the bottom of the sea had already become pitch black. The pressure around them had also become extremely terrifying. Even a Dao Source Realm cultivator would be crushed by such immense pressure. Only an Emperor Realm Master could barely continue to dive deeper. Their Emperor Qi was quickly draining away like a flood. Li Jiao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but when he saw that Yang Kai didn't stop, he could only grit his teeth and follow. In front of them, a powerful aura quickly approached. It was a sea beast that was pouncing towards them. Although the two's emperor pressure could scare away most sea beasts, there were still some overlords who weren't afraid of anything. When the black shadow passed by, the two of them were swallowed before they could even react. A foul stench enveloped the two of them. Yang Kai's face darkened. He raised his hand and sent out several moonblades. Puff 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 sounds rang out as Yang Kai rushed past the moonblades and pierced through the sea beast's abdomen. When they looked back, they saw that the huge black shadow was constantly churning. The pitch-black seawater seemed to be dyed red, and Li Jiao successfully broke through from the wound. Sea beasts had strong vitality and wouldn't die even if they were injured like this. However, after suffering a loss, they immediately understood that they had provoked an enemy they shouldn't have and fled in a sorry state. Follow! Yang Kai sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and sped up to follow behind him. Another quarter of an hour passed, and there was still no sight of the bottom of the sea. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He didn't know how many kilometers they were under the sea. There was no light or sound in the surroundings. It was extremely quiet, as if the world had never been born and was in chaos. What's wrong? Li Jiao stood beside Yang Kai. The Emperor Qi barrier around his body was slightly distorted by the pressure of the seawater, and he asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "We didn't find the wrong place." Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this. That's good. That's good. However, is Dragon Island really under the sea? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not under the sea." Li Jiao was a little confused. What do you mean? The two of them had run into the sea, and Yang Kai didn't say that they were looking in the wrong direction, so where else could Dragon Island be? The entrance to Dragon Island is up ahead. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Li Jiao hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate, but he didn't find anything. A void corridor. Yang Kai exhaled softly. There is a void corridor here, but it's very well hidden. Take a closer look. With Yang Kai's reminder, Li Jiao finally noticed that something was wrong. There were indeed traces of a void corridor somewhere. Although he had never cultivated the Tao of space before, he was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he still had some experience in eyesight, so he asked in surprise, Dragon Island is hidden on the other side of the void corridor? That's right. Yang Kai gently nodded. If that was the case, then everything made sense. He didn't understand why the Dragon Island command medallion pointed to the sea before, but after discovering the entrance to this void corridor, he finally understood. Putting aside the specific location of Dragon Island for the time being, this entrance was obviously the entrance to Dragon Island, and the Dragon Island command medallion was pointing to the entrance. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and said, "We can enter Dragon Island through here?" His lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, so Li Jiao couldn't help but feel nervous. He had imagined what Dragon Island would look like countless times, and how he would feel after setting foot on Dragon Island. Now that this goal was suddenly within reach, he was a little worried about his gains and losses. "Brother Li, if you want to go back, you can go now. I can handle the rest by myself," Yang Kai transmitted. Hearing this, Li Jiao really had the urge to leave this place and return to the Northern Territory. But this impulse only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. "I want to go in," Li Jiao said in a deep voice. Then, "Are you ready?" Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Li Jiao's expression turned solemn as he took a few deep breaths to calm the tumbling emotions in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, "En, let's go." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as his space force wrapped around Li Jiao, and they rushed into the void corridor. The surrounding space suddenly changed as a tearing force came from all directions. The space barrier was broken, and the two of them seemed to be able to enter a new world in the next moment. But at this moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly came from the void in front of them. Immediately after, several huge dragon shadows rushed in from the front. They were overbearing and filled with murderous intent. When the dragon roar sounded, Li Jiao was startled. All the hair on his body stood on end as he felt the aura of death wrap around him. Yang Kai's expression also changed as he felt the terrifying killing power contained in those dragon shadows. Without even thinking, he shouted in a low voice, Dragon transformation. Another resounding dragon roar sounded as a golden dragon shadow flashed behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Dragon race bloodline was stimulated, and with a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded to a height of 4.5 zhang. A short horn protruded from his forehead. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his whole body was covered in dragon scales. Just as Yang Kai transformed into a half-dragon, the dragon shadows in front of him slammed into him. A vast and irresistible force came from the front, causing Yang Kai to stagger back several dozen meters. Feeling a sweet taste in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As the dragon shadows rushed forward, they immediately turned around and looked down from high above. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fortunately, he had dragon transformation to protect him, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Looking at the dragon shadows with rapt attention, Yang Kai frowned slightly, because he found that these dragon shadows were not real, nor were they soul avatars, but more like a secret technique. Dragon Race Secret Technique. Chapter 30:18. Dragon Race secret techniques were extremely powerful, but only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use them. These phantoms were clearly secret techniques left behind by the masters of the dragon race. It was impossible for such a secret technique to appear in the void corridor for no reason, and Yang Kai did not believe that the dragon race's defenses would be so tight. After all, the other end of the void corridor was Dragon Island, so who would risk their lives to sneak in? Looking at the dragon race secret techniques left behind here, Yang Kai could tell that they were all life-threatening existences. If he had not used his dragon transformation, it would be impossible for him to still be standing here. This is a fucking trap. It was definitely a trap targeted at someone. This kind of trap was enough to instantly kill an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Is this trap targeting me? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he could not confirm it. Just as he was lost in thought, cryptic dragon language suddenly sounded from the direction of the dragon phantoms. The dragon language was the foundation of the dragon race secret techniques. At first glance, it sounded similar to the incantations of the ancient wizard spells, but it was even more difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. As the dragon language continued, the several dragon phantoms suddenly collapsed, but the voice did not stop. Li Jiao trembled, instinctively feeling fear and regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have just turned around and returned home. The scattered dragon phantoms regrouped and suddenly turned into a giant ancient character, covering Yang Kai and Li Jiao like a giant net. The two of them quickly retreated, but were shocked to discover that no matter how they retreated, they could not avoid the ancient character. The ancient character was extremely mysterious and looked like a square superimposed on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the ancient characters enveloped the two of them, and a strange principal strength began to fluctuate. Li Jiao's face paled and his heart sank. Yang Kai, on the other hand, let out a soft cry of surprise. In the next instant, their vision blurred and the two of them appeared in a world of nothingness. There was no light or sound here, and it was even more disturbing than the seabed from before. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense and found that Li Jiao was not far from him, so he reached out and grabbed him. Palace Master Yang. What is this place? Li Jiao gulped and asked. Void Crevice. Yang Kai replied. He withdrew the dragonization art and returned to his original form. The dragon shadow from before had already disappeared. When the ancient text appeared, it actually threw the two of them into the void crack. Ah! Li Jiao turned pale with fright. He was no stranger to the void crevice. It was an extremely dangerous place for an expert like him. If he was not careful, he would lose his way and never be able to find his way out. Yang Kai took out new clothes from his space ring and put them on while carefully looking around. He had entered and exited the void crevice countless times, but this place gave him a very strange feeling, as if there were mysteries hidden everywhere. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the law of space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions. He felt that if he used his full strength, he should be able to break through this void crack and return to the outside world. However, he did not know where exactly he would appear. So he was not in a hurry to make a move because he needed to enter Dragon Island. This void crevice would not appear for no reason. Combined with the previous encounter, Yang Kai faintly felt that this place should be inside the void corridor. In other words, as long as he could find the exit of this void crevice, he would be able to enter Dragon Island smoothly. And that Dragon Race secret technique was the reason for the creation of this void crevice. This was really a trap. Yang Kai faintly felt that this was targeted at him, but it did not seem to be so. Anyone who passed through the void corridor would trigger this trap and be banished to this place. He might have just happened to be here. After all, Dragon Island was already so hidden, it was impossible for the security to be so tight. They even did not hesitate to leave the Dragon Race secret technique in the void corridor to target intruders. If that was really the case, then it was even more impossible to tear space at will. Because if he did, he would not be able to determine his foothold and guarantee that he would be able to enter Dragon Island. Thinking so, Yang Kai already had a plan in his heart and sent a message to Li Jiao. Follow me closely. There are undercurrents in the void. If you get caught up in one of these undercurrents, you'll be instantly teleported somewhere else and I won't be able to find you. There are also void cracks everywhere. Once you get caught up in them, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. Void crevice and void crevice were different. The two of them were currently in a void crevice while the void crevice was much smaller. Some were even undetectable. The void crevice was like a sharp blade lying across the void crevice. Once it was touched, if one was lucky, their skin would be torn, but if one was unlucky, they might be cut in half. Li Jiao clearly understood his situation. In this damned place, only Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could guarantee his safety. He nodded heavily and said, "Understood." Yang Kai immediately led the way in front. The Tao of space fluctuated as he probed the situation around him. He carefully avoided the various void crevices and void crevices. Li Jiao followed closely behind. He was always one step behind Yang Kai. His mind was tense to the extreme. Yang Kai's direction was somewhat erratic, sometimes left, sometimes right. Although there was no reference here, and Li Jiao could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west, Yang Kai's change of direction was still very obvious. Sometimes, as they walked, Yang Kai would even suddenly turn around and walk in the opposite direction. Li Jiao did not say a word, not daring to disturb him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, an expression of disbelief on his face. "Palace Master Yang, did you find the exit?" Li Jiao asked cautiously. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. Then, Li Jiao looked at him inquiringly. "I'm lost," Yang Kai replied. "Huh?" Li Jiao was taken aback. "I'm lost." He almost thought that he had misheard. The surrounding space was a chaotic void. There was no path at all, so how could he be lost? However, since Yang Kai said so, he must have his reasons. In this kind of place, he was the authority. "We've been here before." Yang Kai let out a light breath. Li Jiao scratched his head and released his divine sense to observe his surroundings. He thought that this damned place was the same everywhere. In his opinion, there was no difference at all, so Yang Kai actually recognized it. This was simply unbelievable. This is a labyrinth. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was actually an extremely mysterious labyrinth in this void crevice. The entire labyrinth was incomparably huge. With those void undercurrents as the path and the void crevices as the screen, such a large area was cut into a labyrinth that no one could find the way out. What made Yang Kai even more shocked was that this labyrinth was not unchanging. Instead, it was constantly changing. The surging undercurrents, the flowing crevices, any little change could affect the entire labyrinth. Who arranged this? Who had such great ability? Was it Dragon Island? If it was Dragon Island, why would they arrange such a labyrinth here? Who were they trying to trap? Suddenly, a sentence that Li Jiao said before appeared in Yang Kai's mind. 20 years ago, the martial beast had once caused havoc on Dragon Island. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This labyrinth was probably aimed at the martial beast. Only such a huge layout could trap a great emperor's. and only great emperors had the qualifications to make Dragon Island arrange such a labyrinth. As for himself, he had merely suffered an undeserved calamity. Thinking up to here, Yang Kai suddenly became excited again. It seemed like his previous guess was correct. As long as he could decipher this labyrinth, he should be able to enter Dragon Island. Because this void labyrinth existed with the tunnel as its foundation, the exit of the labyrinth should be the same as the exit of the tunnel. Yang Kai started moving again. He carefully paid attention to the changes in his surroundings. A blueprint gradually formed in his mind, a blueprint of the entire labyrinth. He believed that as long as he could complete this blueprint, he should be able to find the way out of the labyrinth. Li Jiao did not know what Yang Kai was thinking of. He only knew that his speed suddenly increased by a lot. He could only clench his teeth and keep up. Time passed by slowly. Although there was no sun, moon, or stars in this place, and there was no way to tell how much time had passed, Li Jiao felt that at least a month had passed. After a month of time, Yang Kai had been walking around aimlessly. He would stop to observe his surroundings from time to time. His mouth would mutter a few words, and then he would set off again. Although there was no battle during this month, Li Jiao had narrowly escaped death several times. The void undercurrent appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Once, he was sucked into an undercurrent and was almost teleported to another place. Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled him back. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here for the rest of his life. He did not have the confidence to walk out of here. During this month, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. He found that he had still underestimated this void labyrinth. The blueprint in his mind was overturned again and again, but there was not much progress. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for him to leave here. As long as he could tear open space here, he could return to the star boundary. But if he did that, it would mean that he had given up on entering Dragon Island. This was not his plan. On this day, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were still walking through the void labyrinth, looking for an exit. Li Jiao's heart was already dead. He felt that he could never hope to set foot on Dragon Island in this lifetime. He could only follow behind Yang Kai mechanically, stepping on the places he had stepped on. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and his Emperor Qi surged. Li Jiao was startled and also urged his Emperor Qi without hesitation. He thought that the void undercurrent was surging over again. But Yang Kai did not move as quickly as before. Instead, he stood there and stared ahead in a daze. Li Jiao frowned and stared in the direction he was looking, his mouth agape. He saw that not far away in the void, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Mysterious principles were surging around his body, preventing the surrounding undercurrents from getting close to him. There was actually someone in this damned place? Li Jiao could not believe his eyes. But soon he discovered something strange. That person was not really a living person. Instead, it was more like an afterimage because his entire body was emitting a faint light and he did not have a body of flesh and blood. Chapter 30:19. A labyrinth existing in a void crack was already inconceivable. At this moment, there was actually a humanoid shadow inside the labyrinth, which was even more inconceivable. Who was this person? Or rather, who was the one who left the shadow behind? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both stared with wide eyes, but to their disappointment, no matter how hard they looked, they were unable to see the true face of this shadow. Because this shadow seemed to have existed for many years, and although it was extremely powerful, it had been affected by this void crack for so many years, causing it to become somewhat unstable. The shadow was erratic, sometimes elongated, sometimes short, and sometimes round, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, for some reason, Yang Kai felt that this shadow was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Brother Li, have you seen this person before?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I can't see it, but this person is definitely not weak." Although the shadow was unstable, the aura it occasionally emitted was extremely powerful, so it was obviously not an ordinary person from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai nodded, and the faces of the masters he had seen flashed through his mind, trying to confirm it with the shadow in front of him. But at this moment, the shadow suddenly expanded and shrank, turning into a fist-sized white ball of light that slowly floated in a certain direction. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it, pulling Li Jiao and saying, "Follow it." Li Jiao was startled. "Follow him?" And Yang Kai responded, feeling that the appearance of this shadow might be a turning point. He had been searching here for an entire month but had been unable to leave this void labyrinth. So at this moment, he could only try his best and see what this ball of light was up to. Without any hesitation, he followed closely behind the ball of light. The ball of light's path was even more erratic than Yang Kai's previous one, and it was even more difficult to grasp. It seemed to be aimless, but if one observed carefully, there were traces to follow. Yang Kai secretly cheered up, feeling that his guess was correct. Now, he just wanted to know who had left this shadow behind, so he had been observing the situation of the ball of light, but he hadn't made much of a discovery. The ball of light was produced by a shadow secret technique, and after being affected by the void for so many years, it had long since become unrecognizable. So it was extremely difficult for Yang Kai to trace it back to its source. After walking for several days, Li Jiao was already in despair. Yang Kai's heart was also pounding, and there were many times when he thought of giving up, but thinking that it would be a pity, so he could only clench his teeth. Li Jiao. At some point, the ball of light suddenly sped up and rushed in a certain direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai, when it reached a certain place in the void, the ball of light suddenly exploded without warning, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Ah! Li Jiao was stunned. After walking behind this ball of light for several days, he never thought that it would end up like this, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Wasn't this a waste of time? With this, he suddenly lost confidence in Yang Kai, feeling that the two of them were destined to be trapped here for the rest of their lives, and he was afraid that they would never be able to leave this maze. When he turned to look at Yang Kai, he saw that Yang Kai was actually beaming with joy, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Palace Master Yang?" Li Jiao shouted. Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "Found it." "Found it?" Li Jiao frowned and subconsciously asked, "What did you find? What do you think?" Li Jiao was startled, then became excited. "You mean, you found the exit?" And Yang Kai nodded heavily, thought for a moment and said, "I will open the exit in a moment, and you will enter with me immediately. If you delay, Dragon Island might discover something." "Okay." Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. They found it? After walking behind that ball of light for a few days, they actually found the exit? What the hell was that ball of light? Why did it lead them to the exit? However, this wasn't important anymore. The important thing was that they were about to set foot on Dragon Island, and they were about to fulfill their lifelong wish. Li Jiao was excited, nervous, expectant, and uneasy. Just as his mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and the laws of space fluctuated wildly. He stretched out his hands and inserted them into the void in front of him, then fiercely tore. A strange scene appeared, as if something was torn apart, and a huge crack appeared in the void in front of them. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Li Jiao plunged into the crack, and Yang Kai followed closely behind. The two of them instantly disappeared into the endless void. Eastern Territory, Eastern Sea, on an island that was enshrouded in spiritual energy and beautiful, like a fairyland. A man in white clothes stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Beside him, a beautiful woman in a black palace dress stood there with her arms crossed. Her arms squeezed her huge breasts until they were somewhat deformed. The palace dress was below her thighs, and half of her body was exposed to the air. Her skin was white and tender, like white jade, exuding an alluring luster. If all the men in the world were to see such a scene, they would definitely be captivated by it. The man was handsome, and the woman was plump and graceful. Just by standing there, they were an eye-catching scene. The two of them cast their gazes into the distance. On the crater of a surging volcano, a small figure sat cross-legged. The scorching heat waves didn't hurt her in the slightest. Instead, They constantly surged toward her childlike body and were all absorbed by her. Feng Er, did this girl really fuse with the Phoenix True Fire? The man in white clothes suddenly asked. The beautiful woman in the palace dress who was replaced by Feng Er said, "Yes, and the fusion is perfect." The man in white clothes said, "Isn't she an artifact spirit? Although she is also a fire attribute artifact spirit, which doesn't conflict with the Phoenix True Fire. Her body isn't made of flesh and blood. How can she fuse with the Phoenix True Fire?" The beautiful woman in the palace dress said, "Don't underestimate her body. Although it isn't made of flesh and blood, its plasticity is extremely strong. That is the body of a spirit puppet. You won't be able to find a second one in the world." "You think very highly of her?" The man in white clothes turned his head and looked to the side. The beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled slightly. "Her future achievements will definitely not be below mine." The man in white clothes nodded and said, "In any case, I have to congratulate your Feng clan for having another clansman." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled, looking very charming. At this moment, the man in white clothes suddenly frowned, revealing a surprised expression. "What's wrong?" The beautiful woman looked at him in astonishment. At their level of cultivation, it was very rare for them to be surprised by anything, but the expression on the white-robed man's face clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened. "You might not believe it if I tell you." The man in white clothes turned his head and looked at her, then said with a face full of disbelief, "Someone is trespassing on the Dragon Island." The beautiful woman was startled for a moment. Then she immediately chuckled. "Which guy is so reckless? He is really unlucky." She didn't ask how the man in white clothes knew about this matter, because she knew that the other party went to spy on the situation on the Dragon Island a few years ago, and left a trace of his primordial spirit in that void maze. That maze was not easy to crack. Even the man in white clothes couldn't find a way out back then. In the end, he could only use a secret technique to leave behind a trace of his primordial spirit, mainly because he wanted to rely on the power of his primordial spirit to slowly crack the maze. More than 10 years had passed. Presumably he already had a clue. Now that the man in white clothes knew about this information, it was obviously the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit. In other words, that primordial spirit left in the maze had already disappeared. "If it is really that guy, you know him too," the man in white clothes said with a strange expression. He also couldn't be sure whether the person who trespassed on the Dragon Island was the one he thought. After all, the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit was not very complete. He was only 60% to 70% sure. "I know him too?" The beautiful woman in palace dress was stunned for a moment. "Who?" "It is related to the eldest miss." The beautiful woman in palace dress frowned. "It is related to her." The man in white clothes pointed at the small figure at the crater of the volcano. "Is him?" The beautiful woman in palace dress was dumbstruck. The man in white clothes' hint was so obvious. If she still couldn't guess who it was, then she would be an idiot. But she never thought that the one who trespassed on the Dragon Island was actually that guy. How could it be him? The beautiful woman didn't dare to believe it. What is wrong with him? He actually dared to trespass on the Dragon Island. The man in white clothes shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression of, "I don't know either." "You brought him in?" the beautiful woman asked. The man said, "It was not me. It was that trace of my primordial spirit that did it." The beautiful woman said, "Nonsense, what kind of place is the Dragon Island? With that little bit of strength of his, how can he get away with it? I'm afraid he will be beaten to a pulp very soon." The man said, "That trace of my primordial spirit was left behind more than 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't know him. The trace of my primordial spirit naturally wouldn't know him either. I only brought him in to stir up the Dragon Island and see if I can create an opportunity for the master to take advantage of. It would naturally be good if he can cause some trouble, but it doesn't matter if he can't. If something happens to him, Shao-Chi will definitely not let you off. It's not like you don't know how important he is to Shao-Chi. These few years, she has been clamoring to go to the Southern Territory to look for him. If it wasn't because the master grounded her, I'm afraid she would have run away long ago." The man sweated for a moment. "Don't tell her," the beautiful woman said. There is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The man said, "Then what should we do now?" "He has already gone in. I'm afraid he would already be dead if he had to die." The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, "But this is indeed an opportunity. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Island, it might not be a bad thing. I will report to the master and see how he decides." The man nodded. The beautiful woman's figure swayed. She turned into a streak of flame and flew towards the distance as fast as lightning. "Were you guys talking about the master just now?" A childish voice suddenly sounded. The corner of the white-clothed man's mouth twitched. He lowered his head to take a look, only to see a 7 to 8 years old little girl standing in front of him since who knows when. The other party was staring at him with a pair of sparkling big eyes without blinking. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. One look and one could tell that she would definitely be a great beauty who could bring disaster to the country when she grows up. But the white-clothed man knew. This was not a little girl at all. He raised his head to look at the sky. He said with a face full of vicissitudes of life, "The wind today is really noisy." Chapter 30:20. The sky was blue, and the earth was vast. In the void, 2 figures stood there stupidly, not reacting for a long time. These 2 were naturally Yang Kai and Li Jiao, who had experienced many twists and turns along the way. After the light ball found the exit, Yang Kai tore space and arrived here, but what he saw was completely different from what he imagined. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Palace Master Yang. This is Dragon Island?" Li Jiao turned to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment. "I don't know." Yang Kai was also at a loss. He thought that after coming out of the void maze, he would definitely arrive at Dragon Island. But at this moment, he wasn't sure whether this was Dragon Island or not, because this wasn't an island at all. This was a small world. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai found that the world principles here were extremely complete, even better than his own sealed world bead. Looking up, there was even a scorching sun in the sky. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this was somewhere in the star boundary. But Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the star boundary. He had entered and exited many small worlds, and he had a small sealed world himself, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of existence. This was a small world, a very complete small world, and the world energy here was extremely good. It wasn't that the world energy here was rich. The star boundary was vast, and there were countless cultivation holy lands. Which large sect wasn't located in a place where world energy gathered? Although the world energy in this small world was rich, it wasn't much better than the cultivation holy lands in the star boundary. The key was its purity. The world energy here seemed to be extremely pure, several times purer than any of the cultivation holy lands Yang Kai had come into contact with. Such a cultivation environment was undoubtedly extremely good. Pure world energy meant that one's cultivation speed would be faster. Which cultivator didn't desire this? We didn't come to the wrong place, right? Li Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. "How does this look like an island?" Li Jiao was a little disappointed. In his imagination, Dragon Island should be detached from the world, isolated on the sea, with giant dragons churning and breathing out clouds. This place was very good, but it was very different from what he imagined. "Who said that the Dragon Island must be an island?" Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao was startled. Thinking about it, Dragon Island, it was passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. Everyone thought that Dragon Island was an island, but no one had really entered Dragon Island. "I feel that this is most likely Dragon Island." Yang Kai took a deep breath. That pure spiritual energy made his body and mind comfortable. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. With a grin on his face, he said, "It's not possible. This is definitely the Dragon Island. In this world, apart from the legendary Dragon Island, where else could be better than here?" Yang Kai had seen all the cultivation holy lands, but none of them could compare to this place. Li Jiao nodded lightly and didn't argue with Yang Kai about this. He said, "Then what should we do now?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment. "Since we're already here, let's take things as they come." Let's check out the environment first. All right. Li Jiao nodded his head. The two of them immediately flew towards a direction. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, the two of them tried their best to restrain their aura. Furthermore, they didn't fly too high, and their speed wasn't fast either. This small world seemed to be very big. It was only bigger than the reincarnation world that they visited a few days ago. The two of them flew over spiritual mountains and great rivers, but they didn't even come across a single dragon race. Although the number of dragon race was very small, according to what Yang Kai knew, there should be some dragon race on Dragon Island. It didn't make sense that there were no traces of them at all. Yang Kai couldn't help but doubt if his guess was wrong. Could it be that this place really wasn't Dragon Island? He and Li Jiao didn't come to an inexplicable small world. If that was the case, then their situation would be very awkward. They did come across some monster beast, some were strong, some were weak. There were even some powerful monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Their aura was very frightening, and they were running rampant in the mountain forest. The appearance of these monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race increased Yang Kai's confidence by a lot. However, there was still no sign of the dragon race. 2 days later, a huge city suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. The city was built on top of a huge plain. It occupied almost a third of this plain. Looking from afar, the buildings in the city were densely packed, and the streets of various sizes were crisscrossed. This kind of huge city could accommodate at least 1 million people. Yang Kai and Li Jiao were instantly dumbfounded. An ominous feeling welled up in their heart. "Brother Li, is there a city on Dragon Island?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Although I have never heard of a city on Dragon Island, the population of the dragon race is so small. What's the point of making such a big city?" Yang Kai thought the same. There was no need to make such a big city for the dragon race. Is this really not Dragon Island? Thinking until here, his face turned black. 2 days ago, he still vowed to Li Jiao that this was definitely Dragon Island. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face 2 days later? However, if this was not Dragon Island, then where was this place? After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai said, "Let's go and take a look." No matter what kind of place this was, since they were already here, they had to take a look. The two of them didn't rashly barge into that city. After all, no one knew what kind of place this was, and what kind of people lived in the city. Therefore, the two of them landed about 30 miles away from the city, and found a concealed location to hide, preparing to secretly observe for a while. After taking a closer look, there were indeed many figures moving about in the city. Even if there weren't 1 million of them, there were still several 100,000 of them. This discovery made Yang Kai and Li Jiao even more disappointed. This really wasn't Dragon Island. Otherwise, how could there be so many people? "Someone's coming!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted and looked in a certain direction. When Li Jiao heard this, he hurriedly looked in that direction and saw several figures rushing over, quickly flying over their heads. It seemed that they were going to enter the city. After they passed by, Li Jiao said, "A few Dao Source Realm humans." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Those people were indeed humans, and their cultivations weren't high or low. Such existences could be found everywhere outside, so it wasn't anything new. Not long after these people left, another wave of people flew into the city. However, this time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao discovered a strange phenomenon. In this second wave of people, the leader actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. It was a man with a cultivation around the First Order Emperor realm. There were a few traces of dragon scales on his face, but other than that, he didn't have any other characteristics of the dragon race. However, this discovery surprised Yang Kai and Li Jiao. This man's situation was very similar to Li Jiao's. He should also be a dragon descendant, but his bloodline wasn't pure. He was even inferior to Li Jiao. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a bit unusual. For the next half a day, the two didn't move. From time to time, there would be figures flying over the sky, heading straight for the city. And the more they observed, the more shocked the two became. Couldn't be helped. The number of dragon descendants here was a bit frightening. During this half a day, at least 100 people had flown over, and among these 100 people, 10 of them were dragon descendants. This was a 1/10 ratio which was impossible to find anywhere else. In the star boundary, although there were dragon descendants, there weren't many of them. But in this damned place, 10 out of 100 people were dragon descendants. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. These dragon descendants also had high and low cultivations. The lowest was at the Origin King realm, while the highest was at the Emperor realm. Moreover, the characteristics of the dragon clan varied. Some had short dragon horns on their foreheads, some had dragon tails, some had nondescript dragon claws, and most of them had a few dragon scales on their bodies. Of course, the characteristics of the dragon clan on their bodies were completely incomparable to those of the real dragon clan. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rather than calling those dragon scales, it would be better to call them snake scales. In addition to the human race and dragon race, there were also monster race mixed in. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? Why are there so many dragon descendants here? Li Jiao was a little uneasy. Do I look like I know the answer? Yang Kai glanced at him. Li Jiao laughed awkwardly. He was just asking casually, mainly because what he had seen in this half a day was too unbelievable. It's easy to figure it out. Just go in and take a look. Yang Kai pointed in the direction of the city. Li Jiao was silent for a while before nodding. After observing for half a day, they found that the city's defenses were not tight. Could be said that there was no defense at all. All the human race, monster race, and dragon race who entered the city directly rushed in. No one questioned them at all, and no one collected anything like an entrance fee. So, if Yang Kai and Li Jiao wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be difficult at all. After finishing their discussion, the two immediately rushed out of their hiding place and swaggered towards the city. The distance of 15 kilometers was quickly covered. The two of them followed the example of the people from before and landed far away, walking towards the city on foot. When he arrived at the city gate, Kai Yang raised his head and looked at it. Above the city gate, there were 3 words written in bold calligraphy. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was also slightly stunned. It couldn't be helped. The 3 large words were, Half-Dragon City. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the city gate, there was a lifelike giant dragon carving. At first glance, the giant dragon seemed to be alive, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced forward. Li Jiao's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but speed up. After entering the city, the two were shocked again. Although they had guessed that the city's population would be large, the scene they saw still exceeded their expectations. There were people coming and going in the city, as many as carps crossing the river. There were many shops in the surroundings, and there were noises, shouts, and haggling sounds. The human race, monster race, and dragon race were mixed in. The human race had the most people, about half of the population, followed by the monster race. Although there were fewer of them than the human race, it wasn't that small. Then there were the dragon race. What the fuck was going on? The two were a little stunned. Chapter 30-21. Half a day later, in a tea house, Yang Kai and Li Jiao sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air, but both of them were silent. Half a day of observation was enough for them to see a lot of things. This half-dragon city was too strange. Not to mention the incredible number of dragon descendants. Just the number of masters here was endless. At least 1 out of 1,000 people on the street was from the Emperor realm. The population of this city was about 500,000. In other words, there were 500 to 600 people from the Emperor realm living in this half-dragon city. What kind of concept was this? This number was simply too terrifying. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were countless large and small cities, but there had never been a city with the number of the Emperor realm that could be compared to Half-Dragon City. Often, in a large city, it was already incredible to have dozens of people from the Emperor realm, and this was counting those who passed by, let alone hundreds or even hundreds. Even if the world energy here was extremely pure and could help a cultivator's cultivation, this ratio was too frightening. It had to be known that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm. Compared with Half-Dragon City, this number was not even a fraction. In addition, in this Half-Dragon City, the dragon descendants with the bloodline of the dragon race seemed to have a higher status. Among the cultivator of the same level, the cultivator from the dragon clan would often follow the lead. Yang Kai estimated that if the masters in such a city were to be taken out, they could sweep away any city in the star boundary and any top sect. Only the sects of the great emperors could compete with this half-dragon city. This was a gigantic city. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Li Jiao, they both found another strange thing. Those dragon descendants, especially those with a slightly purer bloodline, seemed to be a little unstable. No matter how high their cultivation was, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to have hidden injuries. At the level of the Emperor realm, the higher the cultivation, the fewer dragon descendants there were. What was this situation? Yang Kai and Li Jiao were confused. Logically speaking, those with the bloodline of the dragon race would have a unique advantage in cultivation. For example, if Li Jiao wasn't a dragon race descendant, he would have been stuck at the second-order Emperor realm for the rest of his life. However, because of his dragon race bloodline, he was able to break through to the third-order Emperor realm. However, in Half-Dragon City, the situation seemed to be reversed. The purer the dragon race's bloodline, the harder it was for a dragon descendant to increase their cultivation. The second-order Emperor realm was the limit, and most of the dragon descendants in the Emperor realm were only first-order emperors. On the other hand, those from the human and monster clans who did not possess the bloodline of the dragon race had third-level Emperor realm existences. After staying in the tea house for a long time and listening to the conversations around them, Yang Kai and Li Jiao didn't hear anything too important. Only one person inadvertently spat out the two words Dragon Palace, which attracted their attention. Unfortunately, that person seemed to immediately realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed the topic, making Yang Kai and Li Jiao's hearts itch. Half-Dragon City, Dragon Palace, Dragon Descendants. All signs indicated that this place was most likely Dragon Island. However, the hundreds of thousands of people here made Yang Kai unable to believe it. How could there be so many people on Dragon Island? Li Jiao was also confused. This place was too different from what he had imagined, so different that he couldn't accept reality. While the two were silent, a loud noise suddenly came from a shop across the street, as if someone was arguing about something. Immediately after, the world energy surged and principles appeared. A loud bang rang out, followed by a cry of surprise. A figure flew out of the shop and landed heavily on the ground. It was a woman wearing a light yellow palace dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her back was slender and graceful. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her aura wasn't weak. She was actually a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was unknown who she had a conflict with in the shop, but she was actually beaten out of the shop. From the looks of it, her injuries weren't light. When the pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved aside. Without knowing the cause and effect, no one was willing to meddle in other people's business, lest they get into trouble. "Mother!" a tender voice called out, with a hint of sobbing. The woman lying on the ground got up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked forward with a fiery gaze. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because she was beaten, but her tender body was trembling. Humph! As the cold snort sounded, a man walked out of the shop. This man had a malicious expression on his face, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand slightly and grabbed the hair of a young girl, pulling her back. Caught in this position, the young girl could only bow her body and follow him out. The young girl's face was delicate and pretty. She didn't look very old, and her body was still young. There were two small bulges on her chest, and she was extremely petite. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 to 16 years old. Her eyes were red, and tears slid down her cheeks. She seemed to have suffered a great shock, and her face was full of panic. She looked forward and said, "Mother, save me." From the way she called out, this young girl and the woman who was beaten out of the shop before were obviously mother and daughter. "Let her go." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, her emperor chi surging violently. She looked like she was about to fight to the death, but her daughter had been captured, so she was very cautious. No matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, this malicious-looking man's cultivation was not only higher than hers, but he was also a dragon descendant. Even if she went all out, she was definitely not his opponent. Let her go. The malicious-looking man looked at the woman and sneered. Do you think I'll let her go just because you say so? Who do you think you are? The disdain in his words was obvious, and it was obvious he didn't put this woman in his eyes. Saying so, he even lowered his head and gently sniffed the young girl's hair. Suddenly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. She smells so good. This king likes this little girl. The young girl had never experienced such a situation before, and feeling the hot breath on her back, she suddenly stiffened and cried even harder, whispering, "Mother, how dare you?" The woman was furious when she saw this and gritted her teeth. Do you know whose daughter she is? How dare you treat her like this? The malicious-looking man sneered. Of course I know whose daughter she is. The woman was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the other party to give such an answer. She originally thought that the other party was just taking advantage of his power to bully her, and as long as she mentioned her daughter's father's identity, the other party would hesitate to act and she and her daughter would be safe. Who would have thought that it wouldn't have any effect at all? Her heart couldn't help but sink, knowing that the situation wasn't good. The other party had targeted her, and they must have already investigated her before, so her identity might not be useful. The malicious-looking man said, Do you think they would care about a mortal's body? If they really cared, they wouldn't have driven you and your daughter out. As soon as this was said, not only did the woman's face darken, but many of the surrounding onlookers also looked disappointed, as if they had encountered a similar situation as the woman. Do you believe that even if this king were to strip her naked right now, no one would care whether you lived or died? The malicious-looking man said as he reached out and put his hand on the young girl's shoulder. The young girl's body suddenly stiffened, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling, like a broken string of pearls. The woman opposite him was even more shocked and shouted, Don't! If he really stripped her daughter of her clothes, her daughter would be too ashamed to see others in the future and might even commit suicide immediately. Her daughter was her only hope in life, so how could she be willing to see such a thing happen? The malicious man's words made many people frown. They felt that this guy was going too far. Someone immediately said, Friend, killing people is just a matter of nodding your head. Even if they have offended you in some way, you don't have to humiliate them like this, right? As soon as this person spoke, the complexion of one of his companions changed, and he quickly pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The face of the person who spoke couldn't help but change, becoming somewhat pale. The malicious-looking man turned his head and looked at him, sneering, What did you just say? This king didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. The man's complexion changed a few times before he cupped his fists and said in a low voice, Master, please forgive this one for speaking carelessly and offending you. I hope that Master will not take it to heart. The malicious-looking man stared at him coldly, and after a while, he shouted in a low voice, Scram! Hearing this, the man felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly turned around and left. He was willing to stand up for the injustice if it was within his power, but if it involved his own life, he didn't have the courage. When the others saw this scene, how could they not know that this second-order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant had a great background? Perhaps he had a great backer, otherwise how could he have such a great deterrent force? Some people recognized the malicious-looking man and naturally knew where his confidence came from. They all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the mother and daughter pair were most likely doomed. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this guy. Their future days would be difficult. After showing off his power, the malicious-looking man turned to look at the girl's mother and said with a smug expression, Do you know what to do now? How could the girl not know what he was thinking? She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her flesh, but she didn't notice. She raised her head and looked at her daughter, revealing a sad smile. She slowly knelt on the ground and prostrated herself, pressing her forehead against the back of her hand, and said in humiliation, This concubine is willing to serve this concubine, master. Please let this concubine go. The malicious-looking man curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking sneer. This woman's humble attitude made him extremely satisfied, and his gaze lingered on her round buttocks for a while before he slowly walked forward. With a fierce kick, the woman fell to the ground. This kick wasn't light, and the woman rolled several times before she came to a stop. "Mother!" Seeing this, the girl cried out in grief. "Shut up!" The malicious-looking man slapped the girl's cheek, and with a light smack, one side of the girl's cheek immediately swelled up. Perhaps because she was frightened, the girl didn't dare to make another sound, and her pair of watery eyes widened. After kicking the woman, the malicious-looking man obviously wasn't done yet. He walked forward and stepped on her chest, immediately changing the shape of her full breasts. The woman's expression was painful, but she still said to the girl, "Close your eyes." She didn't want her daughter to see her like this. Chapter 30:22. As a mother, how could this woman be willing to let her daughter see her being tortured? The young girl was dumbfounded, her eyes wide and tears flowing down her cheeks, perhaps because she was frightened or something else. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed earlier?" The gloomy man coldly snorted, his big foot fiercely rubbing her chest a few times. The sound of bones dislocating immediately rang out, but as if he hadn't heard it, he lowered his body and said, "If you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this." The woman's face twisted in pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word, only looking at her daughter and trying to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Slut, it's your blessing that this king has taken a liking to you, yet you still dare to make excuses." The gloomy man seemed to have not tortured enough and wanted to vent the anger in his heart. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of ravaging this woman, his eyes full of joy. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He and Li Jiao had watched the scene unfold from beginning to end, so naturally they understood what had happened. Although they had just arrived and had not yet fully grasped the situation in Half-Dragon City, Yang Kai could not bear to watch a mother and daughter being tortured like this under his nose. Just as he was about to take action, Li Jiao suddenly stood up and stared blankly at the woman in palace robes being trampled on the ground. His eyes filled with disbelief, and in the next moment, anger ignited his heart. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The gloomy man was still ravaging the woman in palace robes. "Neither of you, mother and daughter, can escape. Come back with this king." Saying so, he lifted the young girl with one hand and grabbed the young girl's mother with the other. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a shocking emperor pressure descended from the sky, directly enveloping the gloomy man. The gloomy man was shocked, and with a tap of his feet, he floated back while shouting in a low voice, "Who is it?" Li Jiao stretched out his hand and threw a punch straight at the gloomy man's face. The gloomy man was horrified and hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi to resist, but in the next moment, the fist enlarged infinitely in front of him and slammed directly into the bridge of his nose. With a cracking sound, something seemed to break. The malicious-looking man was directly sent flying by this punch. At the same time, his hand became lighter. The girl who had been captured by him was also out of his control. With a series of cracking sounds, the malicious-looking man was sent flying into a shop at the back. He didn't know how many things he had broken in the process. He struggled to get up and felt dizzy. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of blood. He reached out and wiped his hand. His hand was covered in blood, and his nose seemed to have been broken. The malicious-looking man flew into a rage and instantly charged out of the store. His gaze was gloomy and cold as he gazed at Li Jiao, and his killing intent surged like a tide as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Presumptuous!" Li Jiao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the young girl he had saved, then looked at the woman in palace attire lying on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Go help your mother up." The girl didn't move. She was probably scared silly. The woman in palace attire looked at Li Jiao in shock. She didn't expect that someone would stand up for her at this time. After all, the malicious-looking man wasn't someone to be offended. Although his cultivation wasn't at the top in Half-Dragon City and there were many people more powerful than him, he was still someone who couldn't be offended. Anyone who offended him didn't have a good ending. It had nothing to do with cultivation. After seeing Li Jiao's face, the woman couldn't help but open her eyes wide and let out a low cry. Their eyes met. A trace of pity and nostalgia flashed in Li Jiao's eyes, but the woman immediately looked away and avoided his gaze. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao sighed and pushed the young girl again. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. Crying loudly, she walked forward and helped her mother up. Li Jiao's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the malicious-looking man, but it was strange. Although he noticed that Li Jiao's cultivation was a little higher than his, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he glared fiercely at Li Jiao and said, "You actually dare to hurt this king. No matter who you are dead today." "That's what I want to say too." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at the malicious-looking man. Although his expression was indifferent, anyone could hear the anger he was suppressing. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. His eyes glanced over at the woman in the palace robe and then back at Li Jiao, his expression changing as he understood something. On the other side, the malicious-looking man was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said fiercely, "You have guts. In this half-dragon city, no one dares to talk to me like this." "Now there is." Li Jiao took a light breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He had never been so angry before, and the raging anger in his chest was simply about to explode. He couldn't wait to vent his anger and crush this malicious man into smithereens. "You're courting death." The malicious-looking man was also extremely angry. He urged his aura, and the color of the dragon scales below his neck suddenly deepened. A faint dragon's might instantly filled the air. Among the onlookers, many of the dragon descendants showed uncomfortable expressions. There was nothing they could do about it. This was bloodline suppression. The malicious-looking man's dragon race bloodline was higher than theirs, and he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. When he pushed his aura to its limit, few of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City could resist him. Even the humans and monster beasts who were not dragon descendants had difficult expressions at this moment and quickly moved away. Li Jiao's expression, however, did not change. He remained as motionless as a mountain, simply staring coldly at the malicious-looking man. Seeing his indifferent appearance, the malicious-looking man's expression couldn't help but change. He felt that something was wrong. He also noticed that Li Jiao had a dragon race bloodline, which was why he was so unscrupulous. He was sure that Li Jiao's dragon race bloodline was not as pure as his. But when the dragon pressure filled the air, Li Jiao's performance surprised him. The other party was completely calm. How is this possible? Is the bloodline suppression ineffective? It's impossible for the bloodline suppression to be ineffective. There is only one reason why the other party is so indifferent. The other party's bloodline is definitely not inferior to mine. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man's expression changed greatly. His cultivation was already inferior to the other party's, so if he didn't have an advantage in terms of bloodline, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. After carefully sizing up Li Jiao, a trace of suspicion flashed in the malicious-looking man's eyes because he found that Li Jiao looked very unfamiliar. He had no impression of him at all. Although there were many dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City, numbering in the tens of thousands, there weren't many in the Emperor Realm. There were only a few hundred people in the Emperor Realm in Half-Dragon City, and 80% of them were humans and monster beasts. Those from the Emperor Realm who had a dragon race bloodline numbered no more than 100. He had some impression of these 100 people, and even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had at least seen them a few times. After all, they all made a living in Half-Dragon City. Although the city was large, they would still meet over the years. But Li Jiao was a face that he had never seen before. Where did this guy come from? A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator with a bloodline that is not inferior to mine. This kind of guy is simply unheard of. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man was stunned. The woman in the palace dress was also stunned. The surrounding cultivator was also stunned. Everyone looked at Li Jiao in shock, as if there was a flower on his face. After a while, the malicious-looking man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had kicked an iron plate this time. What a disgrace! Li Jiao coldly snorted and also urged his own power. In the next moment, a wisp of dragon pressure that was clearly stronger than the malicious-looking man's enveloped the surroundings. The malicious-looking man's dragon pressure was like a bubble, instantly bursting apart. Muffled groans came from all around, all of which were the result of being suppressed. Third-rank dragon vein. It's actually a third-rank dragon vein? Half-Dragon City has a third-rank dragon vein. Cries of surprise rang out one after another, causing Li Jiao to frown. Although he knew that his dragon race bloodline wasn't pure, he didn't know what rank he belonged to. After all, he didn't have anyone to compare to, let alone a standard. The dragon race bloodline classification came from Dragon Island, from the dragon race. This classification was unknown to outsiders. However, listening to the cries of surprise around him, Li Jiao realized that the dragon descendants of Half-Dragon City seemed to be very clear about the bloodline classification. So he was actually a third-rank dragon vein? This was also the first time Li Jiao knew. Our Half-Dragon City has such a dragon vein? Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looking at his power, it should be a third-rank dragon vein, right? It shouldn't be enough. It's probably only middle rank. Someone is going to be unlucky this time. Don't joke around. You don't know that person's background. He might not be the unlucky one. The malicious-looking man's expression kept changing as he cursed in his heart. What the hell? Where did a third-rank, mid-rank dragon vein come from? He himself was only a third-rank, high-rank dragon vein, 2 whole ranks lower than the other party. His cultivation was inferior, and his bloodline was inferior. How could he fight? The dragon pressure pressed down on him, and the malicious-looking man's expression suddenly became incomparably difficult. He felt that the Emperor Qi in his body was not circulating smoothly, and his meridians and flesh were squirming. The throbbing from the depths of his soul made him panic. This was also the first time Li Jiao had tasted the benefits of bloodline suppression. In the past, he could only be suppressed. In front of Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, he would cower like a grandson. Now he had finally become a grandfather. The anger in his heart did not subside. He raised his hand and swept a slap at the malicious-looking man's face. The malicious-looking man obviously wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength. When the slap came, he could not dodge at all. With a crisp slap, the malicious-looking man's cheek swelled up, and a few of his teeth flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before landing heavily. It was obvious how powerful Li Jiao's slap was. Li Jiao turned his head, and his cold expression suddenly changed. He looked at the young girl with a pleasant expression and said, "He slapped you, so I slapped him back. Did you vent your anger?" The young girl was shocked. She did not know Li Jiao, and did not know why he would stand up for her. Just now, she and her mother were bullied by the malicious-looking man, so she was full of grievance and fear. Now that she saw that evil was being repaid with evil, she was naturally full of joy. She also felt grateful towards Li Jiao, a person she met by chance, and nodded heavily. Li Jiao smiled and said, "If you think it's not enough, I'll slap him a few more times." The young girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Li Jiao said, "All right, I'll help your mother vent her anger." Chapter 30-23. On the streets of Half-Dragon City, everyone was silent. When Li Jiao turned his head again, his face had returned to its cold expression as he approached the malicious man step by step. After being slapped hard, the malicious man felt dizzy. After calming himself down, he suddenly saw Li Jiao standing in front of him. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed, "You dare hit me?" Li Jiao's eyes drooped as he slapped out again. With a crisp slap, the malicious man's other cheek also swelled up. The dual suppression from his bloodline and cultivation made him unable to fight back in front of Li Jiao. He could only passively take the beating. "Bastard! You!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Jiao's fist landed on his face, instantly causing his skin to split open. "You!" Asterisk boom. Asterisk another punch. The surrounding onlookers kept quiet out of fear as they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Jiao seemed to be furious to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward and rode on the malicious-looking man's body. Both of his hands moved like a bow as he continuously slapped the malicious-looking man's face. Pa 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 pa, the sounds of slapping rang out incessantly. The malicious-looking man didn't even have the time to speak. Although he was ruthless, he had a sense of propriety. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Although he wanted to help the mother and daughter vent their anger, he didn't kill them. Therefore, although the malicious man was beaten to a miserable state, his life wasn't in danger. Friend, where it is possible to let people off, you should spare them. This person you can't afford to offend. A voice suddenly floated into his ears. It should be someone secretly sending a voice transmission to Li Jiao. Li Jiao frowned when he heard the voice, and his hand movements became much lighter. After such a beating, he had vented a lot of his anger and wasn't as irrational as before. The woman who was saved by him finally came back to her senses at this moment and shouted, "Stop hitting! Stop hitting, master! Please stop!" She wasn't pleading for mercy for the malicious man. After suffering such humiliation at the hands of the malicious man and being seen by her daughter, she wanted nothing more than to kill him for revenge. Why would she plead for mercy for him? She was worried about Li Jiao. If this person was really beaten to death, Li Jiao wouldn't be able to survive. Her heart was filled with guilt and uneasiness. She felt that she had implicated Li Jiao. Li Jiao fiercely punched the malicious-looking man twice before stopping. He coldly snorted, "What kind of bullshit is this?" The woman took the opportunity to rush up and grab his arm. She begged, "Master, stop. Don't hit him anymore." Li Jiao took advantage of the situation to get up and coldly looked at the malicious man lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." The malicious-looking man's face was covered in blood and dirt. His face was almost deformed from the beating. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or because he was seriously injured. He lay on the ground motionless, as if he was dead. Li Jiao kicked him again before turning his head to look at the woman. His expression was somewhat complicated as he asked, "Are you all right?" The woman shook her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She gently let go of his arm. She was also from the Emperor realm. Although she had been bullied and suffered some minor injuries, it was not a big deal. "It's good that you're fine." Li Jiao nodded. The woman lowered her head and gently bit her red lips as she said, "Thank you, Master, for your help. Master, you should quickly leave. You can't stay in Half-Dragon City any longer." Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Whether it was the woman's reaction or the sound transmission from before, it all conveyed some special information. Li Jiao was not an idiot. How could he not know that the person he beat up had some background? He had gotten himself into trouble. Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. However, in front of the woman, he did not reveal any of it. If he was given the choice again, he would definitely make a move. It wasn't that he was warm-hearted, but because, "Do you insist on calling me that?" Li Jiao looked at the woman and slightly sighed. The woman's delicate body trembled. She played dumb and said, "Master, what do you mean?" "AI." Li Jiao shook his head. He did not linger on this topic and only said, "Come with me." After saying this, he led the way. The woman hesitated for a moment but still called out to her daughter, holding her hand as she followed behind Li Jiao. After entering the tea house from before and going up to the second floor, Li Jiao immediately saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile and couldn't help blushing, knowing that his impulsive actions just now had made him look like a joke. After all, he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and a Palace Master, so it was rare for him to lose his composure like this. Without saying anything, Li Jiao returned to his original seat. Yang Kai pushed a cup of tea over and Li Jiao drank it in one gulp, not saying a word with a sullen expression. The mother and daughter were standing by the side. If one looked carefully, they would find that they had many similarities. Moreover, their appearances were extremely good. Although the woman was injured and there was blood at the corner of her mouth, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Li Jiao did not speak, and neither did the woman, just standing there with her head lowered, as if she had done something wrong. Only the young girl curiously looked at Yang Kai and Li Jiao, but she paid more attention to Li Jiao. After all, it was Li Jiao who had just saved her and her mother, so the young girl naturally felt closer to him and her heart was filled with gratitude. "Let's sit down and talk." Yang Kai smiled at them. The woman shook her head and said softly, "This mistress appreciates master's good intentions, but this mistress will just stand." Li Jiao felt stifled when he heard this and took another sip of tea. The woman then said, "Master, please leave Half-Dragon City quickly. This place is not suitable for you to stay for long." Yang Kai asked, "What is that person's background?" The woman replied, "He doesn't have a great background, but he can talk to that side." Her words were vague, as if she was afraid of something. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Jiao's indifferent expressions, the woman looked at Li Jiao anxiously and said, "Sir, we really have to leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her angrily, saying in a deep voice, "You still want to pretend that you don't know me?" As soon as this was said, the woman immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The young girl beside her opened her eyes wide in curiosity, looking at her mother and then at Li Jiao. "You know my mother?" Li Jiao snorted. "Then you have to ask her." He seemed to be a little angry, but in fact he did not know what he was angry about. The young girl was innocent, turning her head to look at her mother and said, "Mother, do you know this master?" The woman did not say anything, but her shoulders gently shook. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of tears fell, like a broken string of pearls, as if she had thought of something sad. "Mother!" Seeing this, the young girl's eyes also turned red, reaching out to hug her mother. "What are you crying for? It's been so many years. Why are you still like this?" Li Jiao was a little speechless, knowing that his words just now were a little too harsh. He immediately felt a little apologetic, but he did not know how to comfort her. After a while, he could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Big sister, sit down first." Although they were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters, this woman was definitely older than him, so it was not wrong to call her big sister. What's more, Li Jiao seemed to be old acquaintances with her, so he naturally had to give Li Jiao some face at this time. When he was the hero saving the beauty just now, he was full of vigor, as if he had become a few hundred years younger. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Li Jiao's face immediately glowed, but he still said with a straight face, "Sit down. What are you doing standing here? If people who don't know saw this, they would think that I bullied you." The woman was still crying softly, but she sat down with her daughter, probably feeling that it was a little inappropriate to stand here and cry. Her mood was a little unstable, whether it was because of the bullying just now or because she saw Li Jiao again after so many years, but her tears did not stop for a moment. At this time, it was not convenient to talk to her. So Yang Kai simply looked at Li Jiao and quietly asked, "Do you know her?" As early as when Li Jiao made his move, Yang Kai had already guessed it. Later, various signs showed that Li Jiao and this woman were indeed old acquaintances. But Yang Kai also felt that it was a coincidence that he could meet an acquaintance in this strange half-dragon city. Li Jiao nodded lightly, his expression becoming complicated again, his eyes flashing with a look of reminiscence. Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. This kind of privacy was not good to pry. In any case, he felt that the relationship between Li Jiao and this woman was not ordinary. "Palace Master Yang, have you heard of the sect called Ruyi sect?" After a moment of silence, Li Jiao suddenly asked. "Ruyi sect?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "I have." Ruyi sect was also in the Northern Territory, but compared to Fire Dragon Palace, High Sky sect, Seeking Passion sect, and Ice Heart Valley, it was inferior because this sect did not have a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The strongest one was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, although Yang Kai had heard of Ruyi sect, he did not know much about it. Now that he suddenly heard Li Jiao mention it, he knew that this woman should be related to Ruyi sect. Li Jiao continued, "Ruyi sect's sect master, Lu Qiu, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Although he is not the top, he is not bad. Ruyi sect is a sect with a long heritage, and although sect master Lu Qiu has not done much, he has maintained the foundation of his ancestors. He has many children, one of whom is ranked third. She is a national beauty and is very famous. Everyone calls her Lu Sanyang. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at the woman sitting next to him, who was sobbing softly. About 300 years ago, this Li was traveling outside when he encountered a group of evil people committing a crime. Palace Master Yang should not be a stranger to this kind of thing. This Li did not know whether it was right or wrong, so it was not convenient for this Li to intervene. However, at that time a woman stepped in. Although her cultivation was not bad, she was only in the third order Dao source realm at that time. She was surrounded by danger and this Li saved her. After that, this Li became acquainted with her, and that woman was Lu Sanyang of Ruyi sect. Palace Master Yang may laugh at this, but this Li is also a lustful person. With such a stunning appearance, this Li was naturally tempted. After interacting with her for some time, this Li felt that she had a good impression of this Li, so this Li personally went to Ruyi sect to propose marriage. What's more, Li Jiao also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Lu Sanyang's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations, so it was normal for Li Jiao to be tempted by her. Chapter 30-24. Since Lu Qiu agreed, this Li didn't plan to delay any longer and planned to marry in a month. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. Half a month later, Lu Qiu sent a message saying that Sanyang had disappeared. This Li was naturally furious and went to the Ruyi sect to show off, injuring many people. However, it was later confirmed that Sanyang had indeed disappeared for no reason, not because of the Ruyi sect. In the following years, the Fire Dragon Palace and the Ruyi sect have been searching for Sanyang's whereabouts, but they haven't been able to find any clues. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Not seeing her alive and not finding her corpse, this matter is very strange. Back then, this matter was widely known in the Northern Territory and this Li lost a lot of face. He was the dignified palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually made a mistake in taking a concubine. Naturally, he would become a laughingstock. Yang Kai could almost imagine Li Jiao's mood at that time, so he couldn't be blamed for going to the Ruyi sect to show off. If he had encountered such a thing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back. Until today, Li Jiao finished speaking and turned to look at Lu Sanyang. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Couldn't be helped that the two women who had loved each other back then now had daughters. Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a little stifled. Although it had been more than 300 years, there were some things that time couldn't erase. He didn't know how Lu Sanyang had gone missing back then. He also didn't know how Lu Sanyang had appeared in this small world. He also didn't know whose child that young girl was. Previously, when he heard Lu Sanyang's voice in the tea house, he only felt that it was familiar. But when the gloomy man kicked Lu Sanyang to the ground, Li Jiao finally saw Lu Sanyang's face and attacked in anger. At that time, he only wanted to stand up for Lu Sanyang. But now, his mood was extremely complicated, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had mixed feelings. The woman who was originally engaged to him had gone missing for 300 years and actually had a child with another man. If it were any other man, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. This was all for Yang Kai. If it were anyone else here, Li Jiao definitely wouldn't have revealed this. Anyway, it was not the first time that he was embarrassed in front of Yang Kai. He was already used to it. Brother Li. A low call came from the side. It was Lu Sanyang who had finally stopped sobbing. He reached out to wipe the corners of his eyes and shouted. Yang Kai snorted and almost laughed out loud. Brother Li. He simply couldn't believe that there was actually someone in this world who would address Li Jiao as such. Moreover, it was such a peerless beauty. Li Jiao's luck with women wasn't bad. However, this was obviously not the time to laugh. He quickly picked up the teacup and placed it by his mouth. Li Jiao's expression shook as he turned his head to look at Lu Sanyang. His heart was in turmoil, but he still sneered. Not pretending anymore? Lu Sanyang didn't raise her head. She said softly, Sanyang is too ashamed to see you. That's why she didn't dare to acknowledge you. You also know that you're too ashamed to see me. Li Jiao snorted coldly. His heart was extremely sullen. He originally wanted to mock and ridicule her to vent the anger in his heart after so many years. However, when he saw her miserable appearance, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His face couldn't help but become a little twisted. Lu Sanyang fiercely wiped the corners of her eyes again. She raised her head and said with a forced smile, Sanyang really didn't expect that I would be able to see Brother Li again in this life. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao's heart softened. He didn't want to criticize her anymore. In this life, the person that Sanyang has let down the most is Brother Li. If you want to beat me, scold me, or even kill me, Sanyang won't complain. It's just that. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at her daughter. Her eyes were filled with love and reluctance. When the young girl heard this, she turned pale with fright. The good impression and gratitude she had for Li Jiao suddenly disappeared. She opened her arms and stood in front of Lu Sanyang. She cried out, "Don't bully my mother." Li Jiao was instantly angered. He slammed the table and said fiercely, "When did I bully her?" The little girl was startled. She blinked her eyes and bean-sized tears suddenly fell. Her body trembled, but her arms were still wide open. "Why is this girl like you?" Li Jiao was a little speechless. He felt that his tone just now was a little harsh, but he was too embarrassed to apologize. His expression was extremely uncomfortable. Lu Sanyang reached out and pulled her daughter's arm back. She said softly, "Qiner, don't make trouble. Uncle Li won't bully your mother." The young girl was skeptical. However, after being yelled at by Li Jiao just now, she didn't dare to challenge him again. Lu Sanyang said, "Brother Li, you should leave quickly. After hitting that person, he won't let it go. If you don't leave, you'll definitely be in trouble." Li Jiao sneered, "If trash like him dares to pester me again, this lord won't let him off easily." He was stubborn and wanted to save face. In fact, he was still a little uneasy. Half Dragon City was too strange. If he hadn't accidentally bumped into Lu Sanyang, he wouldn't have been in the limelight no matter what. Lu Sanyang shook her head and said, "Brother Li, I know your strength is profound. However, in this place it doesn't matter how strong you are. You won't be facing an ordinary opponent." Li Jiao was originally a little worried, but when Lu Sanyang said this, he immediately snorted and said, "Then this lord wants to see what kind of helpers he can find." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Sanyang, you don't need to worry about our matters. I'm very curious. Why did you suddenly disappear back then?" He knew that what Li Jiao wanted to understand the most right now was this matter. Putting himself in Li Jiao's shoes, this was simply a knot in his heart. A knot that had troubled Li Jiao for more than 300 years. However, Li Jiao didn't seem to want to ask, or rather, he didn't dare to ask. It should be because he was worried about personal gains and losses. Yang Kai simply helped him ask. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression changed. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although he pretended to be calm, the hand holding the teacup was slightly trembling. Lu Sanyang obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly ask this question. A trace of shame appeared on her face as she lowered her head and said, "It was so many years ago, I can't remember clearly." This answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Jiao. He didn't care about pretending and immediately said with a sullen face, "So, you were just pretending to be affectionate to this lord back then? Good, very good." His face was filled with grief and indignation. If it was any other man who encountered this matter, they wouldn't be able to remain calm. Thinking back to the romantic feelings of the past, Li Jiao only felt incomparably sullen. He wished he could slap this shameless bitch to death right now. How is that possible? Lu Sanyang suddenly raised her head and shook her head vigorously, tears flowing down her face again. Sanyang's feelings for Big Brother Li were not fake. Sanyang wanted to marry Big Brother Li. Her appearance made Li Jiao's heart soften again. He restrained the malevolence on his face and said in a deep voice, "This lord needs an explanation for what happened back then." Lu Sanyang still shook her head. Li Jiao's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again. He directly stood up and said, "Fine, if you don't want to say it, then this lord won't force you. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. Palace Master Yang, let's go." Although what happened back then was a pity, even Li Jiao had come so many years ago. At this time, he was naturally able to let go. In any case, his cultivation wasn't bad, so he still had this kind of temperament. Just as he turned around, Lu Sanyang grabbed his sleeve. "What else do you want?" Li Jiao looked down at her with a cold expression. Lu Sanyang sobbed for a while. After a while, she softly said, "Sanyang was caught by someone." Li Jiao's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there without moving, nor did he mention anything about leaving. "Back then, when we set the wedding date, Sanyang was waiting for you in Rui sect. Later, she really wanted to see you, so she secretly ran out by herself. She wanted to go to Fire Dragon Palace to find you, but she didn't expect. Speaking up to this point, she couldn't continue. She was probably recalling what happened back then. She choked up so much that she couldn't even speak. "Mother!" Seeing this, the young girl also cried and raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears. For a moment, the mother and daughter were filled with grief, crying until the sky turned dark. Li Jiao sighed. "All right, don't cry. Let's not talk about what happened back then. I went too far." Lu Sanyang shook her head. She barely managed to maintain her emotions and continued. "Back then, Sanyang was only in the third-order Dao source realm, and that person's cultivation was profound. Sanyang was no match for him and was captured. Later, there was no need to talk about what happened later. Lu Sanyang was such an outstanding beauty. How could she have a good ending after being captured?" Li Jiao's expression was extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who was it?" Lu Sanyang didn't answer. She only continued, "Later, he brought me to Dragon Island." "Dragon Island?" Li Jiao and Yang Kai were both startled. They looked at her and said, "This place is really Dragon Island?" Lu Sanyang raised her head and glanced at them. She was a little curious. Since they were already here, why didn't they know where this place was? She nodded and said, "That's right. This is Dragon Island." Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other. Their expressions sank. Although Lu Sanyang didn't say who the person who captured her was, it was already very obvious. Who else could freely enter and leave Dragon Island other than the dragon race? Li Jiao clenched his fists and his hands trembled violently. No wonder Lu Sanyang wasn't willing to say. It turned out that it was the dragon race's doing. If he hadn't repeatedly forced her, Lu Sanyang definitely wouldn't have revealed the truth. Back then, Lu Sanyang's disappearance was actually related to the dragon race. Yang Kai frowned. He secretly felt that this matter was a little tricky. Li Jiao also felt the same. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have cared. Even if it was someone else at the Third Order Emperor realm, he would still fight for Lu Sanyang and seek justice for himself. But the dragon race, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The dragon race wasn't something he could provoke. Just the suppression of his bloodline alone made him unable to even think of resisting. He fell heavily back into his seat, his face ashen. His woman was stolen, he was humiliated, and his face was damaged. But in the end, he didn't even have the ability to take revenge. Li Jiao felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. His heart was stifled. "Then why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her. Lu Sanyang was so beautiful, so it made sense that she was targeted by the dragon race. But why would she appear in Half-Dragon City? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He sympathized with Li Jiao in his heart. He felt that the dragon race who stole Lu Sanyang was simply a bastard. Chapter 30-25. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Li Jiao also became suspicious. He frowned and said, "That's right. Why are you here? Where is the guy who harmed you?" Lu Sanyang lowered her head and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, "After being brought back to the Dragon Island, Sanyang was imprisoned in the Dragon Palace. She lived a life worse than death." Her voice was choked with sobs, and her body was trembling non-stop, until 14 years ago. She turned her head to look at her daughter and smiled miserably. When Qin Air was born, I was driven out. Li Jiao was startled for a moment. He didn't quite understand. But after he came back to his senses, his face immediately became ashen. He slammed the table and said, "Scoundrel!" Yang Kai's face was also unsightly. He felt that the dragon race was really not a good thing. Not only did they capture a woman and bring her to the Dragon Island to harm her for so many years, but when the child was born, they actually drove the mother and child away. Was there still any humanity left in them? Yang Kai didn't have much prejudice against the dragon race before. He only felt that the dragon race was too arrogant. Whether it was Zhu Qing or Zhu Lai, they seemed to be carved from the same mold. However, this didn't matter. If the dragon race wasn't arrogant, then it wouldn't be called the dragon race. But he never thought that the self-proclaimed leader of all spirits, the leader of the holy spirits, the dragon race actually had such a despicable act. This girl is... Yang Kai looked at the young girl and asked. Lu Sanyang didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. Since she is the offspring of the dragon race, why was she driven out of the dragon palace? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. No matter what, Lu Sanyang's daughter still had the bloodline of the dragon race. Why was she driven out along with her mother when she was just born? Lu Sanyang said in a low voice, "The rules of the dragon palace are like this. It's fine if she hasn't given birth to a child, but if she gives birth to a child, she will be driven out of the dragon palace if she doesn't have a dragon bloodline." Qin Air doesn't have a dragon bloodline. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Li Jiao was furious. Regardless of whether he had the dragon bloodline or not, he was still his own flesh and blood. How could he sweep him out of the house like he was sweeping away trash? The dragon race was too unreasonable. It's really too much. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Dragon Palace. Lu Sanyang smiled sadly and shook his head. On Dragon Island, this kind of thing is not uncommon. She turned her head and looked outside. Pointing at the passers-by, she said, "Where do you think the people of Half-Dragon City come from?" "Where did it come from?" Li Jiao asked. Lu Sanyang said, "Many of them were driven out of the Dragon Palace. Even if they weren't, their ancestors were." What? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both widened their eyes. The dragon race is very few in number. It's very difficult to give birth. Often, there won't be a new member born even after 10,000 years. In addition, the ratio of men to women in the dragon race is very unbalanced. Those adult male dragon race members would often leave Dragon Island and go out to find outstanding women. They would capture them and use them as tools to relieve their lust. After a long time, many women became pregnant. When their children are born, if they have the bloodline of the dragon race, they can stay in the dragon palace and continue to be observed. If they don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, or if their bloodline is too low, they will be expelled from the dragon palace. After countless years, there were many humans, monsters, and even some with impure bloodlines on Dragon Island. Later, as the number of humans, monsters, and dragon descendants increased, everyone built Half-Dragon City here. This was the initial prototype of Half-Dragon City. The residents of Half-Dragon City married each other and gave birth to children. Over the years, the population increased and gradually developed to its current scale. After listening to Lu Sanyang's narration, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. How did this Half-Dragon City come about? The creatures in Half-Dragon City, no matter if they are humans, monsters, or dragon descendants, they are all the descendants of dragons? This is simply too inconceivable. Lu Sanyang said very clearly that in Half-Dragon City, some of the people were expelled from the Dragon Palace. These people were all women who were captured by the dragon race and their children. Just like Lu Sanyang himself, this group of people should be very few in number. The rest of the people should be the result of generations of continuous reproduction. No wonder this place was called Half-Dragon City. It turned out that there was another reason. All the residents of Half-Dragon City were more or less related to the dragon race. If it wasn't called Half-Dragon City, then what should it be called? Li Jiao originally felt that he was cuckolded and had nowhere to vent his anger. Even Lu Sanyang himself didn't like him. The reason why he asked so many questions was just to get to the bottom of it. But after hearing this, he couldn't bear it. Lu Sanyang being captured wasn't her fault. After all, at that time, Lu Sanyang was only in the third order Dao Source realm. How much power did he have to fight back against the dragon race? Now that she was in such a miserable state, Li Jiao had no intention of blaming her. He sighed and felt that he and Sanyang were not fated to be together in this life. What is the child's name? Li Jiao looked at the girl and asked. Lu Sanyang said, Yuqin Lu Yuqin. Li Jiao nodded and asked again. Then who is the dragon race that harmed you? Lu Sanyang looked up at him and asked nervously, What do you want to do? Li Jiao said, This seat was humiliated all because of that guy. Don't I have the right to know his name? Lu Sanyang shook her head and didn't say anything. She was clearly unwilling to say the name of the dragon race, so as not to implicate Li Jiao. She knew about Li Jiao's situation, but that was the dragon race and this was Dragon Island. How could she easily offend him? She wasn't willing to see Li Jiao suffer any tragic end. Li Jiao was furious when he saw this. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. At the same time, Yang Kai also sensed something and looked over with rapt attention. Dragon race. Li Jiao shouted in a low voice, his expression turning ugly. He and Yang Kai had been searching here for a long time, but they couldn't find any traces of the dragon race. Who would have thought that the dragon race would actually appear at this time? Before the dragon race even came close, a monstrous power had already attacked from afar. The suppression from the bloodline made Li Jiao's flesh squirm non-stop. Many of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City also noticed this and stopped to watch. After a short while, a resounding dragon roar came from afar. Then, a huge dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a green dragon, more than 10 zhang long. It rolled in the clouds and soon arrived in the sky above Half-Dragon City. The huge dragon coiled up and looked down with its head held high. The whole Half-Dragon City seemed to be trembling. All the residents were in a panic. On Dragon Island, the dragon race was the absolute ruler. The dragon race also rarely came to Half-Dragon City. Now that one suddenly appeared, it naturally made people feel apprehensive. They didn't know why this green dragon came here. The green dragon swaggered in the sky for a while, taking in the whole Half-Dragon City's situation. Only then did it slowly transform into its human form. With a flash of light, a young man around 20 to 30 years old appeared. He was wearing gaudy clothes and looked like a butterfly swaggering through the city. All of a sudden, a figure flew up from the Half-Dragon City. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at the figure and were surprised. Couldn't be him. The guy flying towards the green dragon was actually the guy who was beaten up by Li Jiao. At this moment, the gloomy man carefully smiled and respectfully landed in front of the green dragon. He was shorter than the green dragon by a whole body. His previous injuries hadn't healed. His cheeks were swollen and a few of his teeth were missing. Combined with his current flattering posture, he looked quite funny. The green dragon glanced at him and slightly wrinkled his brows. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were obvious. Greetings to Master Fu Qi. I don't know what orders the master has for me? He didn't immediately complain to this green dragon called Fu Qi because he knew that in the eyes of the dragon race, everyone in Half-Dragon City, including himself, was just an ant. Although he could talk to Dragon Island, in the eyes of the dragon race, he was no different from an ant. If he complained at this time, Fu Qi wouldn't pay attention to him and it would be annoying for no reason. Fu Qi didn't look at him and just lightly said, "The dragon blood flower needs to be watered." When the gloomy man heard this, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Understood, understood. This little one will do it. Like before, 200 is enough?" Fu Qi gently nodded and said, Master, please go ahead. This little one will immediately bring people to the Dragon Palace." Fu Qi said, "And 500 mortals." When the gloomy man heard this, he was stunned. 500 mortals? He was confused. He didn't know why Fu Qi suddenly made such a request. In the past, when the dragon race came to Dragon Island, it was basically for the dragon blood flower, so they only needed to bring 200 dragon descendants. There was never a time when they wanted to bring mortals. In the eyes of the dragon race, no matter how high your cultivation was, as long as you didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, you were still a mortal. What was this for? The gloomy man couldn't understand. Are you asking me? Fu Qi turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. The gloomy man was shocked. He knew that he shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what the dragon race did, he only needed to follow orders. He didn't have the qualifications to ask too much. He immediately lowered his head and said, I don't dare. Master Fu Qi, please calm down. This little one misspoke. Scram. Fu Qi spat out a word, then closed his eyes and stood in the void. The gloomy man felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly turned his head and flew towards Half-Dragon City. In the tea house, Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She quickly shouted, Brother Li, hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if you don't leave now. Li Jiao frowned. He looked at the gloomy man flying towards him and said indifferently, We can't leave anymore. He had beaten up the gloomy man before. The other party clearly held a grudge. Li Jiao didn't hear what he said to the dragon race. But when he saw the gloomy man's expression, he knew that he couldn't escape forever. Did he regret it? He didn't regret it. Lu Sanyang was being treated like that in front of him. If he still didn't do anything, then he wasn't worthy of being called a man. It was just that he didn't think that trouble would come so quickly. Lu Sanyang also said that the gloomy man could speak with that side. Now it seemed that this side was the Dragon Palace, the dragon race. Chapter 30:26. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the sinister man flying towards them and said, What's so special about this person that he can speak with Dragon Palace? Lu Sanyang sighed hearing this. She knew that Yang Kai and Li Jiao would not be able to escape. With the dragon race here, where could they escape to? His face was filled with guilt. He knew that he had implicated the two of them. He immediately said, This person is called Yuan Wu. There is nothing special about him. He is just lucky. He has a rank 2 high-grade dragon vein and can speak. So, he has always been in charge of the communication between Dragon Palace and Half-Dragon City. What about the green dragon? Yang Kai glanced at the dragon race in the air. Lu Sanyang said with a complicated expression, He's called Fu Qi. He has rank 5 bloodline. After all, she had lived in the Dragon Palace for 200 to 300 years, and there were only a few dragons in the Dragon Palace. Naturally, she recognized Fu Qi. Surnamed Fu? Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that the dragon race on Dragon Island had the surname Zhu. Li Jiao said, It's rumored that the dragon race on Dragon Island has 2 surnames. One is Zhu, the other is Fu. Yang Kai nodded. Rank 5, so. Lu Sanyang was shocked, looking at Yang Kai in a daze, thinking, What is the background of Brother Li's friend? Why is his tone so arrogant? A rank 5 dragon is only SOSO in his eyes. It has to be known that the strongest dragon vein in Half-Dragon City was only high level 2. It was far from rank 5. That was a true pure-blooded dragon race. It was a completely different concept from the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City. She thought that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. Little did she know, Yang Kai was just stating facts. The only dragon race members he had come into contact with were Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai. Both of them had rank 8 dragon veins, and after Zhu Qing merged with him, she reached rank 9, so what was a mere rank 5. In fact, even without Lu Sanyang's explanation, Yang Kai could tell that this green dragon called Fu Qi's bloodline was not high, because his dragon true form was only a few dozen feet. It was far from Zhu Lai's 30 feet body. Why did a dragon race member come here? Li Jiao asked with a frown. Lu Sanyang came back to her senses and explained, He should be here for the dragon blood flower. Dragon blood flower? Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, whispering, There is a dragon blood flower in Half-Dragon City? Lu Sanyang's experience made him feel humiliated. His enemy was a dragon race member, and in terms of cultivation, he felt that he would not lose to that dragon race member. After all, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but in terms of bloodline, he was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only improve his bloodline first. And the best way to improve one's bloodline was the dragon blood flower. So when he heard Lu Sanyang mention the dragon blood flower, Li Jiao could not help but take it seriously. If he could improve his bloodline, he would have a chance to fight against a dragon race member. But unexpectedly, Lu Sanyang shook his head and said, "How could there be a dragon blood flower in Half-Dragon City? The dragon blood flower is the foundation of the dragon race. It can only be found in the dragon palace." "Then what you said just now," Lu Sanyang said, "the dragon blood flower needs to be watered and cultivated with dragon blood. There are only a few dragon race members in the dragon palace, so even if all of their blood is drained, they won't be able to cultivate many dragon blood flowers. What's more, doing this too often will affect one's strength. So unless there is no other choice, the dragon race will not use their own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower. He came here for the dragon bloodline. Although the dragon bloodline is not pure, there are many of them, so using their blood to water the dragon blood flower will have some effect." Hearing this, Yang Kai and Li Jiao immediately understood. Li Jiao had also cultivated a dragon blood flower in the past, and he had used his own blood to do so. In the entire Half-Dragon City, there were tens of thousands of dragon bloodlines, so it was indeed a good choice. It seemed that the Dragon Palace was using Half-Dragon City as a source of dragon blood to irrigate the dragon blood flower. This was a good plan. No wonder the two found that in Half-Dragon City, the higher one's cultivation, the fewer dragon bloodlines there were. They had seen a few humans and Yao at the third-level Emperor realm, but there was not a single dragon bloodline at the third-level Emperor realm. Clearly, it was because of this. The dragon bloodlines with high cultivation were all taken to Dragon Island to cultivate the dragon blood flower. After so many years, it was already good that their cultivation did not fall, so how much could they improve? Lu Sanyang turned to look at Li Jiao and said uneasily, "Brother Li, Anwu will definitely take you away." Li Jiao's expression was extremely ugly. When he had fought with Yuanwu, he had exposed his identity as a dragon bloodline. Whether it was bloodline or cultivation, he suppressed Yuanwu. Now that Yuanwu had been ordered to search for dragon bloodlines to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he naturally would not let him go easily. From Yuanwu's flight path, it could be seen that the first person he was looking for was Li Jiao. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy and looked at Yang Kai for help. He knew that if he was really taken to the Dragon Palace by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower, his blood might be drained clean. At this time, only Yang Kai could save him. Even a rank 8 red dragon could not do anything in front of him, let alone a mere rank 5 green dragon. "Wait and see." Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said softly. Li Jiao's heart settled, knowing that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Things were as the two had expected. Yuanwu went straight to the tea house and flew to the second floor. He coldly glanced at Li Jiao, no longer having the fear and panic from before. Instead, he felt like a petty person who had succeeded. Previously, he was humiliated by Li Jiao because his bloodline was inferior and his cultivation was inferior. Now that he had a rank 5 green dragon behind him, what was he afraid of? He could not wait for Li Jiao to attack him. If that happened, Li Jiao's death would not be far away. By the order of Master Fu Qi, find 200 dragon descendants to serve in the Dragon Palace. All dragon descendants above the Dao Source Realm are to gather here immediately. If they do not appear within half a cup of tea's time, kill them without mercy. Yuanwu's words were like spring thunder. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to spread throughout the entire Half-Dragon City. As soon as he said this, all the dragon descendants above the Dao Source Realm panicked and their faces turned ugly. Of course, they knew why Fu Qi wanted them to go to Dragon Island. Other than using their own blood to water the dragon blood flower, there was nothing else. This was a hard job. For generations, every dragon descendant who went to Dragon Palace would have their yuan qi severely injured. In serious cases, their cultivation would drop, and there were even cases of death on the spot. Naturally, no one was willing to do such a hard job. But Fu Qi was above Half-Dragon City. Even if they were unwilling, no one dared to resist. They could not escape from here, nor could they escape from Dragon Island. They would be oppressed by Dragon Palace for generations to come. So, after Yuanwu's voice fell, All the dragon descendants above the Dao Source Realm in Half-Dragon City moved and gathered in the direction of the tea house. "You, get out here!" Yuanwu pointed at Li Jiao and shouted in a low voice. Li Jiao's face changed slightly. Although he knew that Yuanwu would definitely target him, he was still irritated. If it were not for that green dragon, he would have already slapped him, but doing so under the eyes of that green dragon was equivalent to declaring war on the dragon race. He did not have the guts to do so. "The rest of you, roll over here as well." Yuanwu suddenly pointed his finger at Kai Yang and Lu Sanyang, the mother and daughter pair. Lu Sanyang's face changed abruptly. Yang Kai also frowned. He did not know what this guy was going to do. Dragon Island should be looking for dragon descendants to cultivate dragon blood flowers. He and Lu Sanyang were not dragon descendants. Why were they looking for them? A fox using the tiger's might to take revenge? This Yuanwu did not have such guts, right? Although that green dragon had his eyes closed, the movements here could not be hidden from him. If Yuanwu was really a dog using its master's power, Fu Qi would probably not agree. After all, in Fu Qi's eyes, Yuanwu was not someone worth caring about. Why should he use his power? "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Yuanwu saw that no one at this table moved and immediately shouted with a dark face. He purposely shouted very loudly and also secretly glanced in Fu Qi's direction. Clearly, he wanted to make a big deal out of this. If Yang Kai and the others really did not listen to his orders, then he could attack and kill them. So seeing Yang Kai and the others like this, he was not angry but happy. He wanted Yang Kai and the others to be as arrogant as possible. To be arrogant in front of the dragon race, they did not know how the word death was written. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai and did not know what to do. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was still sipping his tea, his face indifferent. "How dare you? You dare to disobey the orders of the Dragon Palace. You are seeking your own death." Yuanwu was angry on the surface, but he was very happy inside. "Continue to be arrogant. In a while, I will make you wish you were dead." The people in the tea house were also shocked and looked at Yang Kai's table. They thought these people really did not fear death. Half-Dragon City had never had such a troublemaker in so many years. Yuanwu was still shouting, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you delay the matter of Fu Qi's master, none of you can bear the responsibility." When he finished speaking, Fu Qi, who had been floating above Half-Dragon City with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He said angrily, "What are you blabbering about? Do it quickly." Yuanwu was shocked and his face paled. He knew that his performance had made Fu Qi dissatisfied. How could he care about showing off in front of Yang Kai? He immediately said, "Fu Qi's master has orders. Send 500 mortals to the Dragon Palace to await orders. Those that I order, prepare to depart immediately. Those that dare to resist will be killed without mercy." Saying this, he pointed at Yang Kai and the others again and said, You. He made a circle with his hand and called out everyone in the tea house. Everyone's expression was ugly. Everyone was uneasy. In the past, when the dragon race came to Half-Dragon City, they were only looking for dragon descendants. In their eyes, mortals had no value other than venting their desires. No one knew why the Dragon Palace would suddenly send 500 mortals over this time. Those that Yuanwu ordered had gloomy expressions. They thought, if they had known this earlier, who would have been willing to come here to drink tea? Was the Dragon Palace a place they could casually go to? If they went there, they might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. And the cause of this was undoubtedly Yang Kai and the others. If they had not clashed with Yuanwu before, Yuanwu would not have come directly to the tea house. This was an unexpected calamity. In an instant, many people looked with dark expressions at Yang Kai and the others, secretly hating them. Chapter 30:27. There were only 20 or so people in the tea house. Yuanwu called out once and then flew out, busying himself in Half-Dragon City. With Fu Qi watching him, he did not dare to slack off, so he worked especially hard to gather people and did not have time to argue with Li Jiao. "Palace Master Yang, what do we do?" Li Jiao secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. He did not want to go to the Dragon Palace. While he had never been there, He was afraid of that place from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively feared it. At this time, he could only rely on Yang Kai to make the decision. Yang Kai looked coolly at him and sent back, "Let nature take its course." He had come to Dragon Island to find Zhu Qing. Now, he had not even seen her face, and did not know where to find Zhu Qing. Now, Fu Qi's appearance was a chance. Zhu Qing should be in the Dragon Palace. To be able to sneak into the Dragon Palace with Fu Qi was something he wished for. Naturally, he did not resist. As to what to do after entering the Dragon Palace, whether to show his cards or act according to circumstances, he could only let nature take its course. Since he had said so, Li Jiao could not refute. He nodded lightly and looked sideways at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. "Follow me. I will not let you be bullied." Ever since Lu Sanyang was called out by Yuanwu, her face had turned pale. The Dragon Palace, that was a nightmarish place. She had stayed there for 200 to 300 years and had always wanted to escape. While in the end, she had been kicked out of the dragon race and lost face, she had fulfilled her wish. She had not thought that she would have to go to the Dragon Palace again after a dozen years. This caused her to feel uneasy, and she gripped her daughter's hand tightly. Lu Yuqin clearly sensed the change in her mother's mind and leaned close to her without a word. In a short while, everything was prepared. There were far more than 200 dragonkin gathered here, but Yuanwu was clearly very experienced. He picked out 200 dragonkin with decent cultivation and sent the rest away. The dragon descendants who had been dismissed clearly sighed in relief, and the remaining dragon descendants had dim expressions as though they had lost their parents. 500 mortals were also gathered here. Only then did Yuanwu fly towards Fu Qi to greet him. Standing 100 feet away from him, he cupped his hands and said with a flattering smile, "Master, everything is ready. There's no time to lose. Come with me," Fu Qi said, and led the way in front. Yuanwu turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone follow. If you delay the important matters of Fu Qi's master, you will be executed without mercy." He didn't know why Fu Qi wanted 500 mortals, but the dragon race was a big deal on Dragon Island. Naturally, he couldn't be careless about it. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned solemn as they chased after him. In a split second, 700 silhouettes soared into the sky. Most of them were from the Emperor realm. The scene was spectacular. Lu Sanyang was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, but Lu Yuqin was only a Saint King. With such a cultivation, she naturally couldn't keep up with the speed of the group. Fortunately, with Li Jiao's help, she didn't fall behind. Li Jiao's impression of Lu Sanyang and her mother was extremely complicated, especially Lu Yuqin. She was the child of Lu Sanyang and the dragon race. No matter how beautiful and cute she was, it was difficult for Li Jiao to have a good impression of her. He even had some resentment towards Lu Sanyang, feeling that he had suffered a great humiliation for no reason. But on the other hand, he also knew that he couldn't blame Lu Sanyang for this. Back then, she just missed him so much that she secretly ran out of the Rui Gate. She wanted to go to the Fire Dragon Palace to find him. Who would have thought that she would be kidnapped by the dragon race halfway and brought to Dragon Island? No one could have predicted this. Lu Sanyang definitely didn't want this to happen. From the fact that she didn't dare to recognize Li Jiao in the beginning, it could be seen that she felt extremely guilty towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's mood was extremely complicated. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, and his breathing became unstable. Lu Sanyang obviously knew what he was sulking about. So along the way, she just silently followed beside Li Jiao, not saying a word so as not to annoy him. The group of hundreds of people was silent. Everyone was anxious. The dragon descendants were fine. They knew what they were going to do this time, but the 500 mortals were extremely anxious. There had never been a precedent for Dragon Palace to gather mortals. This time, this matter came too suddenly. Some people clearly had good relations with Yuanwu, and they were beating around the bush to inquire. Unfortunately, what could Yuanwu know? He was only following Fu Qi's orders to gather mortals. He didn't know what he was going to do next, but facing these people's questions, he was vague and had an unfathomable appearance. This made these people angry, but they couldn't do anything. Along the way, Yang Kai found an opportunity and secretly gave Li Jiao a few bottles of spirit pills. Li Jiao was going to have his blood drained to nurture the dragon blood flower this time. If he didn't prepare early, it might affect his strength. With the help of these bottles of spirit pills, he should be able to safely pass this tribulation. Li Jiao clearly knew that Yang Kai would definitely take out good things, so he didn't refuse. He quietly accepted them and thanked him in his heart. The group left the half-dragon city and flew for half a day. Then, a warm and humid sea breeze blew in their faces. The sound of waves crashing against the reefs entered their ears. Yang Kai looked up and saw an endless sea appear in front of him. At the end of his vision, the sea stretched endlessly. No one knew how big this sea was. This small world actually had a sea. This was out of Yang Kai's expectations. It seemed that this small world was much larger than the reincarnation world. The spirit energy on the sea was especially dense, and the further they flew, the more obvious this situation became. Another half a day later, in the evening, a small island suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Sanyang spoke at the right time. "That is the Dragon Palace." "On that island?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Sanyang shook her head and glanced at Li Jiao with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that he didn't pay much attention to her, she sighed in her heart and said with a sad expression, "No, the entire Dragon Palace is made up of many islands. That is just the front of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace is just a general name. Every dragon race has their own island. They don't live together." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He also understood that powerful holy spirits like the dragon race shouldn't be used to living in groups. Each of them was incomparably powerful. When they cultivated, their need for spirit energy was great. Naturally, they couldn't gather together. If that was the case, it wouldn't be good for their growth. Even in a large sect like the Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, not to mention the dragon race. Those spirit islands were their dragon nests. There seemed to be someone waiting over there. Flying closer, it was a woman and a young girl. At first glance, she looked only 15 or 16 years old. She wasn't much older than Lu Yuqin, but her real age was obviously more than that. The growth of the dragon race was extremely slow. Often, it would take hundreds or thousands of years for them to reach adulthood. So this 15 or 16-year-old appearance was just an appearance. She wore a purple dress. Her white arms were exposed. She was full and round and looked good. However, there was an impatient look between her brows. She had probably waited here for a long time. Seeing Fu Qi come over, she shouted, "Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for a long time." Fu Qi frowned and said, "It will take some time on the road." Yuan Wu stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, Master Fu Ling." "Fu Ling of the dragon race again?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at the young girl and frowned. His first impression of this Fu Ling was not very good. There was no other reason other than that there was a trace of insidiousness between her brows. However, looking at Yuan Wu, it was clear that he had entered the Dragon Palace many times. He could even talk to this Fu Ling. Could be seen that he was not without support in Half-Dragon City. Fu Ling casually looked at Yuan Wu and said disdainfully, "It's you." Seeing that she remembered him, Yuan Wu was excited. Just as he was about to say something, Fu Ling did not give him a chance to speak. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Okay. Since you are here, come with me. Huar needs you." When this was said, all the dragon descendants had bitter expressions, including Yuan Wu. Although everyone knew that they would encounter such a thing, when it really happened, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fu Qi put his hands behind his back and snorted, "All bastards, come with me." Dragon descendants, it was just the title of the beings with the dragon race bloodline in Half-Dragon City. In front of the true dragon race, these so-called dragon descendants were just a group of bastards with impure bloodlines. They were the despicable products of the dragon race after venting their desires. Even if they were related by blood, no dragon race would care about their life and death or their face. If not, Lu Sanyang and her mother would not have been driven out of the Dragon Palace. After all, no matter what Lu Yuqin's father was a dragon race, a pure dragon race. The 200 dragon descendants were clearly used to this title. No matter their cultivation, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. They separated from the crowd and gathered towards Fu Ling. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy. He slowly moved while looking at Yang Kai. He did not expect that he would be separated from Yang Kai as soon as he came to Dragon Island. He was still hoping to rely on Yang Kai. If they were separated, what could he rely on? Also, compared to himself, he was more worried about Lu Sanyang. Even if he had some resentment towards her, that was in the past. Now that the truth was out, he hated the dragon race that had harmed Lu Sanyang even more. Yang Kai signaled him with his eyes, and Li Jiao understood and nodded subtly. He knew that he did not need to worry about the safety of Lu Sanyang and her mother. With Yang Kai taking care of them, nothing would happen. Onwu hurriedly said, "Master, what about these mortals? We have other uses." Fu Qi frowned and replied. Yuanwu's eyes turned and he immediately said, "Do you want this lowly one to stay behind and watch? You know that these people, some are not very obedient. If this lowly one stays, maybe I can help." Chapter 30:28. He was just saying it casually. The main reason was that he was really unwilling to nurture the dragon blood flower. He had done this more than once. Every time he nurtured the dragon blood flower, he would be weak for a year and a half. That kind of experience was too painful. Who would have thought that Fu Qi would actually nod and agree after thinking about it? "All right, then I'll leave them to you, you bastard. If anything happens, you'll be responsible for it." Yuanwu was stunned and then was overjoyed. "This lowly one will not disappoint master. Let's go, let's go." On the other side, Fu Ling was already impatiently urging them. The 200 dragon descendants had no choice but to follow behind her, heading towards the spiritual island where the dragon blood flower was nurtured. Before leaving, many people looked at Yuanwu with envy, making him feel very proud. Suddenly, Yuanwu's eyes flashed and he stared at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. Li Jiao also turned around at this time. When their eyes met, Yuanwu's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. Previously in Half Dragon City, he had suffered a great loss at Li Jiao's hands. He had been humiliated in front of so many people, and his face had fallen. Now the tides had turned. Li Jiao was going to be taken to nurture the dragon blood flower, and he had gotten a good job, being in charge of those 500 mortals. Comparing the two, Yuanwu was extremely happy. So what if your bloodline is high? So what if your cultivation is high? You still have to be taken to be drained. And that mother and daughter pair had finally fallen into his hands. He was already thinking about how to torture Lu Sanyang and her daughter to vent his anger. Mother and daughter flowers, although he had played with them before, he had never met such a beautiful mother and daughter pair. This time, he had to find a chance to vent his anger. He turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter, and then looked at Li Jiao provocatively. He laughed sinisterly. His meaning was obvious. But unexpectedly, Li Jiao was indifferent. He only glanced at him coldly, and there was even some ridicule and sympathy in his eyes. What did he mean? Yuanwu's expression immediately turned cold. After thinking for a while, he still could not understand what Li Jiao meant. Previously, Li Jiao had stood up for Lu Sanyang and her daughter, so their relationship was not bad. But why was this guy indifferent to his provocation? Yuanwu frowned deeply, his head filled with confusion. Of course, Li Jiao was not worried about Lu Sanyang and her daughter. With Yang Kai by their side, it was fine if Yuanwu did not provoke them. But if he dared to provoke them, his outcome would be terrible. He believed that Yang Kai would not ignore Lu Sanyang and her daughter. The 200 dragonkin gradually disappeared into the distance. Fu Qi turned around and ran in another direction without saying a word. Yuanwu did not have the time to think about Li Jiao's unusual reaction. He hurriedly shouted, "Follow, follow. Do not delay the matter of Fu Qi's master." He was used to using his connections to intimidate others, so his tone was very impolite. No one dared to complain. The 500 people hurriedly galloped forward. When Lu Sanyang and her daughter galloped past, Yuanwu smiled coldly and immediately approached. Lu Sanyang's body shook, her face slightly pale. Li Jiao had left, and she had no one to rely on. Yuanwu had a say in the dragon race. If he really bullied her and her daughter, she had no power to resist. She secretly decided that even if she had to fight to the death, she would not let her daughter fall into Yuanwu's hands. While her daughter was the product of the dragon race's lust, she was the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months. The reason she had been able to survive all these years was because of Lu Yuqin. If not for this, she would have died long ago. How could she have lived until today? Holding Lu Yuqin in her arms, Lu Sanyang moved slightly to the side, increasing the distance between her and Yuanwu. How could Yuanwu let go of this chance? He moved closer to her, clearly wanting to take advantage of her. Lu Sanyang's expression immediately became unnatural. She lowered her head, her face pale. Yuanwu looked forward. Seeing that Fu Qi was flying in front and did not pay much attention to the back, he boldly reached out to grab Lu Sanyang's pretty butt. He had been drooling over Lu Sanyang for a long time. Such a beautiful woman was rare even in Half-Dragon City, not to mention that she had been expelled from the Dragon Palace. She had once had a very close relationship with a member of the dragon race. This gave Yuanwu a perverse sense of anticipation. Now that he could finally satisfy his craving, he naturally would not miss this chance. But what he did not expect was that he would grab empty air. Yuanwu's expression darkened. When he turned his head to look, he found that Lu Sanyang, who had been next to him, had run to the other side at some unknown time. A youth in blue clothing was between him and Lu Sanyang. He had just wanted to take advantage of her, but did not notice when this youth had come over. When he looked up, he saw the youth looking at him with a cold expression. This guy did it on purpose? Yuanwu was instantly annoyed. Because he could speak with the dragon race, his status in Half-Dragon City was very high. Whether it was the human race, the Yao race, or the experts of the dragon race, they would all give him some face. Previously, he had been beaten by Li Jiao in the city, which had already made him furious. He did not expect that at this time, someone would ruin his good fortune. Looking over, Yuanwu's expression turned cold. He transmitted, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. This youth had been sitting at the same table as Li Jiao. The two clearly had a good relationship. What? That dragon descendant has left, and you want to protect this pair of mother and daughter? Do you think you can protect her with your puny cultivation base? Yuanwu really did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a second-order high-rank dragon vein. He could even fight against an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could not win, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. Before, he could not detect Yang Kai's cultivation because Yang Kai did not use his Emperor Qi. At this moment, everyone was flying in the air. With his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai's cultivation could be seen clearly. First-order Emperor Realm. Since when could a First-order Emperor Realm Master challenge him? And he was a human. Yuanwu was so angry that his nose became crooked. He felt that this brat was not putting him in his eyes at all. He was crazy. Yuanwu transmitted his voice darkly. "Brat, you have guts. How dare you ruin this king's good fortune?" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he replied, "This young master has always had guts." Yuanwu was stunned when he heard this. Obviously, he did not expect Yang Kai to be so unyielding. He thought that Yang Kai was probably thinking about loyalty, so he braced himself and stopped him. If that was the case, Yuanwu could easily scare him away. But not only did Yuanwu's words not scare him away, he even provoked him to speak ill of him. This was a rebellion. In an instant, Yuanwu hated Yang Kai. He secretly planned to find an opportunity to make this brat suffer a fate worse than death. A mere first-order Emperor Realm human dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. If not for Fu Qi being in front of him, he would have immediately attacked. Yuanwu smiled coldly and nodded. "Good. Very good. Remember your words. I hope you won't regret it in the future." Yang Kai sneered. "Don't worry. This young master never regrets anything he does. Too arrogant, too condescending." Yuanwu was immediately enraged. In the entire Half-Dragon City, No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. But today, not only did someone say it to him, he even had an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" Gritting his teeth, Yuanwu said, "Do you think this king won't dare to attack you in front of Master Fu Qi? If that's the case, then you are wrong." "Good, come." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "If you want to attack, then attack. This young master won't fight back." Yuanwu was speechless. He really did not dare to attack. Fu Qi was in front of him. If he attacked for no reason, Fu Qi would be the first to not let him go. He did not think that just because Fu Qi was willing to speak with him, it meant that Fu Qi viewed him favorably. The dragon race was proud. They just disdained to speak with people like him. It was better to have a familiar face than to speak with a stranger. Fu Qi did not have to rely on him. Yuanwu had considered this point very clearly. So when Yang Kai choked, he was so angry his face turned red. He said viciously, "Boy, I will remember you. When we reach the island, I will let you see this king's methods." "Idiot!" Yang Kai glanced coldly at him. Yuanwu was stunned, and then his face turned red. "What did you say?" Yang Kai's lips moved, and he slowly spat out those two words. Yuanwu almost exploded. At this time, a figure suddenly inserted itself between Yang Kai and Yuanwu. He raised his hands in a salute to Yuanwu, a flattering smile in front of him. His consciousness surged, and it was unknown what he said to Yuanwu. This was a middle-aged man with a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. However, his cultivation was not weak. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to be from the monster race. The demonic qi on his body was very strong, but it was not very pure. This kind of situation was very normal in the half-dragon city. Dragons were lustful by nature. They had sex with all living things. Not only were human women captured by the Dragon Clan and brought to the Dragon Island, there were also women from the Monster Clan. The offspring of the Monster Clan and the Dragon Clan were often like this. They didn't have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and their monster chi was not very pure. Coupled with the special situation of Half-Dragon City, where humans and monsters mixed together, it was inevitable that some half-monsters would be born. It was very difficult for such half-monsters to increase their cultivation. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was already very high. While the man was communicating with Yuanwu with his divine sense, he quietly winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked and laughed secretly, thinking that this half-monster had good intentions. He had obviously noticed the conflict between him and Yuanwu, so he deliberately came to help. Little did he know that Yang Kai did not need him to help at all. Just as Yuanwu did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? However, as a result, Yang Kai had a good impression of this half-monster. He felt that one really could not judge a book by its cover. Just by looking at this half-monster's face, anyone would think that this guy was gloomy and wretched. He was definitely not a good person. If he were to meet him outside, he would definitely stay as far away as possible, lest he accidentally fall into his trap. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.